This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, Madison, Wisconsin, 2007. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 26. A Charity Ball. At the present time, there are few people at a public ball besides the dancers and their chaperones, or relations in some degree interested in them. But in the days when Molly and Cynthia were young, before railroads were, and before their consequences, the excursion trains, which take everyone up to London nowadays, there to see their fill of gay crowds and fine dresses, to go to an annual charity ball, even though all thought of dancing had passed by years ago, and without any of the responsibility of a chaperone, was a very allowable and favourite piece of dissipation to all the kindly old maids who thronged the country towns of England. They aired their old lace and their best dresses. They saw the aristocratic magnates of the countryside. They gossiped with their coevals, and speculated on the romances of the young around them in a curious yet friendly spirit. The Miss Brownings would have thought themselves sadly defrauded of the gayest event of the year, if anything had prevented their attending the charity ball. And Miss Browning would have been indignant, Miss Phoebe aggrieved, had they not been asked to Ashcombe and Coreham by friends at each place, who had, like them, gone through the dancing stage of life some 25 years before, but who still liked to haunt the scenes of their former enjoyment, and see a younger generation dance on, quote, regardless of their doom, unquote. They had come in one of the 2 sedan chairs that yet lingered in use at Hollingford. Such a night as this brought a regular harvest of gains to the 2 old men who, in what was called the town's livery, trotted backwards and forwards with their many loads of ladies and finery. There were some post-chaises and some flies, but after mature deliberation, Miss Browning had decided to keep to the more comfortable custom of the sedan chair, which, as she said to Miss Piper, one of her visitors, came into the parlour and got full of warm air, and nipped you up and carried you tight and cosy into another warm room, where you could walk out without having to show your legs by going up steps or down steps. Of course, only one could go at a time, but here again a little of Miss Browning's good management arranged everything so very nicely, as Miss Hornblower, their other visitor, remarked. She went first, and remained in the warm cloak-room until her hostess followed, and then the 2 ladies went arm in arm into the ball-room, finding out convenient seats whence they could watch the arrivals and speak to their passing friends, until Miss Phoebe and Miss Piper entered, and came to take possession of the seats reserved for them by Miss Browning's care. These 2 younger ladies came in, also arm in arm, but with a certain timid flurry and look and movement very different from the composed dignity of their seniors by 2 or 3 years. When all 4 were once more assembled together, they took breath and began to converse. "Upon my word, I really do think this is a better room than our Ashcombe court-house." "And how prettily it is decorated," piped out Miss Piper. "How well the roses are made! But you all have such taste at Hollingford." "There's Mrs. Dempster," cried Miss Hornblower. "She said she and her 2 daughters were asked to stay at Mr. Sheepshanks'. Mr. Preston was to be there too, but I suppose they could not all come at once. Look, and there is young Roscoe, our new doctor. I declare it seems as if all Ashcombe were here. Mr. Roscoe! Mr. Roscoe! Come here, and let me introduce you to the Miss Brownings, the friends we are staying with. We think very highly of our young doctor, I can assure you, Miss Browning." Mr. Roscoe bowed, and simpered at hearing his own praises, but Miss Browning had no notion of having any doctor praised who had come to settle even on the very verge of Mr. Gibson's practice, so she said to Miss Hornblower, "You must be very glad, I am sure, to have somebody you can call in, if you are in any sudden hurry, or for things that are too trifling to trouble Mr. Gibson about. And I should think Mr. Roscoe would feel it a great advantage to profit, as he will naturally have the opportunity of doing, by witnessing Mr. Gibson's skill." Probably Mr. Roscoe would have felt more aggrieved by this speech than he really was, if his attention had not been called off just then by the entrance of the very Mr. Gibson who was being spoken of. Almost before Miss Browning had ended her severe and depreciatory remarks, he had asked his friend Miss Hornblower, "Who is that lovely girl in pink just come in?" "Why, that's Cynthia Kirkpatrick," said Miss Hornblower, taking up a ponderous gold eyeglass to make sure of her fact. "How she has grown! Oh, to be sure, it is 2 or 3 years since she left Ashcombe. She was very pretty then. People did say Mr. Preston admired her very much, but she was so young." "Can you introduce me?" asked the impatient young surgeon. "I should like to ask her to dance." When Miss Hornblower returned from her greeting to her former acquaintance, Mrs. Gibson, and had accomplished the introduction which Mr. Roscoe had requested, she began her little confidences to Miss Browning. "Well, to be sure, how condescending we are! I remember the time when Mrs. Kirkpatrick wore old black silks, and was thankful and civil as became her place as a schoolmistress, and as having to earn her bread. And now she is in a satin, and she speaks to me as if she could just recollect who I was, if she tried very hard. It isn't so long ago since Mrs. Dempster came to consult me as to whether Mrs. Kirkpatrick would be offended if she sent her a new breadth for her lilac silk gown in place of the one that had been spoilt by Mrs. Dempster's servant spilling the coffee over it the night before. And she took it, and was thankful for all she's dressed in pearl grey satin now, and she would have been glad enough to marry Mr. Preston in those days." "I thought you said he admired her daughter," put in Miss Browning to her irritated friend. "Well, perhaps I did, and perhaps it was so. I'm sure I can't tell. He was a great deal at the house. Miss Dixon keeps a school in the same house now, and I am sure she does it a great deal better." "The Earl and the Countess are very fond of Mrs. Gibson," said Miss Browning. "I know, for Lady Harriet told us when she came to drink tea with us last autumn, and they desired Mr. Preston to be very attentive to her when she lived at Ashcombe." "For goodness' sakes, don't go and repeat what I've been saying about Mr. Preston and Mrs. Kirkpatrick to her ladyship. One may be mistaken, and you know I only said people talked about it." Miss Hornblower was evidently alarmed lest her gossip should be repeated to the Lady Harriet, who appeared to be on such an intimate footing with her Hollingford friends. Nor did Miss Browning dissipate the illusion. Lady Harriet had drunk tea with them, and might do it again, and, at any rate, the little fright she had put her friend into was not a bad return for that praise of Mr. Roscoe which had offended Miss Browning's loyalty to Mr. Gibson. Meanwhile, Miss Piper and Miss Phoebe, who had not the character of esprit fort to maintain, talked of the dresses of the people present, beginning by complimenting each other. "What a lovely turban you have got on, Miss Piper, if I may be allowed to say so, so becoming to your complexion." "Do you think so?" said Miss Piper, with ill-concealed gratification. It was something to have a complexion at 45. "I got it at Brown's at Somerton for this very ball. I thought I must have something to set off my gown, which isn't quite so new as it once was, and I have no handsome jewellery, like you," looking with admiring eyes at a large miniature set round with pearls, which served as a shield to Miss Phoebe's breast. "It is handsome," that lady replied. "It is a likeness of my dear mother. Sally has got my father on. The miniatures were both taken at the same time, and just about then my uncle died and left us each a legacy of £50, which we agreed to spend on the setting of our miniatures. But because they are so valuable, Sally always keeps them locked up with the best silver, and hides the box somewhere. She never will tell me where, because she says I've such weak nerves, and that if a burglar with a loaded pistol at my head were to ask me where we kept our plate and jewels, I should be sure to tell him. And she says, for her part, she would never think of revealing under any circumstances. I'm sure I hope she won't be tried. But that's the reason I don't wear it often. It's only the second time I've had it on. I can't even get at it and look at it, which I should like to do. I shouldn't have had it on tonight, but that Sally gave it out to me, saying it was but a proper compliment to pay to the Duchess of Menteith, who is to be here in all her diamonds. Dear me, is she really? Do you know I never saw a duchess before? And Miss Piper drew herself up and craned her neck, as if resolved to behave herself properly, as she had been taught to do at her boarding school 30 years before, in the presence of her Grace. By and by, she said to Miss Phoebe, with a sudden jerk out of position, "Look, look! That's our Mr. Cholmondeley, the magistrate." He was the great man of Coreham. "And that's Mrs. Cholmondeley, in red satin. And Mr. George and Mr. Harry from Oxford, I do declare. And Miss Cholmondeley and pretty Miss Sophie. I should like to go and speak to them. But then it's so formidable crossing a room without a gentleman. And there is Cox, the butcher, and his wife. Why, all Coreham seems to be here. And how Mrs. Cox can afford such a gown, I can't make out for one, for I know Cox had some difficulty in paying for the last sheep he bought of my brother." Just at this moment the band, consisting of 2 violins, a harp, and an occasional clarinet, having finished their tuning and brought themselves as nearly into accord as was possible, struck up a brisk country dance, and partners quickly took their places. Mrs. Gibson was secretly a little annoyed at Cynthia's being one of those to stand up in this early dance, the performers in which were principally the punctual plebeians of Hollingford, who, when a ball was fixed to begin at 8, had no notion of being later, and so losing part of the amusement for which they had paid their money. She imparted some of her feelings to Molly, sitting by her, longing to dance, and beating time to the spirited music with one of her pretty little feet. "Your dear papa is always so very punctual. Tonight it seems almost a pity, for we really are here before there is anyone come that we know." "Oh, I see so many people here that I know. There are Mr. and Mrs. Smeaton, and that nice good-tempered daughter." "Oh, booksellers and butchers, if you will." "Papa has found a great many friends to talk to." "Patience, my dear, hardly friends. There are some nice-looking people here," catching her eye on the Cholmondeleys, "but I dare say they have driven over from the neighbourhood of Ashcombe or Coreham, and have hardly calculated how soon they would get here. I wonder when the Towers party will come. Ah, there's Mr. Ashton and Mr. Preston. Come, the room is beginning to fill." So it was, for this was to be a very good ball, people said, and a large party from the Towers was coming, and a duchess in diamonds among the number. Every great house in the district was expected to be full of guests on these occasions, but at this early hour the townspeople had the floor almost entirely to themselves. The county magnates came dropping in later, and chiefest among them all was the Lord Lieutenant from the Towers. But tonight they were unusually late, and the aristocratic ozone being absent from the atmosphere, there was a flatness about the dancing of all those who considered themselves above the plebeian ranks of the tradespeople. They, however, enjoyed themselves thoroughly, and sprang and pounded till their eyes sparkled and their cheeks glowed with exercise and excitement. Some of the more prudent parents, mindful of the next day's duties, began to consider at what hour they ought to go home. But withal there was an expressed or unexpressed curiosity to see the Duchess and her diamonds, for the Menteith diamonds were famous in higher circles than that now assembled, and their fame had trickled down to it through the medium of ladies' maids and housekeepers. Mr. Gibson had had to leave the ball-room for a time, as he had anticipated, but he was to return to his wife as soon as his duties were accomplished, and in his absence Mrs. Gibson kept herself a little aloof from the Miss Brownings and those of her acquaintance who would willingly have entered into conversation with her, with the view of attaching herself to the skirts of the Towers party when they should make their appearance. If Cynthia would not be so very ready in engaging herself to every possible partner who asked her to dance, there were sure to be young men staying at the Towers who would be on the lookout for pretty girls, and who could tell to what a dance would lead. Molly, too, though a less good dancer than Cynthia, and, from her timidity, less graceful and easy, was becoming engaged pretty deeply, and, it must be confessed, she was longing to dance every dance, no matter with whom. Even she might not be available for the more aristocratic partners Mrs. Gibson anticipated. She was feeling very much annoyed with the whole proceedings of the evening, when she was aware of some one standing by her, and, turning a little to one side, she saw Mr. Preston keeping guard, as it were, over the seats which Molly and Cynthia had just quitted. He was looking so black that, if their eyes had not met, Mrs. Gibson would have preferred not speaking to him. As it was, she thought it unavoidable. "The rooms are not well lighted to-night, are they, Mr. Preston?" "No," said he, "but who could light such dingy old paint as this? Loaded with evergreens, too, which always darken a room. And the company, too. I always think that freshness and brilliancy of dress go as far as anything to brighten up a room. Look what a set of people are here. The greater part of the women are dressed in dark silks, really only fit for a morning. The place will be quite different by and by, when the county families are in a little more force." Mr. Preston made no reply. He put his glass in his eye, apparently for the purpose of watching the dancers. If its exact direction could have been ascertained, it would have been found that he was looking intently and angrily at a flying figure in pink muslin. Many a one was gazing at Cynthia with intentness besides himself, but no one in anger. Mrs. Gibson was not so fine an observer as to read all this, but here was a gentlemanly and handsome young man, to whom she could prattle, instead of either joining herself on to objectionable people, or sitting all forlorn until the Towers party came. So she went on with her small remarks. "You're not dancing, Mr. Preston?" "No. The partner I had engaged has made some mistake. I am waiting to have an explanation with her." Mrs. Gibson was silent. An uncomfortable tide of recollections appeared to come over her. She, like Mr. Preston, watched Cynthia. The dance was ended, and she was walking round the room in easy unconcern as to what might await her. Presently her partner, Mr. Harry Cholmeley, brought her back to her seat. She took that vacant next to Mr. Preston, leaving that by her mother for Molly's occupation. The latter returned a moment afterwards to her place. Cynthia seemed entirely unconscious of Mr. Preston's neighbourhood. Mrs. Gibson leaned forwards and said to her daughter, "Your last partner was a gentleman, my dear. You are improving in your selection. I really was ashamed of you before, figuring away with that attorney's clerk. Molly, do you know whom you have been dancing with? I have found out he is the Coram bookseller." "That accounts for his being so well up in all the books I have been wanting to hear about," said Molly, eagerly, but with a spice of malice in her mind. "He really was very pleasant, mamma," she added, "and he looks quite a gentleman, and dances beautifully." "Very well. But remember, if you go on this way, you will have to shake hands over the counter tomorrow morning with some of your partners of tonight," said Mrs. Gibson coldly. "But I really don't know how I am to refuse when people are introduced to me and ask me, and I am longing to dance. You know, tonight it is a charity ball, and Papa said everybody danced with everybody," said Molly, in a pleading tone of voice, for she could not quite and entirely enjoy herself if she was out of harmony with anyone. What reply Mrs. Gibson would have made to this speech cannot now be ascertained, for, before she could make reply, Mr. Preston stepped a little forwards, and said, in a tone which he meant to be icily indifferent, but which trembled with anger, "If Miss Gibson finds any difficulty in refusing a partner, she has only to apply to Miss Kirkpatrick for instructions." Cynthia lifted up her beautiful eyes, and fixing them on Mr. Preston's face, said, very quietly, as if only stating a matter of fact, "You forget, I think, Mr. Preston. Miss Gibson implied she wished to dance with the person who asked her. That makes all the difference. I can't instruct her how to act in that difficulty." And to the rest of this little conversation Cynthia appeared to lend no car. She was almost directly claimed by her next partner. Mr. Preston took the seat now left empty, much to Molly's annoyance. At first she feared lest he should be going to ask her to dance, but instead he put out his hand for Cynthia's nosegay, which she had left on rising, entrusted to Molly. It had suffered considerably from the heat of the room, and was no longer full and fresh, not so much so as Molly's, which had not, in the first instance, been pulled to pieces in picking out the scarlet flowers which now adorned Molly's hair, and which had since been cherished with more care. Enough, however, remained of Cynthia's to show very distinctly that it was not the one that Mr. Preston had sent. It was perhaps to convince himself of this that he mutely asked to examine it, but Molly, faithful to what she imagined would be Cynthia's wish, refused to allow him to touch it. She only held it a little nearer. "Miss Kirkpatrick has not done me the honour of wearing the bouquet I sent her, I see. She received it, I suppose, and my note?" "Yes," said Molly, rather intimidated by the tone in which this was said. "But we had already accepted these 2 nosegays." Mrs. Gibson was just the person to come to the rescue with her honeyed words on such an occasion as the present. She evidently was rather afraid of Mr. Preston, and wished to keep at peace with him. "Oh, yes, we were so sorry. Of course, I don't mean to say we could be sorry for anyone's kindness, but 2 such lovely nosegays had been sent from Hamley Hall. You may see how beautiful from what Molly holds in her hand, and they had come before yours, Mr. Preston." "I should have felt honoured if you had accepted of mine, since the young ladies were so well provided for. I was at some pains in selecting the flowers at Green's. I think I may say it was rather more recherche than that of Miss Kirkpatrick's, which Miss Gibson holds so tenderly and securely in her hand." "Oh, because Cynthia would take out the most effective flowers to put in my hair," exclaimed Molly eagerly. "Did she?" said Mr. Preston, with a certain accent of pleasure in his voice, as though he were glad she set so little store by the nosegay. And he walked off to stand behind Cynthia in the quadrille that was being danced, and Molly saw him making her reply to him, against her will, Molly was sure. But somehow his face and manner implied power over her. She looked grave, deaf, indifferent, indignant, defiant. But after a half-whispered speech to Cynthia, at the conclusion of the dance, she evidently threw him an impatient consent to what he was asking, for he walked off with a disagreeable smile of satisfaction on his handsome face. All this time the murmurs were spreading, at the lateness of the party from the Towers, and person after person came up to Mrs. Gibson as if she were the accredited authority as to the Earl and Countess's plans. In one sense this was flattering, but then the acknowledgment of common ignorance and wonder reduced her to the level of the inquirers. Mrs. Goodenough felt herself particularly aggrieved. She had had her spectacles on for the last hour and a half, in order to be ready for the sight of the very first minute any one from the Towers appeared at the door. "I had a headache," she complained, "and I should have sent my money and never stirred out of doors to-night, for I've seen many of these here balls, and my lord and lady too, when they were better worth looking at nor they are now. But everyone was talking of the Duchess and her diamonds, and I thought I shouldn't like to be behindhand, and never have seen neither the Duchess nor her diamonds. So I'm here in coal and candlelight, wasting away at home, for I told Sally to sit up for me, and above everything I cannot abide waste. I took it from my mother, who was such a one against waste as you never see nowadays. She was a manager, if there ever was one, and brought up 9 children on less than any one else could do it, I'll be bound. Why, she wouldn't let us be extravagant, not even in the matter of colds. Whenever any one of us had a pretty bad cold, she took the opportunity and cut our hair, for she said she, it was of no use having 2 colds when one would do, and cutting of our hair was sure to give us a cold. But for all that, I wish the Duchess would come." "But fancy what it is to me," sighed out Mrs. Gibson, "so long as I have been without seeing the dear family, and seeing so little of them the other day when I was at the Towers, for the Duchess would have my opinion on Lady Alice's trousseau, and kept asking me so many questions it took up all the time. And Lady Harriet's last words were a happy anticipation of our meeting to-night. It's nearly 12 o'clock. Every one of any pretensions to gentility was painfully affected by the absence of the family from the Towers. The very fiddlers seemed unwilling to begin playing a dance that might be interrupted by the entrance of the great folks. Miss Phoebe Browning had apologized for them. Miss Browning had blamed them with calm dignity. It was only the butchers and bakers and candlestick-makers who rather enjoyed the absence of restraint, and were happy and hilarious. At last there was a rumbling and a rushing and a whispering, and the music stopped, so the dancers were obliged to do so too, and in came Lord Cumnor in his state dress, with a fat, middle-aged woman on his arm. She was dressed almost like a girl, in a sprigged muslin with natural flowers in her hair, but not a vestige of a jewel or a diamond. Yet it must be the Duchess, but what was a Duchess without diamonds, and in a dress which Farmer Hodson's daughter might have worn? Was it the Duchess? Could it be the Duchess? The little crowd of inquirers around Mrs. Gibson thickened, to hear her confirm their disappointing surmise. After the Duchess came Lady Cumnor, looking like Lady Macbeth in black velvet, a cloud upon her brow, made more conspicuous by the lines of age rapidly gathering on her handsome face, and Lady Harriet, and other ladies, amongst whom there was one dressed so like the Duchess as to suggest the idea of a sister rather than a daughter, as far as dress went. There was Lord Hollingford, plain in face, awkward in person, gentlemanly in manner, and 6 younger men, Lord Albert Monson, Captain James, and others of their age and standing, who came in looking anything if not critical. This long-expected party swept up to the seats reserved for them at the head of the room, apparently regardless of the interruption they caused, for the dancers stood aside and almost dispersed back to their seats, and when Moneymusk struck up again, not half the former set of people stood up to finish the dance. Lady Harriet, who was rather different to Miss Piper, and no more minded crossing the room alone than if the lookers-on were so many cabbages, spied the Gibson party pretty quickly out, and came across to them. "Here we are at last. How do you do, dear? Why, little one," to Molly, "how nice you're looking! Aren't we shamefully late?" "Oh, it's only just past 12, said Mrs. Gibson, "and I daresay you dined very late." "It was not that. It was that ill-mannered woman who went to her own room after we came out from dinner, and she and Lady Alice stayed there, invisible, till we thought they were putting on some splendid attire, as they ought to have done, and at 10:30, when mamma sent up to say to them that the carriages were at the door, the Duchess sent down for some beef tea, and at last appeared à l'enfant, as you see her. Mamma is so angry with them, and some of the others are annoyed at not coming earlier, and one or two are giving themselves airs about coming at all. Papa's the only one who is not affected by it." Then turning to Molly, Lady Harriet asked, "Have you been dancing much, Miss Gibson?" "Yes, not every dance, but nearly all." It was a simple question enough, but Lady Harriet's speaking at all to Molly had become to Mrs. Gibson almost like shaking a red rag at a bull. It was the one thing sure to put her out of temper. But she would not have shown this to Lady Harriet for the world. Only she contrived to baffle any endeavours at further conversation between the two by placing herself between Lady Harriet and Molly, whom the former asked to sit down in the absent Cynthia's room. "I won't go back to those people. I am so mad with them. And besides, I hardly saw you the other day, and I must have some gossip with you." So she sat down by Mrs. Gibson, and, as Mrs. Goodenough afterwards expressed it, looked like anybody else. Mrs. Goodenough said this to excuse herself for a little misadventure she fell into. She had taken a deliberate survey of the grandees at the upper end of the room, spectacles on nose, and had inquired, in no very measured voice, who everybody was, from Mr. Sheepshanks, my lord's agent, and her very good neighbour, who in vain tried to check her loud ardour for information by replying to her in whispers. But she was rather deaf as well as blind, so his low tones only brought upon him fresh inquiries. Now, satisfied as far as she could be, and on her way to departure and the extinguishing of fire and candlelight, she stopped opposite to Mrs. Gibson, and thus addressed her by way of renewal of their former subject of conversation. "Such a shabby thing for a duchess I never saw. Not a bit of a diamond near her. They're none of them worth looking at, except the countess, and she's always a personable woman, and not so lusty as she was. But they're not worth waiting up for till this time o' night." There was a moment's pause. Then Lady Harriet put her hand out and said, "You don't remember me, but I know you from having seen you at the Towers. Lady Cumnor is a good deal thinner than she was, but we hope her health is better for it." "It's Lady Harriet," said Mrs. Gibson to Mrs. Goodenough, in reproachful dismay. "Deary me, your ladyship, I hope I've given no offence. But you see, that is to say, your ladyship sees, that it's late hours for such folks as me, and I only stayed out of my bed to see the Duchess, and I thought she'd come in diamonds and a coronet. It puts one out at my age, to be so disappointed in the only chance I'm like to have of so fine a sight." "I'm put out too," said Lady Harriet. "I wanted to have come early, and here we are as late as this. I'm so cross and ill-tempered I should be glad to hide myself in bed as soon as you will do." She said this so sweetly that Mrs. Goodenough relaxed into a smile, and her crabbedness into a compliment. "I don't believe as ever your ladyship can be cross and ill-tempered with that pretty face. I'm an old woman, so you must let me say so." Lady Harriet stood up and made a low curtsy. Then, holding out her hand, she said, "I won't keep you any longer, but I'll promise one thing in return for your pretty speech. If ever I am a duchess, I'll come and show myself to you in all my robes and gewgaws. Good night, madam." "There, I knew how it would be," said she, not resuming her seat. "And on the eve of a county election, too." "Oh, you must not take old Mrs. Goodenough as a specimen, dear Lady Harriet. She is always such a grumbler. I am sure no one else would complain of your all being as late as you liked," said Mrs. Gibson. "What do you say, Molly?" said Lady Harriet, suddenly turning her eyes on Molly's face. "Don't you think we've lost some of our popularity, which at this time means votes, by coming so late? Come, answer me. You used to be a famous little truth-teller." "I don't know about popularity or votes," said Molly, rather unwillingly. "But I think many people were sorry you did not come sooner. And isn't that rather a proof of popularity?" she added. "That's a very neat and diplomatic answer," said Lady Harriet, smiling and tapping Molly's cheek with her fan. "Molly knows nothing about it," said Mrs. Gibson, a little off her guard. "It would be very impertinent if she or anyone else questioned Lady Cumnor's perfect right to come when she chose." "Well, all I know is, I must go back to mamma now, but I shall make another raid into these regions by and by, and you must keep a place for me. There are the Miss Brownings. You see I don't forget my lesson, Miss Gibson." "Molly, I cannot have you speaking so to Lady Harriet," said Mrs. Gibson, as soon as she was left alone with her stepdaughter. "You would never have known her at all if it had not been for me, and don't always be putting yourself into our conversation." "But I must speak if she asks me questions," pleaded Molly. "Well, if you must, you must, I acknowledge. I'm candid about that, at any rate. But there's no need for you to set up to have an opinion at your age." "I don't know how to help it," said Molly. "She's such a whimsical person. Look there, if she's not talking to Miss Phoebe. And Miss Phoebe is so weak that she'll easily be led away into fancying that she is hand and glove with Lady Harriet. If there is one thing I hate more than another, it is the trying to make out an intimacy with great people." Molly felt innocent enough, so she offered no justification of herself, and made no reply. Indeed, she was more occupied in watching Cynthia. She could not understand the change that seemed to have come over the latter. She was dancing, it was true, with the same lightness and grace as before, but the smooth bounding motion of a feather blown onwards by the wind was gone. She was conversing with her partner, but without the soft animation that usually shone out upon her countenance. And when she was brought back to her seat, Molly noticed her changed colour, and her dreamily abstracted eyes. "What is the matter, Cynthia?" asked she, in a very low voice. "Nothing," said Cynthia, suddenly looking up, and in an accent of what was in her sharpness. "Why should there be?" "I don't know, but you look different to what you did. Tired or something." "There is nothing the matter, or if there is, don't talk about it. It is all your fancy." This was a rather contradictory speech, to be interpreted by intuition rather than by logic. Molly understood that Cynthia wished for quietness and silence. But what was her surprise, after the speeches that had passed before, and the implication of Cynthia's whole manner to Mr. Preston, to see him come up, and without a word offer his arm to Cynthia, and lead her off to dance. It appeared to strike Mrs. Gibson as something remarkable, for, forgetting her late passage at arms with Molly, she asked, wonderingly, as if almost distrusting the evidence of her senses, "Is Cynthia going to dance with Mr. Preston?" Molly had scarcely time to answer before she herself was led off by her partner. She could hardly attend to him or to the figures of the quadrille for watching for Cynthia among the moving forms. Once she caught a glimpse of her standing still, downcast, listening to Mr. Preston's eager speech. Again she was walking languidly among the dancers, almost as if she took no notice of those around her. When she and Molly joined each other again, the shade on Cynthia's face had deepened to gloom. But at the same time, if a physiognomist had studied her expression, he would have read in it defiance and anger, and perhaps also a little perplexity. While this quadrille had been going on, Lady Harriet had been speaking to her brother. "Hollingford," she said, laying her hand on his arm, and drawing him a little apart from the well-born crowd amid which he stood, silent and abstracted. "You don't know how these good people here have been hurt and disappointed with our being so late, and with the Duchess's ridiculous simplicity of dress." "Why should they mind it?" asked he, taking advantage of her being out of breath with eagerness. "Oh, don't be so wise and stupid. Don't you see? We're a show and a spectacle. It's like having a pantomime with Harlequin and Columbine in plain clothes." "I don't understand how," he began. "Then take it upon trust. They really are a little disappointed, whether they are logical or not in being so, and we must try and make it up to them. For one thing, because I can't bear our vassals to look dissatisfied and disloyal. And then there's the election in June. I really would as soon be out of the house as in it. Nonsense! It would grieve papa beyond measure. But there's no time to talk about that now. You must go and dance with some of the townspeople. And I'll ask Sheepshanks to introduce me to a respectable young farmer. Can't you get Captain James to make himself useful? There he goes with Lady Alice! If I don't get him introduced to the ugliest tailor's daughter I can find for the next dance." She put her arm in her brother's as she spoke, as if to lead him to some partner. He resisted, however, resisted piteously. "Pray don't, Harriet. You know I can't dance. I hate it. I always did. I don't know how to get through a quadrille." "It's a country dance," said she, resolutely. "It's all the same. And what shall I say to my partner? I haven't a notion. I shall have no subject in common. Speak of being disappointed. They'll be 10 times more disappointed when they find I can neither dance nor talk." "I'll be merciful. Don't be so cowardly. In their eyes a lord may dance like a bear, as some lords not very far from me are, if he likes, and they'll take it for grace. And you shall begin with Molly Gibson, your friend the doctor's daughter. She's a good, simple, intelligent little girl, which you'll think a great deal more of, I suppose, than of the frivolous fact of her being very pretty. Claire, will you allow me to introduce my brother to Miss Gibson? He hopes to engage her for this dance. Lord Hollingford, Miss Gibson." Poor Lord Hollingford! There was nothing for it but for him to follow his sister's very explicit lead, and Molly and he walked off to their places, each heartily wishing their dance together well over. Lady Harriet flew off to Mr. Sheepshanks to secure her respectable young farmer, and Mrs. Gibson remained alone, wishing that Lady Cumnor would send one of her attendant gentlemen for her. It would be so much more agreeable to be sitting even at the fag end of nobility than here on a bench with everybody, hoping that everybody would see Molly dancing away with a lord, yet vexed that the chance had so befallen that Molly instead of Cynthia was the young lady singled out, wondering if simplicity of dress was now become the highest fashion, and pondering on the possibility of cleverly inducing Lady Harriet to introduce Lord Albert Monson to her own beautiful daughter, Cynthia. Molly found Lord Hollingford, the wise and learned Lord Hollingford, strangely stupid in understanding the mystery of cross hands and back again, down the middle and up again. He was constantly getting hold of the wrong hands, and as constantly stopping when he had returned to his place, quite unaware that the duties of society and the laws of the dance required that he should go on capering till he had arrived at the bottom of the room. He perceived that he had performed his part very badly, and apologized to Molly once they had arrived at that haven of comparative peace, and he expressed his regret so simply and heartily that she felt at her ease with him at once, especially when he had confided to her his reluctance at having to dance at all, and his only doing it under his sister's compulsion. To Molly he was an elderly widower, almost as old as her father, and by they got into very pleasant conversation. She learned from him that Roger Hamley had just been publishing a paper in some scientific periodical, which had excited considerable attention, as it was intended to confute some theory of a great French physiologist, and Roger's article proved the writer to be possessed of a most unusual amount of knowledge on the subject. This piece of news was of great interest to Molly, and in her questions she herself evinced so much intelligence, and a mind so well prepared for the reception of information, that Lord Hollingford, at any rate, would have felt his quest of popularity a very easy affair indeed, if he might have gone on talking quietly to Molly during the rest of the evening. When he took her back to her place, he found Mr. Gibson there, and fell into talk with him, until Lady Harriet once more came to stir him up to his duties. Before very long, however, he returned to Mr. Gibson's side, and began telling him of this paper of Roger Hamley's, of which Mr. Gibson had not yet heard. In the midst of their conversation, as they stood close by Mrs. Gibson, Lord Hollingford saw Molly in the distance, and interrupted himself to say, "What a charming little girl that daughter of yours is! Most girls of her age are so difficult to talk to, but she is intelligent and full of interest in all sorts of sensible things. Well read, too. She was up in Le Règne Animal, and very pretty." Mr. Gibson bowed, very much pleased at such a compliment from such a man, was he a lord or not. It is very likely that if Molly had been a stupid listener, Lord Hollingford would not have discovered her beauty, or the converse might be asserted, if she had not been young and pretty, he would not have exerted himself to talk on scientific subjects in a manner which she could understand. But in whatever manner Molly had won his approbation and admiration, there was no doubt that she had earned it somehow. And when she next returned to her place, Mrs. Gibson greeted her with soft words and a gracious smile, for it does not require much reasoning power to discover that if it is a very fine thing to be mother-in-law to a very magnificent three-tailed bashaw, it presupposes that the wife who makes the connection between the two parties is in harmony with her mother. And so far had Mrs. Gibson's thoughts wandered into futurity. She only wished that the happy chance had fallen to Cynthia instead of to Molly's lot. But Molly was a docile, sweet creature, very pretty, and remarkably intelligent, as my lord had said. It was a pity that Cynthia preferred making millinery to reading, but perhaps that could be rectified. And there was Lord Cumnor coming to speak to her, and Lady Cumnor nodding to her, and indicating a place by her side. It was not an unsatisfactory ball, upon the whole, to Mrs. Gibson, although she paid the usual penalty for sitting up beyond her usual hour in perpetual glare and movement. The next morning she awoke irritable and fatigued, and a little of the same feeling oppressed both Cynthia and Molly. The former was lounging in the window-seat, holding a 3-days-old newspaper in her hand, which she was making a pretence of reading, when she was startled by her mother's saying, "Cynthia, can't you take up a book and improve yourself? I am sure your conversation will never be worth listening to unless you read something better than newspapers. Why don't you keep up your French? There was some French book that Molly was reading, Le Règne Animal, I think." "No, I never read it," said Molly, blushing. "Mr. Roger Hamley sometimes read pieces out of it when I was first at the Hall, and told me what it was about." "Oh, well, then I suppose I was mistaken. But it comes to all the same thing. Cynthia, you really must learn to settle yourself to some improving reading every morning." Rather to Molly's surprise, Cynthia did not reply a word, but dutifully went and brought down from among her Boulogne school-books Le Siècle de Louis XIV. But after a while Molly saw that this improving reading was just as much a mere excuse for Cynthia's thinking her own thoughts as the newspaper had been. End of chapter 26.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 27. Father and Sons. Things were not going on any better at Hamley Hall. Nothing had occurred to change the state of dissatisfied feeling into which the Squire and his eldest son had respectively fallen, and the long continuance merely of dissatisfaction is sure of itself to deepen the feeling. Roger did all in his power to bring the father and son together, but sometimes wondered if it would not have been better to leave them alone, for they were falling into the habit of respectively making him their confidant, and so defining emotions and opinions which would have had less distinctness if they had been unexpressed. There was little enough relief in the daily life at the Hall to help them all to shake off the gloom, and it even told on the health of both the Squire and Osborne. The Squire became thinner, his skin as well as his clothes began to hang loose about him, and the freshness of his colour turned to red streaks, till his cheeks looked like a Radston Pippin's, instead of resembling a Catherine pear on the side that's next to the sun. Roger thought that his father sat indoors and smoked in his study more than was good for him, but it had become difficult to get him far afield. He was too much afraid of coming across some sign of the discontinued drainage works, or being irritated afresh by the sight of his depreciated timber. Osborne was wrapped up in the idea of arranging his poems for the press, and so was working out his wish for independence. What with daily writing to his wife, taking his letters himself to a distant post office and receiving hers there, touching up his sonnets, etc., with fastidious care, and occasionally giving himself the pleasure of a visit to the Gibsons, and enjoying the society of the two pleasant girls there, he found little time for being with his father. Indeed, Osborne was too self-indulgent, or sensitive, as he termed it, to bear well with the Squire's gloomy fits, or too frequent querulousness. The consciousness of his secret, too, made Osborne uncomfortable in his father's presence. It was very well for all parties that Roger was not sensitive, for, if he had been, there were times when it would have been hard to bear little spurts of domestic tyranny, by which his father strove to assert his power over both his sons. One of these occurred very soon after the night at the Hollingford charity ball. Roger had induced his father to come out with him, and the Squire had, on his son's suggestion, taken with him his long unused spud. The two had wandered far afield. Perhaps the elder man had found the unwonted length of exercise too much for him, for, as he approached the house, on his return, he became what nurses call in children fractious, and ready to turn on his companion for every remark he made. Roger understood the case by instinct, as it were, and bore it all with his usual sweetness of temper. They entered the house by the front door. It lay straight on their line of march. On the old cracked yellow marble slab there lay a card with Lord Hollingford's name on it, which Robinson, evidently on the watch for their return, hastened out of his pantry to deliver it to Roger. "His lordship was very sorry not to see you, Mr. Roger, and his lordship left a note for you. Mr. Osborne took it, I think, when he passed through. I asked his lordship if he would like to see Mr. Osborne, who was indoors as I thought, but his lordship said he was pressed for time, and told me to make his excuses." "Didn't he ask for me?" growled the Squire. "No, sir, I can't say as his lordship did. He would never have thought of Mr. Osborne, sir, if I hadn't named him. It was Mr. Roger he seemed so keen after." "Very odd," said the Squire. Roger said nothing, although he naturally felt some curiosity. He went into the drawing-room, not quite aware that his father was following him. Osborne sat at a table near the fire, pen in hand, looking over one of his poems, and dotting the i's, crossing the t's, and now and then pausing over the alteration of a word. "Oh, Roger!" he said, as his brother came in. "Here has been Lord Hollingford wanting to see you." "I know," replied Roger, "and he's left a note for you. Robinson tried to persuade him it was for my father, so he's added a Junior, Roger Hamley, Esquire, Junior, in pencil." The Squire was in the room by this time, and what he had overheard rubbed him up still more the wrong way. Roger took his unopened note and read it. "What does it say?" asked the Squire. Roger handed him the note. It contained an invitation to dinner, to meet M. Geoffroy St. H., whose views on certain subjects Roger had been advocating in the article Lord Hollingford had spoken about to Molly, when he danced with her at the Hollingford ball. M. Geoffroy St. H. was in England now, and was expected to pay a visit at the Towers in the course of the following week. He had expressed a wish to meet the author of the paper which had already attracted the attention of the French comparative anatomatists, and Lord Hollingford added a few words as to his own desire to make the acquaintance of a neighbour whose tastes were so similar to his own, and then followed a civil message from Lord and Lady Cumnor. Lord Hollingford's hand was cramped and rather illegible. The Squire could not read it all at once, and was enough put out to decline any assistance in deciphering it. At last he made it out. "So, my Lord Lieutenant has taken some notice of the Hamleys at last. The election is coming on, is it? But I can tell him we're not to be got so easily. I suppose his trap is set for you, Osborne. What's this you've been writing that the French monsieur is so taken with?" "It is not me, sir," said Osborne. "Both note and call are for Roger." "I don't understand it," said the Squire. "These Whig fellows have never done their duty by me. Not that I wanted of them. The Duke of Debenham used to pay the Hamleys a respect due to 'em, the oldest landowners in the county. But since he died, and this shabby Whig lord has succeeded him, I've never dined at the Lord Lieutenant's once. No, not once." "But I think, sir, I've heard you say Lord Cumnor used to invite you, only you did not choose to go," said Roger. "Yes. What do you mean by that? Do you suppose I was going to desert the principles of my family, and curry favour of the Whigs? No, leave that to them. They can ask the heir of the Hamleys fast enough, when a county election is coming on." "I tell you, sir," said Osborne, in the irritable tone he sometimes used when his father was particularly unreasonable, "it is not me Lord Hollingford is invited, it is Roger. Roger is making himself known for what he is, a first-rate fellow," continued Osborne, a sting of self-reproach mingling with his generous pride in his brother, "and he is getting himself a name. He's been writing about these new French theories and discoveries, and this foreign savant very naturally wants to make his acquaintance, and so Lord Hollingford asks him to dine. It is as clear as can be." Lowering his tone and addressing himself to Roger, "It has nothing to do with politics, if my father would but see it." Of course the Squire heard this little aside with the unlucky uncertainty of hearing which is a characteristic of the beginning of deafness, and its effect on him was perceptible in the increased acrimony of his next speech. "You young men think you know everything. I tell you it's a palpable Whig trick. And what business has Roger, if it is Roger the man wants, to go currying favour with the French? In my day we were content to hate 'em and to lick 'em. But it's just like your conceit, Osborne, setting yourself up to say it's your younger brother they're asking, and not you. I tell you it's you. They think the eldest son was sure to be called after his father, Roger Hamley, Junior. It's as plain as a pikestaff. They know they can't catch me with chaff, but they've got up this French dodge. What business had you to go writing about the French, Roger? I should have thought you were too sensible to take any notice of their fancies and theories. But if it is you they've asked, I'll not have you going and meeting these foreigners at a Whig house. They ought to have asked Osborne. He's a representative of the Hamleys, if I'm not. And they can't get me. Let them try ever so. Besides, Osborne has got a bit of the monsieur about him. which he caught with being so fond of going off to the continent, instead of coming back to his good old English home. He went on, repeating much of what he had said before, till he left the room. Osborne had kept on replying to his unreasonable grumblings, which had only added to his anger, and as soon as the Squire had fairly gone, Osborne turned to Roger and said, "Of course you'll go, Roger. 10 to 1 he'll be in another mind to-morrow." "No," said Roger, bluntly enough, for he was extremely disappointed. "I won't run the chance of vexing him. I shall refuse." "Don't be such a fool!" exclaimed Osborne. "Really, my father is too unreasonable. You heard how he kept contradicting himself, and such a man as you to be kept under like a child by—" "Don't let us talk any more about it, Osborne," said Roger, writing away fast. When the note was written and sent off, he came and put his hand caressingly on Osborne's shoulder, as he sat pretending to read, but in reality vexed with both his father and his brother, though on very different grounds. "How go the poems, old fellow? I hope they're nearly ready to bring out." "No, they're not, and if it were not for the money, I shouldn't care if they were never published. What's the use of fame, if one mayn't reap the fruits of it? Come now, we'll have no more of that. Let's talk about the money. I shall be going up for my fellowship examination next week, and then we'll have a purse in common, for they'll never think of not giving me a fellowship, now I'm senior wrangler. I'm short enough myself at present, and I don't like to bother my father, but when I'm fellow, you shall take me down to Winchester, and introduce me to the little wife." "It will be a month next Monday since I left her," said Osborne, laying down his papers and gazing into the fire, as if by doing so he could call up her image. "In her letter this morning she bids me give you such a pretty message. It won't bear translating into English. You must read it for yourself," continued he, pointing out a line or two in a letter he drew out of his pocket. Roger suspected that one or two of the words were wrongly spelt, but their purport was so gentle and loving, and had such a touch of simple, respectful gratitude in them, that he could not help but being drawn afresh to the little unseen sister-in-law, whose acquaintance Osborne had made, by helping her to look for some missing article of the children's, whom she was taking for their daily walk in Hyde Park. For Mrs. Osborne Hamley had been nothing more than a French bonne, very pretty, very graceful, and very much tyrannized over by the rough little boys and girls she had in charge. She was a little orphan girl, who had charmed the heads of a travelling English family, as she had brought Madame some articles of lingerie at an hotel, and she had been hastily engaged by them as bonne to their children, partly as a pet and plaything herself, partly because it would be so good for the children to learn French from a native of Alscar. By and by her mistress ceased to take any particular notice of Amy, in the bustle of London and London gaiety. But though feeling more and more forlorn in a strange land every day, the French girl strove hard to do her duty. One touch of kindness, however, was enough to set the fountain gushing, and she and Osborne naturally fell into an ideal state of love, to be rudely disturbed by the indignation of the mother, when accident discovered to her the attachment existing between her children's bonne and a young man of an entirely different class. Amy answered truly to all her mistress's questions, but no worldly wisdom, nor any lesson to be learnt from another's experience, could in the least disturb her entire faith in her lover. Perhaps Mrs. Townsend did no more than her duty in immediately sending Amy back to Metz, where she had first met with her, and where such relations as remained to the girl might be supposed to be residing. But, altogether, she knew so little of the kind of people, or life, to which she was consigning her deposed protégée, that Osborne, after listening with impatient indignation to the lecture which Mrs. Townsend gave him when he insisted on seeing her in order to learn what had become of his love, that the young man set off straight for Metz in hot haste, and did not let the grass grow under his feet until he had made Amy his wife. All this had occurred the previous autumn, and Roger did not know of the step his brother had taken until it was irreversible. Then came the mother's death, which, besides the simplicity of its own overwhelming sorrow, brought with it the loss of the kind, tender mediatrix, who could always soften and turn his father's heart. It is doubtful, however, if even she could have succeeded in this, for the squire looked high and over high for the wife of his heir. He detested all foreigners, and moreover held all Roman Catholics in dread and abomination, something akin to our ancestors' hatred of witchcraft. All these prejudices were strengthened by his grief. Argument would always have glanced harmlessly away off his shield of utter unreason, but a loving impulse, in a happy moment, might have softened his heart to what he most detested in the former days. But the happy moments came not now, and the loving impulses were trodden down by the bitterness of his frequent remorse, not less than by his growing irritability. So Amy lived solitary in the little college near Winchester, in which Osborne had installed her when she first came to England as his wife, and in the dainty furnishings of which he had run himself so deeply into debt. For Osborne consulted his own fastidious taste in his purchases, rather than her simple childlike wishes and wants, and looked upon the little Frenchwoman rather as the future mistress of Hamley Hall than as the wife of a man who was wholly dependent on others at present. He had chosen a southern county as being far removed from those midland shires where the name of Hamley was well and widely known, for he did not wish his wife to assume, if only for a time, a name which was not justly and legally her own. In all these arrangements he had willingly striven to do his full duty by her, and she repaid him with passionate devotion and admiring reverence. If his vanity had met with a check, or his worthy desires for college honours had been disappointed, he knew where to go for a comforter, one who poured out praise till her words were choked in her throat by the rapidity of her thoughts, and who poured out the small vials of her indignation on every one who did not acknowledge and bow down to her husband's merits. If she ever wished to go to the chateau that was his home, and to be introduced to his family, Amy never hinted a word of it to him. Only she did yearn, and she did plead, for a little more of her husband's company, and the good reasons which had convinced her of the necessity of his being so much away when he was present to urge them, failed in their efficiency when she tried to reproduce them to herself in his absence. The afternoon of the day on which Lord Hollingford had called, Roger was going upstairs, 3 steps at a time, when, at a turn on the landing, he encountered his father. It was the first time he had seen him since their conversation about the Towers' invitation to dinner. The squire stopped his son by standing right in the middle of the passage. "Thou'rt going to meet the monsieur, my lad?" said he, half as affirmation, half as question. "No, sir. I sent off James almost immediately, with a note declining it. I don't care about it. That's to say, not to signify." "Why did you take me up so sharp, Roger?" said his father pettishly. "You all take me up so hastily nowadays. I think it's hard when a man mustn't be allowed a bit of crossness when he's tired and heavy at heart, that I do." "But, father, I should never like to go to a house where they had slighted you." "Nay, nay, lad," said the squire, brightening up a little. "I think I slighted them. They asked me to dinner after my lord was made lieutenant, time after time. But I never would go near 'em. I call that my slighting them." And no more was said at the time. But the next day the squire again stopped Roger. "I've been making Jem try on his livery coat, that he hasn't worn this 3 or 4 years. He's got too stout for it now." "Well, he needn't wear it, need he? And Morgan's lad would be glad enough of it. He's sadly in want of clothes." "Ay, ay, but who's to go with you when you call at the Towers? It's but polite to call after Lord What's-his-name has taken the trouble to come here, and I shouldn't like you to go without a groom." "My dear father, I shouldn't know what to do with a man riding at my back. I can find my way to the stable yard for myself, or there'll be some man about to take my horse. Don't trouble yourself about that." "Well, you're not Osborne, to be sure. Perhaps it won't strike him as strange for you. But you must look up and hold your own, and remember you're one of the Hamleys, who've been on the same land for hundreds of years, while they're but trumpy Whig folk. who only came into the country in Queen Anne's time. End of chapter 27. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 28. Rivalry. For some days after the ball, Cynthia seemed languid, and was very silent. Molly, who had promised herself fully as much enjoyment in talking over the past gaiety with Cynthia as in the evening itself, was disappointed when she found that all conversation on the subject was rather evaded than encouraged. Mrs. Gibson, it is true, was ready to go over the ground as many times as one liked, but her words were always like ready-made clothes, and never fitted individual thoughts. Anybody might have used them, and, with a change of proper names, they might have served to describe any ball. She repeatedly used the same language in speaking about it, till Molly knew the sentences and their sequence, even to irritation. "Ah, Mr. Osborne, you should have been there. I said to myself many a time how you really should have been there. You and your brother, of course. I thought of you very often during the evening." "Did you? Now that I call very kind of you. Cynthia, darling, do you hear what Mr. Osborne Hamley was saying?" as Cynthia came into the room just then. "He thought of us all on the evening of the ball." "He did better than merely remember us, then," said Cynthia, with her soft, slow smile. "We owe him thanks for those beautiful flowers, mamma." "Oh," said Osborne, "you must not thank me exclusively. I believe it was my thought, but Roger took all the trouble of it." "I consider the thought as everything," said Mrs. Gibson. "Thought is spiritual, while action is merely material." This fine sentence took the speaker herself by surprise, and in such conversation as was then going on, it is not necessary to accurately define the meaning of everything that is said. "I'm afraid the flowers were too late to be of much use, though," continued Osborne. "I met Preston the next morning, and of course we talked about the ball. I was sorry to find he had been beforehand with us." "He only sent one nosegay, and that was for Cynthia," said Molly, looking up from her work. "And it did not come till after we had received the flowers from Hamley." Molly caught sight of Cynthia's face before she bent down again to her sewing. It was scarlet in colour, and there was a flash of anger in her eyes. Both she and her mother hastened to speak as soon as Molly had finished, but Cynthia's voice was choked with passion, and Mrs. Gibson had the word. "Mr. Preston's bouquet was just one of those formal affairs anyone can buy at a nursery garden, which always strikes me as having no sentiment in them. I would far rather have 2 or 3 lilies of the valley, gathered from me by a person I like, than the most expensive bouquet that could be bought." "Mr. Preston had no business to speak as if he had forestalled you," said Cynthia. "It came just as we were ready to go, and I put it into the fire directly." "Cynthia, my dear love," said Mrs. Gibson, who had never heard of the fate of the flowers until now, "what an idea of yourself you will give to Mr. Osborne Hamley! But to be sure, I can quite understand it. You inherit my feeling, my prejudice, sentimental I grant, against bought flowers." Cynthia was silent for a moment. Then she said, "I used some of your flowers, Mr. Hamley, to dress Molly's hair. It was a great temptation, for the colour so exactly matched her coral ornaments, but I believe she thought it treacherous to disturb the arrangement, so I ought to take all the blame on myself. The arrangement was my brother's, as I told you, but I'm sure he would have preferred seeing them in Miss Gibson's hair rather than in the blazing fire. Mr. Preston comes far the worst off." Osborne was rather amused at the whole affair, and would have liked to probe Cynthia's motives a little farther. He did not hear Molly saying, in a softer voice as if she was talking to herself, "I wore mine just as they were sent," for Mrs. Gibson came in with a total change of subject. "Speaking of lilies of the valley, Is it true that they grow wild in Hurstwood? It is not the season for them to be in flower yet, but when it is, I think we must take a walk there, with our luncheon in a basket, a little picnic, in fact. You'll join us, won't you?" Turning to Osborne. "I think it's a charming plan. You could ride to Hollingford, and put your horse here, and we would have a long day in the woods, and all come home to dinner with a basket of lilies in the middle of the table." "I should like it very much," said Osborne, "but I may not be at home. Roger is more likely to be here, I believe, at that time, a month hence." He was thinking of the visit to London to sell his poems, and the run down to Winchester, which he anticipated afterwards. The end of May had been the period fixed for this pleasure for some time, not merely in his own mind, but in writing to his wife. "Oh, but you must be with us. We must wait for Mr. Osborne Hamley, must not we, Cynthia?" "I'm afraid the lilies won't wait," replied Cynthia. "Well, then, we must put it off till dog rose and honeysuckle time. You will be at home then, won't you? Or does the London season present too many attractions?" "I don't exactly know when dog roses are in flower." "Not know? And you a poet? Don't you remember the lines? 'It was the time of roses, we plucked them as we passed.'" "Yes, but that doesn't specify the time of year that is the time of roses. And I believe my movements are guided more by the lunar calendar than the floral. You had better take my brother for your companion. He is practical in his love of flowers. I am only theoretical." "Does that fine word, theoretical, imply that you are ignorant?" asked Cynthia. "Of course, we shall be happy to see your brother, but why can't we have you too? I confess to a little timidity in the presence of one so deep and learned as your brother is, from all accounts. Give me a little charming ignorance, if we must call it by that hard word." Osborne bowed. It was very pleasant to him to be petted and flattered, even though he knew all the time that it was only flattery. It was an agreeable contrast to the home that was so dismal to him. To come to this house with the society of two agreeable girls, and the soothing syrup of their mother's speeches, awaited him whenever he liked to come. To say nothing of the difference that struck upon his senses, poetical though he might esteem himself, of a sitting-room full of flowers and tokens of women's presence, where all the chairs were easy, and all the tables well covered with pretty things, to the great drawing-room at home, where the draperies were threadbare, and the seats uncomfortable, and no sign of feminine presence ever now lent a grace to the stiff arrangement of the furniture. Then the meals, light and well cooked, suited to his taste and delicate appetite so much better than the rich and heavy viands prepared by the servants at the hall. Osborne was becoming a little afraid of falling into the habit of paying too frequent visits to the Gibsons, and that, not because he feared the consequences of his intercourse with the two young ladies, for he never thought of them excepting as friends. The fact of his marriage was constantly present to his mind, and Amy too securely enthroned in his heart for him to remember that he might be looked upon by others in the light of a possible husband. But the reflection forced itself upon him occasionally, whether he was not trespassing too often on hospitality which he had at present no means of returning. But Mrs. Gibson, in her ignorance of the true state of affairs, was secretly exalted in the attraction which made him come so often and lounge away the hours in their house and garden. She had no doubt that it was Cynthia who drew him to the house, and if the latter had been a little more amenable to reason, her mother would have made more frequent allusions than she did to the crisis which she thought was approaching. But she was restrained by the intuitive conviction that if her daughter became conscious of what was impending, and was made aware of Mrs. Gibson's cautious and quiet efforts to forward the catastrophe, the wilful girl would oppose herself to it with all her skill and power. As it was, Mrs. Gibson trusted that Cynthia's affections would become engaged before she knew where she was, and that, in that case, she would not attempt to frustrate her mother's delicate scheming, even though she did perceive it. But Cynthia had come across too many varieties of flirtation, admiration, and even passionate love, to be for a moment at fault as to the quiet, friendly nature of Osborne's attentions. She received him always as a sister might a brother. It was different when Roger returned from his election as Fellow of Trinity. The trembling diffidence, the hardly suppressed ardour of his manner, made Cynthia understand before long with what kind of love she had now to deal. She did not put it into so many words, no, not even in her secret heart, but she recognised the difference between Roger's relation to her and Osborne's, long before Mrs. Gibson found it out. Molly was, however, the first to discover the nature of Roger's attraction. The first time they saw him after the ball, it came out to her observant eyes. Cynthia had not been looking well since that evening. She went slowly about the house, pale and heavy-eyed, and fond as she usually was of exercise and the free, fresh air, there was hardly any persuading her now to go out for a walk. Molly watched this fading with tender anxiety, but to all her questions as to whether she had felt over-fatigued with her dancing, whether anything had occurred to annoy her, and all such inquiries, she replied in languid negatives. Once Molly touched on Mr. Preston's name, and found that this was the subject on which Cynthia was raw. Now Cynthia's face lighted up with spirit, and her whole body showed her ill-repressed agitation. But she only said a few sharp words, expressive of anything but kindly feeling towards the gentleman, and then bade Molly never name his name to her again. Still, the latter could not imagine that he was more than intensely distasteful to her friend, as well as to herself. He could not be the cause of Cynthia's present indisposition. But this indisposition lasted so many days without change or modification that even Mrs. Gibson noticed it, and Molly became positively uneasy. Mrs. Gibson considered Cynthia's quietness and languor as the natural consequence of dancing with everybody who asked her at the ball. Partners whose names were in the Red Book would not have produced half the amount of fatigue, according to Mrs. Gibson's judgment apparently, and if Cynthia had been quite well, very probably she would have hit the blot in her mother's speech with one of her touches of sarcasm. Then, again, when Cynthia did not rally, Mrs. Gibson grew impatient, and accused her of being fanciful and lazy. At length, and partly at Molly's insistence, there came an appeal to Mr. Gibson, and a professional examination of the supposed invalid, which Cynthia hated more than anything, especially when the verdict was that there was nothing very much the matter, only a general lowness of tone, and depression of health and spirits, which would soon be remedied by tonics, and meanwhile she was not to be urged to excitation. "If there is one thing I dislike," said Cynthia to Mr. Gibson, after he had pronounced tonics to be the cure for her present state, "it is the way doctors have of giving tablespoons of nauseous mixtures as a certain remedy for sorrows and cares." She laughed up in his face as she spoke. She always had a pretty word and smile for him, even in the midst of her loss of spirits. "Come, you acknowledge you have sorrows by that speech? We'll make a bargain. If you tell me your sorrows and cares, I'll try and find some other remedy for them than giving you what you are pleased to term my nauseous mixtures." "No," said Cynthia, colouring. "I never said I had sorrows and cares. I spoke generally. What should I have a sorrow about? You and Molly are only too kind to me," her eyes filling with tears. "Well, well, we'll not talk of such gloomy things, and you shall have some sweet emulsion to disguise the taste of the bitters I shall be obliged to fall back upon." "Please, don't. If you but knew how I dislike emulsions and disguises. I do want bitters, and if I'm obliged to, if I'm not truthful myself, I do like truth in others, at least sometimes." She ended her sentence with another smile, but it was rather faint and watery. Now the first person out of the house to notice Cynthia's change of look and manner was Roger Hamley, and yet he did not see her until, under the influence of the nauseous mixture, she was beginning to recover. But his eyes were scarcely off her during the first 5 minutes he was in the room. All the time he was trying to talk to Mrs. Gibson, in reply to her civil platitudes, he was studying Cynthia, and at the first convenient pause he came and stood before Molly, so as to interpose his person between her and the rest of the room, for some visitors had come in subsequent to his entrance. "Molly, how ill your sister is looking! What is it? Has she had advice? You must forgive me, but so often those who live together in the same house don't observe the first approaches of illness." Now Molly's love for Cynthia was fast and unwavering, but if anything tried it, it was the habit Roger had fallen into of always calling Cynthia Molly's sister in speaking to the latter. From anyone else it would have been a matter of indifference to her, and hardly to be noticed. It vexed both ear and heart when Roger used the expression, and there was a curtness of manner as well as of words in her reply. "Oh, she was overtired by the ball. Papa has seen her, and says she will be all right very soon." "I wonder if she wants change of air," said Roger, meditatively. I do wish we could have her at the Hall. You and your mother too, of course. But I don't see how it would be possible, or else how charming it would be." Molly felt as if a visit to the Hall under such circumstances would be altogether so different an affair to all her former ones, that she could hardly tell if she should like it or not. Roger went on. "You got our flowers in time, did you not? Ah, you don't know how often I thought of you that evening. And you enjoyed it too, didn't you? You had plenty of agreeable partners, and all that makes a first ball delightful. I heard that your sister danced every dance." "It was very pleasant," said Molly, quietly. "But, after all, I'm not sure if I want to go to another just yet. There seems to be so much trouble connected with a ball." "Ah, you are thinking of your sister and her not being well?" "No, I was not," said Molly, rather bluntly. "I was thinking of the dress, and the dressing, and the weariness the next day." He might think her unfeeling if he liked. She felt as if she had only too much feeling just then, for it was bringing on her a strange contraction of heart. But he was too inherently good himself to put any harsh construction on her speech. Just before he went away, while he was ostensibly holding her hand and wishing her good-bye, he said to her in a voice too low to be generally heard, "Is there anything I could do for your sister? We have plenty of books, as you know, if she cares for reading." Then, receiving no affirmative look or word from Molly, in reply to this suggestion, he went on, "Or flowers? She likes flowers. Oh, and our forced strawberries are just ready. I will bring some over to-morrow." "I'm sure she will like them," said Molly. For some reason or other, unknown to the Gibsons, a longer interval than usual occurred between Osborne's visits, while Roger came almost every day, always with some fresh offering by which he openly sought to relieve Cynthia's indisposition as far as it lay in his power. Her manner to him was so gentle and gracious that Mrs. Gibson became alarmed, lest, in spite of his uncouthness, as she was pleased to term it, he might come to be preferred to Osborne, who was so strangely neglecting his own interest, in Mrs. Gibson's opinion. In her quiet way she contrived to pass many slights upon Roger, but the darts rebounded from his generous nature that could not have imagined her motives, and fastened themselves on Molly. She had often been called naughty and passionate when she was a child, and she thought now that she began to understand that she really had a violent temper. What seemed neither to hurt Roger nor annoy Cynthia made Molly's blood boil, and now she had once discovered Mrs. Gibson's wish to make Roger's visits shorter and less frequent, she was always on the watch for indications of this desire. She read her stepmother's heart when the latter made allusions to the Squire's loneliness, now that Osborne was absent from the Hall, and that Roger was so often away amongst his friends during the day.
"Mr. Gibson and I should be so delighted if you could stop to dinner.
But, of course, we cannot be so selfish as to ask you to stay, when we remember how your father would be left alone. We were saying yesterday, we wondered how he bore his solitude, poor old gentleman." Or, as soon as Roger came with his bunch of early roses, it was desirable for Cynthia to go and rest in her own room, while Molly had to accompany Mrs. Gibson on some improvised errand or call. Still Roger, whose object was to give pleasure to Cynthia, and who had, from his boyhood, been always certain of Mr. Gibson's friendly regard, was slow to perceive that he was not wanted. If he did not see Cynthia, that was his loss. At any rate, he heard how she was, and left her some little thing which he believed she would like, and was willing to risk the chance of his own gratification by calling 4 or 5 times in the hope of seeing her once. At last there came a day when Mrs. Gibson went beyond her usual negative snubbiness, and when, in some unwonted fit of crossness, for she was a very placid-tempered person in general, she was guilty of positive rudeness. Cynthia was very much better. Tonics administered to her mind diseased, though she hated to acknowledge it. Her pretty bloom and much of her light-heartedness had come back, and there was no cause remaining for anxiety. Mrs. Gibson was sitting at her embroidery in the drawing-room, and the 2 girls were at the window, Cynthia laughing at Molly's earnest endeavours to imitate the French accent in which the former had been reading a page of Voltaire. For the duty, or the farce, of settling to improving reading in the mornings was still kept up, although Lord Hollingford, the unconscious suggester of the idea, had gone back to town without making any of the efforts to see Molly again that Mrs. Gibson had anticipated on the night of the ball. That Almshire vision had fallen to the ground. It was as yet early morning, a delicious, fresh, lovely June day, the air redolent with the scents of flower growth and bloom, and half the time the girls had been ostensibly employed in the French reading, they had been leaning out of the open window, trying to reach a cluster of climbing roses. They had secured them at last, and the bunch lay on Cynthia's lap. But many of the petals had fallen off, so, though the perfume lingered about the window-seat, the full beauty of the flowers had passed away. Mrs. Gibson had once or twice reproved them for the merry noise they had been making, which hindered her in the business of counting the stitches in her pattern, and she had set herself a certain quantity to do that morning before going out, and was of that nature which attaches infinite importance to fulfilling small resolutions, made about indifferent trifles without any reason whatsoever. Mr. Roger Hamley was announced. "So tiresome," said Mrs. Gibson, almost in his hearing, as she pushed away her embroidery frame. She put out her cold, motionless hand to him, with a half-murmured word of welcome, still eyeing her lost embroidery. He took no apparent notice, and passed on to the window. "How delicious," said he. "No need for any more Hamley roses, now yours are out." "I agree with you," said Mrs. Gibson, replying to him before either Cynthia or Molly could speak, though he addressed his words to them. "You have been very kind in bringing us flowers for so long, but now our own are out, we need not trouble you any more." He looked at her with a little surprise clouding his honest face. It was perhaps more at the tone than the words. Mrs. Gibson, however, had been bold enough to strike the first blow, and she determined to go on as opportunity offered. Molly would perhaps be more pained if she had not seen Cynthia's colour rise. She waited for her to speak, if need were, for she knew that Roger's defence, if defence were needed, might be safely entrusted to Cynthia's ready wit. He put out his hand for the shattered cluster of roses that lay in Cynthia's lap. "At any rate," said he, "my trouble, if Mrs. Gibson considers it has been a trouble to me, will be overpaid if I may have this." "Old lamps for new," said Cynthia, smiling as she gave it to him. "I wish one could always buy nosegays, such as you have bought us, as cheaply." "You forget the waste of time that, I think, we must reckon as part of the payment," said her mother. "Really, Mr. Hamley, we must learn to shut our doors on you if you come so often, and at such early hours. I settle myself to my own employment regularly after breakfast, till lunch-time, and it is my wish to keep Cynthia and Molly to a course of improving reading and study, so desirable for young people of their age, if they are ever to become intelligent, companionable women. But with early visitors it is quite impossible to observe any regularity of habits." All of this was said in that sweet, false tone, which of late had gone through Molly like the scraping of a slate pencil on slate. Roger's face changed. His ruddy colour grew paler for a moment, and he looked grave and not pleased. In another moment the wonted frankness of expression returned. Why should not he asked himself, believe her? It was early to call. It did interrupt regular occupation. So he spoke and said, "I believe I have been very thoughtless. I'll not come so early again, but I had some excuse today. My brother told me he had made a plan for going to see Hurst Wood when the roses were out, and they are earlier than usual this year. I've been round to see. He spoke of a long day there, going before lunch. The plan was made with Mr. Osborne Hamley. I could not think of going without him," said Mrs. Gibson coldly. "I had a letter from him this morning, in which he named your wish, and he says he fears he cannot be at home till they are out of flower. I dare say they are not much to see in reality, but the day is so lovely, I thought that the plan of going to Hurst Wood would be a charming excuse for being out of doors." "Thank you. How kind you are, and so good too, in sacrificing your natural desire to be with your father as much as possible." "I am glad to say my father is so much better than he was in the winter, that he spends much of his time out of doors, in his fields. He has been accustomed to go about alone, and we think that as a great return to his former habits as he can be induced to make, is the best for him." "And when do you return to Cambridge?" There was some hesitation in Roger's manner as he replied, "It is uncertain. You probably know that I am a Fellow of Trinity now. I hardly yet know what my future plans may be. I am thinking of going up to London soon." "Ah, London is the true place for a young man," said Mrs. Gibson, with decision, as if she had reflected a good deal on the question. "If it were not that we are really so busy this morning, I should have been tempted to make an exception to our general rule. One more exception, for your early visits have made us make too many already. Perhaps, however, we may see you again before you go." "Certainly I shall come," replied he, rising to take his leave, and still holding the demolished roses in his hand. Then, addressing himself more especially to Cynthia, he added, "My stay in London will not exceed a fortnight or so. Is there anything I can do for you, or you?" turning a little to Molly. "No, thank you very much," said Cynthia, very sweetly, and then, acting on a sudden impulse, she leant out of the window and gathered him some half-opened roses. "You deserve these. Do throw that poor shabby bunch away." His eyes brightened, his cheeks glowed. He took the offered buds, but did not throw away the other bunch. "At any rate, I may come after lunch is over, and the afternoons and the evenings will be the most delicious time of day a month hence." He said this to both Molly and Cynthia, but in his heart he addressed it to the latter. Mrs. Gibson affected not to hear what he was saying, but held out her limp hand once more to him. "I suppose we shall see you when you return, and pray tell your brother how we are longing to have a visit from him again." When he had left the room, Molly's heart was quite full. She had watched his face, and read something of his feelings. His disappointment at their non-acquiescence in his plan of a day's pleasure at Hurst Wood, the delayed conviction that his presence was not welcome to the wife of his old friend, which had come so slowly upon him. Perhaps, after all, these things touched Molly more keenly than they did him. His bright look when Cynthia gave him the rosebuds indicated a gush of sudden delight more vivid than the pain he had shown by his previous increase of gravity. "I can't think why you will come at such untimely hours," said Mrs. Gibson, as soon as she heard him fairly out of the house. "It's different from Osborne. We are so much more intimate with him. He came and made friends with us all the time this stupid brother of his was muddling his brains with mathematics at Cambridge. Fellow of Trinity, indeed! I wish he would learn to stay there, and not come intruding here, and assuming that because I asked Osborne to join in a picnic, it was all the same to me which brother came. In short, mamma, one man may steal a horse, but another must not look over the hedge," said Cynthia, pouting a little. "And the two brothers have always been treated so exactly alike by their friends, and there has always been a strong friendship between them, that it is no wonder Roger thinks he may be welcome where Osborne is allowed to come at all hours," continued Molly in high dudgeon. "Roger's muddled brains, indeed. Roger stupid." "Oh, very well, my dears. When I was young, it wouldn't have been thought becoming for girls of your age to fly out because a little restraint was exercised as to the hours at which they should receive the young men's calls, and they would have supposed that there might be good reasons why their parents disapproved of the visits of certain gentlemen, even while they were proud and pleased to see some members of the same family." "But that was what I said, mamma," said Cynthia, looking at her mother with an expression of innocent bewilderment on her face. "One man may—" "Be quiet, child. All proverbs are vulgar, and I do believe that is the vulgarest of all. You are really catching Roger Hamley's coarseness, Cynthia." "Mamma," said Cynthia, roused to anger, "I don't mind your abusing me, but Mr. Roger Hamley has been very kind to me while I have not been well. I can't bear to hear him disparaged. If he's coarse, I've no objection to be coarse as well, for it seems to me it must mean kindness and pleasantness, and the bringing of pretty flowers and presents." Molly's tears were brimming over at these words. She could have kissed Cynthia for her warm partisanship, but, afraid of betraying emotion, and making a scene, as Mrs. Gibson called any signs of warm feeling, she laid down her book hastily, and ran upstairs to her room and locked the door in order to breathe freely. There were traces of tears upon her face when she returned into the drawing-room half an hour afterwards, walking straight and demurely up to her former place, where Cynthia still sat and gazed idly out of the window, pouting and displeased. Mrs. Gibson, meanwhile, counting her stitches aloud, with great distinctness and vigour. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Wives and Daughters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 29, Bushfighting. During all the months that had elapsed since Mrs. Hamley's death, Molly had wondered many a time about the secret she had so unwittingly become possessed of that last day in the hall library. It seemed so utterly strange and unheard of a thing to her inexperienced mind that a man should be married and yet not live with his wife, that a son should have entered into the holy state of matrimony without his father's knowledge, and without being recognized as the husband of someone known or unknown by all those with whom he came in daily contact, that she felt occasionally as if that little 10 minutes of revelation must have been a vision in a dream. Both Roger and Osborne had kept the most entire silence on the subject ever since. Not even a look or a pause betrayed any allusion to it. It even seemed to have passed out of their thoughts. There had been the great sad event of their mother's death to fill their minds on the next occasion of their meeting Molly, and since then long pauses of intercourse had taken place, so that she sometimes felt as if each of the brothers must have forgotten how she had come to know their important secret. She often found herself entirely forgetting it, but perhaps the consciousness of it was present to her unawares, and enabled her to comprehend the real nature of Osborne's feelings towards Cynthia. At any rate, she never for a moment had supposed that his gentle, kind manner toward Cynthia was anything but the courtesy of a friend. Strange to say, in these latter days Molly had looked upon Osborne's relation to herself as pretty much the same as that in which at one time she had considered Roger's, and she thought of the former as of someone as nearly a brother both to Cynthia and herself as any young man could well be whom they had not known in childhood, and who was in no wise related to them. She thought that he was very much improved in manner, and probably in character, by his mother's death. He was no longer sarcastic, or fastidious, or vain, or self-confident. She did not know how often all these styles of talk or of behavior were put on to conceal shyness or consciousness, and to veil the real self from strangers. Osborne's conversation and ways might very possibly have been just the same as before, had he been thrown amongst new people, but Molly only saw him in their own circle, in which he was on terms of decided intimacy. Still, there was no doubt that he was really improved, though perhaps not to the extent for which Molly gave him credit. And this exaggeration on her part arose very naturally from the fact that he, perceiving Roger's warm admiration for Cynthia, withdrew a little out of his brother's way, and used to go and talk to Molly in order not to intrude himself between Roger and Cynthia. Of the two, perhaps, Osborne preferred Molly. To her he needed not to talk if the mood was not on him. They were on those happy terms where silence is permissible, and where efforts to act against the prevailing mood of the mind are not required. Sometimes, indeed, when Osborne was in the humour to be critical and fastidious as of yore, he used to vex Roger by insisting upon it that Molly was prettier than Cynthia. "You mark my words, Roger, 5 years hence the beautiful Cynthia's red and white will have become just a little coarse, and her figure will have thickened, while Molly's will only have developed into more perfect grace. I don't believe the girl has done growing yet. I am sure she is taller than when I first saw her last summer." Miss Kirkpatrick's eyes must always be perfection. I cannot fancy any could come up to them. Soft, grave, appealing, tender, and such a heavenly colour. I often try to find something in nature to compare them to. They are not like violets. That blue in the eyes is too like physical weakness of sight. They are not like the sky. That colour has something of cruelty in it. Come, don't go on trying to match her eyes as if you were a draper, and they a bit of ribbon. Say at once her eyes are lodestars, and have done with it. I set up Molly's grey eyes and curling black lashes, long odds above the other young woman's. But of course it's all a matter of taste. And now both Osborne and Roger had left the neighbourhood, in spite of all that Mrs. Gibson had said about Roger's visits being ill-timed and intrusive. She began to feel as if they had been a very pleasant variety, now they had ceased altogether. He brought in a whiff of a new atmosphere from that of Hollingford. He and his brother had always been ready to do numberless little things which only a man can do for women, small services which Mr. Gibson was always too busy to render. For the good doctor's business grew upon him. He thought that this increase was owing to his greater skill and experience, and he would probably have been mortified if he could have known how many of his patients were solely biassed in sending for him by the fact that he was employed at the Towers. Something of this sort must have been contemplated in the low scale of payment adopted long ago by the Cumnor family. Of itself, the money he received for going to the Towers would hardly have paid him for horseflesh. But then, as Lady Cumnor in her younger days had worded it, it is such a thing for a man just setting up in practice for himself to be able to say he attends at this house. So the prestige was tacitly sold and paid for, but neither buyer nor seller defined the nature of the bargain. On the whole, it was as well that Mr. Gibson spent so much of his time from home. He sometimes thought so himself when he heard his wife's plaintive fret or pretty babble over totally indifferent things, and perceived of how flimsy a nature were all her fine sentiments. Still, he did not allow himself to repine over the step he had taken. He wilfully shut his eyes and waxed up his ears to many small things that he knew would have irritated him if he had attended to them. And in his solitary rides he forced himself to dwell on the positive advantages that he had accrued to him and his through his marriage. He had obtained an unexceptional chaperone, if not a tender mother, for his little girl, a skilful manager of his formerly disorderly household, a woman who was graceful and pleasant to look at for the head of his table. Moreover, Cynthia reckoned for something in the favorable side of the balance. She was a capital companion for Molly, and the two were evidently very fond of each other. The feminine companionship of the mother and daughter was agreeable to him as well as to his child. When Mrs. Gibson was moderately sensible and not over-sentimental, he mentally added, and then he checked himself, for he would not allow himself to become more aware of her faults and foibles by defining them. At any rate, she was harmless and wonderfully just to Molly for a stepmother. She piqued herself upon this indeed, and would often call attention to the fact of her being unlike other women in this respect. Just then sudden tears came into Mr. Gibson's eyes as he remembered how quiet and undemonstrative his little Molly had become in her general behaviour to him, but how once or twice, when they had met upon the stairs, or were otherwise unwitnessed, she had caught him and kissed him, hand or cheek, in a sad passionateness of affection. But in a moment he began to whistle an old Scotch air he had heard in his childhood, and which had never recurred to his memory since, and 5 minutes afterwards he was too busily treating a case of white swelling in the knee of a little boy, and thinking how to relieve the poor mother, who went out charing all day, and had to listen to the moans of her child all night, to have any thought of his own cares, which, if they really existed, were of so trifling a nature compared to the hard reality of this hopeless woe. Osborne came home first. He returned, in fact, not long after Roger had gone away, but he was languid and unwell, and though he did not complain, he felt unequal to any exertion. Thus a week or more elapsed before any of the Gibsons knew that he was at the Hall, and then it was only by chance that they had become aware of it. Mr. Gibson met him in one of the lanes near Hamley. The acute surgeon noticed the gait of the man as he came near, before he recognized who it was. When he overtook him, he said, "Why, Osborne, is it you? I thought it was an old man of 50 loitering before me. I didn't know you had come back." "Yes," said Osborne. "I've been at home nearly 10 days. I dare say I ought to have called on your people, for I made a half promise to Mrs. Gibson to let her know as soon as I returned. But the fact is, I'm feeling very good for nothing. This air oppresses me. I can hardly breathe in the house, and yet I'm already tired with this short walk." "You'd better get home at once, and I'll call and see you as I come back from Rose." "No, you mustn't on any account," said Osborne hastily. "My father is annoyed enough about my going from home so often, he says, though it was 6 weeks. He puts down all my languor to my having been away. He keeps the purse strings, you know," he added, with a faint smile. "And I'm in the unlucky position of a penniless heir, and I've been brought up so. In fact, I must leave home from time to time, and if my father gets confirmed in this notion of his that my health is worse for my absences, he will stop the supplies altogether." "May I ask where you do spend your time when you are not at Hamley Hall?" asked Mr. Gibson, with some hesitation in his manner. "No," replied Osborne, reluctantly. "I will tell you this. I stay with friends in the country. I lead a life which ought to be conducive to health, because it is thoroughly simple, rational, and happy. And now I've told you more about it than my father himself knows. He never asked me where I have been, and I shouldn't tell him if he did. At least, I think not." Mr. Gibson rode on by Osborne's side, not speaking for a moment or two. "Osborne, whatever scrapes you may have got into, I should advise you telling your father boldly out. I know him, and I know he'll be angry enough at first, but he'll come round. Take my word for it. And somehow or another he'll find money to pay your debts and set you free, if it's that kind of difficulty. And if it's any other kind of entanglement, why still he's your best friend. It's this estrangement from your father that's telling on your health, I'll be bound." "No," said Osborne, "I beg your pardon, but it's not that. I am really out of order. I dare say my unwillingness to encounter any displeasure from my father is the consequence of my indisposition. But I'll answer for it, it is not the cause of it. My instinct tells me there is something real the matter with me." "Come, don't be setting up your instinct against the profession," said Mr. Gibson cheerily. He dismounted, and throwing the reins on his horse round his arm, he looked at Osborne's tongue and felt his pulse, asking him various questions. At the end he said, "We'll soon bring you about, though I should like a little more quiet talk with you, without this tugging brute for a third. If you'll manage to ride over and lunch with us tomorrow, Dr. Nicholls will be with us. He's coming over to see old Roe, and you shall have the benefit of the advice of 2 doctors instead of 1. Go home now, you've had enough exercise for the middle of the day, as hot as this is. And don't mope in the house, listening to the maunderings of your stupid instinct." "What else have I to do?" said Osborne. "My father and I are not companions. One can't read and write forever, especially when there is no end to be gained by it. I don't mind telling you, but in confidence, recollect that I've been trying to get some of my poems published, but there's no one like a publisher for taking the conceit out of one. Not a man among them would take them as a gift." "Oh ho, so that's it, is it, Master Osborne? I thought there was some mental cause for this depression of health. I wouldn't trouble my head about it if I were you, though that's always very easily said, I know. Try your hand at prose, if you can't manage to please the publishers with poetry. But at any rate, don't go on fretting over spilt milk. But I mustn't lose my time here. Come over to us tomorrow, as I said, and what with the wisdom of 2 doctors and the wit and folly of 3 women, I think we shall cheer you up a bit." So saying, Mr. Gibson remounted and rode away at the long, slinging trot so well known to the country people as the doctor's pace. "I don't like his looks," thought Mr. Gibson to himself at night, as over his day-books he reviewed the events of the day. And then his pulse. But how often we're all mistaken, and 10 to 1 my own hidden enemy lies closer to me than his does to him, even taking the worst view of the case. Osborne made his appearance a considerable time before luncheon the next morning, and no one objected to the earliness of his call. He was feeling better. There were few signs of the invalid about him, and what few there were disappeared under the bright, pleasant influence of such a welcome as he received from all. Molly and Cynthia had much to tell him of the small proceedings since he went away, or to relate the conclusions of half-accomplished projects. Cynthia was often on the point of some gay, careless inquiry as to where he had been, and what he had been doing. But Molly, who conjectured the truth, as often interfered to spare him the pain of equivocation, a pain that her tender conscience would have felt for him, much more than he would have felt it for himself. Mrs. Gibson's talk was desultory, complimentary, and sentimental, after her usual fashion. But still, on the whole, though Osborne smiled to himself at much that she said, it was soothing and agreeable. Presently Dr. Nicholls and Mr. Gibson came in. The former had had some conference with the latter on the subject of Osborne's health, and from time to time the skilful old physician's sharp and observant eyes gave a comprehensive look at Osborne. Then there was lunch, when everyone was merry and hungry, excepting the hostess, who was trying to train her midday appetite into the genteelest of all ways, and thought, falsely enough, that Dr. Nicholls was a good person to practice the semblance of ill health upon, and that he would give her the proper civil amount of commiseration for her ailments, which every guest ought to bestow upon a hostess who complains of her delicacy of health. The old doctor was too cunning a man to fall into this trap. He would keep recommending her to try the coarsest viands on the table, and at last he told her if she could not fancy the cold beef, to try a little with pickled onions. There was a twinkle in his eye as he said this, that would have betrayed his humour to any observer, but Mr. Gibson, Cynthia, and Molly were all attacking Osborne on the subject of some literary preference he had expressed, and Dr. Nicholls had Mrs. Gibson quite at his mercy. She was not sorry when luncheon was over to leave the room to the three gentlemen, and ever afterwards she spoke of Dr. Nicholls as that bear. Presently Osborne came upstairs, and after his old fashion began to take up new books, and to question the girls as to their music. Mrs. Gibson had to go out and pay some calls, so she left the three together, and after a while they adjourned into the garden, Osborne lounging on a chair, while Molly employed herself busily in tying up carnations, and Cynthia gathered flowers in her careless, graceful way. "I hope you notice the difference in our occupations, Mr. Hamley. Molly, you see, devotes herself to the useful, and I to the ornamental. Please, under what head do you class what you are doing? I think you might help one of us, instead of looking on like the grand seigneur." "I don't know what I can do," said he, rather plaintively. "I should like to be useful, but I don't know how, and my day is past for purely ornamental work. You must let me be, I am afraid. Besides, I am really rather exhausted by being questioned and pulled about by those good doctors." "Why, you don't mean to say they have been attacking you since lunch!" exclaimed Molly. "Yes, indeed, they have, and they might have gone on till now if Mrs. Gibson had not come in opportunely." "I thought mamma had gone out some time ago," said Cynthia, catching wafts of the conversation as she flitted hither and thither among the flowers. "She came into the dining-room not 5 minutes ago. Do you want her? For I see her crossing the hall at this very moment," and Osborne half rose. "Oh, not at all," said Cynthia. "Only she seemed to be in such a hurry to go out. I fancied she had set off long ago. She had some errand to do for Lady Cumnor, and she thought she could manage to catch the housekeeper, who is always in the town on Thursday." "Are the family coming to the Towers this autumn?" "I believe so, but I don't know, and I don't much care. They don't take kindly to me," continued Cynthia, "and so I suppose I am not generous enough to take kindly to them." "I should have thought that such a very unusual blot in their discrimination would have interested you in them as extraordinary people," said Osborne, with a little air of conscious gallantry. "Isn't that a compliment?" said Cynthia, after a pause of mock meditation. "If anyone pays me a compliment, please let it be short and clear. I'm very stupid at finding out hidden meanings." "Then such speeches as 'You are very pretty,' or 'You have charming manners,' are what you prefer? Now I pique myself on wrapping up my sugar plums delicately." "Then would you please to write them down, and at my leisure I'll parse them." "No, it would be too much trouble. I'll meet you halfway and study clearness next time." "What are you two talking about?" said Molly, resting on her light spade. "It's only a discussion on the best way of administering compliments," said Cynthia, taking up her flower basket again, but not going out of the reach of the conversation. "I don't like them at all in any way," said Molly, "but perhaps it's rather sour grapes with me," she added. "Nonsense," said Osborne. "Shall I tell you what I heard of you at the ball?" "Or shall I provoke Mr. Preston," said Cynthia, "to begin upon you? It is like turning a tap, such a stream of pretty speeches flow out at the moment. Her lip curled with scorn. For you, perhaps, said Molly, but not for me. For any woman. It is his notion of making himself agreeable. If you dare me, Molly, I will try the experiment, and you'll see with what success. No, don't, pray, said Molly in a hurry. I do so dislike him. Why? Said Osborne, roused to a little curiosity by her vehemence. Oh, I don't know. He never seems to know what one is feeling. He wouldn't care if he did know, said Cynthia, and he might know if he is not wanted. If he chooses to stay, he cares little whether he is wanted or not. Come, this is very interesting, said Osborne. It is like the strophe and antistrophe in a Greek chorus. Pray, go on. Don't you know him? Asked Molly. Yes, by sight. And I think we were introduced once. But you know we are much farther from Ashcombe at Hamley than you are here at Hollingford. Oh, but he is coming to take Mr. Sheepshanks' place, and then he will live here altogether, said Molly. Molly, who told you that? Said Cynthia, in quite a different tone of voice to that in which she had been speaking hitherto. Papa, didn't you hear him? Oh, no, it was before you were down this morning. Papa met Mr. Sheepshanks yesterday, and he told him it was all settled. You know we heard a rumor about it in the spring. Cynthia was very silent after this. Presently she said that she had gathered all the flowers she had wanted, and that the heat was so great she would go indoors. And then Osborne went away. But Molly had set herself a task to dig up some roots as had already flowered, and to put down some bedding plants in their stead. Tired and heated as she was, she finished it, and then went upstairs to rest, and change her dress. According to her wont, she sought for Cynthia. There was no reply to her soft knock at the bedroom door opposite to her own, and thinking that Cynthia might have fallen asleep, and be lying uncovered in the draught of the open window, she went in softly. Cynthia was lying upon the bed as if she had thrown herself down on it without caring for the ease or comfort of her position. She was very still, and Molly took a shawl and was going to place it over her when she opened her eyes and spoke. Is that you, dear? Don't go. I like to know that you are there. So she shut her eyes again and remained quite quiet for a few minutes longer. Then she started up into a sitting posture, pushed her hair away from her forehead and burning eyes, and gazed intently at Molly. Do you know what I've been thinking, dear? Said she. I think I've been long enough here, and that I had better go out as a governess. Cynthia, what do you mean? Asked Molly, aghast. You've been asleep. You've been dreaming. You're overtired, she continued, sitting down on the bed and taking Cynthia's passive hand and stroking it softly, a mode of caressing that had come down to her from her mother, whether as an hereditary instinct or as a lingering remembrance of the tender ways of the dead woman. Mr. Gibson often wondered within himself when he observed it. Oh, how good you are, Molly! I wonder if I had been brought up like you, if I should have been as good. But I've been tossed about so. Then don't go and be tossed about any more, said Molly softly. Oh, dear, I had better go. But you see, no one ever loved me like you, and I think your father, doesn't he, Molly? And it's hard to be driven out. Cynthia, I am sure you're not well, or else you're not half awake. Cynthia sat with her arms encircling her knees and looking at vacancy. Well, said she at last, heaving a great sigh, but then smiling as she caught Molly's anxious face. I suppose there's no escaping one's doom, and anywhere else I should be much more forlorn and unprotected. What do you mean by your doom? Ah, that's telling, little one, said Cynthia, who seemed now to have recovered her usual manner. I don't mean to have one, though. I think that, though I am an arrant coward at heart, I can show fight. With whom? Asked Molly, really anxious to probe the mystery, if indeed there was one, to the bottom. in the hope of some remedy being found for the distress Cynthia was in when first Molly had entered. Again Cynthia was lost in thought. Then, catching the echo of Molly's last words in her mind, she said, "With whom? Oh, show fight with whom? With my doom, to be sure. Am I not a grand young lady to have a doom? Why, Molly, child, how pale and grave you look," said she, kissing her all of a sudden. "You ought not to care so much for me. I'm not good enough for you to worry yourself about me. I've given myself up a long time ago as a heartless baggage." "Nonsense! I wish you wouldn't talk so, Cynthia. And I wish you wouldn't always take me at the foot of the letter, as an English girl at school used to translate it. Oh, how hot it is! Is it never going to get cool again? My child, what dirty hands you've got, and face, too, and I've been kissing you. I dare say I'm dirty with it, too. Now, isn't that like one of Mamma's speeches? For all that, you look more like a delving Adam than a spinning Eve." This had the effect that Cynthia intended. The daintily clean Molly became conscious of her soiled condition, which she had forgotten while she had been attending to Cynthia, and she hastily withdrew to her own room. When she had gone, Cynthia noiselessly locked the door, and taking her purse out of her desk, she began to count over her money. She counted it once, she counted it twice, as if desirous of finding out some mistake, which should prove it to be more than it was. But the end of it all was a sigh. "What a fool! What a fool I was!" she said at length. "But even if I don't go out as a governess, I shall make it up in time." Some weeks after the time he had anticipated when he had spoken of his departure to the Gibsons, Roger returned back to the Hall. One morning, when he called, Osborne told them that his brother had been at home for 2 or 3 days. "And why has he not come here, then?" said Mrs. Gibson. "It is not kind of him not to come and see us as soon as he can. Tell him I say so, pray do." Osborne had gained 1 or 2 ideas as to her treatment of Roger the last time he had called. Roger had not complained of it or even mentioned it till that very morning, when Osborne was on the point of starting, and he had urged Roger to accompany him. The latter had told him something of what Mrs. Gibson had said. He spoke rather as if he was more amused than annoyed. But Osborne could read that he was chagrined at those restrictions placed upon calls, which were the greatest pleasure of his life. Neither of them let out the suspicion which had entered both their minds, the well-grounded suspicion arising from the fact that Osborne's visits, be they paid early or late, had never yet been met with a repulse. Osborne now reproached himself with having done Mrs. Gibson injustice. She was evidently a weak, but probably a disinterested woman, and it was only a little bit of ill temper on her part which had caused her to speak to Roger as she had done. "I dare say it was rather impertinent of me to call at such an untimely hour," said Roger. "Not at all. I call at all hours, and nothing is ever said about it. It was just because she was put out that morning. I'll answer for it she's sorry now, and I'm sure you may go there at any time you like in the future." Still Roger did not choose to go again for 2 or 3 weeks, and the consequence was that the next time he called the ladies were out. Once again he had the same ill luck, and then he received a little pretty 3-cornered note from Mrs. Gibson. "My dear Sir, how is it that you have become so formal all of a sudden, leaving cards instead of awaiting our return? Fie for shame! If you had seen the faces of disappointment that I did when the horrid little bits of pasteboard were displayed to our view, you would not have borne malice against me so long, for it is really punishing others as well as my naughty self. If you will come to-morrow as early as you like and lunch with us, I'll own I was cross, and acknowledge myself a penitent. Yours ever, Hyacinth C.K. Gibson." There was no resisting this, even if there had not been strong inclination to back up the pretty words. Roger went, and Mrs. Gibson caressed and petted him in her sweetest, silkiest manner. Cynthia looked lovelier than ever to him for the slight restriction that had been laid for a time on their intercourse. She might be gay and sparkling with Osborne. With Roger she was soft and grave. Instinctively she knew her men. She saw that Osborne was only interested in her because of her position in a family with whom he was intimate, that his friendship was without the least touch of sentiment, and that his admiration was only the warm criticism of an artist for unusual beauty. But she felt how different Roger's relation to her was. To him she was the one, alone, peerless. If his love was prohibited, it would be long years before he could sink down into tepid friendship. And to him her personal loveliness was only one of the many charms that made him tremble into passion. Cynthia was not capable of returning such feelings. She had had too little true love in her life, and perhaps too much admiration to do so. But she appreciated this honest ardor, this loyal worship that was new to her experience. Such appreciation and such respect for his true and affectionate nature gave a serious tenderness to her manner to Roger, which allured him with a fresh and separate grace. Molly sat by and wondered how it would all end, or rather how soon it would all end, for she thought that no girl could resist such reverent passion. And on Roger's side there could be no doubt, alas, there could be no doubt. An older spectator might have looked far ahead and thought of the question of pounds, shillings, and pence. Where was the necessary income for a marriage to come from? Roger had his fellowship now, it is true, but the income of that would be lost if he married. He had no profession, and the life interest of the 2,000 or 3,000 pounds that he inherited from his mother belonged to his father. This older spectator might have been a little surprised at the impressment of Mrs. Gibson's manner to a younger son, always supposing this said spectator to have read to the depths of her worldly heart. Never had she tried to be more agreeable to Osborne, and though her attempt was a great failure when practised upon Roger, and he did not know what to say in reply to the delicate flatteries which he felt to be insincere, he saw that she intended him to consider himself henceforth free of the house, and he was too glad to avail himself of this privilege to examine over closely into what might be her motives for her change of manner. He shut his eyes and chose to believe that she was now desirous of making up for her little burst of temper on his previous visit. The result of Osborne's conference with the two doctors had been certain prescriptions which appeared to have done him much good, and which would, in all probability, have done him yet more, could he have been free of the recollection of the little patient wife in her solitude near Winchester. He went to her whenever he could, and, thanks to Roger, money was far more plentiful with him now than it had been. But he still shrank, and perhaps even more and more, from telling his father of his marriage. Some bodily instinct made him dread all agitation inexpressibly. If he had not had this money from Roger, he might have been compelled to tell his father all, and to ask for the necessary funds to provide for the wife and the coming child. But with enough in hand, and a secret, though remorseful, conviction that as long as Roger had a penny, his brother was sure to have half of it, made him more reluctant than ever to irritate his father by a revelation of his secret. "Not just yet, not just at present," he kept saying both to Roger and to himself. "By and by, if we have a boy, I will call it Roger." And then visions of poetical and romantic reconciliations brought about between father and son through the medium of a child, the offspring of a forbidden marriage, became still more vividly possible to him. And at any rate it was a staving off of an unpleasant thing. He atoned to himself for taking so much of Roger's fellowship money by reflecting that, if Roger married, he would lose this source of revenue. Yet Osborne was throwing no impediment in the way of this event, rather forwarding it by promoting every possible means of his brother's seeing the lady of his love. Osborne ended his reflections by convincing himself of his own generosity. End of chapter 29.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caitlin Sticko, Madison, Wisconsin, 2007. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 30. Old Ways and New Ways. Mr. Preston was now installed in his new house at Hollingford, Mr. Sheepshanks having entered into dignified idleness at the house of his married daughter, who lived in the county town. His successor had plunged with energy into all manner of improvements, and among others he fell to draining a piece of outlying waste and unreclaimed land of Lord Cumnor's, which was close to Squire HAMLEY'S property, that very piece for which he had had the government grant, but which now lay neglected, and only half drained, with stacks of mossy tiles and lines of upturned furrows telling of abortive plans. It was not often that the squire rode in this direction nowadays, but the cottage of a man who had been the squire's gamekeeper in those more prosperous days when the Hamleys could afford to preserve, was close to the rush-grown ground. This old servant and tenant was ill, and had sent a message up to the hall, asking to see the squire, not to reveal any secret, or to say anything particular, but only from the feudal loyalty, which made it seem to the dying man as if it would be a comfort to shake the hand and look once more into the eyes of the lord and master whom he had served, and whose ancestors his own forebears had served for so many generations. And the squire was as fully alive as old Silas to the claims of the tie that existed between them, though he hated the thought, and still more should hate the sight of the piece of land, on the side of which Silas's cottage stood. The squire ordered his horse, and rode off within half an hour of receiving the message. As he drew near the spot, he thought he heard the sound of tools, and the hum of many voices, just as he had used to hear them a year or two before. He listened with surprise. Yes, instead of the still solitude he had expected, there was the clink of iron, the heavy gradual thud of the fall of barrows full of soil, the cry and shout of labourers. But not on his land, better worth expense and trouble by far than the reedy clay common on which the men were, in fact, employed. He knew it was Lord Cumnor's property, and he knew Lord Cumnor and his family had gone up in the world, the Whig rascals, both in wealth and in station, as the Hamleys had gone down. But all the same, in spite of long-known facts, and in spite of reason, the squire's ready anger rose high at the sight of his neighbour doing what he had been unable to do, and he a Whig, and his family only in the country since Queen Anne's time. He went so far as to wonder whether they might not, the labourers he meant, avail themselves of his tiles, lying so conveniently close to hand. All these thoughts and regrets and wonders were in his mind as he rode up to the cottage he was bound to, and gave his horse in charge to a little lad, who had hitherto found his morning's business and amusement in playing at houses with a still younger sister, with some of the squire's neglected tiles. But he was old Silas's grandson, and he might have battered the rude red earthenware to pieces, a whole stack, one by one, and the squire would have said little or nothing. It was only that he would not spare one to a labourer of Lord Cumnor's. No, not one. Old Silas lay in a sort of closet, opening out of the family living-room. The small window that gave it light looked right on to the moor, as it was called, and by day the check curtain was drawn aside so that he might watch the progress of the labour. Everything about the old man was clean, if coarse, and, with death, the leveller, so close at hand, it was the labourer who made the first advances, and put out his horny hand to the squire. "I thought you'd come, squire. Your father came for to see my father, as he lay a-dying." "Come, come, my man," said the squire, easily affected, as he always was. "Don't talk of dying. We shall soon have you out, never fear. They've sent you up some soup from the hall, as I bade 'em, haven't they?" Aye. I've had all I could want for to eat and to drink. The young squire and Master Roger was here yesterday." "Yes, I know." "And I'm a deal nearer heaven to-day, I am. I should like you to look after the covers in the west spiney, squire. Them gorse, you know, where the old fox had her hole, hers give 'em so many a run. You'll mind it, squire, though you is but a lad. I could laugh to think on her tricks yet." And with a weak attempt at a laugh, he got himself into a violent fit of coughing, which alarmed the squire, who thought he would never get his breath again. His daughter-in-law came in at the sound, and told the squire that he had these coughing bouts very frequently, and that she thought he would go off in one of them before long. This opinion of hers was spoken simply out before the old man, who now lay gasping and exhausted upon his pillow. Poor people acknowledge the inevitableness and the approach of death in a much more straightforward manner than is customary among more educated folks. The squire was shocked at the hard-heartedness, as he considered it, but the old man himself had received much tender kindness in action from his daughter-in-law, and what she had just said was no more news to him than the fact that the sun would rise tomorrow. He was more anxious to go on with his story. "Them navvies, I call 'em navvies because some of 'em is strangers, though some of 'em is the men we turned off on your own work, squire, when there came orders to stop 'em last fall. They're a-pulling up gorse and brush to light their fire for warming up their messes. It's a long way off to their homes, and they mostly dine here, and there'll be nothing of a cover left if you don't see after 'em. I thought I should like to tell you afore I died. Parson's been here, but I didna tell him. He's all for the Earl's folk, and he'd not a heeded. It's the Earl as put him into his church, I reckon, for he said what a fine thing it were for to see so much employment a-given to the poor, and he never said nought o' the sort when your works were agate, squire." This long speech had been interrupted by many a cough and gasp for breath, and having delivered himself of what was on his mind, he turned his face to the wall, and appeared to be going to sleep. Presently he roused himself with a start. "I know I flogged him well, I did, but he were after pheasant's eggs, and I didn't know he were an orphan. Lord forgive me." "He's thinking on David Morton, the cripple, as used to go about trapping vermin," whispered the woman. "Why, he died long ago, 20 year, I should think," replied the squire. "Aye, but when grandfather goes off i' this way to sleep after a bout of talking, he seems to be dreaming on old times. He'll not waken up yet, sir. You'd best sit down if you'd like to stay," she continued, as she went into the house-place and dusted a chair with her apron. "He was very particular in bidding me wake him if he were asleep, and you or Mr. Roger was to call. Mr. Roger said he'd be coming again this morning, but he'll likely sleep an hour or more if he's let alone." "I wish I'd said good-bye. I should have liked to done that." "He drops off so sudden," said the woman. "But if you'd better be pleased to have said it, squire, I'll waken him up a bit." "No, no," the squire called out, as the woman was going to be as good as her word. "I'll come again, perhaps tomorrow, and tell him I was sorry, for I am indeed, and be sure to send to the hall for anything you want. Mr. Roger is coming, is he? He'll bring me word how he is, later on. I should like to have bidden him good-bye." So, giving 6 to the child who had held his horse, the squire mounted. He sat still a moment, looking at the busy work going on before him, and then at his own half-completed drainage. It was a bitter pill. He had objected to borrowing from the government in the first instance, and then his wife had persuaded him to the step, and after it was once taken, he was as proud as could be of the only concession to the spirit of progress he had ever made in his life. He had read and studied the subject pretty thoroughly, if also very slowly, during the time his wife had been influencing him. He was tolerably well up in agriculture, if in nothing else, and at one time he had taken the lead among the neighbouring landowners, when he had first began tile drainage. In those days people used to speak of Squire Hamley's hobby, and at market ordinaries or country dinners they rather dreaded setting him off on long repetitions of arguments from the different pamphlets on the subject which he had read. And now the proprietors all around him were draining. His interest to government was running on all the same, though his works were stopped, and his tiles deteriorating in value. It was not a soothing consideration, and the squire was almost ready to quarrel with his shadow. He wanted a vent for his ill humour, and suddenly remembering the devastation on his covers, which he had heard about not a quarter of an hour before, he rode up to the men busy at work on Lord Cumnor's land. Just before he got up to them, he encountered Mr. Preston, also on horseback, come to overlook his labourers. The squire did not know him personally, but from the agent's manner of speaking, and the deference that was evidently paid to him, Mr. Hamley saw that he was a responsible person. So he addressed the agent. "I beg your pardon, but I suppose you are the manager of these works?" Mr. Preston replied, "Certainly. I am that, and many other things besides, at your service. I have succeeded Mr. Sheepshanks in the management of my lord's property. Mr. Hamley of Hamley, I believe." The squire bowed stiffly. He did not like his name to be asked or presumed upon in that manner. An equal might conjecture who he was, or recognise him, but till he announced himself, an inferior had no right to do more than address him respectfully as Sir. That was the squire's code of etiquette. "I am Mr. Hamley of Hamley. I suppose you are as yet ignorant of the boundary of Lord Cumnor's land, so I will inform you that my property begins at the pond yonder, just where you see the rise in the ground." "I am perfectly acquainted with that fact, Mr. Hamley," said Mr. Preston, a little annoyed at the ignorance attributed to him. "But may I inquire why my attention is called to it just now?" The squire was beginning to boil over, but he tried to keep his temper in. The effort was very much to be respected, for it was a great one. There was something in the handsome and well-dressed agent's tone and manner inexpressibly irritating to the squire, and it was not lessened by an involuntary comparison of the capital roadster on which Mr. Preston was mounted with his own ill-groomed and aged cob. "I have been told that your men out yonder do not respect these boundaries, but are in the habit of plucking up gorse from my covers to light their fires." "It is possible they may," said Mr. Preston, lifting his eyebrows, his manner being more nonchalant than his words. "I daresay they think no great harm of it. However, I'll inquire." "Do you doubt my word, sir?" said the squire, fretting his mare till she began to dance about. "I tell you I've heard it only within this last half-hour." "I don't doubt your word, Mr. Hamley. It's the last thing I should think of doing. But you must excuse my saying that the argument which you have twice brought up for the authenticity of your statement, that you have heard it within the last half-hour, is not quite so forcible as to preclude the possibility of a mistake." "I wish you'd only say in plain language that you doubt my word," said the squire, clenching and slightly raising his horsewhip. "I can't make out what you mean, you use so many words." "Pray don't lose your temper, sir. I said I should inquire. You have not seen the men pulling up gorse yourself, or you would have named it. I surely may doubt the correctness of your informant until I have made some inquiry. At any rate, that is the course I shall pursue, and if it gives you offence I shall be sorry, but I shall do it just the same. When I am convinced that harm has been done to your property, I shall take steps to prevent it for the future, and of course, in my lord's name, I shall pay you compensation. It may probably amount to half a crown." He added these last words in a lower tone, as if to himself, with a slight contemptuous smile on his face. "Quiet, mare, quiet!" said the squire, quite unaware that he was the cause of her impatient movements by the way he was perpetually tightening her reins, and also, perhaps, he unconsciously addressed the injunction to himself. Neither of them saw Roger Hamley, who was just then approaching them with long, steady steps. He had seen his father from the door of old Silas's cottage, and, as the poor fellow was still asleep, he was coming to speak to his father, and was near enough now to hear the words. "I don't know who you are, but I've known land agents who were gentlemen, and I've known some who were not. You belong to this last set, young man," said the squire. "That you do. I should like to try my horsewhip on you for your insolence." "Pray, Mr. Hamley," replied Mr. Preston coolly, "curb your temper a little and reflect. I really feel sorry to see a man of your age in such a passion." Moving a little farther off, however, but really more with a desire to save the irritated man from carrying his threat into execution, out of a dislike to the slander and excitement it would cause, than from any personal dread. Just at this moment Roger Hamley came close up. He was panting a little, and his eyes were very stern and dark, but he spoke quietly enough. "Mr. Preston, I can hardly understand what you mean by your last words. But remember, my father is a gentleman of age and position, and not accustomed to receive advice as to the management of his temper from young men like you." "I desired to keep his men off my land," said the squire to his son, his wish to stand well in Roger's opinion restraining his temper a little. But though his words might be a little calmer, there were all other signs of passion present, the discoloured complexion, the trembling hands, the fiery cloud in his eyes. "He refused, and doubted my word." Mr. Preston turned to Roger, as if appealing from Philip drunk to Philip sober, and spoke in a tone of cool explanation, which, though not insolent in words, was excessively irritating in manner. "Your father has misunderstood me. Perhaps it is no wonder," trying to convey, by a look of intelligence at the son, his opinion that the father was in no state to hear reason. "I never refused to do what was just and right. I only required further evidence as to the past wrong-doing. Your father took offence at this." And then he shrugged his shoulders, and lifted his eyebrows in a manner he had formerly learnt in France. "At any rate, sir, I can scarcely reconcile the manner and words to my father which I heard you use when I first came up, with the deference you ought to have shown to a man of his age and position. As to the fact of the trespass—" "They're pulling up all the gorse, Roger. There'll be no cover whatever for game soon," put in the squire. Roger bowed to his father, but took up his speech at the point it was before the interruption. "I will inquire into it myself at a cooler moment, and if I find that such trespass or damage has been committed, of course I shall expect that you will see it put a stop to. Come, father, I am going to see old Silas. Perhaps you don't know that he is very ill." So he endeavoured to wile the squire away to prevent further words. He was not entirely successful. Mr. Preston was enraged by Roger's calm and dignified manner, and threw after them this parting shaft in the shape of a loud soliloquy. "Position, indeed! What are we to think of the position of a man who begins works like these without counting the cost, and comes to a standstill, and has to turn off his labourers just at the beginning of winter, leaving—" They were too far off to hear the rest. The squire was on the point of turning back before this, but Roger took hold of the reins of the old mare, and led her over some of the boggy ground, as if to guide her into sure footing, but in reality because he was determined to prevent the renewal of the quarrel. It was well that the cob knew him, and was, indeed, old enough to prefer quietness to dancing, for Mr. Hamley plucked hard at the reins, and at last broke out with an oath, "Damn it, Roger, I'm not a child. I won't be treated as such. Leave go, I say." Roger let go. They were not on firm ground, and he did not wish any watchers to think that he was exercising any constraint over his father, and this quiet obedience to his impatient commands did more to soothe the squire than anything else could have effected just then. "I know I turned them off. What could I do? I'd no more money for their weekly wages. It's a loss to me, as you know. He doesn't know. No one knows. But I think your mother would. How it cut me to turn 'em off just before winter set in. I lay awake many a night thinking of it, and I gave them what I had. I did indeed. I hadn't got money to pay 'em, but I had 3 barren cows fattened, and I gave 'em every scrap of meat to the men. I let 'em go into the woods and gather what was fallen, and I winked at their breaking off old branches. And now to have it cast up against me by that cur, that servant. But I'll go on with the work, I will, if only to spite him. I'll show him who I am. My position, indeed. A Hamley of Hamleys takes a higher position than his master. I'll go on with the work, see if I don't. I'm paying between 100 and 200 a year interest on government money. I'll raise some more if I go to the Jews. Osborne has shown me the way, and Osborne shall pay for it, he shall. I'll not put up with insults. You shouldn't have stopped me, Roger. I wish to heaven I'd horsewhipped the fellow. He was lashing himself again into an impotent rage, painful to a son to witness, but just then the little grandchild of old Silas, who had held the squire's horse during his visit to the sick man, came running up, breathless. "Please, sir, please, squire, Mammy's sent me. Grandfather had wakened up suddenly, and Mammy says he's dying, and would you please come? She says he'd take it as a kind compliment, she's sure." So they went to the cottage, the squire speaking never a word, but suddenly feeling as if lifted out of a whirlwind and set down in a still and awful place. End of chapter 30. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 31. A Passive Coquette. It is not to be supposed that such an encounter as Mr. Preston had just had with Roger Hamley sweetened the regards in which the two young men henceforward held each other. They had barely spoken to each other before, and but seldom met, for the land agent's employment had hitherto lain at Ashcombe, some 16 or 17 miles from Hamley. He was older than Roger by several years, but during the time he had been in the county, Osborne and Roger had been at school and at college. Mr. Preston was prepared to dislike the Hamleys for many unreasonable reasons. Cynthia and Molly had both spoken of the brothers with familiar regard, implying considerable intimacy. Their flowers had been preferred to his on the occasion of the ball. Most people spoke well of them, and Mr. Preston had an animal's instinctive jealousy and combativeness against all popular young men. Their position, poor as the Hamleys might be, was far higher than his own in the county, and moreover he was agent to the great Whig lord, whose political interests were diametrically opposed to those of the old Tory squire. Not that Lord Cumnor troubled himself much about his political interests. His family had obtained property and title from the Whigs at the time of the Hanoverian succession, and so, traditionally, he was a Whig, and had belonged in his youth to Whig clubs, where he had lost considerable sums of money to Whig gamblers. All this was satisfactory and consistent enough, and if Lord Hollingford had not been returned for the county on the Whig interest, as his father had been before him, until he had succeeded to the title, it is quite probable Lord Cumnor would have considered the British Constitution in danger, and the patriotism of his ancestors ungratefully ignored. But, excepting at elections, he had no notion of making Whig and Tory a party cry. He had lived too much in London, and was of too sociable a nature, to exclude any man who jumped with his humour from the hospitality he was always ready to offer, be the agreeable acquaintance Whig, Tory, or Radical. But in the county of which he was Lord Lieutenant, the old party distinction was still a shibboleth by which men were tested for their fitness for social intercourse, as well as on the hustings. If by any chance a Whig found himself at a Tory dinner-table, or vice versa, the food was hard of digestion, the wine and viands were criticised rather than enjoyed. A marriage between young people of the separate parties was almost as unheard of and prohibited an alliance as that of Romeo and Juliet's. And of course Mr. Preston was not a man in whose breast such prejudices would die away. They were an excitement to him, for one thing, and called out all his talent for intrigue on behalf of the party to which he was allied. Moreover, he considered it as loyalty to his employer to scatter his enemies by any means in his power. He had always hated and despised the Tories in general, and after that interview on the marshy common in front of Silas's cottage, he hated the Hamleys and Roger especially, with a very choice and particular hatred. That prig, as hereafter he always designated Roger, he shall pay for it yet, he said to himself by way of consolation after the father and son had left him. What a lout he is! Watching the receding figure. The old chap has twice as much spunk, as the squire tugged at his bridle reins. The old mare could make her way better without being led, my fine fellow. But I see through your dodge. You're afraid of your old father turning back and getting into another rage. Position, indeed. A beggarly squire. A man who did turn off his men just before winter to rot or starve, for all he cared. It's just like a brutal old Tory. And under the cover of his sympathy with the dismissed labourers, Mr. Preston indulged his own private pique very pleasantly. Mr. Preston had many causes for rejoicing. He might have forgotten this discomfiture, as he chose to feel it, in the remembrance of an increase of income, and in the popularity he enjoyed in his new abode. All Hollingford came forward to do the Earl's new agent honour. Mr. Sheepshanks had been a crabbed, crusty old bachelor, frequenting inn-parlours on market days, not unwilling to give dinners to 3 or 4 chosen friends and familiars, with whom, in return, he dined from time to time, and with whom also he kept up an amicable rivalry in the matter of wines. But he did not appreciate female society, as Miss Browning elegantly worded his unwillingness to accept the invitations of the Hollingford ladies. He was unrefined enough to speak of these invitations to his intimate friends aforesaid in the following manner, those old woman's worrying, but of course they never heard of this. Little quarter-of-sheet notes without any envelopes, that invention was unknown in those days, but sealed in at the corners when folded up, instead of gummed as they are fastened at present, occasionally passed between Mr. Sheepshanks and the Miss Brownings, Mrs. Goodenough, or others. In the first instance the form ran as follows: Miss Browning and her sister, Miss Phoebe Browning, present their respectful compliments to Mr. Sheepshanks, and beg to inform him that a few friends have kindly consented to favour them with their company at tea on Thursday next. Miss Browning and Miss Phoebe will take it very kindly if Mr. Sheepshanks will join their little circle. Now for Mrs. Goodenough. Mrs. Goodenough's respects to Mr. Sheepshanks, and hopes he is in good health. She would be very glad if he would favour her with his company to tea on Monday. My daughter in Combermere has sent me a couple of guinea fowls, and Mrs. Goodenough hopes Mr. Sheepshanks will stay and take a bit of supper. No need for the dates of the days of the month. The good ladies would have thought that the world was coming to an end if the invitation had been sent out a week before the party therein named. But not even guinea fowls for supper could tempt Mr. Sheepshanks. He remembered the made wines he had tasted in former days at Hollingford parties, and shuddered. Bread and cheese, with a glass of bitter beer, or a little brandy and water, partaken of in his old clothes, which had worn into shapes of loose comfort and smelt strongly of tobacco, he liked better than roast guinea-fowl and birch wine, even without throwing into the balance the stiff, uneasy coat and the tight neckcloth and tighter shoes. So the ex-agent had been seldom, if ever, seen at the Hollingford tea-parties. He might have had his form of refusal stereotyped, it was so invariably the same. Mr. Sheepshanks' duty to Miss Browning and her sister. to Mrs. Goodenough, or to others, as the case might be. Business of importance prevents him from availing himself of their polite invitation, for which he begs to return his best thanks. But now that Mr. Preston had succeeded and come to live in Hollingford, things were changed. He accepted every civility, right and left, and won golden opinions accordingly. Parties were made in his honour, just as if he had been a bride, Miss Phoebe Browning said, and to all of them he went. "What's a man after?" said Mr. Sheepshanks to himself, when he heard of his successor's affability and sociability and amiability, and a variety of other agreeable ilities from the friends whom the old steward still retained at Hollingford. "Preston's not a man to put himself out for nothing. He's deep. He'll be after something solider than popularity." The sagacious old bachelor was right. Mr. Preston was after something more than mere popularity. He went wherever he had a chance of meeting Cynthia Kirkpatrick. It might be that Molly's spirits were more depressed at this time than they were in general, or that Cynthia was exultant, unawares to herself, in the amount of attention and admiration she was receiving from Roger by day, from Mr. Preston in the evenings, but the two girls seemed to have parted company in cheerfulness. Molly was always gentle, but very grave and silent. Cynthia, on the contrary, was merry, full of pretty mockeries, and hardly ever silent. When first she came to Hollingford, one of her great charms had been that she was such a gracious listener. Now her excitement, by whatever caused, made her too restless to hold her tongue. Yet what she said was too pretty, too witty, not to be a winning and sparkling interruption eagerly welcomed by those who were under her sway. Mr. Gibson was the only one who observed this change, and reasoned upon it. "She is in a mental fever of some kind," thought he to himself. "She is very fascinating, but I don't quite understand her." If Molly had not been so entirely loyal to her friend, she might have thought this constant brilliancy a little tiresome when brought into everyday life. It was not the sunshiny rest of a placid lake. It was rather the glitter of the pieces of a broken mirror, which confuses and bewilders. Cynthia would not talk quietly about anything now. Subjects of thought or conversation seemed to have lost their relative value. There were exceptions to this mood of hers, when she sank into deep fits of silence, that would have been gloomy, had it not been for the never-varying sweetness of her temper. If there was a little kindness to be done to either Mr. Gibson or Molly, Cynthia was just as ready as ever to do it, nor did she refuse to do anything her mother wished, however fidgety might be the humour that prompted the wish. But in this latter case Cynthia's eyes were not quickened by her heart. Molly was dejected, she knew not why. Cynthia had drifted a little apart. That was not it. Her stepmother had whimsical moods, and if Cynthia displeased her, she would oppress Molly with small kindnesses and pseudo-affection. Or else everything was wrong, the world was out of joint, and Molly had failed in her mission to set it right, and was to be blamed accordingly. But Molly was of too steady a disposition to be moved much by the changeableness of an unreasonable person. She might be annoyed or irritated, but she was not depressed. That was not it. The real cause was certainly this. As long as Roger was drawn to Cynthia, and sought her of his own accord, it had been a sore pain and bewilderment to Molly's heart, but it was a straightforward attraction, and one which Molly acknowledged, in her humility and great power of loving, to be the most natural thing in the world. She would look at Cynthia's beauty and grace, and feel as if no one could resist it. And when she witnessed all the small signs of honest devotion which Roger was at no pains to conceal, she thought, with a sigh, that surely no girl could help relinquishing her heart to such a tender, strong keep as Roger's character ensured. She would have been willing to cut off her right hand if need were to forward his attachment to Cynthia, and the self-sacrifice would have added a strange zest to a happy crisis. She was indignant at what she considered to be Mrs. Gibson's obtuseness to so much goodness and worth, and when she called Roger a country lout, or any other depreciative epithet, Molly would pinch herself in order to keep silent. But after all, those were peaceful days compared to the present, when she, seeing the wrong side of the tapestry, after the wont of those who dwell in the same house with a plotter, became aware that Mrs. Gibson had totally changed her behaviour to Roger, from some cause unknown to Molly. But he was always exactly the same. "Steady as old time," as Mrs. Gibson called him, with her usual originality. "A rock of strength, under whose very shadow there is rest," as Mrs. Hamley had once spoken of him. So the cause of Mrs. Gibson's altered manner lay not in him. Yet now he was sure of a welcome, let him come at any hour that he would. He was playfully reproved for having taken Mrs. Gibson's words too literally, and for never coming before lunch. But he said he considered her reasons for such words to be valid, and should respect them. And this was done out of his simplicity, from no tinge of malice. And then, in their family conversations at home, Mrs. Gibson was constantly making projects for throwing Roger and Cynthia together, with so evident a betrayal of her wish to bring about an engagement, that Molly chafed at the net spread so evidently, and at Roger's blindness in coming so willingly to be entrapped. She forgot his previous willingness, his former evidences of manly fondness for the beautiful Cynthia. She only saw plots, of which he was the victim, and Cynthia the conscious, if passive, bait. She felt as if she could not have acted as Cynthia did, no, not even to gain Roger's love. Cynthia heard and saw as much of the domestic background as she did, and yet she submitted to the rôle assigned to her. To be sure, this rôle would have been played by her unconsciously. The things prescribed were what she would naturally have done. But because they were prescribed, by implication only, it is true, Molly would have resisted, have gone out, for instance, when she was expected to stay at home, or have lingered in the garden when a long country walk was planned. At last, for she could not help loving Cynthia, come what would, she determined to believe that Cynthia was entirely unaware of all. But it was with an effort that she brought herself to believe it. It may be all very pleasant to sport with Amaryllis in the shade, or with the tangles of Nerea's hair, but young men at the outset of their independent life have many other cares in this prosaic England to occupy their time and their thoughts. Roger was a fellow of Trinity, to be sure, and from the outside it certainly appeared as if his position, as long as he chose to keep unmarried, was a very easy one. His was not a nature, however, to sink down into inglorious ease, even had his fellowship income been at his disposal. He looked forward to an active life, in what direction he had not yet determined. He knew what were his talents and his tastes, and did not wish the former to lie buried, nor the latter, which he regarded as gifts, fitting him for some peculiar work, to be disregarded or thwarted. He rather liked awaiting an object, secure in his own energy to force his way to it, when he once saw it clearly. He reserved enough of his money for his own personal needs, which was small, and for the ready furtherance of any project he might see fit to undertake. The rest of his income was to Osborne's, given and accepted in the spirit which made the bond between those two brothers so rarely perfect. It was only the thought of Cynthia that threw Roger off his balance. A strong man in everything else, about her he was as a child. He knew that he could not marry and retain his fellowship. His intention was to hold himself loose from any employment or profession until he had found one to his mind, so there was no immediate prospect, no prospect for many years indeed, that he would be able to marry. Yet he went on seeking Cynthia's sweet company, listening to the music of her voice, basking in her sunshine, and feeding his passion in every possible way, just like an unreasoning child. He knew that it was folly, and yet he did it, and it was perhaps this that made him so sympathetic with Osborne. Roger racked his brains about Osborne's affairs much more frequently than Osborne troubled himself. Indeed, he had become so ailing and languid of late that even the squire made only very faint objections to his desire for frequent change of scene, though formerly he used to grumble so much at the necessary expenditure it involved. "After all, it does not cost much," the squire said to Roger one day. "Choose how he does it cheaply. He used to come and ask me for 20, whereas now he does it for 5. But he and I have lost each other's language. That's what we have, and my dictionary," only he called it dictionary, "has got all wrong because of those confounded debts which he will never explain to me, or talk about. He always holds me off at arm's length when I begin upon it. He does, Roger, me, his old dad, as was his primest favourite of all when he was a little bit of a chap." The squire dwelt so much upon Osborne's reserved behaviour to himself, that, brooding over this subject perpetually, he became more morose and gloomy than ever in his manner to Osborne, resenting the want of the confidence and affection that he thus repelled. So much so that Roger, who desired to avoid being made the receptacle of his father's complaints against Osborne, and Roger's passive listening was the sedative his father always sought, had often to have recourse to the discussion of the drainage works as a counter-irritant. The squire had felt Mr. Preston's speech about the dismissal of his work-people very keenly. It fell in with the reproaches of his own conscience, though, as he would repeat to Roger over and over again, "I could not help it. How could I? I was drained dry of ready money. I wish the land was drained as dry as I am," said he, with a touch of humour that came out before he was aware, and at which he smiled sadly enough. "What was I to do, I ask you, Roger? I know I was in a rage. I've had a deal to make me so. And maybe I did not think as much about consequences as I should have done, when I gave the orders for 'em to be sent off. But I could not have done otherwise if I had thought for a 12-month in cool blood. Consequences! I hate consequences. They've always been on against me, they have. I'm so tied up I can't cut down a stick more, and that's a consequence of having the property so deucedly well settled. I wish I'd never had any ancestors. Ay, laugh, lad. It does me good to see thee laugh a bit, after Osborne's long face, which always grows longer at the sight of me." "Look here, father," said Roger suddenly. "I'll manage somehow about the money for the works. You trust to me. Give me 2 months to turn myself in, and you shall have some money, at any rate, to begin with." The squire looked at him, and his face brightened as a child's does at the promise of a pleasure made to him by someone on whom he can rely. He became a little graver, however, as he said, "But how will you get it? It's hard enough work." "Never mind. I'll get it. 100 or so at first. I don't yet know how. But remember, father, I'm a senior wrangler, and a very promising young writer, as that review called me. Oh, you don't know what a fine fellow you've got for a son. You should read that review to know all my wonderful merits." "I did, Roger. I've heard Gibson speaking of it, and I made him get it for me. I should have understood it better if they could have called the animals by their English names, not put so much of their French jingo into it." "But it was an answer to an article by a French writer," pleaded Roger. "I'd have let him alone," said the squire earnestly. "We had to beat 'em, and we did it at Waterloo, but I'd not demean myself by answering any of their lies if I was you. But I got through the review, for all their Latin and French I did, and if you doubt me, you'll just look at the end of the great ledger, turn it upside down, you'll find I've copied out all the fine words they said of you. Careful observer, strong nervous English, rising philosopher. Oh, I can nearly say it all off by heart, for many a times when I am frabbed by bad debts or Osborne's bills or moidered with accounts, I turn the ledger the wrong way up and smoke a pipe over it, while I read those pieces out of the review which speak about you, lad." End of chapter 31.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Liz Thompson. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 32. Coming Events. Roger had turned over many plans in his mind by which he thought that he could obtain sufficient money for the purpose he desired to accomplish. His careful grandfather, who had been a merchant in the city, had so tied up the few thousands he had left to his daughter, that although, in case of her death before her husband's, the latter might enjoy the life interest thereof, yet in case of both their deaths, their second son did not succeed to the property until he was 25, and if he died before that age, the money that would then have been his went to one of his cousins on the maternal side. In short, the old merchant had taken as many precautions about his legacy as if it had been for tens instead of units of thousands. Of course, Roger might have slipped through all these meshes by insuring his life until the specified age, and probably, if he had consulted any lawyer, this course would have been suggested to him. But he disliked taking any one into his confidence on the subject of his father's want of ready money. He had obtained a copy of his grandfather's will at Doctors' Commons, and he imagined that all the contingencies involved in it would be patent to the light of nature and common sense. He was a little mistaken in this, but not the less resolved that money in some way he would have, in order to fulfil his promise to his father, and for the ulterior purpose of giving the Squire some daily interest to distract his thoughts from the regrets and cares that were almost weakening his mind. It was Roger Hamley, senior wrangler and fellow of Trinity, to the highest bidder, no matter what honest employment, and presently it came down to any bidder at all. Another perplexity and distress at this time weighed upon Roger. Osborne, heir to the estate, was going to have a child. The Hamley property was entailed on heirs male born in lawful wedlock. Was the wedlock lawful? Osborne never seemed to doubt that it was, never seemed, in fact, to think twice about it. And if he, the husband, did not, how much less did Amy, the trustful wife? Yet who could tell how much misery any shadows of illegality might cast into the future? One evening, Roger, sitting by the languid, careless, dilettante Osborne, began to question him as to the details of the marriage. Osborne knew instinctively at what Roger was aiming. It was not that he did not desire perfect legality in justice to his wife. It was that he was so indisposed at the time that he hated to be bothered. It was something like the refrain of Gray's Scandinavian prophetess, leave me to repose. But do try and tell me how you managed it." "How tiresome you are, Roger," put in Osborne. "Well, I dare say I am. Go on." "I've told you, Morrison married us. You remember old Morrison at Trinity?" "Yes, as good and blunder-headed a fellow as ever lived." "Well, he's taken orders, and the examination for priest's orders fatigued him so much that he got his father to give him 100 or 2 for a tour on the continent. He meant to get to Rome, because he heard that there were such pleasant winters there, so he turned up at Metz in August." "I don't see why." "No more did he. He never was great in geography, you know, and somehow he thought that Metz, pronounced French fashion, must be on the road to Rome. Someone had told him so in fun. However, it was very well for me that I met with him there, for I was determined to be married, and that without loss of time." "But Amy is a Catholic." "That's true, but you see I am not." "You don't suppose I would do her any wrong, Roger?" asked Osborne, sitting up in his lounging chair, and speaking rather indignantly to Roger, his face suddenly flushing red. "No, I'm sure you would not mean it. But you see there's a child coming, and this estate is entailed on heirs male. Now I want to know if the marriage is legal or not, and it seems to me it's a ticklish question." "Oh," said Osborne, falling back into repose, "if that's all, I suppose you're next heir male, and I can trust you as I can myself. You know my marriage is bona fide in intention, and I believe it to be legal in fact." We went over to Strasbourg. Amy picked up a friend, a good middle-aged Frenchwoman, who served half as bridesmaid, half as chaperone, and then we went before the mayor, prefet, what do you call them? I think Morrison rather enjoyed the spree. I signed all manner of papers in the prefecture. I did not read them over, for fear lest I could not sign them conscientiously. It was the safest plan. Amy kept trembling, so I thought she would faint. And then we went off to the nearest English chaplaincy, Karlsruhe, and the chaplain was away, so Morrison easily got the loan of the chapel, and we were married the next day." "But surely some registration or certificate was necessary?" Morrison said he would undertake all those forms, and he ought to know his own business. I know I tipped him pretty well for the job." "You must be married again," said Roger after a pause, "and that before the child is born. Have you got a certificate of the marriage?" "I dare say Morrison has got it somewhere. But I believe I'm legally married, according to the laws both of England and France. I really do, old fellow. I've got the Prefet's papers somewhere." "Never mind. You shall be married again in England. Amy goes to the Roman Catholic chapel at Preston, does not she?" "Yes. She is so good. I would not disturb her in her religion for the world." "Then you shall be married both there and at the church of the parish in which she lives as well," said Roger decidedly. "It's a great deal of trouble. Unnecessary trouble and unnecessary expense, I should say," said Osborne. "Why can't you leave well alone? Neither Amy nor I are of the sort of stuff to turn scoundrels and deny the legality of our marriage. And if the child is a boy and my father dies, and I die, why, I'm sure you'll do him justice, as sure as I am of myself, old fellow. But if I die into the bargain, make a hecatomb of the present Hamleys all at once while you're about it. Who succeeds as heir male?" Osborne thought for a moment. "One of the Irish Hamleys, I suppose. I fancy they are needy chaps. Perhaps you're right. But what need to have such gloomy forebodings?" "The law makes one have foresight in such affairs," said Roger. "So I'll go down to Amy next week when I'm in town, and I'll make all necessary arrangements before you come. I think you'll be happier if it is all done." "I shall be happier if I've a chance of seeing the little woman, that I grant you. But what is taking you up to town? I wish I'd money to run about like you, instead of being shut up forever in this dull old house." Osborne was apt occasionally to contrast his position with Roger's in a tone of complaint, forgetting that both were the results of character, and also that out of his income Roger gave up so large a portion for the maintenance of his brother's wife. But if this ungenerous thought of Osborne's had been set clearly before his conscience, he would have smote his breast and cried, "Mea culpa," with the best of them. It was only that he was too indolent to keep an unassisted conscience. "I should not have thought of going up," said Roger, reddening as if he had been accused of spending another's money instead of his own, "if I had not had to go up on business. Lord Hollingford has written for me. He knows my great wish for employment, and has heard of something which he considers suitable. There's his letter, if you care to read it, but it does not tell anything definitely." Osborne read the letter and returned it to Roger. After a moment or two of silence he said, "Why do you want money? Are we taking too much from you? It's a great shame of me, but what can I do? Only suggest a career for me, and I'll follow it tomorrow." He spoke as if Roger had been reproaching him. "My dear fellow, don't get those notions into your head. I must do something for myself sometimes, and I have been on the lookout. Besides, I want my father to go on with his drainage. It would do good both to his health and his spirits. If I can advance any part of the money requisite, he and you shall pay me interest until you can return the capital." "Roger, you're the providence of the family," exclaimed Osborne, suddenly struck by admiration at his brother's conduct, and forgetting to contrast it with his own. So Roger went up to London, and Osborne followed him, and for 2 or 3 weeks the Gibsons saw nothing of the brothers. But as wave succeeds to wave, so interest succeeds to interest. The family, as they were called, came down for their autumn sojourn at the Towers, and again the house was full of visitors, and the Towers' servants and carriages and liveries were seen in the 2 streets of Hollingford, just as they might have been seen for scores of autumns past. So runs the round of life from day to day. Mrs. Gibson found the chances of intercourse with the Towers rather more personally exciting than Roger's visits, or the rarer calls of Osborne Hamley. Cynthia had an old antipathy to the great family, who had made so much of her mother, and so little of her, and whom she considered as in some measure the cause why she had seen so little of her mother in the days when the little girl had craved for love and found none. Moreover, Cynthia missed her slave. Although she did not care for Roger 1,000th part of what he did for her, yet she had found it not unpleasant to have a man whom she thoroughly respected, and whom men in general respected, the subject of her eye, the glad ministrant to each scarce-spoken wish, a person in whose sight all her words were pearls or diamonds, all her actions heavenly graciousness, and in whose thoughts she reigned supreme. She had no modest unconsciousness about her, and yet she was not vain. She knew of all this worship, and when from circumstances she no longer received it, she missed it. The Earl and the Countess, Lord Hollingford and Lady Harriet, lords and ladies in general, liveries, dresses, bags of game, and rumours of riding parties, were as nothing to her as compared to Roger's absence. And yet she did not love him. No, she did not love him. Molly knew that Cynthia did not love him. Molly grew angry with her many and many a time as the conviction of this fact was forced upon her. Molly did not know her own feelings. Roger had no overwhelming interest in what they might be, while his very life-breath seemed to depend on what Cynthia felt and thought. Therefore Molly had keen insight into her sister's heart, and she knew that Cynthia did not love Roger. Molly could have cried with passionate regret at the thought of the unvalued treasure lying at Cynthia's feet, and it would have been a merely unselfish regret. It was the old fervid tenderness. Do not wish for the moon, O my darling, for I cannot give it thee. Cynthia's love was the moon Roger yearned for, and Molly saw that it was far away and out of reach, else would she have strained her heart cords to give it to Roger. I am his sister, she would say to herself. That old bond is not done away with, though he is too much absorbed by Cynthia to speak about it just now. His mother called me Fanny. It was almost like an adoption. I must wait and watch, and see if I can do anything for my brother. One day Lady Harriet came to call on the Gibsons, or rather on Mrs. Gibson, for the latter retained her old jealousy. If anyone else in Hollingford was supposed to be on intimate terms at the great house, or in the least acquainted with their plans, Mr. Gibson might possibly know as much, but then he was professionally bound to secrecy. Out of the house she considered Mr. Preston as her rival, and he was aware that she did so, and delighted in teasing her, by affecting a knowledge of family plans and details of affairs of which she was not aware. Indoors, she was jealous of the fancy Lady Harriet had evidently taken for her stepdaughter, and she contrived to place quiet obstacles in the way of a too frequent intercourse between the two. These obstacles were not unlike the shield of the knight in the old story, only, instead of the two sides presented to the two travellers, approaching it from opposite quarters, one of which was silver and one of which was gold, Lady Harriet saw the smooth and shining yellow radiance, while poor Molly only perceived a dull and heavy lead. To Lady Harriet it was, "Molly is gone out. She will be so sorry to miss you." But she was obliged to go and see some old friends of her mother's, whom she ought not to neglect. As I said to her, constancy is everything. It is Sterne, I think, who says, "Thine own and thy mother's friends forsake not." But, dear Lady Harriet, you'll stop till she comes home, won't you? I know how fond you are of her. In fact, with a little surface playfulness, I sometimes say you come more to see her than your poor old Clare. To Molly it had previously been, "Lady Harriet is coming here this morning. I can't have anyone else coming in. Tell Maria to say I'm not at home. Lady Harriet has always so much to tell me. Dear Lady Harriet, I've known all her secrets since she was 12 years old. You two girls must keep out of the way. Of course she'll ask for you, out of common civility, but you would only interrupt us if you came in, as you did the other day," now addressing Molly. "I hardly like to say so, but I thought it was very forward." "Maria told me she had asked for me," put in Molly simply. "Very forward indeed," continued Mrs. Gibson, taking no further notice of the interruption, except to strengthen the words, to which Molly's little speech had been intended as a correction. "I think this time I must secure her ladyship from the chances of such an intrusion, by taking care that you are out of the house, Molly. You had better go to the Holly Farm, and speak about those damsons I ordered, and which have never been sent." "I'll go," said Cynthia. "It's far too long a walk for Molly. She's had a bad cold, and is not as strong as she was a fortnight ago. I delight in long walks. If you want Molly out of the way, mamma, send her to the Miss Brownings. They are always glad to see her." "I never said I wanted Molly out of the way, Cynthia," replied Mrs. Gibson. "You always put things in such an exaggerated, I should almost say so coarse a manner. I am sure, Molly, my love, you could never have so misunderstood me. It is only on Lady Harriet's account." "I don't think I can walk as far as the Holly Farm. Papa would take the message. Cynthia need not go." "Well, I'm the last person in the world to tax any one's strength. I'd sooner never see damson preserve again. Suppose you do go and see Miss Browning. You can pay her a nice long call, you know she likes that, and ask after Miss Phoebe's cold from me, you know. They were friends of your mother's, my dear, and I would not have you break off old friendships for the world. Constancy above everything is my motto, as you know, and the memory of the dead ought always to be cherished." "Now, mamma, where am I to go?" asked Cynthia. though Lady Harriet does not care for me as much as she does for Molly. Indeed, quite the contrary, I should say. Yet she might ask after me, and I had better be safely out of the way." "True," said Mrs. Gibson, meditatively, yet unconscious of any satire in Cynthia's speech. "She is much less likely to ask for you, my dear. I almost think you might stay in the house. Or you might go to the Holly Farm. I really do want the damsons. Or you might stay here in the dining-room, you know, so as to be ready to arrange lunch prettily if she does take a fancy to stay for it. She is very fanciful, is dear Lady Harriet. I would not like her to think we made any difference in our meals because she stayed. Simple elegance, as I tell her, always is what we aim at. But still you could put out the best service, and arrange some flowers, and ask cook what there is for dinner that she could send us for lunch, and make it all look pretty and impromptu and natural. I think you had better stay at home, Cynthia, and then you could fetch Molly from the Miss Brownings in the afternoon, you know, and you two could take a walk together." After Lady Harriet was fairly gone. "I understand, mamma. Off with you, Molly. Make haste, or Lady Harriet may come and ask for you as well as mamma. I'll take care and forget where you are going to, so that no one shall learn from me where you are, and I'll answer for mamma's loss of memory." "Child, what nonsense you talk! You quite confuse me with being so silly," said Mrs. Gibson, fluttered and annoyed, as she usually was with the Lilliputian darts Cynthia flung at her. She had recourse to her accustomed feckless piece of retaliation, bestowing some favour on Molly, and this did not hurt Cynthia one whit. "Molly, darling, there's a very cold wind, though it looks so fine. You had better put on my Indian shawl, and it would look so pretty too on your grey gown, scarlet and grey. It's not everybody I would lend it to, but you're so careful." "Thank you," said Molly, and she left Mrs. Gibson in careless uncertainty as to whether her offer would be accepted or not. Lady Harriet was sorry to miss Molly, as she was fond of the girl, but as she perfectly agreed with Mrs. Gibson's truisms about constancy and old friends, she saw no occasion for saying any more about the affair, but sat down in a little low chair with her feet on the fender. This said fender was made of bright steel, and was strictly tabooed to all household and plebeian feet. Indeed, the position, if they assumed it, was considered low-bred and vulgar. "That's right, dear Lady Harriet. You can't think what a pleasure it is to me to welcome you at my own fireside into my humble home." "Humble? Now, Claire, that's a little bit of nonsense, begging your pardon. I don't call this pretty little drawing-room a bit of a humble home. It is as full of comforts, and of pretty things too, as any room of its size can be." "Ah, how small you must feel it. Even I had to reconcile myself to it at first." "Well, perhaps your schoolroom was larger, but remember how bare it was, how empty of anything but deal tables and forms and mats. Oh, indeed, Claire, I quite agree with mamma, who always says you have done very well for yourself. And Mr. Gibson, too. What an agreeable, well-informed man." "Yes, he is," said his wife slowly, as if she did not like to relinquish her role of a victim to circumstances quite immediately. "He's very agreeable, very. Only we see so little of him, and of course he comes home tired and hungry, and not inclined to talk to his own family, and apt to go to sleep." Come, said Lady Harriet. "I'm going to have my turn now. We've had the complaint of a doctor's wife, now hear the moans of a peer's daughter. Our house is so overrun with visitors, and literally to-day I've come to you for a little solitude." "Solitude?" exclaimed Mrs. Gibson. "Would you rather be alone?" Slightly aggrieved. "No, you dear silly woman. My solitude requires a listener, to whom I may say, 'How sweet is solitude!' But I am tired of the responsibility of entertaining. Papa is so open-hearted, he asks every friend he meets with to come and pay us a visit. Mamma is really a great invalid, but she does not choose to give up her reputation for good health, having always considered illness a want of self-control. So she gets wearied and worried by a crowd of people who are all of them open-mouthed for amusement of some kind, just like a brood of fledglings in a nest. So I have to parent bird and pop morsels into their yellow leathery bills, to find them swallowed down before I can think of where to find the next. Oh, it's entertaining, in the largest, literalist, dreariest sense of the word. So I've told a few lies this morning, and come up here for quietness and the comfort of complaining." Lady Harriet threw herself back in her chair, and yawned. Mrs. Gibson took one of her ladyship's hands in a soft sympathizing manner, and murmured, "Poor Lady Harriet," and then she purred affectionately. After a pause, Lady Harriet started up, and said, "I used to take you as my arbiter of morals when I was a little girl. Tell me, Do you think it wrong to tell lies? Oh, my dear, how can you ask such questions? Of course it is very wrong, very wicked indeed, I think I may say. But I know you were only joking when you said you had told lies. No, indeed I was not. I told as plump, fat lies as you would wish to hear. I said I was obliged to go into Hollingford on business, when the truth was there was no obligation in the matter, only an insupportable desire of being free from my visitors for an hour or two, and my only business was to come here and yawn and complain, and lounge at my leisure. I really think I'm unhappy at having told a story, as children express it. But, my dear Lady Harriet, said Mrs. Gibson, a little puzzled as the exact meaning of the words that were trembling on her tongue, I am sure you thought that you meant what you said when you said it. No, I didn't, put in Lady Harriet. And besides, if you didn't, it was the fault of the tiresome people who drove you into such straits. Yes, it was certainly their fault, not yours. And then you know the conventions of society. Ah, what trammels they are. Lady Harriet was silent for a minute or two. Then she said, Tell me, Clare, you've told lies sometimes, haven't you? Lady Harriet, I think you might have known me better, but I know you don't mean it, dear. Yes, I do. You must have told white lies at any rate. How did you feel after them? I should have been miserable if I ever had. I should have died of self-reproach. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, has always seemed to me such a fine passage. But then I have so much that is unbending in my nature, and in our sphere of life there are so few temptations. If we are humble, we are also simple, and unshackled by etiquette. Then you blame me very much? If somebody else will blame me, I shan't be so unhappy at what I said this morning. I am sure I never blamed you, not in my inmost heart, dear Lady Harriet. Blame you, indeed. That would be presumption in me. I think I shall set up a confessor, and it shan't be you, Clare, for you have always been only too indulgent to me. After a pause, she said, Can you give me some lunch, Clare? I don't mean to go home till 3. My business will take me till then, as the people at the Towers are duly informed. Certainly, I shall be delighted. But you know we are very simple in our habits. Oh, I only want a little bread and butter, and perhaps a slice of cold meat. You must not give yourself any trouble, Clare. Perhaps you dine now. Let me sit down just like one of your family. Yes, you shall. I won't make any alteration. It will be so pleasant to have you sharing our family meal, dear Lady Harriet. But we dine late. We only lunch now. How low the fire is getting. I really am forgetting everything in the pleasure of this tete-a-tete. So she rang twice, with great distinctness, and with a long pause between the rings. Maria brought in coals, but the signal was as well understood by Cynthia as the hall of Apollo was by the servants of Lucullus. The brace of partridges that were to have been for the late dinner were instantly put down to the fire, and the prettiest china put out, and the table decked with flowers and fruit, arranged with all Cynthia's usual dexterity and taste, so that when the meal was announced, and Lady Harriet entered the room, she could not but think her hostess's apologies had been quite unnecessary, and be more and more convinced that Clare had done very well for herself. Cynthia now joined the party, pretty and elegant as she always was, but somehow she did not take Lady Harriet's fancy. She only noticed her on account of her being her mother's daughter. Her presence made the conversation more general, and Lady Harriet gave out several pieces of news, none of them of any great importance to her, but as what had been talked about by the circle of visitors assembled at the Towers. Lord Hollingford ought to have been with us, she said amongst other things, but he is obliged, or fancies himself obliged, which is all the same thing, to stay in town about this Crichton legacy. A legacy? To Lord Hollingford? I am so glad. Don't be in a hurry to be glad. It's nothing for him but trouble. Did not you hear of that rich eccentric Mr. Crichton, who died some time ago, and, fired by the example of Lord Bridgewater, I suppose, left a sum of money in the hands of trustees, of whom my brother is one, to send out a man with 1,000 fine qualifications to make a scientific voyage, with a view to bringing back specimens of the fauna of distant lands, and so forming the nucleus of a museum, which is to be called the Crichton Museum, and so perpetuate the founder's name. Such various forms does man's vanity take. Sometimes it stimulates philanthropy, sometimes a love of science. It seems to me a very laudable and useful object, I am sure, said Mrs. Gibson safely. I dare say it is, taking it from the public good view. but it is rather tiresome to us privately, for it keeps Hollingford in town, or between it and Cambridge, and each place as dull and empty as can be, just when we want him down at the Towers. The thing ought to have been decided long ago, and there's some danger of the legacy lapsing. The 2 other trustees have run away to the Continent, feeling, as they say, the utmost confidence in him, but in reality shirking their responsibilities. However, I believe he likes it, so I ought not to grumble. He thinks he is going to be very successful in the choice of his man, and he belongs to this county too, young Hamley of Hamley, if he can only get his college to let him go, for he's a fellow of Trinity, senior wrangler or something, and they're not so foolish as to send their crack man to be eaten up by lions and tigers. "It must be Roger Hamley," exclaimed Cynthia, her eyes brightening and her cheeks flushing. "He's not the eldest son. He can scarcely be called Hamley of Hamley," said Mrs. Gibson. "Hollingford's man is a fellow of Trinity, as I said before." "Then it is Mr. Roger Hamley," said Cynthia, "and he's up in London about some business. What news for Molly when she comes home?" "Why, what has Molly to do with it?" asked Lady Harriet. And she looked into Mrs. Gibson's face for an answer. Mrs. Gibson, in reply, gave an intelligent and very expressive glance at Cynthia, who, however, did not perceive it. "Oh, no, not at all." And Mrs. Gibson nodded a little at her daughter, as much as to say, if any one, that. Lady Harriet began to look at the pretty Miss Kirkpatrick with fresh interest. Her brother had spoken in such a manner of this young Mr. Hamley, that every one connected with the Phoenix was worthy of observation. Then, as if the mention of Molly's name had brought her afresh into her mind, Lady Harriet said, "And where is Molly all this time? I should like to see my little mentor. I hear she is very much grown since those days." "Oh, when once she gets gossiping with the Miss Brownings, she never knows when to come home," said Mrs. Gibson. "The Miss Brownings? Oh, I am so glad you named them. I am very fond of them. Pecksy and Flapsy, I may call them so in Molly's absence. I'll go and see them before I go home, and then perhaps I shall see my dear little Molly too. Do you know, Claire, I've quite taken a fancy to that girl." So Mrs. Gibson, after all her precautions, had to submit to Lady Harriet's leaving her half an hour earlier than she otherwise would have done, in order to make herself common, as Mrs. Gibson expressed it, by calling on the Miss Brownings. But Molly had left before Lady Harriet arrived. Molly went the long walk to the Holly Farm to order the damsons out of a kind of penitence. She had felt conscious of anger at being sent out of the house by such a palpable manoeuvre as that which her stepmother had employed. Of course she did not meet Cynthia, so she went alone, along the pretty lanes with grassy sides and high hedge banks, not at all in the style of modern agriculture. At first she made herself uncomfortable with questioning herself as to how far it was right to leave unnoticed the small domestic failings, the webs, the distortions of truth, which had prevailed in their household ever since her father's second marriage. She knew that very often she longed to protest, but she did not do it from the desire of sparing her father any discord, and she saw by his face that he too was occasionally aware of certain things that gave him pain, as showing that his wife's standards of conduct was not as high as he would have liked. It was a wonder to Molly if this silence was right or wrong. With a girl's want of toleration and want of experience to teach her the force of circumstances and of temptation, she had often been on the point of telling her stepmother some forcible home truths. But possibly her father's example of silence, and often some piece of kindness on Mrs. Gibson's part, for after her way, and when in a good temper, she was very kind to Molly, made her hold her tongue. That night at dinner, Mrs. Gibson recounted the conversation between herself and Lady Harriet, giving it a very strong individual colouring, as was her wont, and telling nearly the whole of what had passed, although implying that there was a great deal said that was so purely confidential that she was bound in honour not to repeat it. Her 3 auditors listened to her without interrupting her much, indeed without bestowing extreme attention on what she was saying, until she came to the fact of Lord Hollingford's absence in London, and the reason for it. "Roger Hamley going off on a scientific expedition!" exclaimed Mr. Gibson, suddenly awakened into vivacity. "Yes, at least it is not settled finally, but as Lord Hollingford is the only trustee who takes any interest, and being Lord Cumnor's son, it is next to certain." "I think I must have a voice in the matter," said Mr. Gibson, and he relapsed into silence, keeping his ears open, however, henceforward. "How long will he be away?" asked Cynthia. "We shall miss him sadly." Molly's lips formed an acquiescing yes to this remark, but no sound was heard. There was a buzzing in her ears, as if the others were going on with the conversation, but the words they uttered seemed indistinct and blurred. They were merely conjectures, and did not interfere with the one great piece of news. To the rest of the party she appeared to be eating her dinner as usual, and, if she were silent, there was one listener the more to Mrs. Gibson's stream of prattle, and Mr. Gibson's and Cynthia's remarks. End of chapter 32.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, February 2007. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 33. Brightening Prospects. It was a day or two afterwards that Mr. Gibson made time to ride round by Hamley, desirous to learn more exact particulars of this scheme for Roger that he could obtain from any extraneous source, and rather puzzled to know whether he should interfere on the project or not. The state of the case was this. Osborne's symptoms were, in Mr. Gibson's opinion, signs of having a fatal disease. Dr. Nicholls had differed from him on this head, and Mr. Gibson knew that the old physician had had long experience, and was considered very skilful in the profession. Still, he believed that he himself was right, and, if so, the complaint was one which might continue for years in the same state as present, or might end the young man's life in an hour, a minute. Supposing that Mr. Gibson was right, would it be well for Roger to be away where no sudden calls for his presence could reach him? Away for 2 years? Yet if the affair was concluded, the interference of a medical man might accelerate the very evil to be feared. And after all, Dr. Nicholls might be right, and the symptoms might proceed from some other cause. Might? Yes. Probably did? No. Mr. Gibson could not bring himself to say yes to this latter form of sentence. So he rode on meditating, his reins slack, his head a little bent. It was one of those still and lovely autumn days, when the red and yellow leaves are hanging pegs to dewy, brilliant gossamer webs, when the hedges are full of trailing brambles loaded with ripe blackberries, when the air is full of the farewell whistles and pipes of birds, clear and short, not the long, full-throated warbles of spring, when the whir of the partridges' wings is heard in the stubble-fields, as the sharp hoof-blows fall on the paved lanes, when here and there a leaf floats and flutters down to the ground, although there is not a single breath of wind. The country surgeon felt the beauty of the seasons perhaps more than most men. He saw more of it by day, by night in storm and sunshine, or in the still, soft, cloudy weather. He never spoke about what he felt on the subject. Indeed, he did not put his feelings into words, even to himself. But if his mood ever approached to the sentimental, it was on such days as this. He rode into the stable-yard, gave his horse to a man, and went into the house by a side entrance. In the passage he met the Squire. "That's capital, Gibson. What good wind blew you here? You'll have some lunch? It's on the table. I only just this minute left the room." And he kept shaking Mr. Gibson's hand all the time till he had placed him, nothing loth, at the well-covered dining-table. "What's this I hear about Roger?" said Mr. Gibson, plunging at once into the subject. "Aha, so you've heard, have you? It's famous, is it not? He's a boy to be proud of, is old Roger. Steady Roger, we used to think him slow, but it seems to me that slow and sure wins the race. But tell me, what have you heard? How much is known? Nay, you must have a glassful. It's old ale, such as we don't brew nowadays. It's as old as Osborne. We brewed it that autumn, and we called it the young Squire's ale. I thought to have tapped it on his marriage, but I don't know when that will come to pass, so we've tapped it now in Roger's honour." The old Squire had evidently been enjoying the young Squire's ale to the verge of prudence. It was indeed, as he said, as strong as brandy, and Mr. Gibson had to sip it very carefully as he ate his cold roast beef. "Well, and what have you heard? There's a deal to hear, and all good news, though I shall miss the lad, I know that." "I did not know it was settled. I only heard that it was in progress." Well, it was only in progress, as you call it, till last Tuesday. He never let me know anything about it, though. He says he thought I might be fidgety with thinking of the pros and cons. So I never knew a word on it till I had a letter from my Lord Hollingford. Where is it?" Pulling out a great black leathern receptacle for all manner of papers, and putting on his spectacles, he read aloud their headings. "Measurement of timber, new railings, drench for cows from Farmer Hayes, Dobson's accounts. Here it is. Now, read that letter," handing it to Mr. Gibson. It was a manly, feeling, sensible letter, explaining to the old father in very simple language the services which were demanded by the terms of the will to which he and 2 or 3 others were trustees, the liberal allowance for expenses, the still more liberal reward for performance, which had tempted several men of considerable renown to offer themselves as candidates for the appointment. Lord Hollingford then went on to say that, having seen a good deal of Roger lately, since the publication of his article in reply to the French osteologist, he had had reason to think that in him the trustees would find united the various qualities required in a greater measure than in any of the applicants who had at that time presented themselves. Roger had deep interest in the subject, much acquired knowledge, and at the same time great natural powers of comparison and classification of facts. He had shown himself to be an observer of fine and accurate kind. He was of the right age, in the very prime of health and strength, and unshackled by any family ties. Here Mr. Gibson paused for consideration. He hardly cared to ascertain by what steps the results had been arrived at. He already knew what the result was. But his mind was again arrested as his eye caught on the remuneration offered, which was indeed most liberal. And then he read with attention the high praise bestowed on the son in this letter to the father. The Squire had been watching Mr. Gibson, waiting till he came to this part, and he rubbed his hands together as he said, "Ah, you've come to it at last. It's the best part of the whole, is it not? God bless the boy, and from a Whig, mind you, which makes it the more handsome. And there's more to come still. I say, Gibson, I think my luck is turning at last," passing him on yet another letter to read. "That only came this morning, but I've acted on it already. I sent for the foreman of the drainage works at once, I did, and to-morrow, please God, they'll be at work again." Mr. Gibson read the second letter from Roger. To a certain degree it was a modest repetition of what Lord Hollingford had said, with an explanation of how he had come to take so decided a step in life without consulting his father. He did not wish him to be in suspense for one reason. Another was that he felt, as no one else could feel for him, that by accepting this offer he entered upon the kind of life for which he knew himself to be most fitted. And then he merged the whole into business. He said that he knew well the suffering his father had gone through when he had had to give up his drainage works for want of money, that he, Roger, had been enabled at once to raise money upon the remuneration he was to receive on the accomplishment of his 2 years' work, and that he had insured his life at once, in order to provide for the repayment of the money he had raised, in case he did not live to return to England. He said that the sum he had borrowed on this security would at once be forwarded to his father. Mr. Gibson laid down the letter without speaking a word for some time. Then he said, "He'll have to pay a pretty sum for insuring his life beyond seas." "He has got his fellowship money," said the Squire, a little depressed at Mr. Gibson's remark. "Yes, that's true, and he's a strong young fellow, as I know." "I wish I could tell his mother," said the Squire in an undertone. "It seems all settled now," said Mr. Gibson, more in reply to his own thoughts than to the Squire's remark. "Yes," said the Squire, "and they're not going to let the grass grow under his feet. He's to be off as soon as he can get his scientific traps ready. I almost wish he wasn't to go." "You don't seem quite to like it, Doctor." "Yes, I do," said Mr. Gibson, in a more cheerful tone than before. "It can't be helped now without doing a mischief," thought he to himself. "Why, Squire, I think it's a great honour to have such a son. I envy you, that's what I do. Here's a lad of 3 or 4 and 20, distinguishing himself in more ways than one, and as simple and affectionate at home as any fellow need to be, not a bit set up. Ay, he's twice as much a son to me as Osborne, who has been all his life set up on nothing at all, as one may say. Come, Squire, I must not hear anything against Osborne. We may praise one without hitting at the other. Osborne has not had the strong health which has enabled Roger to work as he has done. I met a man who knew his tutor at Trinity the other day, and of course we began cracking about Roger. It's not every day that one can reckon a senior wrangler amongst one's friends, and I'm nearly as proud of the lad as you are. This Mr. Mason told me the tutor said that only half of Roger's success was owing to his mental powers, the other half was owing to his perfect health, which enabled him to work harder and more continuously than most men without suffering. He said that in all his experience he had never known anyone with an equal capacity for mental labor, and that he could come again with a fresh appetite to his studies after shorter intervals of rest than most. Now I, being a doctor, trace a good deal of his superiority to the material cause of a thoroughly good constitution, which Osborne has not got. Osborne might have if he got out of doors more, said the Squire moodily, but except when he can loaf into Hollingford, he does not care to go out at all. I hope, he continued, with a glance of sudden suspicion at Mr. Gibson, he's not after one of your girls? I don't mean any offence, you know, but he'll have the estate, and it won't be free, and he must marry money. I don't think I could allow it in Roger, but Osborne is the eldest son, you know. Mr. Gibson reddened. He was offended for a moment. Then the partial truth of what the Squire had said was presented to his mind, and he remembered their old friendship, so he spoke quietly, if shortly. I don't believe there's anything of the kind going on. I'm not much at home, you know, but I've never heard or seen anything that should make me suppose that there is. When I do, I'll let you know. Now, Gibson, don't go and be offended. I am glad for the boys to have a pleasant house to go to, and I thank you and Mrs. Gibson for making it pleasant. Only keep off love. It can come to no good. That's all. I don't believe Osborne will ever earn a farthing to keep a wife during my life, and if I were to die tomorrow, she would have to bring some money to clear the estate. And if I do speak as I should not have done formerly, a little sharp or so, why, it's because I've been worried by many a care no one knows anything of. I'm not going to take offence, said Mr. Gibson, but let us understand each other clearly. If you don't want your sons to come as much to my house as they do, tell them so yourself. I like the lads, and am glad to see them. But if they do come, you must take the consequences, whatever they are, and not blame me, or them either, for what may happen from the frequent intercourse between two young men and two young women. And what is more, though, as I said, I see nothing whatever of the kind you fear at present, and have promised to tell you of the first symptoms I do see, yet farther than that I won't go. If there is an attachment at any future time, I won't interfere. I should not so much mind if Roger fell in love with your Molly. He can fight for himself, you see, and she's an uncommon nice girl. My poor wife was so fond of her, answered the Squire. It's Osborne and the estate I'm thinking of. Well, then, tell him not to come near us. I shall be sorry, but you will be safe. I'll think about it, but he is difficult to manage. I've always to get my blood well up before I can speak my mind to him. Mr. Gibson was leaving the room, but at these words he turned and laid his hand on the Squire's arm. Take my advice, Squire. As I said, there is no harm done as yet, as far as I know. Prevention is better than cure. Speak out, but speak gently to Osborne, and do it at once. I shall understand how it is if he does not show his face for some months in my house. If you speak gently to him, he'll take the advice as from a friend. If he can assure you there's no danger, of course he'll come just as usual when he likes. It was all very fine giving the Squire this good advice, but as Osborne had already formed the very kind of marriage his father most deprecated, it did not act quite as well as Mr. Gibson had hoped. The Squire began the conversation with unusual self-control, but he grew irritated when Osborne denied his father's right to interfere in any marriage he might contemplate, denied it with a certain degree of doggedness and weariness of the subject that drove the Squire into one of his passions. And although, on after reflection, he remembered that he had his son's promise and solemn word not to think of either Cynthia or Molly for his wife, yet the father and son had passed through one of those altercations which help to estrange men for life. Each had said bitter things to the other, and, if the brotherly affection had not been so true between Osborne and Roger, They too might have become alienated, in consequence of the Squire's exaggerated and injudicious comparison of their characters and deeds. But, as Roger in his boyhood had loved Osborne too well to be jealous of the praise and love the eldest son, the beautiful, brilliant lad, had received, to the disparagement of his own plain awkwardness and slowness, so now Osborne strove against any feeling of envy or jealousy with all his might. But his efforts were conscious. Roger's had been the simple consequence of affection, and the end to poor Osborne was that he became moody and depressed in mind and body. But both father and son had concealed their feelings in Roger's presence. When he came home just before sailing, busy and happy, the Squire caught his infectious energy, and Osborne looked up and was cheerful. There was no time to be lost. He was bound to a hot climate, and must take all advantage possible of the winter months. He was to go first to Paris, to have interviews with some of the scientific men there. Some of his outfit, instruments, etc., were to follow him to Havre, from which port he was to embark, after transacting his business in Paris. The Squire learnt all his arrangements and plans, and even tried, in after-dinner conversations, to penetrate into the questions involved in the researches his son was about to make. But Roger's visit home could not be prolonged beyond 2 days. The last day he rode into Hollingford earlier than he needed to have done to catch the London coach, in order to bid the Gibsons good-bye. He had been too actively busy for some time to have leisure to bestow much thought on Cynthia, but there was no need for fresh meditation on that subject. Her image as a prize to be worked for, to be served for 7 years, and 7 years more, was safe and sacred in his heart. It was very bad, this going away, and wishing her good-bye for 2 long years, and he wondered much during his ride how far he should be justified in telling her mother, perhaps in telling her own sweet self, what his feelings were without expecting, nay, indeed reprobating, any answer on her part. Then she would know at any rate how dearly she was beloved by one who was absent, how in all difficulties or dangers the thought of her would be a polar star, high up in the heavens, and so on, for with all a lover's quickness of imagination and triteness of fancy, he called her a star, a flower, a nymph, a witch, an angel, or a mermaid, a nightingale, a siren, as one or another of her attributes rose up before him. End of chapter 33.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 34. A Lover's Mistake. It was afternoon. Molly had gone out for a walk. Mrs. Gibson had been paying some calls. Lazy Cynthia had declined accompanying either. A daily walk was not a necessity to her as it was to Molly. On a lovely day, or with an agreeable object, or when the fancy took her, she could go as far as anyone. But these were exceptional cases. In general, she was not disposed to disturb herself from her indoor occupations. Indeed, not one of the ladies would have left the house, had they been aware that Roger was in the neighbourhood. For they were aware that he was to come down, but once before his departure, and that his stay at home then would be but for a short time, and they were all anxious to wish him good-bye before his long absence. But they had understood that he was not coming to the Hall until the following week, and therefore they had felt themselves at full liberty this afternoon to follow their own devices. Molly chose a walk that had been a favourite with her ever since she was a child. Something or other had happened just before she left home that made her begin wondering how far it was right for the sake of domestic peace to pass over without comment the little deviations from right that people perceive in those whom they live with. Or whether, as they are placed in families for distinct purposes, not by chance merely, there are not duties involved in this aspect of their lot in life, whether by continually passing over failings, their own standard is not lowered, the practical application of these thoughts being a dismal sort of perplexity on Molly's part, as to whether her father was quite aware of her stepmother's perpetual lapses from truth, and whether his blindness was wilful or not. Then she felt bitterly enough that although she was sure as could be that there was no real estrangement between her and her father, yet that there were perpetual obstacles thrown in the way of their intercourse, and she thought with a sigh that if he would but come in with authority, he might cut his way clear to the old intimacy with his daughter, and that they might have all the former walks and talks and quips and cranks and glimpses of real confidence once again, things that her stepmother did not value, yet which she, like the dog in the manger, prevented Molly enjoying. But after all, Molly was a girl, not so far removed from childhood, and in the middle of her grave regrets and perplexities, her eye was caught by the sight of some fine ripe blackberries flourishing away high up on the hedge-bank among scarlet hips and green and russet leaves. She did not care much for blackberries herself, but she had heard Cynthia say that she liked them, and besides, there was the charm of scrambling and gathering them, so she forgot all about her troubles and went climbing up the banks, and clutching at her almost inaccessible prizes, and slipping down again triumphant, to carry them back to the large leaf which was to serve her as a basket. One or two of them she tasted, but they were as vapid to her palate as ever. The skirt of her pretty print gown was torn out of the gathers, and even with the fruit she had eaten, her pretty lips with blackberries were all besmeared and dyed. When, having gathered as many and more than she could possibly carry, she set off home, hoping to escape into her room and mend her gown before it had offended Mrs. Gibson's neat eye. The front door was easily opened from the outside, and Molly was out of the clear light of the open air and in the shadow of the hall. She saw a face peep out of the dining room before she quite recognized who it was, and then Mrs. Gibson came softly out, sufficiently at least to beckon her into the room. When Molly had entered, Mrs. Gibson closed the door. Poor Molly expected a reprimand for her torn gown and untidy appearance, but was soon relieved by the expression of Mrs. Gibson's face, mysterious and radiant. "I have been watching for you, dear. Don't go upstairs into the drawing-room, love. It might be a little interruption just now. Roger Hamley is there with Cynthia, and I've reason to think— in fact, I did open the door unawares, but I shut it again softly, and I don't think they heard me. Is not it charming? Young love, you know. Ah, how sweet it is." "Do you mean that Roger has proposed to Cynthia?" asked Molly. "Not exactly that. But I don't know. Of course I know nothing. Only I did hear him say that he had meant to leave England without speaking of his love, but that the temptation of seeing her alone had been too great for him. It was symptomatic, was it not, my dear? And all I wanted was to let it come to a crisis without interruption. So I've been watching for you to prevent your going in and disturbing them." "But I may go to my room, mayn't I?" pleaded Molly. "Of course," said Mrs. Gibson, a little testily, "only I had expected sympathy from you at such an interesting moment." But Molly did not hear these last words. She had escaped upstairs and had shut her door. Instinctively she had carried her leaf full of blackberries. What would blackberries be to Cynthia now? She felt as if she could not understand it all. But as for that matter, what could she understand? Nothing. For a few minutes her brain seemed in too great a whirl to comprehend anything but that she was being carried on in earth's diurnal course, with rocks and stones and trees, with as little volition on her part as if she were dead. Then the room grew stifling, and instinctively she went to the open casement window and leant out, gasping for breath. Gradually the consciousness of the soft, peaceful landscape stole into her mind, and stilled the buzzing confusion. There, bathed in the almost level rays of the autumn sunlight, lay the landscape she had known and loved from childhood, as quiet, as full of low humming life as it had been at this hour for many generations. The autumn flowers blazed out in the garden below, the lazy cows were in the meadow beyond, chewing their cud in the green aftermath. The evening fires had just been made up in the cottages beyond, in preparation for the husband's homecoming, and were sending up soft curls of blue smoke into the still air. The children, let loose from school, were shouting merrily in the distance, and just then she heard nearer sounds. An open door, steps on the lower flight of stairs. He could not have gone without even seeing her. He never would have done so cruel a thing, never would have forgotten poor little Molly, however happy he might be. No! There were steps and voices, and the drawing-room door was opened and shut once more. She laid down her head on her arms that rested on the window-sill and cried. She had been so distrustful as to have let the idea enter her mind that he could go without wishing her good-bye, her, whom his mother had so loved and called by the name of his little dead sister. And as she thought of the tender love Mrs. Hamley had borne her, she cried the more, for the vanishing of such love for her off the face of the earth. Suddenly the drawing-room door opened, and someone was heard coming upstairs. It was Cynthia's step. Molly hastily wiped her eyes, and stood up and tried to look unconcerned. It was all she had time to do before Cynthia, after a little pause at the closed door, had knocked, and on an answer being given, had said without opening the door, "Molly, Mr. Roger Hamley is here and wants to wish you good-bye before he goes." Then she went downstairs again, as if anxious just at that moment to avoid even so short a tete-a-tete with Molly. With a gulp and a fit of resolution, as a child makes up its mind to swallow a nauseous dose of medicine, Molly went instantly downstairs. Roger was talking earnestly to Mrs. Gibson in the bay of the window when Molly entered. Cynthia was standing near, listening, but taking no part in the conversation. Her eyes were downcast, and she did not look up as Molly drew shyly near. Roger was saying, "I could never forgive myself if I had accepted a pledge from her. She shall be free until my return, but the hope, the words, her sweet goodness have made me happy beyond description. Oh, Molly!" suddenly becoming aware of her presence and turning to her, and taking her hand in both of his. "I think you have long guessed my secret, have you not? I once thought of speaking to you before I left, and confiding it all to you, but the temptation has been too great. I have told Cynthia how fondly I love her, as far as words can tell, and she says—" Then he looked at Cynthia with passionate delight, and seemed to forget in that gaze that he had left his sentence to Molly half finished. Cynthia did not seem inclined to repeat her saying, whatever it was, but her mother spoke for her. "My dear, sweet girl values your love as it ought to be valued, I am sure. And I believe," looking at Cynthia and Roger with intelligent archness, "I could tell tales as to the cause of her indisposition in the spring." "Mother," said Cynthia suddenly, "you know it was no such thing. Pray don't invent stories about me. I have engaged myself to Mr. Roger Hamley, and that is enough." "Enough? More than enough," said Roger. "I will not accept your pledge. I am bound, but you are free. I like to feel bound. It makes me happy and at peace. But with all the chances involved in the next 2 years, you must not shackle yourself by promises." Cynthia did not speak at once. She was evidently revolving something in her own mind. Mrs. Gibson took up the word. "You are very generous, I am sure. Perhaps it would be better not to mention it." "I would much rather have it kept a secret," said Cynthia, interrupting. "Certainly, my dear love. That was just what I was going to say. I once knew a young lady who heard of the death of a young man in America, whom she had known pretty well, and she immediately said she had been engaged to him, and even went so far as to put on weeds, and it was a false report, for he came back well and merry, and declared to everybody he had never so much as thought about her. So it was very awkward for her. These things had much better be kept secret until the proper time has come for divulging them." Even then and there Cynthia could not resist the temptation of saying, "Mamma, I will promise you I won't put on weeds, whatever reports come of Mr. Roger Hamley." "Roger, please," he put in a tender whisper. "And you will all be witnesses that he has professed to think of me, if he is tempted afterwards to deny the fact. But at the same time I wish it to be kept a secret until his return, and I am sure you will all be so kind as to attend to my wish. Please, Roger, please, Molly, Mamma, I must especially beg it of you." Roger would have granted anything when she asked him by that name, and in that tone. He took her hand in silent pledge of his reply. Molly felt as if she could never bring herself to name the affair as a common piece of news. So it was only Mrs. Gibson answered aloud. "My dear child, why especially to poor me? You know I'm the most trustworthy person alive." The little pendule on the chimney-piece struck the half-hour. "I must go," said Roger, in dismay. "I had no idea it was so late. I shall write from Paris. The coach will be at the George by this time, and will only stay 5 minutes. Dearest Cynthia," he took her hand, and then, as if the temptation was irresistible, he drew her to him and kissed her. "Only remember you are free," said he, as he released her and passed on to Mrs. Gibson. "If I had considered myself free," said Cynthia, blushing a little, but ready with her repartee to the last, "if I had thought myself free, do you think I would have allowed that?" Then Molly's turn came. and the old brotherly tenderness came back into his look, his voice, his bearing. "Molly, you won't forget me. I know. I shall never forget you, nor your goodness to her." His voice began to quiver, and it was best to be gone. Mrs. Gibson was pouring out, unheard and unheeded, words of farewell. Cynthia was rearranging some flowers in a vase on the table, the defects in which had caught her artistic eye, without the consciousness penetrating to her mind. Molly stood, numb to the heart, neither glad nor sorry, nor anything but stunned. She felt the slackened touch of the warm, grasping hand. She looked up, for till now her eyes had been downcast, as if there were heavy weights to their lids, and the place was empty where he had been. His quick step was heard on the stair, the front door was opened and shut, and then as quick as lightning Molly ran up to the front attic, the lumber room, whose window commanded the street down which he must pass. The window clasp was unused and stiff. Molly tugged at it. Unless it was open and her head put out, that last chance would be gone. "I must see him again. I must, she wailed out as she was pulling. There he was, running hard to catch the London coach. His luggage had been left at the George before he came up to wish the Gibsons good-bye. In all his hurry Molly saw him turn round and shade his eyes from the level rays of the westering sun, and rake the house with his glances, in hopes, she knew, of catching one more glimpse of Cynthia. But apparently he saw no one, not even Molly at the attic casement, for she had drawn back when he had turned, and kept herself in shadow, for she had no right to put herself forward as the one to watch and yearn for farewell signs. None came. Another moment. He was out of sight for years. She shut the window softly and shivered all over. She left the attic and went to her own room, but she did not begin to take off her out-of-door things till she heard Cynthia's foot on the stairs. Then she hastily went to the toilet table and began to untie her bonnet strings, but they were in a knot and took time to undo. Cynthia's step stopped at Molly's door. She opened it a little and said, "May I come in, Molly?" "Certainly," said Molly, longing to be able to say no all the time. Molly did not turn to meet her, so Cynthia came up behind her, and putting her 2 hands round Molly's waist, peeped over her shoulder, putting out her lips to be kissed. Molly could not resist the action, the mute entreaty for a caress, but in the moment before she had caught the reflection of the 2 faces in the glass, her own, red-eyed, pale, with lips dyed with blackberry juice, her curls tangled, her bonnet pulled awry, her gown torn, and contrasted it with Cynthia's brightness and bloom, and the trim elegance of her dress. Oh, it is no wonder, thought poor Molly, as she turned round and put her arms around Cynthia, and laid her head for an instant on her shoulder, the weary, aching head that sought a loving pillow in that supreme moment. The next she had raised herself and taken Cynthia's 2 hands, and was holding her off a little, the better to read her face. "Cynthia, you do love him dearly, don't you?" Cynthia winced a little aside from the penetrating steadiness of those eyes. "You speak with all the solemnity of an adjuration, Molly," said she, laughing a little at first to cover her nervousness, and then looking up at Molly. "Don't you think I have given a proof of it? But you know I've often told you I've not the gift of loving. I said pretty much the same thing to him. I can respect, and I fancy I can admire, and I can like, but I never feel carried off my feet by love for anyone, not even for you, little Molly, and I am sure I love you more than—" "No, don't," said Molly, putting her hand before Cynthia's mouth, in almost a passion of impatience. Don't, I won't hear you. I ought not to have asked you. It makes you tell lies." "Why, Molly," said Cynthia, in her turn seeking to read Molly's face, "what's the matter with you? One might think you cared for him yourself." "I?" said Molly, all the blood rushing to her heart suddenly. Then it returned, and she had courage to speak, and she spoke the truth as she believed it, though not the real actual truth. "I do care for him. I think you have won the love of a prince amongst men. Why, I am proud to remember that he has been to me as a brother, and I love him as a sister, and I love you doubly because he has honoured you with his love." "Come, that's not complimentary," said Cynthia, laughing, but not ill-pleased to hear her lover's praises, and even willing to depreciate him a little in order to hear more. "He's well enough, I dare say, and a great deal too learned and clever for a stupid girl like me, but even you must acknowledge he is very plain and awkward, and I like pretty things and pretty people." "Cynthia, I won't talk to you about him. You know you don't mean what you are saying, and you only say it out of contradiction, because I praise him. He shan't be run down by you, even in joke." "Well, then, we won't talk of him at all. I was so surprised when he began to speak, so—" and Cynthia looked very lovely, blushing and dimpling up as she remembered his words and looks. Suddenly she recalled herself to the present time, and her eye caught in the leaf full of blackberries, the broad green leaf so fresh and crisp when Molly had gathered it an hour or so ago, but now soft and flabby and dying. Molly saw it too, and felt a strange kind of sympathetic pity for the poor inanimate leaf. "Oh, what blackberries! You've gathered them for me, I know," said Cynthia, sitting down and beginning to feed herself daintily, touching them lightly with the ends of her taper fingers, and dropping each ripe berry into her open mouth. When she'd eaten about half, she stopped suddenly short. "How I should like to have gone as far as Paris with him!" she exclaimed. "I suppose it would not have been proper, but how pleasant it would have been. I remember at Boulogne, another blackberry, how I used to envy the English who are going to Paris. It seemed to me then as if nobody stopped at Boulogne but dull, stupid schoolgirls." "When will he be there?" asked Molly. "On Wednesday, he said. I'm to write to him there. At any rate, he is going to write to me." Molly went about the adjustment of her dress in a quiet, business-like manner, not speaking much. Cynthia, although sitting still, seemed very restless. Oh, how much Molly wished that she would go. "Perhaps, after all," said Cynthia, after a pause of apparent meditation, "we shall never be married." "Why do you say that?" said Molly, almost bitterly. "You have nothing to make you think so. I wonder how you can bear to think you won't, even for a moment." "Oh," said Cynthia, "you must not go and take me au grand sérieux. I dare say I don't mean what I say, but you see everything seems a dream at present. Still, I think the chances are equal, the chances for and against our marriage, I mean. 2 years! It's a long time. And he may change his mind, or I may. Or someone else may turn up and say, 'I'm engaged to him.' What should you think of that, Molly? I'm putting such a gloomy thing as death quite on one side, you see, yet in 2 years how much may happen." "Don't talk so, Cynthia, please don't," said Molly piteously. "One would think you did not care for him, and he cares so much for you." "Why, did I say I did not care for him? I was only calculating chances. I am sure I hope nothing will happen to prevent the marriage. Only, you know it may, and I thought I was taking a step in wisdom in looking forward to all the evils that might befall. I am sure all the wise people I have ever known thought it a virtue to have gloomy prognostics of the future. But you're not in a mood for wisdom or virtue, I see, so I'll go and get ready for dinner, and leave you to your vanities of dress." She took Molly's face in both her hands, before Molly was aware of her intention, and kissed it playfully. Then she left Molly to herself. End of chapter 34.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 35. The Mother's Maneuver. Mr. Gibson was not at home at dinner, detained by some patient, most probably. This was not an unusual occurrence, but it was rather an unusual occurrence for Mrs. Gibson to go down into the dining-room and sit with him as he ate his deferred meal when he came in an hour or two later. In general, she preferred her easy-chair, or her corner of the sofa upstairs in the drawing-room, though it was very rarely that she would allow Molly to avail herself of her stepmother's neglected privilege. Molly would fain have gone down and kept her father company every night that he had these solitary meals, but for peace and quietness she gave up her own wishes on the subject. Mrs. Gibson took a seat by the fire in the dining-room, and patiently waited for the auspicious moment when Mr. Gibson, having satisfied his healthy appetite, turned from the table and took his place by her side. She got up, and with unaccustomed attention she moved the wine and glasses so that he could help himself without moving from his chair. "There now, are you comfortable? For I have a great piece of news to tell you," said she, when all was arranged. "I thought there was something on hand," said he, smiling. "Now for it." "Roger Hamley has been here this afternoon to bid us good-bye." "Good-bye? Is he gone? I did not know he was going so soon," exclaimed Mr. Gibson. "Yes, never mind, that's not it." "But tell me, has he left this neighbourhood? I wanted to have seen him." Yes, he left love and regret, and all that sort of thing for you. Now let me get on with my story. he found Cynthia alone, proposed to her, and was accepted. Cynthia? Roger proposed to her, and she accepted him? Repeated Mr. Gibson slowly. Yes, to be sure. Why not? You speak as if it was something so very surprising. Did I? But I am surprised. He's a very fine young fellow, and I wish Cynthia joy, but do you like it? It will have to be a very long engagement. Perhaps, said she in a knowing manner. At any rate, he will be away for 2 years, said Mr. Gibson. A great deal may happen in 2 years, she replied. Yes, he will have to run many risks and go into many dangers, and will come back no nearer to the power of maintaining a wife than when he went out. I don't know that, she replied, still in the arch manner of one possessing superior knowledge. A little bird did tell me that Osborne's life is not so very secure. And then, what will Roger be? Heir to the estate. Who told you that about Osborne? Said he, facing round upon her, and frightening her with his sudden sternness of voice and manner. It seemed as if absolute fire came out of his long, dark, sunken eyes. Who told you, I say? She made a faint rally back into her former playfulness. Why? Can you deny it? Is it not the truth? I ask you again, Hyacinth, who told you that Osborne Hamley's life is in more danger than mine, or yours? Oh, don't speak in that frightening way. My life is not in danger, I'm sure, nor yours either, love. I hope. He gave an impatient movement, and threw a wine-glass off the table. For the moment, she felt grateful for the diversion, and busied herself in picking up the fragments. Oh, bits of glass were so dangerous, she said, but she was startled by a voice of command such as she had never yet heard from her husband. Never mind the glass. I ask you again, Hyacinth, who told you anything about Osborne Hamley's state of health? I'm sure I wish no harm to him, and I dare say he is in very good health, as you say, whispered she at last. Who told, began he again, sterner than ever. Well, if you will know, and will make such a fuss of it, said she, driven to extremity, it was you yourself. You or Dr. Nichols, I am sure, I forget which. I never spoke to you on the subject, and I don't believe Nichols did. You had better tell me at once what you are alluding to, for I'm resolved I'll have it out before we leave this room. I wish I'd never married again, she said, now fairly crying, and looked round the room, as if in vain searched for a mouse-hole in which to hide herself. Then, as if the sight of the door into the storeroom gave her courage, she turned and faced him. You should not talk your medical secrets so loud, then, if you don't want people to hear them. I had to go into the storeroom that day Dr. Nichols was here. Cook wanted a jar of preserve, and stopped me, just as I was going out. I'm sure it was for no pleasure of mine, for I was sadly afraid of stickying my gloves. It was all that you might have a comfortable dinner. She looked as if she were going to cry again, but he gravely motioned her to go on, merely saying, Well, you overheard our conversation, I suppose? Not much, she answered eagerly, almost relieved by being thus helped out in her forced confession. Only a sentence or two. What were they? He asked. Why, you had just been saying something, and Dr. Nichols said, if he had got aneurysm of the aortal, his days are numbered. Well, anything more? Yes. You said, I hope to God I may be mistaken, but there is a pretty clear indication of symptoms, in my opinion. How do you know we were speaking of Osborne Hamley? He asked, perhaps in hopes of throwing her off the scent, but as soon as she perceived that he was descending to her level of subterfuge, she took courage, and said in quite a different tone to the cowed one which she had been using, Oh, I know. I heard his name mentioned by you both before I began to listen. Then you own you did listen? Yes, said she, hesitating a little now. And pray, how do you come to remember so exactly the name of the disease spoken of? Because I went... Now, don't be angry. I really can't see any harm in what I did. Then don't deprecate anger. You went into the surgery and looked it out. Why might not I? Mr. Gibson did not answer, did not look at her. His face was very pale, and both forehead and lips were contracted. At length he roused himself, sighed, and said, "Well, I suppose as one brews, one must bake." "I don't understand what you mean," pouted she. "Perhaps not," he replied. "I suppose that it was what you heard on that occasion that made you change your behaviour to Roger Hamley. I have noticed how much more civil you were to him of late." "If you mean that I have never ever got to like him as much as Osborne, you are very much mistaken. No, not even though he is offered to Cynthia and is to be my son-in-law." "Let me know the whole affair." "You overheard. I will own that it was Osborne about whom we were speaking, although I shall have something to say about that presently. And then, if I understand you rightly, you changed your behaviour to Roger, and made him more welcome to this house than you had ever done before, regarding him as proximate heir to the Hamley estates?" "I don't know what you mean by proximate." "Go into the surgery, and look into the dictionary then," said he, losing his temper for the first time during the conversation. "I knew," said she, through sobs and tears, "that Roger had taken a fancy to Cynthia. Anyone might see that. And as long as Roger was only a younger son, with no profession and nothing but his fellowship, I thought it right to discourage him, as anyone who had a grain of common sense in them. For a clumsy or more common, awkward, stupid fellow I never saw, to be called county, I mean." "Take care. You'll have to eat your words presently, when you come to fancy he'll have Hamley some day." "No, I shan't," said she, not perceiving his exact drift. "You are vexed now because it is not Molly he's in love with, and I call it very unjust and unfair to my poor fatherless girl. I'm sure I have always tried to further Molly's interests as if she was my own daughter." Mr. Gibson was too indifferent to this accusation to take any notice of it. He returned to what was of far more importance to him. "The point I want to be clear about is this. Did you, or did you not, alter your behaviour to Roger in consequence of what you overheard of my professional conversation with Dr. Nicholls? Have you not favoured his suit to Cynthia since then, on the understanding gathered from that conversation that he stood a good chance of inheriting Hamley?" "I suppose I did," said she, sulkily. "And if I did, I can't see any harm in it, that I should be questioned as if I were in a witness-box. He was in love with Cynthia long before that conversation, and she liked him so much. It was not for me to cross the path of true love. I don't see how you would have a mother love her child if she may not turn accidental circumstances to her advantage. Perhaps Cynthia had died if she had been crossed in love. Her poor father was consumptive." "Don't you know that all professional conversations are confidential? That it would be the most dishonourable thing possible for me to betray secrets which I learn in the exercise of my profession?" "Yes, of course, you—" "Well, and are not you and I one in all these respects? You cannot do a dishonourable act without my being inculpated in the disgrace. If it would be a deep disgrace for me to betray a professional secret, what would it be for me to trade on that knowledge?" He was trying hard to be patient, but the offence was of that class which galled him insupportably. "I don't know what you mean by trading. Trading in a daughter's affections is the last thing I should do, and I should have thought you would be rather glad than otherwise to get Cynthia well married, and off your hands." Mr. Gibson got up and walked around the room, his hands in his pockets. Once or twice he began to speak, but he stopped impatiently short, without going on. "I don't know what to say to you," he said at length. "You either can't or won't see what I mean. I'm glad enough to have Cynthia here. I have given her a true welcome, and I sincerely hope she will find this house as much a home as my own daughter does. But for the future I must look out of my doors and double-lock the approaches if I am so foolish as to... However, that's past and gone, and it remains with me to prevent its recurrence as far as I can for the future. Now, let us hear the present state of affairs." "I don't think I ought to tell you anything about it. It is a secret, just as much as your mysteries are. Very well. You have told me enough for me to act upon, which I most certainly shall do. It was only the other day I promised the Squire to let him know if I suspected anything, any love affair, or entanglement, much less an engagement, between either of his sons and our girls. But this is not an engagement. He would not let it be so. If you would only listen to me, I could tell you all. Only I do hope you won't go and tell the Squire and everybody. Cynthia did so beg that it might not be known. It is only my unfortunate frankness has led me into this scrape. I never could keep a secret from those whom I love. I must tell the Squire. I shall not mention it to anyone else. And do you quite think it was consistent with your general frankness to have overheard what you did, and never to have mentioned it to me? I could have told you then that Dr. Nicholls' opinion was decidedly opposed to mine, and that he believed and believes that the disturbance about which I consulted him on Osborne's behalf was merely temporary. Dr. Nicholls would tell you that Osborne is as likely as any man to live and marry and beget children. If there was any skill used by Mr. Gibson so to word this speech as to conceal his own opinion, Mrs. Gibson was not sharp enough to find it out. She was dismayed, and Mr. Gibson enjoyed her dismay. It restored him to something like his usual frame of mind. "Let us review this misfortune, for I see you consider it as such," said he. "No, not quite a misfortune," said she. "But certainly if I had known Dr. Nicholls' opinion—" She hesitated. "You see the advantage of always consulting me," he continued gravely. "Here is Cynthia engaged." "Not engaged, I told you before. He would not allow it to be considered an engagement on her part." "Well, entangled in a love affair with a lad of 23, which nothing beyond his fellowship and a chance of inheriting an encumbered estate, no profession even, abroad for 2 years, and I must go and tell his father all about it tomorrow." "Oh, dear! Pray say that if he dislikes it, he has only to express his opinion." "I don't think you can act without Cynthia in the affair, and if I am not mistaken, Cynthia will have a pretty stout will of her own on the subject." "Oh, I don't think she cares for him very much. She is not one to be always falling in love, and she does not take things very deeply to heart. But of course one would not do anything abruptly. 2 years' absence gives one plenty of time to turn oneself in." "But a little while ago we were threatened with consumption and an early death if Cynthia's affections were thwarted." "Oh, you dear creature, how you remember all my silly words! It might be, you know. Poor dear Mr. Kirkpatrick was consumptive, and Cynthia may have inherited it, and a great sorrow might bring out the latent seeds. At times I am so fearful. But I dare say it is not probable, for I don't think she takes things very deeply to heart." "Oh, then I am quite at liberty to give up the affair, acting as Cynthia's proxy, if the Squire disapproves of it?" Poor Mrs. Gibson was in a strait at this question. "No," she said at last, "we cannot give it up. I am sure Cynthia would not, especially if she thought others were acting for her. And he really is very much in love. I wish he were in Osborne's place." "Shall I tell you what I should do?" said Mr. Gibson in real earnest. "However it may have been brought about, here are 2 young people in love with each other. One is as fine a young fellow as ever breathed, the other a very pretty, lively, agreeable girl. The father of the young man must be told, and it is most likely he will bluster and oppose, for there is no doubt it is an imprudent affair as far as money goes. But let him be steady and patient, and a better lot need await no young woman. I only wish it were Molly's good fortune to meet with such another." "I will try for her, I will indeed," said Mrs. Gibson, relieved by his change of tone. "No, don't. That's one thing I forbid. I'll have no trying for Molly." "Well, don't be so angry, dear. Do you know I was quite afraid you were going to lose your temper at one time." "It would have been no use," said he gloomily, getting up as if to close the sitting. His wife was only too glad to make her escape. The conjugal interview had not been satisfactory to either. Mr. Gibson had been compelled to face and acknowledge the fact that the wife he had chosen had a very different standard of conduct to that which he had upheld all his life, and had hoped to have seen inculcated in his daughter. He was more irritated than he chose to show, for there was so much of self-reproach in his irritation that he kept the feeling to himself, brooded over it, and allowed a feeling of suspicious dissatisfaction with his wife to grow up in his mind, which extended it by and by to the innocent Cynthia, and caused his manner to both mother and daughter to assume a certain curt severity, which took the latter at any rate with extreme surprise. But on the present occasion he followed his wife up to the drawing-room, and gravely congratulated the astonished Cynthia. "Has mamma told you?" said she, shooting an indignant glance at her mother. "It is hardly an engagement, and we all pledged ourselves to keep it a secret, mamma among the rest." "But, my dearest Cynthia, you could not have wished me to keep a secret from my husband?" pleaded Mrs. Gibson. "No, perhaps not. At any rate, sir," said Cynthia, turning towards him with graceful frankness, "I am glad you should know it. You have always been a most kind friend to me, and I daresay I should have told you myself, but I did not want it named. If you please, it must still be a secret. In fact, it is hardly an engagement. She blushed and sparkled a little at the euphemism, which implied that there was but one he present in her thoughts at the moment. "He would not allow me to bind myself by any promise until his return." Mr. Gibson looked gravely at her, irresponsive to her winning looks, which at the moment reminded him too forcibly of her mother's ways. Then he took her hand, and said, seriously enough, "I hope you are worthy of him, Cynthia, for you have indeed drawn a prize. I have never known a truer or warmer heart than Roger's, and I have known him, boy and man." Molly felt as if she could have thanked her father aloud for this testimony to the value of him who was gone away. But Cynthia pouted a little before she smiled up in his face. "You are not complimentary, are you, Mr. Gibson?" said she. "He thinks me worthy, I suppose, and if you have so high an opinion of him, you ought to respect his judgment of me." If she hoped to provoke a compliment, she was disappointed, for Mr. Gibson let go of her hand in an absent manner, and sat down in an easy-chair by the fire, gazing at the wood embers as if hoping to read the future in them. Molly saw Cynthia's eyes fill with tears, and followed her to the other end of the room, where she had gone to seek some working materials. "Dear Cynthia," was all she said, but she pressed her hand while trying to assist in the search. "Oh, Molly, I'm so fond of your father. What makes him speak so to me tonight?" "I don't know," said Molly. "Perhaps he's tired." They were recalled from further conversation by Mr. Gibson. He had roused himself from his reverie, and was now addressing Cynthia. "I hope you will not consider it a breach of confidence, Cynthia, but I must tell the Squire of what has taken place today between you and his son. I have bound myself by a promise to him. He was afraid— it's as well to tell you the truth. He was afraid," an emphasis on this last word, "of something of this kind between his sons and one of you two girls. It was only the other day I assured him there was nothing of the kind on foot, and I told him that I would inform him at once if I saw any symptoms." Cynthia looked extremely annoyed. "It was the one thing I stipulated for, secrecy." "But why?" said Mr. Gibson. "I can understand your not wishing to have it made public under the present circumstances, but the nearest friends on both sides, surely you have no objection to that?" "Yes, I have," said Cynthia. "I would not have had any one know if I could have helped it." "I'm most certain Roger will tell his father." "No, he won't," said Cynthia. "I made him promise, and I think he is one to respect a promise," with a glance at her mother, who, feeling herself in disgrace with both husband and child, was keeping a judicious silence. Well, at any rate, the story would have come with so much better a grace from him that I shall give him the chance. I won't go over to the Hall till the end of the week. He may have written and told his father before then." Cynthia held her tongue for a little while. Then she said with tearful pettishness, "A man's promise is to override a woman's wish, then, is it?" "I don't see any reason why it should not." "Will you trust in my reasons when I tell you it will cause me a great deal of distress if it gets known?" She said this in so pleading a voice that if Mr. Gibson had not been thoroughly displeased and annoyed by his previous conversation with her mother, he must have yielded to her. As it was, he said coldly, "Telling Roger's father is not making it public. I don't like this exaggerated desire for such secrecy, Cynthia. It seems to me as if something more than was apparent was concealed behind it." "Come, Molly," said Cynthia suddenly, "let us sing that duet I've been teaching you. It's better than talking as we are doing." It was a lively little French duet. Molly sang it carelessly, with heaviness in her heart. But Cynthia sang it with spirit and apparent merriment. Only she broke down in hysterics at last, and flew upstairs to her own room. Molly, heeding nothing else, neither her father nor Mrs. Gibson's words, followed her, and found the door of her bedroom locked, and for all reply to her entreaties to be allowed to come in, she heard Cynthia sobbing and crying. It was more than a week after the incidents last recorded before Mr. Gibson found himself at liberty to call on the Squire, and he heartily hoped that long before then Roger's letter might have arrived from Paris, telling his father the whole story. But he saw at the first glance that the Squire had heard nothing unusual to disturb his equanimity. He was looking better than he had done for months past. The light of hope was in his eyes. His face seemed of a healthy, ruddy colour, gained partly by his resumption of out-of-door employment in the superintendence of the works, and partly because the happiness he had lately through Roger's means caused his blood to flow with regular vigour. He had felt Roger's going away, it is true, but whenever the sorrow of parting with him pressed too heavily upon him, he filled his pipe and smoked it out over a long, slow, deliberate perusal of Lord Hollingford's letter, every word of it which he knew by heart, but expressions in which he made a pretence to himself of doubting, that he might have an excuse for looking at his son's praises once again. The first greetings over, Mr. Gibson plunged into his subject. "Any news from Roger yet?" "Oh, yes! Here's his letter," said the Squire, producing Let's black leather case, in which Roger's missive had been placed along with the other very heterogeneous contents. Mr. Gibson read it, hardly seeing the words, after he had by one rapid glance assured himself that there was no mention of Cynthia in it. I see he does not name one very important event that has befallen him since he left you," said Mr. Gibson, seizing on the first words that came. "I believe I'm committing a breach of confidence on one side, but I'm going to keep the promise I made the last time I was here. I find there is something of the kind you apprehended, you understand, between him and my stepdaughter, Cynthia Kirkpatrick. He called at our house to wish us good-bye, while waiting for the London coach, found her alone, and spoke to her. They don't call it an engagement, but of course it is one." "Give me back the letter," said the Squire in a constrained kind of voice. Then he read it again, as if he had not previously mastered its contents, and as if there might be some sentence or sentences he had overlooked. "No," he said at last, with a sigh, "he tells me nothing about it. Lads may play at confidences with their fathers, but they keep a deal back." The Squire appeared more disappointed at not having heard of this straight from Roger than displeased at the fact itself, Mr. Gibson thought, but he let him take his time. "He's not the eldest son," continued the Squire, talking as if it were to himself, "but it's not the match I should have planned for him. How came you, sir," said he, firing round on Mr. Gibson suddenly, "to say, when you were last here, that there was nothing between my sons and either of your girls? Why, this must have been going on all the time." "I'm afraid it was," but I was as ignorant about it as the babe unborn. I only heard of it on the evening of the day of Roger's departure." "And that's a week ago, sir. What's kept you quiet ever since?" "I thought that Roger would tell you himself." "That shows you have no sons. More than half their life is unknown to their fathers. Why, Osborne there, we live together. That's to say, we have our meals together, and we sleep under the same roof, and yet, well, life is as God made it. You say it's not an engagement yet? But I wonder what I'm doing. Hoping for my lad's disappointment in the folly he set his heart on, and just when he's been helping me? Is it a folly, or is it not? I ask you, Gibson, for you must know this girl. She has not much money, I suppose?" "About £30 a year, at my pleasure during her mother's life." "Whew! It's well he's not Osborne. They'll have to wait. What family is she of? None of 'em in trade, I reckon, for her being so poor?" "I believe her father was grandson of a certain Sir Gerald Kirkpatrick. Her mother tells me it is an old baronetcy. I know nothing of such things." "No, that's something. I do know something of such things, as you are pleased to call them. I like honourable blood." Mr. Gibson could not help saying, "But I'm afraid that only 1/8 of Cynthia's blood is honourable. I know nothing further of her relations, excepting the fact that her father was a curate." Professional. Well, that's a step above trade at any rate. How old is she?" 18 or 19. "Pretty?" "Yes, I think so. Most people do. But it is all a matter of taste. Come, Squire, judge for yourself. Ride over and take lunch with us any day you like. I may not be in, but her mother will be there, and you can make acquaintance with your son's future wife." This was going too fast, however, presuming too much on the quietness with which the Squire had been questioning him. Mr. Hamley drew back within his shell, and spoke in a surly manner as he replied, "Roger's future wife. He'll be wiser by the time he comes home. 2 years among the black folk will have put more sense in him." "Possible, but not probable, I should say," replied Mr. Gibson. "Black folk are not remarkable for their powers of reasoning, I believe, so that they have not much chance of altering his opinion by argument, even if they understand each other's language, and certainly if he shares my taste, their peculiarity of complexion will only make him appreciate whiteskins the more." "But you said it was no engagement," growled the Squire. "If he thinks better of it, you won't keep him to it, will you?" "If he wishes to break it off, I shall certainly advise Cynthia to be equally willing. That's all I can say. And I see no reason for discussing the affair further at present. I have told you how matters stand because I promised you I would, if I saw anything of this kind going on. But in the present condition of things, we can neither make nor mar. We can only wait." And he took up his hat to go, but the Squire was discontent. "Don't go, Gibson. Don't take offence at what I've said, though I'm sure I don't know why you should. What is this girl like in herself?" "I don't know what you mean," said Mr. Gibson. But he did, only he was vexed, and did not choose to understand. "Well, is she like your Molly, sweet-tempered and sensible, with her gloves always mended and neat about the feet, and ready to do anything one asks her, just as if doing it was the very thing she liked best in the world?" Mr. Gibson's face relaxed now, and he could understand all the Squire's broken sentences and unexplained meanings. "She is much prettier than Molly, to begin with, and has very winning ways. She is always well-dressed and smart-looking, and I know she has not much to spend on her clothes, and always does what she is asked to do, and is ready enough with her pretty lively answers. I don't think I ever saw her out of temper, but then I'm not sure if she takes things keenly to heart, and a certain obtuseness of feeling goes a great way towards a character for good temper, I've observed. Altogether, I think Cynthia is 1 in 100. The Squire meditated a little. "Your Molly is 1 in 1,000, to my mind. But then, you see, she comes of no family at all, and I don't suppose she'll have a chance of much money." This he said as if he were thinking aloud, and without reference to Mr. Gibson. But it nettled the latter gentleman, and he replied somewhat impatiently, "Well, but as there is no question of Molly in this business, I don't see the use of bringing her name in, and considering either her family or her fortune." "No, to be sure not," said the Squire, rousing up. "My wits had gone far afield, and I'll own I was only thinking what a pity it was she would not do for Osborne. But of course it's out of the question, out of the question." "Yes," said Mr. Gibson, "and if you'll excuse me, Squire, I really must go now, and then you'll be at liberty to send your wits afield uninterrupted." This time he was at the door before the Squire called him back. He stood impatiently, hitting his top boots with his riding whip, waiting for the interminable last words. "I say, Gibson, we're old friends, and you're a fool if you take anything I say as an offence. Madam, your wife, and I did not hit it off the only time I ever saw her. I won't say she was silly, but I think one of us was silly, and it was not me. However, we'll pass that over. Suppose you bring her and this girl Cynthia, which is as outlandish a Christian name as I'd wish to hear, and little Molly, out here to lunch some day. I'm more at ease in my own house, and I'm more sure to be civil, too. We need say nothing about Roger, neither the lass nor me, and you keep your wife's tongue quiet if you can. It will only be like a compliment to you on your marriage, you know, and no one must take it for anything more. Mind, no allusion or mention of Roger, and this piece of folly. I shall see the girl then, and I can judge her for myself, for, as you say, that will be the best plan. Osborne will be here, too, and he's always in his element talking to women. I sometimes think he's half a woman himself, he spends so much money and is so unreasonable." The Squire was pleased with his own speech and his own thought, and smiled a little as he finished speaking. Mr. Gibson was both pleased and amused, and he smiled too, anxious as he was to be gone. The next Thursday was soon fixed upon as the day on which Mr. Gibson was to bring his womankind out to the Hall. He thought that on the whole the interview had gone off a good deal better than he had expected, and felt rather proud of the invitation of which he was the bearer. Therefore, Mrs. Gibson's manner of receiving it was an annoyance to him. She, meanwhile, had been considering herself as an injured woman ever since the evening of the day of Roger's departure. What business had anyone had to speak as if the chances of Osborne's life being prolonged were infinitely small, if in fact the matter was uncertain? She liked Osborne extremely, much better than Roger, and would gladly have schemed to secure him for Cynthia, if she had not shrunk from the notion of her daughter's becoming a widow. For if Mrs. Gibson had ever felt anything acutely, it was the death of Mr. Kirkpatrick, and amiably callous as she was in most things, she recoiled from exposing her daughter wilfully to the same kind of suffering which she herself had experienced. But if she had only known Dr. Nicholls' opinion, she would never have favoured Roger's suit. Never. And then Mr. Gibson himself. Why was he so cold and reserved in his treatment of her since that night of explanation? She had done nothing wrong, yet she was treated as though she were in disgrace, and everything about the house was flat just now. She even missed the little excitement of Roger's visits, and the watching of his attentions to Cynthia. Cynthia, too, was silent enough, and as for Molly, she was absolutely dull and out of spirits, a state of mind so annoying to Mrs. Gibson just now that she vented some of her discontent upon the poor girl, from whom she feared neither complaint nor repartee. End of chapter 35. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 36. Domestic Diplomacy. The evening of the day on which Mr. Gibson had been to see the Squire, the three women were alone in the drawing-room, for Mr. Gibson had had a long round and was not as yet come in. They had had to wait dinner for him, and for some time after his return there was nothing done or said but what related to the necessary business of eating. Mr. Gibson was, perhaps, as well satisfied with his day's work as any of the four, for this visit to the Squire had been weighing on his mind ever since he had heard of the state of things between Roger and Cynthia. He did not like the having to go and tell of a love affair so soon after he had declared his belief that no such thing existed. It was a confession of fallibility which is distasteful to most men. If the Squire had not been of so unsuspicious and simple a nature, he might have drawn his own conclusions from the apparent concealment of facts, and felt doubtful of Mr. Gibson's perfect honesty in the business. But being what he was, there was no danger of such unjust misapprehension. Still, Mr. Gibson knew the hot, hasty temper he had to deal with, and had expected more violence of language than he really encountered. And the last arrangement by which Cynthia, her mother, and Molly, who, as Mr. Gibson thought to himself and smiled at the thought, was sure to be a peacemaker and a sweetener of intercourse, were to go to the Hall and make acquaintance with the Squire, appeared like a great success to Mr. Gibson, for achieving which he took not a little credit to himself. Altogether he was more cheerful and bland than he had been for many days, and when he came into the drawing-room for a few minutes after dinner, before going out again to see his town patients, he whistled a little under his breath, as he stood with his back to the fire, looking at Cynthia and thinking that he had not done her justice when describing her to the Squire. Now this soft, almost tuneless whistling was to Mr. Gibson what purring is to a cat. He could no more have done it with an anxious case on his mind, or when he was annoyed by human folly, or when he was hungry, than he could have flown through the air. Molly knew all this by instinct, and was happy without being aware of it, as soon as she heard the low whistle, which was no music after all. But Mrs. Gibson did not like this trick of her husband's. It was not refined, she thought, not even artistic. If she could have called it by this fine word, it would have compensated her for the want of refinement. Tonight it was particularly irritating to her nerves, but since her conversation with Mr. Gibson about Cynthia's engagement, she had not felt herself in a sufficiently good position to complain. Mr. Gibson began, "Well, Cynthia, I have seen the Squire to-day, and made a clean breast of it." Cynthia looked up quickly, questioning with her eyes. Molly stopped her netting to listen. No one spoke. "You're all to go there on Thursday to lunch. He asked you all, and I promised for you." Still no reply. Natural, perhaps, but very flat. "You'll be glad of that, Cynthia, shan't you?" asked Mr. Gibson. "It may be a little formidable, but I hope it will be the beginning of a good understanding between you." "Thank you," said she with an effort. But won't it make it public? I do so wish not to have it known or talked about, not till he comes back, or close upon the marriage." "I don't see how it should make it public," said Mr. Gibson. "My wife goes to lunch with my friend and takes her daughters with her. There's nothing in that, is there?" "I am not sure that I shall go," put in Mrs. Gibson. She did not know why she said it, for she fully intended to go all the time, but having said it, she was bound to stick to it for a little while, and with such a husband as hers, the hard necessity was sure to fall upon her of having to find a reason for her saying. There it came, quick and sharp. "Why not?" said he, turning round upon her. "Oh, because I think he ought to have called on Cynthia first. I've that sort of sensitiveness I can't bear to think of her being slighted because she is poor." "Nonsense," said Mr. Gibson. "I do assure you no slight whatever was intended. He does not wish to speak about the engagement to anyone, not even to Osborne. That's your wish too, is it not, Cynthia? Nor does he intend to mention it to any of you when you get there. But, naturally enough, he wants to make acquaintance with his future daughter-in-law. If he deviated so much from his usual course as to come calling here—" "I'm sure I don't want him to come calling here," said Mrs. Gibson, interrupting. "He was not so very agreeable the only time he did come. But I am that sort of a character that I cannot put up with any neglect of persons I love, just because they are not smiled upon by fortune." She sighed a little ostentatiously as she ended her sentence. "Well, then, you won't go," said Mr. Gibson, provoked, but not wishing to have a long discussion, especially as he felt his temper going. "Do you wish it, Cynthia?" said Mrs. Gibson, anxious for an excuse to yield. But her daughter was quite aware of this motive for the question, and replied quietly, "Not particularly, mamma. I am quite willing to refuse the invitation." "It is already accepted," said Mr. Gibson, almost ready to vow that he would never again meddle in any affair in which women were concerned, which would effectually shut him out from all love affairs for the future. He had been touched by the Squire's relenting, pleased with what he had thought would give others pleasure, and this was the end of it. "Oh, do go, Cynthia," said Molly, pleading with her eyes as well as her words. "Do. I'm sure you will like the Squire, and it is such a pretty place, and he'll be so much disappointed." "I should not like to give up my dignity," said Cynthia demurely. "And you heard what mamma said." It was very malicious of her. She fully intended to go, and was equally sure that her mother was already planning her dress for the occasion in her own mind. Mr. Gibson, however, who, surgeon though he was, had never learnt to anatomize a woman's heart, took it all literally, and was excessively angry both with Cynthia and her mother, so angry that he did not dare to trust himself to speak. He went quickly to the door, intending to leave the room, but his wife's voice arrested him. She said, "My dear, do you wish me to go? If you do, I will put my own feelings on one side." "Of course I do," he said, short and stern, and left the room. "Then I'll go," said she, in the voice of a victim. Those words were meant for him, but he hardly heard them. "And we'll have a fly from the George, and get a livery coat for Thomas, which I've long been wanting, only dear Mr. Gibson did not like it, but on an occasion like this I'm sure he won't mind, and Thomas shall go on the box, and—" "But, mamma, I've my feelings too," said Cynthia. "Nonsense, child, when all is so nicely arranged too." So they went on the day appointed. Mr. Gibson was aware of the change of plans, and that they were going after all, but he was so much annoyed by the manner in which his wife had received an invitation which had appeared to him so much kinder than he had expected from his previous knowledge of the Squire, and his wishes on the subject of his sons' marriages, that Mrs. Gibson heard neither interest nor curiosity expressed by her husband as to the visit itself, or the reception they met with. Cynthia's indifference as to whether the invitation was accepted or not had displeased Mr. Gibson. He was not up to her ways with her mother, and did not understand how much of this said indifference had been assumed in order to countervent Mrs. Gibson's affectation and false sentiment. But for all his annoyance on the subject, he was, in fact, very curious to know how the visit had gone off, and took the first opportunity of being alone with Molly to question her about the lunch of the day before at Hamley Hall. "And so you went to Hamley yesterday, after all?" "Yes, I thought you would have come. The Squire seemed quite to expect you." "I thought of going there at first, but I changed my mind, like other people. I don't see why women are supposed to have a monopoly of changeableness. Well, how did it go off? Pleasantly, I suppose, for both your mother and Cynthia were in high spirits last night." "Yes, the dear old Squire was in his best dress and on his best behaviour, and was so prettily attentive to Cynthia, and she looked so lovely walking about with him and listening to all his talk about the garden and the farm. Mamma was tired and stopped indoors, so they got on very well and saw a great deal of each other." "And my little girl trotted behind?" "Oh, yes, you know I was almost at home, and besides, of course—" Molly went very red, and left the sentence unfinished. "Do you think she's worthy of him?" asked her father, just as if she had completed her speech. "Of Roger, papa? Oh, who is? But she is very sweet, and very, very charming." "Very charming, if you will, but somehow I don't quite understand her. Why does she want all this secrecy? Why was she not more eager to go and pay her duty to Roger's father? She took it as coolly as if I'd asked her to go to church." "I don't think she did take it coolly. I believe I don't quite understand her either, but I love her dearly all the same." I like to understand people thoroughly, but I know it's not necessary to women. Do you really think she's worthy of him?" "Oh, papa," said Molly, and then she stopped. She wanted to speak in favour of Cynthia, but somehow she could form no reply that pleased her to this repeated inquiry. He did not seem much to care if he got an answer or not, for he went on with his own thoughts, and the result was that he asked Molly if Cynthia had heard from Roger. "Yes, on Wednesday morning." "Did she show it to you?" "But of course not. Besides, I read the Squire's letter, which told all about him." Now Cynthia, rather to Molly's surprise, had told her that she might read the letter if she liked, and Molly had shrunk from availing herself of the permission for Roger's sake. She thought that he would probably have poured out his heart to the one sole person, and that it was not fair to listen, as it were, to his confidences. "Was Osborne at home?" asked Mr. Gibson. "The Squire said he did not think he would have come back, but the young fellow is so uncertain." "No, he was still from home." Then Molly blushed all over crimson, for it suddenly struck her that Osborne was probably with his wife, that mysterious wife of whose existence she was cognizant, but of whom she knew so little, and of whom her father knew nothing. Mr. Gibson noticed the blush with anxiety. What did it mean? It was troublesome enough to find that one of the Squire's precious sons had fallen in love within the prohibited ranks, and what would not have to be said and done if anything fresh were to come out between Osborne and Molly? He spoke out at once to relieve himself of this new apprehension. "Molly, I was taken by surprise by this affair between Cynthia and Roger Hamley. If there's anything more on the tapis, let me know at once, honestly and openly. I know it's an awkward question for you to reply to, but I would not ask it unless I had good reasons." He took her hand as he spoke. She looked up at him with clear, truthful eyes, which filled with tears as she spoke. She did not know why the tears came. Perhaps it was because she was not so strong as formerly. "If you mean that you're afraid that Osborne thinks of me as Roger thinks of Cynthia, Papa, you are quite mistaken. Osborne and I are friends, and nothing more, and never can be anything more. That's all I can tell you." "It's quite enough, little one. It's a great relief. I don't want to have my Molly carried off by any young man just yet. I should miss her sadly." He could not help saying this in the fullness of his heart just then, but he was surprised at the effect these few tender words produced. Molly threw her arms round his neck and began to sob bitterly, her head lying on his shoulder. "There, there," said he, patting her on the back and leading her to the sofa. "That will do. I get quite enough of tears in the day, shed for real causes, not to want them at home, where I hope they are shed for no cause at all. There's nothing really the matter, is there, my dear?" he continued, holding her a little way from him that he might look in her face. She smiled at him through her tears, and he did not see the look of sadness which returned to her face after he had left her. "Nothing, dear, dear Papa, nothing now. It's such a comfort to have you all to myself. It makes me happy." Mr. Gibson knew all implied in these words, and felt that there was no effectual help for the state of things which had arisen from his own act. It was better for them both that they should not speak out more fully. So he kissed her and said, "That's right, dear. I can leave you in comfort now, and indeed I've stayed too long already gossiping. Go out and have a walk. Take Cynthia with you if you like. I must be off. Good-bye, little one." His commonplace words acted like an astringent on Molly's relaxed feelings. He intended that they should do so. It was the truest kindness to her. But he walked away from her with a sharp pang at his heart, which he stunned into numbness as soon as he could by throwing himself violently into the affairs and cares of others. End of chapter 36. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 37 of Fluke and What Came of It. The honor and glory of having a lover of her own was soon to fall to Molly's share, though to be sure it was a little deduction to the honor that the man who came with the full intention of proposing to her ended by making Cynthia an offer. It was Mr. Cox, who came back to Hollingford to follow out the purpose he had announced to Mr. Gibson nearly 2 years before, of inducing Molly to become his wife as soon as he should have succeeded to his uncle's estate. He was now a rich, though still a red-haired young man. He came to the George Inn, bringing his horses and his groom, not that he was going to ride much, but that he thought such outward signs of his riches might help on his suit. And he was so justly modest in his estimation of himself that he believed that he needed all extraneous aid. He piqued himself on his constancy, and indeed, considering that he had been so much restrained by his duty, his affection, and his expectations to his crabbed old uncle, that he had not been able to go much into society, and very rarely indeed into the company of young ladies, such fidelity to Molly was very meritorious, at least in his own eyes. Mr. Gibson, too, was touched by it, and made it a point of honour to give him a fair field, all the time sincerely hoping that Molly would not be such a goose as to lend a willing ear to a youth who could never remember the difference between apophysis and epiphysis. He thought it as well not to tell his wife more of Mr. Cox's antecedents than that he had been a former pupil, who had relinquished, all that he knew of, understood, the medical profession, because an old uncle had left him enough of money to be idle. Mrs. Gibson, who felt that she had somehow lost her place in her husband's favour, took it into her head that she could reinstate herself if she was successful in finding a good match for his daughter Molly. She knew that her husband had forbidden her to try for this end, as distinctly as words could express a meaning. But her own words so seldom did express her meaning, or if they did, she held to her opinion so loosely, that she had no idea but that it was the same with other people. Accordingly, she gave Mr. Cox a very sweet and gracious welcome. "It is such a pleasure to me to make acquaintance with the former pupils of my husband. He had spoken to me so often of you that I quite feel as if you were one of the family, as indeed I am sure that Mr. Gibson considers you." Mr. Cox felt much flattered, and took the words as a happy omen for his love affair. "Is Miss Gibson in?" asked he, blushing violently. "I knew her formerly, that is to say, I lived in the same house with her for more than 2 years, and it would be a great pleasure to... "Certainly, I am sure she will be glad to see you. I sent her and Cynthia. You don't know my daughter Cynthia, I think, Mr. Cox? She and Molly are such great friends. Out for a brisk walk this frosty day, but I think they will soon come back." She went on saying agreeable nothings to the young man, who received her attentions with a certain complacency, but was all the time much more engaged in listening to the well-remembered click at the front door, the shutting it to again with household care, and the sound of the familiar bounding footstep on the stair. At last they came. Cynthia entered first, bright and blooming, fresh colour in her cheeks and lips, fresh brilliance in her eyes. She looked startled enough at the sight of a stranger, and for an instant she stopped short at the door, as if taken by surprise. Then in came Molly softly behind her, smiling, happy, dimpled, but not such a glowing beauty as Cynthia. "Oh, Mr. Cox, is it you?" said she, going up to him with an outstretched hand, and greeting him with simple friendliness. "Yes. It seems such a long time since I saw you. You are so much grown, so much, well, I suppose I must not say what," he replied, speaking hurriedly, and holding her hand all the time, rather to her discomfiture. Then Mrs. Gibson introduced her daughter, and the two girls spoke of the enjoyment of their walk. Mr. Cox marred his cause in that very first interview, if indeed he ever could have had any chance, by his precipitancy in showing his feelings, and Mrs. Gibson helped him to mar it by trying to assist him. Molly lost her open friendliness of manner, and began to shrink away from him in a way which he thought was very ungrateful return for all his faithfulness to her these 2 years past, and after all she was not the wonderful beauty his fancy or his love had painted her. That Miss Kirkpatrick was far more beautiful and much easier of access. For Cynthia put on all her pretty airs, her look of intent interest in what anyone was saying to her, let the subject be what it would, as if it was the thing she cared the most about in the whole world, her unspoken deference. In short, all the unconscious ways she possessed by instinct of tickling the vanity of men. So while Molly quietly repelled him, Cynthia drew him to her by her soft, attractive ways, and his constancy fell before her charms. He was thankful that he had not gone too far with Molly, and grateful to Mr. Gibson for having prohibited all declarations 2 years ago. For Cynthia, and Cynthia alone, could make him happy. After a fortnight's time, during which he had entirely veered round in his allegiance, he thought it desirable to speak to Mr. Gibson. He did so with a certain sense of exultation in his own correct behaviour in the affair, but at the same time feeling rather ashamed of the confession of his own changeableness which was naturally involved. Now it had so happened that Mr. Gibson had been unusually little at home during the fortnight that Mr. Coxe had ostensibly lodged at the George, but in reality had spent the greater part of his time at Mr. Gibson's house, so that he had seen very little of his former pupil, and on the whole he had thought him improved, especially after Molly's manner had made her father pretty sure that Mr. Coxe stood no chance in that quarter. But Mr. Gibson was quite ignorant of the attraction which Cynthia had had for the young man. If he had perceived it, he would have nipped it in the bud pretty quickly, for he had no notion of any girl, even though only partially engaged to one man, receiving offers from others, if a little plain speaking could prevent it. Mr. Coxe had asked for a private interview. They were sitting in the old surgery, now called the consulting room, but still retaining so much of its former self as to be the last place in which Mr. Coxe could feel himself at ease. He was red up to the very roots of his red hair, and kept turning his glossy new hat around and round in his fingers, unable to find out the proper way of beginning his sentence. So at length he plunged in, grammar or no grammar. "Mr. Gibson, I dare say you'll be surprised, but I'm sure I am at what I want to say. But I think it's the part of an honourable man, as you said yourself, sir, a year or two ago, to speak to the father first. And, as you, sir, stand in the place of a father to Miss Kirkpatrick, I should like to express my feelings, my hopes, or perhaps I should say wishes. In short—" "Miss Kirkpatrick?" said Mr. Gibson, a good deal surprised. "Yes, sir," continued Mr. Coxe, rushing on now that he had got so far. "I know it may appear inconstant and changeable, but I do assure you I came here with a heart as faithful to your daughter as ever beat in a man's bosom. I most fully intended to offer myself and all that I had to her acceptance before I left, but really, sir, if you had seen her manner to me every time I endeavoured to press my suit a little, it was more than coy, it was absolutely repellent. There could be no mistaking it. While Miss Kirkpatrick—" He looked modestly down and smoothed the nap of his hat, smiling a little while he did so. "While Miss Kirkpatrick," repeated Mr. Gibson in such a stern voice that Mr. Coxe, landed Esquire as he was now, felt as much discomfited as he used to do when he was an apprentice, and Mr. Gibson had spoken to him in a similar manner. "I was only going to say, sir, that so far as one can judge from manner, and willingness to listen, and apparent pleasure in my visits, altogether I think I may venture to hope that Miss Kirkpatrick is not quite indifferent to me, and I would wait— You have no objection, have you, sir, to my speaking to her, I mean?" said Mr. Coxe, a little anxious at the expression on Mr. Gibson's face. "I do assure you I have not a chance with Miss Gibson," he continued, not knowing what to say, and fancying that his inconstancy was rankling in Mr. Gibson's mind. "No, I don't suppose you have. Don't go and fancy it is that which is annoying me. You're mistaken about Miss Kirkpatrick, however. I don't believe she could ever have meant to give you encouragement." Mr. Cox's face grew perceptibly paler. His feelings, if evanescent, were evidently strong. "I think, sir, if you could have seen her, I don't consider myself vain, and manner is so difficult to describe. At any rate, you can have no objection to taking my chance and speaking to her." "Of course, if you won't be convinced otherwise, I can have no objection. But if you'll take my advice, you will spare yourself the pain of a refusal. I may perhaps be trenching on confidence, but I think I ought to tell you that her affections are otherwise engaged." It cannot be," said Mr. Cox. "Mr. Gibson, there must be some mistake. I have gone as far as I dared in expressing my feelings, and her manner has been most gracious. I don't think she could have misunderstood my meaning. Perhaps she has changed her mind? It is possible that, after consideration, she has learnt to prefer another, is it not?" "By another, you mean yourself, I suppose. I can believe in such inconstancy." He could not help in his own mind giving a slight sneer at the instance before him. "But I should be very sorry to think that Miss Kirkpatrick could be guilty of it." "But she may... It is a chance. Will you allow me to see her?" "Certainly, my poor fellow." For intermingled with a little contempt was a good deal of respect for the simplicity, the unworldliness, the strength of feeling, even though the feeling was evanescent. "I will send her to you directly." "Thank you, sir. God bless you for a kind friend." Mr. Gibson went upstairs to the drawing-room, where he was pretty sure he should find Cynthia. There she was, as bright and careless as usual, making up a bonnet for her mother, and chattering to Molly as she worked. "Cynthia, you will oblige me by going down into my consulting-room at once. Mr. Cox wants to speak to you." "Mr. Cox?" said Cynthia. "What can he want with me?" Evidently she answered her own question as soon as it was asked, for she coloured, and avoided meeting Mr. Gibson's severe, uncompromising look. As soon as she had left the room, Mr. Gibson sat down and took up a new Edinburgh lying on the table, as an excuse for conversation. Was there anything in the article that made him say, after a minute or two, to Molly, who sat silent and wondering, "Molly, you must never trifle with the love of an honest man. You don't know what pain you may give." Presently Cynthia came back into the drawing-room, looking very much confused. Most likely she would not have returned if she had known that Mr. Gibson was still there. But it was such an unheard-of thing for him to be sitting in that room in the middle of the day, reading, or making pretence to read, that she had never thought of his remaining. He looked up at her the moment she came in, so there was nothing for it but putting a bold face on it and going back to her work. "Is Mr. Cox still downstairs?" asked Mr. Gibson. "No, he is gone. He asked me to give you both his kind regards. I believe he is leaving this afternoon." Cynthia tried to make her manner as commonplace as possible, but she did not look up, and her voice trembled a little. Mr. Gibson went on looking at his book for a few minutes, but Cynthia felt that more was coming, and only wished it would come quickly, for the severe silence was very hard to bear. It came at last. "I trust this will never occur again, Cynthia," said he in grave displeasure. "I should not feel satisfied with the conduct of any girl, however free, who could receive marked attentions from a young man with complacency, and so lead him on to make an offer which she never meant to accept. But what must I think of a young woman in your position, engaged, yet, quote, accepting most graciously, end quote, for that was the way Cox expressed it, the overtures of another man? Do you consider what unnecessary pain you have given him by your thoughtless behaviour? I call it thoughtless, but it is the mildest epithet I can apply to it. I beg that such a thing may not occur again, or I shall be obliged to characterize it more severely." Molly could not imagine what more severely could be, for her father's manner appeared to her almost cruel in its sternness. Cynthia coloured up extremely, then went pale, and at length raised her beautiful, appealing eyes full of tears to Mr. Gibson. He was touched by that look, but he resolved immediately not to be mollified by any of her physical charms of expression, but to keep his sober judgment of her conduct. "Please, Mr. Gibson, hear my side of the story before you speak so hardly to me. I did not mean to flirt. I merely meant to make myself agreeable. I can't help doing that. And that goose of a Mr. Coxe seems to have fancied I meant to give him encouragement." "Do you mean that you were not aware that he was falling in love with you?" Mr. Gibson was melting into a readiness to be convinced by that sweet voice and pleading face. "Well, I suppose I must speak truly." Cynthia blushed and smiled ever so little, but it was a smile, and it hardened Mr. Gibson's heart again. "I did think once or twice that he was becoming a little more complimentary than the occasion required. But I hate throwing cold water on people, and I never thought he could take it into his silly head to fancy himself seriously in love, and to make such a fuss at the last, after only a fortnight's acquaintance." "You seem to have been pretty well aware of his silliness. I should rather call it simplicity. Don't you think you should have remembered that it might lead him to exaggerate what you were doing and saying into encouragement?" "Perhaps. I dare say I'm all wrong, and that he is all right," said Cynthia, piqued and pouting. "We used to say in France that les absents ont toujours tort. But really it seems as if here—" She stopped. She was unwilling to be impertinent to a man whom she respected and liked. She took up another point of her defence, and rather made matters worse. "Besides, Roger would not allow me to consider myself as finally engaged to him. I would willingly have done it, but he would not let me." "Nonsense! Don't let us go on talking about it, Cynthia. I have said all I mean to say. I believe that you were only thoughtless, as I told you before. But don't let it happen again." He left the room at once, to put a stop to the conversation, the continuance of which would serve no useful purpose, and perhaps end by irritating him. "Not guilty? But we recommend the prisoner not to do it again? It's pretty much that, isn't it, Molly?" said Cynthia, letting her tears downfall even while she smiled. "I do believe your father might make a good woman of me yet, if he would only take the pains, and was not quite so severe. And to think of that stupid little fellow making all this mischief! He pretended to take it to heart, as if he had loved me for years instead of only for days. I dare say only for hours, if the truth were known." "I was afraid he was becoming very fond of you," said Molly. "At least it struck me once or twice. But I knew he could not stay long, and I thought it would only make you uncomfortable if I said anything about it. But now I wish I had." "It would not have made a bit of difference," replied Cynthia. "I knew he liked me, and I like to be liked. It is born in me to try to make everyone I come near fond of me. But then they should not carry it too far, for it becomes very troublesome if they do. I shall hate red-haired people for the rest of my life. To think of such a man as that being the cause of your father's displeasure with me!" Molly had a question at her tongue's end that she longed to put. She knew it was indiscreet, but at last out it came, almost against her will. "Shall you tell Roger about it?" Cynthia replied, "I have not thought about it. No, I don't think I shall. There's no need. Perhaps, if we are ever married—" "Ever married?" said Molly under her breath. But Cynthia took no notice of the exclamation until she had finished the sentence which it interrupted. "And I can see his face, and know his mood. I may tell it him then, but not in writing, and when he is absent. It might annoy him." "I'm afraid it would make him uncomfortable," said Molly simply. "And yet it must be so pleasant to be able to tell him everything, all your difficulties and troubles." "Yes, only I don't worry him with these things. It is better to write him merry letters and cheer him up among the black folk. You repeated 'ever married' a little while ago. Do you know, Molly, I don't think I ever shall be married to him? I don't know why, but I have a strong presentiment, so it's just as well not to tell him all my secrets, for it would be awkward for him to know them if it never came off." Molly dropped her work and sat silent, looking into the future. At length she said, "I think it would break his heart, Cynthia." "Nonsense! Why, I am sure that Mr. Coxe came here with the intention of falling in love with you. You need not blush so violently. I am sure you saw it as plainly as I did, only you made yourself disagreeable, and I took pity on him, and consoled his wounded vanity. Do you dare to compare Roger Hamley to Mr. Coxe?" asked Molly indignantly. No, I don't," said Cynthia in a moment. "They are as different as men can be. Don't be so dreadfully serious over everything, Molly. You look as oppressed with sad reproach as if I had been passing on to you the scolding your father gave me." "Because I don't think you value Roger as you ought, Cynthia," said Molly stoutly, for it required a good deal of courage to force herself to say this, although she could not tell why she shrank so from the speaking. "Well, yes, I do. It's not in my nature to go into ecstasies, and I don't suppose I shall ever be what people call in love. But I am glad he loves me, and I like to make him happy, and I think him the best and most agreeable man I know, always excepting your father, when he is not angry with me. What can I say more, Molly? Would you like me to say I think him handsome? I know most people think him plain, but, well, I'm of the opinion of most people then, and small blame to them. But I like his face. 10,000 times better than Mr. Preston's handsomeness." For the first time during the conversation, Cynthia seemed thoroughly in earnest. Why Mr. Preston was introduced neither she nor Molly knew. It came up and out by sudden impulse, but a fierce look came into the eyes, and the soft lips contracted themselves as Cynthia named his name. Molly had noticed this look before, always at the mention of this one person. "Cynthia, what makes you dislike Mr. Preston so much?" "Don't you? Why do you ask me? And yet, Molly," said she, suddenly relaxing into depression, not merely in tone and look, but in the droop of her limbs, "Molly, what should you think of me if I married him after all?" "Married him? Has he ever asked you?" But Cynthia, instead of replying to this question, went on, uttering her own thoughts. "More unlikely things have happened. Have you never heard of strong wills mesmerizing weaker ones into submission? One of the girls at Madame Lefebvre's went out as a governess to a Russian family who lived near Moscow. I sometimes think I'll write to her to give me a situation in Russia, just to get out of the daily chance of seeing that man." "But sometimes you seem quite intimate with him, and talk to him." "How can I help it?" said Cynthia impatiently. Then, recovering herself, she added, "We knew him so well at Ashcombe, and he's not a man to be easily thrown off, I can tell you. I must be civil to him. It's not from liking, and he knows it is not, for I've told him so. However, we won't talk about him. I don't know how we came to do it, I'm sure. The mere fact of his existence and of his being within a half-mile of us is bad enough. Oh, I wish Roger was at home, and rich, and could marry me at once, and carry me away from that man. If I'd thought of it, I really believe I would have taken poor red-haired Mr. Coxe." "I don't understand it at all," said Molly. I dislike Mr. Preston, but I should never think of taking such violent steps as you speak of to get away from the neighbourhood in which he lives." "No, because you are a reasonable little darling," said Cynthia, resuming her usual manner and coming up to Molly and kissing her. "At least you'll acknowledge I'm a good hater." "Yes, but still I don't understand it." "Oh, never mind. There are old complications with our affairs at Ashcombe. Money matters are at the root of it all. Horrid poverty. Do let us talk of something else. Or better still, let me go and finish my letter to Roger, or I shall be too late for the African mail." "Is it not gone? Oh, I ought to have reminded you. It will be too late. Did you not see the notice at the post office that letters for ought to be in London on the morning of the 10th instead of the evening? Oh, I'm so sorry." "So am I, but it can't be helped. It is to be hoped it will be the greater treat when he does get it. I've got a far greater weight on my heart because your father seems so displeased with me. I was fond of him, and now he is making me quite a coward. You see, Molly," continued she, a little piteously, "I've never lived with people with such a high standard of conduct before, and I don't quite know how to behave." "You must learn," said Molly tenderly. "You'll find Roger quite as strict in his notions of right and wrong." "Ah, but he's in love with me," said Cynthia, with a pretty consciousness of her power. Molly turned away her head and was silent. It was of no use combating the truth, and she tried rather not to feel it, not to feel, poor girl, that she too had a great weight on her heart, into the cause of which she shrank from examining. That whole winter long she had felt as if her sun was all shrouded over with grey mist, and could no longer shine brightly for her. She wakened up in the morning with a dull sense of something being wrong. The world was out of joint, and if she were born to set it right, she did not know how to do it. Blind herself as she would, she could not help perceiving that her father was not satisfied with the wife he had chosen. For a long time Molly had been surprised at his apparent contentment. Sometimes she had been unselfish enough to be glad that he was satisfied, but still more frequently nature would have its way, and she was almost irritated at what she considered his blindness. Something, however, had changed him now, something that had arisen at the time of Cynthia's engagement. He had become nervously sensitive to his wife's failings, and his whole manner had grown dry and sarcastic, not merely to her, but sometimes to Cynthia, and even, but this very rarely, to Molly herself. He was not a man to go into passions or ebullitions of feeling. They would have relieved him, even while degrading him in his own eyes. But he became hard and occasionally bitter in his speeches and ways. Molly now learnt too long after the vanished blindness in which her father had passed the first year of his marriage. Yet there was no outrageous infractions of domestic peace. Some people might say that Mr. Gibson, quote, accepted the inevitable. He told himself in more homely phrase, quote, that it was no use crying over spilt milk, and he, from principle, avoided all actual dissensions with his wife, preferring to cut short a discussion by a sarcasm or by leaving the room. Moreover, Mrs. Gibson had a very tolerable temper of her own, and her cat-like nature purred and delighted in smooth ways and pleasant quietness. She had no great facility for understanding sarcasm. It is true it disturbed her, but as she was not quick in deciphering any depth of meaning, and felt it to be unpleasant to think about it, she forgot it as soon as possible. Yet she saw she was often in some kind of disfavour with her husband, and it made her uneasy. She resembled Cynthia in this. She liked to be liked, and she wanted to regain the esteem which she did not perceive she had lost forever. Molly sometimes took her stepmother's part in secret. She felt as if she herself could never have borne her father's hard speeches so patiently. They would have cut her to the heart, and she must either have demanded an explanation and probed the sore to the bottom, or sat down despairing and miserable. instead of which Mrs. Gibson, after her husband had left the room on these occasions, would say in a manner more bewildered than hurt, "I think dear papa seems a little put out to-day. We must see that he has a dinner that he likes when he comes home. I've often perceived that everything depends on making a man comfortable in his own house." And thus she went on, groping about to find the means of reinstating herself in his good graces, really trying according to her lights, till Molly was often compelled to pity her in spite of herself, and although she saw that her stepmother was the cause of her father's increased astringency of disposition. For indeed, he had got into that kind of exaggerated susceptibility with regard to his wife's faults, which may be best typified by the state of bodily irritation that is produced by the constant recurrence of any particular noise. Those who are brought within hearing of it are apt to be always on the watch for the repetition, if they are once made to notice it, and are in an irritable state of nerves. So that poor Molly had not passed a cheerful winter, independently of any private sorrows that she might have in her own heart. She did not look well, either. She was gradually falling into low health rather than bad health. Her heart beat more feebly and slower. The vivifying stimulant of hope, even unacknowledged hope, was gone out of her life. It seemed as if there was not, and never could be in this world, any help for the dumb discordancy between her father and his wife. Day after day, month after month, year after year, Molly would have to sympathize with her father and pity her stepmother, feeling acutely for both, and certainly more than Mrs. Gibson felt for herself. Molly could not imagine how she had at one time wished for her father's eyes to be opened, and how she could ever have fancied that if they were, he would be able to change things in Mrs. Gibson's character. It was all hopeless, and the only attempt at a remedy was to think about it as little as possible. Then Cynthia's ways and manners about Roger gave Molly a great deal of uneasiness. She did not believe that Cynthia cared enough for him. At any rate, not with the sort of love that she herself would have bestowed if she had been so happy. No, that was not it. If she had been in Cynthia's place. She felt as if she should have gone to him, both hands held out, full and brimming over with tenderness, and been grateful for every word of precious confidence bestowed on her. Yet Cynthia received his letters with a kind of carelessness, and read them with a strange indifference, while Molly sat at her feet, so to speak, looking up with eyes as wistful as a dog's waiting for crumbs, and such chance beneficences. She tried to be patient on these occasions, but at last she must ask, "Where is he, Cynthia? What does he say?" By this time Cynthia had put down the letter on the table by her, smiling a little from time to time, as she remembered the loving compliments it contained. "Where? Oh, I did not look exactly. Somewhere in Abyssinia, Juan. I can't read the word, and it does not much signify, for it would give me no idea." "Is he well?" asked greedy Molly. "Yes, now. He has had a slight touch of fever, he says, but it's all over now, and he hopes he is getting acclimatized." "Of fever? Who took care of him? He would want nursing, and so far from home. Oh, Cynthia!" "Oh, I don't fancy he had any nursing, poor fellow. One does not expect nursing in hospitals and doctors in Abyssinia, but he had plenty of quinine with him, and I suppose that is the best specific. At any rate, he says he is quite well now." Molly sat silent for a minute or two. "What is the date of the letter, Cynthia?" "I did not look. December the 10th. "That's nearly 2 months ago," said Molly. "Yes, but I determined I would not worry myself with useless anxiety when he went away. If anything did go wrong, you know," said Cynthia, using a euphemism for death, as most people do. It is an ugly word to speak plain out in the midst of life. "It would be all over before I even heard of his illness, and I could be of no use to him. Could I, Molly?" "No, I dare say it is all very true, only I should think the Squire could not take it so easily. I always write him a little note when I hear from Roger, but I don't think I'll name this touch of fever. Shall I, Molly? I don't know, said Molly. People say one ought, but I almost wish I had not heard of it. Please, does he say anything else that I may hear? Oh, lovers' letters are so silly, and I think this is sillier than usual, said Cynthia, looking over her letter again. Here's a piece you may read. From that line to that, indicating 2 places. I have not read it myself, for it looked dullish, all about Aristotle and Pliny. And I want to get this bonnet cap made up before we go out to pay our calls. Molly took the letter. The thought crossing her mind that he had touched it, had had his hands upon it in those far distant desert lands, where he might be lost to sight and to any human knowledge of his fate. Even now her pretty brown fingers almost caressed the flimsy paper with their delicacy of touch as she read. She saw references made to books which, with a little trouble, would be accessible to her here in Hollingford. Perhaps the details and the references would make the letter dull and dry to some people, but not to her, thanks to his former teaching and the interest he had excited in her for his pursuits. But, as he said in apology, what had he to write about in that savage land but his love and his researches and travels? There was no society, no gaiety, no new books to write about, no gossip in Abyssinian wilds. Molly was not in strong health, and perhaps this made her a little fanciful, but certain it is that her thoughts by day and her dreams by night were haunted by the idea of Roger lying ill and untended in those savage lands. Her constant prayer, "O my Lord, give her the living child, and in no wise slay it," came from a heart as true as that of the real mother in King Solomon's judgment. Let him live, even though I may never set eyes upon him again. Have pity upon his father. Grant that he may come home safe, and live happily with her whom he loves so tenderly, O God. And then she would burst into tears and drop asleep at last, sobbing. End of chapter 37. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 38. Mr. Kirkpatrick, Q.C. Cynthia was always the same with Molly, kind, sweet-tempered, ready to help, professing a great deal of love for her, and probably feeling as much as she did for anyone in the world. But Molly had reached to this superficial depth of affection and intimacy in the first few weeks of Cynthia's residence in her father's house. And if she had been of a nature prone to analyze the character of one whom she loved dearly, she might have perceived that with all Cynthia's apparent frankness, there were certain limits beyond which her confidence did not go, where her reserve began, and her real self was shrouded in mystery. For instance, her relations with Mr. Preston were often very puzzling to Molly. She was sure that there had been a much greater intimacy between them formerly at Ashcombe, and that the remembrance of this was often very galling and irritating to Cynthia, who was as evidently desirous of forgetting it as he was anxious to make her remember it. But why this intimacy had ceased, why Cynthia disliked him so extremely now, and many other unexplained circumstances connected with these two facts, were Cynthia's secrets, and she effectually baffled all Molly's innocent attempts during the first glow of her friendship for Cynthia to learn the girlish antecedents of her companion's life. Every now and then Molly came to a dead wall, beyond which she could not pass, at least with the delicate instruments which were all she chose to use. Perhaps Cynthia might have told all there was to tell to a more forcible curiosity, which knew how to improve every slip of the tongue and every fit of temper to its own gratification. But Molly's was the interest of affection, not the coarser desire of knowing everything for a little excitement. And as soon as she saw that Cynthia did not wish to tell her anything about that period of her life, Molly left off referring to it. But if Cynthia had preserved a sweet tranquillity of manner and an unvarying kindness for Molly during the winter of which there is question, at present she was the only person to whom the beauty's ways were unchanged. Mr. Gibson's influence had been good for her as long as she saw that he liked her. She had tried to keep as high a place in his good opinion as she could, and had curbed many a little sarcasm against her mother, and many a twisting of the absolute truth when he was by. Now there was a constant uneasiness about her which made her more cowardly than before, and even her partisan Molly could not help being aware of the distinct equivocations she occasionally used when anything in Mr. Gibson's words or behaviour pressed her too hard. Her repartees to her mother were less frequent than they had been, but there was often the unusual phenomenon of pettishness in her behaviour to Mrs. Gibson. These changes in humour and disposition, here described all at once, were in themselves a series of delicate alterations of relative conduct spread over many months, many winter months of long evenings in bad weather, which bring out discords of character, as a dash of cold water brings out the fading colours of an old fresco. During much of this time Mr. Preston had been at Ashcombe, for Lord Cumnor had not been able to find an agent whom he liked to replace Mr. Preston, and while the inferior situation remained vacant, Mr. Preston had undertaken to do the duties of both. Mrs. Goodenough had had a serious illness, and the little society at Hollingford did not care to meet, while one of their habitual set was scarcely out of danger. So there had been very little visiting, and though Miss Browning said that the absence of the temptations of society were very agreeable to cultivated minds, after the dissipations of the previous autumn, when there were parties every week to welcome Mr. Preston, yet Miss Phoebe let out in confidence that she and her sister had fallen into the habit of going to bed at 9 o'clock, for they found cribbage night after night from 5 till 10 rather too much of a good thing. To tell the truth, that winter, if peaceful, was monotonous in Hollingford, and the whole circle of gentility there was delighted to be stirred up in March by the intelligence that Mr. Kirkpatrick, the newly made Q.C., was coming on a visit of a couple of days to his sister-in-law, Mrs. Gibson. Mrs. Goodenough's room was the very centre of gossip. Gossip had been her daily bread through her life. Gossip was meat and wine to her now. "Dear me," said the old lady, rousing herself so as to sit upright in her easy-chair, and propping herself with her hands on the arms. "Who would have thought she'd such grand relations? Why, Mr. Ashton told me once that a Queen's Counsel was as like to be a judge as a kitten is like to be a cat. And to think of her being as good as a sister to a judge! I saw one once, and I know I thought I should not wish for a better winter cloak than his old robes would make me, if I only could find out where I could get them set in hand. And I know she'd silk gowns turned and dyed and cleaned, and for aught I know turned again when she lived at Ashcombe, keeping a school too, and so near akin to this Queen's Counsel all the time. Well, to be sure, it was not much of a school, only 10 young ladies at the best of times, so perhaps he'd never heard of it." "I've been wondering what they'll give him to dinner," said Miss Browning. "It is an unlucky time for visitors, no game to be had, and lamb so late this year, and chicken hardly to be had for love or money." "He'll have to put up with the calf's head. "That he will," said Mrs. Goodenough solemnly. "If I'd ha' got my usual health, I'd copy out a receipt of my grandmother's for rolled calf's head, and send it to Mrs. Gibson. The doctor's been very kind to me all through this illness. I wish my daughter and Combermere would send me some autumn chickens. I'd pass 'em on to the doctor, that I would. But she's been a killin' of all 'em, and a sending of 'em to me, and the last she sent she wrote me word was the last." "I wonder if they'll give a party for him," suggested Miss Phoebe. "I should like to see a Queen's Counsel for once in my life. I've seen javelin men, but that's the greatest thing in the legal line I ever came across." "They'll ask Mr. Ashton, of course," said Miss Browning. "The 3 black graces, law, physic, and divinity, as the song calls them. Wherenever there's a second course, there's always the clergyman of the parish invited in any family of gentility." "I wonder if he's married," said Mrs. Goodenough. Miss Phoebe had been feeling the same wonder, but had not thought it maidenly to express it, even to her sister, who was the source of knowledge, having met Mrs. Gibson in the street on her way to Mrs. Goodenough's. "Yes, he's married, and must have several children, for Mrs. Gibson said that Cynthia Kirkpatrick had paid them a visit in London to have lesson with her cousins, and she said that his wife was a most accomplished woman, and of good family, though she brought him no fortune." "It's a very credible connection, I'm sure. It's only a wonder to me as how we've heard so little talk of it before," said Mrs. Goodenough. "At the first look of the thing, I should not have thought Mrs. Gibson was one to hide away her fine relations under a bushel. Indeed, for that matter, we're all of us fond of turning the best breadth of the gown to the front. I remember, speaking of breadths, how I've undone my skirts many a time, and oft to put a stain or a grease spot next to poor Mr. Goodenough. He'd a soft kind of heart when first we was married, and he said, says he, 'Patty, link thy right arm into my left one, then thou shalt be nearer to my heart.' And so we kept up the habit, when, poor man, he'd a deal more to think on than romancing on which side his heart lay. So, as I said, I always put my damaged breadths on the right hand, and when we walked arm in arm, as we always did, no one was ever the wiser." "I should not be surprised if he invited Cynthia to pay him another visit in London," said Miss Browning. "If he did it when he was poor, he's 20 times more likely to do it now he's a Queen's Counsel." "Aye, work it by the rule of 3, and she stands a good chance. I only hope it won't turn her head, going up visiting in London at her age. Why, I was 50 before I ever went." "But she has been in France. She's quite a travelled young lady," said Miss Phoebe. Mrs. Goodenough shook her head for a whole minute before she gave vent to her opinion. "It's a risk," said she, "a great risk. I don't like saying so to the doctor, but I should not like having my daughter, if I was him, so cheek by jowl with a girl as was brought up in the country where Robespierre and Bonaparte was born." "But Buonaparte was a Corsican," said Miss Browning, who was much farther advanced both in knowledge and in liberality of opinions than Mrs. Goodenough, "and there's a great opportunity for cultivation of the mind afforded by intercourse with foreign countries. I always admire Cynthia's grace of manner, never too shy to speak, yet never putting herself forwards. She's quite a help to a party, and if she has a few airs and graces, why, they're natural at her age. Now, as for dear Molly, there's a kind of awkwardness about her. She broke one of our best china cups last time she was at a party at our house, and spilt the coffee on the new carpet. And then she got so confused that she hardly did anything but sit in a corner and hold her tongue all the rest of the evening." "Oh, she was so sorry for what she'd done, sister," said Miss Phoebe, in a gentle tone of reproach. She was always faithful to Molly. "Well, and did I say she wasn't? But was there any need for her to be stupid all the evening after? But you were rather sharp, rather displeased." "And I think it is my duty to be sharp, aye, and cross too, when I see young folks careless. And when I see my duty clear, I do it. I'm not one to shrink from it, and they ought to be grateful to me. It's not every one that will take the trouble of reproving them, as Mrs. Goodenough knows. I'm very fond of Molly Gibson, very, for her own sake, and for her mother's too. I'm not sure if I don't think she's worth 6 Cynthia's, but for all that she should not break my best china teacup, and then sit doing nothing for her livelihood all the rest of the evening." By this time, Mrs. Goodenough gave evident signs of being tired. Molly's misdemeanours and Miss Browning's broken teacup were not as exciting subjects of conversation as Mrs. Gibson's newly discovered good luck in having a successful London lawyer for a relation. Mr. Kirkpatrick had been, like many other men, struggling on in his profession, and encumbered with a large family of his own. He was ready to do a good turn for his connections, if it occasioned him no loss of time, and if, which was perhaps a primary condition, he remembered their existence. Cynthia's visit to Doughty Street 9 or 10 years ago had not made much impression upon him after he had once suggested its feasibility to his good-natured wife. He was even rather startled every now and then by the appearance of a pretty little girl amongst his own children as they trooped in to dessert, and had to remind himself who she was. But as it was his custom to leave the table almost immediately, and to retreat into a small back room called his study, to immerse himself in papers for the rest of the evening, the child had not made much impression upon him, and probably the next time he remembered her existence was when Mrs. Kirkpatrick wrote to him to beg him to receive Cynthia for a night on her way to school at Boulogne. The same request was repeated on her return, but it so happened that he had not seen her either time, and only dimly remembered some remarks which his wife had made on one of these occasions, that it seemed to her rather hazardous to send so young a girl so long a journey without making more provision for her safety than Mrs. Kirkpatrick had done. He knew that his wife would fill up all deficiencies in this respect as if Cynthia had been her own daughter, and thought no more about her until he received an invitation to attend Mrs. Kirkpatrick's wedding with Mr. Gibson, the highly esteemed surgeon of Hollingford, etc., etc., an attention which irritated instead of pleasing him. "Does the woman think I have nothing to do but run about the country in search of brides and bridegrooms, when this great case of Houghton versus Houghton is coming on, and I have not a moment to spare?" he asked of his wife. "Oh, perhaps she never heard of it," suggested Mrs. Kirkpatrick. "Nonsense! The case has been in the papers for days." "But she mayn't know you are engaged in it." "She mayn't," said he meditatively. Such ignorance was possible. But now the great case of Houghton versus Houghton was a thing of the past. The hard struggle was over, the comparative tableland of QC-dom gained, and Mr. Kirkpatrick had leisure for family feeling and recollection. One day in the Easter vacation he found himself near Hollingford. He had a Sunday to spare, and he wrote to offer himself as a visitor to the Gibsons from Friday to Monday, expressing strongly, what he really felt in a less degree, his wish to make Mr. Gibson's acquaintance. Mr. Gibson, though often overwhelmed with professional business, was always hospitable, and moreover it was always a pleasure to him to get out of the somewhat confined mental atmosphere which he had breathed over and over again, and have a whiff of fresh air, a glimpse of what was passing in the great world beyond his daily limits of thought and action. So he was ready to give a cordial welcome to his unknown relation. Mrs. Gibson was in a flutter of sentimental delight, which she fancied was family affection, but which might not have been quite so effervescent if Mr. Kirkpatrick had remained in his former position of struggling lawyer, with 7 children living in Doughty Street. When the two gentlemen met, they were attracted towards each other by a similarity of character, with just enough difference in their opinions to make the experience of each, on which such opinions were based, valuable to the other. Mrs. Gibson, although the bond between them counted for very little in their intercourse. Mr. Kirkpatrick paid her very polite attention, and was in fact very glad that she had done so well for herself as to marry a sensible and agreeable man who was able to keep her in comfort, and to behave to her daughter in so liberal a manner. Molly struck him as a delicate-looking girl, who might be very pretty if she had had a greater look of health and animation. Indeed, looking at her critically, there were beautiful points about her face: long, soft grey eyes, black curling eyelashes, rarely showing dimples, perfect teeth. But there was a languor over all, a slow depression of manner, which contrasted unfavourably with the brightly coloured Cynthia, sparkling, quick, graceful, and witty. As Mr. Kirkpatrick expressed it afterwards to his wife, he was quite in love with that girl, and Cynthia, as ready to captivate strangers as any little girl of 3 or 4, rose to the occasion, forgot all her cares and despondencies, remembered no longer her regret at having lost something of Mr. Gibson's good opinion, and listened eagerly and made soft replies, intermixed with naive sallies of droll humour, till Mr. Kirkpatrick was quite captivated. he left Hollingford, almost surprised to have performed a duty and found it a pleasure. For Mrs. Gibson and Molly he had a general friendly feeling, but he did not care if he never saw them again. But for Mr. Gibson he had a warm respect, a strong personal liking, which he should be glad to have ripen into a friendship, if there was time for it in this bustling world. And he fully resolved to see more of Cynthia. His wife must know her. They must have her up to stay with them in London, and show her something of the world. But on returning home, Mr. Kirkpatrick found so much work awaiting him that he had to lock up embryo friendships and kindly plans in some safe closet of his mind, and give himself up, body and soul, to the immediate work of his profession. But in May he found time to take his wife to the Academy exhibition, and some portrait there striking him as being like Cynthia, he told his wife more about her and his visit to Hollingford than he had ever had leisure to do before, and the result was that on the next day a letter was sent off to Mrs. Gibson inviting Cynthia to pay a visit to her cousins in London, and reminding her of many little circumstances that had occurred when she was with them as a child, so as to carry on the clue of friendship from that time to the present. On its receipt, this letter was greeted in various ways by the 4 people who sat round the breakfast table. Mrs. Gibson read it to herself first. Then, without telling what its contents were, so that her auditors were quite in the dark as to what her remarks applied, she said, "I think they might have remembered that I'm a generation nearer to them than she is, but nobody thinks of family affection nowadays. And I liked him so much, and bought a new cookery book, all to make it pleasant and agreeable, and what he was used to." She said all this in a plaintive, aggrieved tone of voice, but as no one knew to what she was referring, it was difficult to offer her consolation. Her husband was the first to speak. "If you want us to sympathize with you, tell us what is the nature of your woe." "Why, I dare say it's what he means as a very kind attention, only I think I ought to have been asked before Cynthia," said she, reading the letter over again. "Who's he, and what's meant for a kind attention?" "Mr. Kirkpatrick, to be sure. This letter is from him, and he wants Cynthia to go and pay them a visit, and never says anything about you or me, my dear. And I'm sure we did our best to make it pleasant, and he should have asked us first, I think." "As I could not possibly have gone, it makes very little difference to me."
"But I could have gone, and at any rate he should have paid us the compliment. It's only a proper mark of respect, you know. So ungrateful, too, when I gave up my dressing-room on purpose for him."
"And I dressed for dinner every day he was here, if we are each to recapitulate all our sacrifices on his behalf. But for all that, I did not expect to be invited to his house. I shall be only too glad if he will come again to mine."
"I've a great mind not to let Cynthia go," said Mrs. Gibson, reflectively. "I can't go, mamma," said Cynthia, colouring. "My gowns are all so shabby, and my old bonnet must do for this summer." "Well, but you can buy a new one, and I'm sure it is high time you should get yourself another silk gown. You must have been saving up a great deal, for I don't know when you've had any new clothes." Cynthia began to say something, but stopped short. She went on buttering her toast, but she held it in her hand without eating it, without looking up either, as if, after a minute or two of silence, she spoke again. "I cannot go. I should like it very much, but I really cannot go. Please, mamma, write at once, and refuse it." "Nonsense, child! When a man in Mr. Kirkpatrick's position comes forward to offer a favour, it does not do to decline it without giving a sufficient reason. So kind of him as it is, too." "Well, suppose you offer to go instead of me," proposed Cynthia.
No, that won't do," said Mr. Gibson decidedly. "You can't transfer invitations in that way. But really, this excuse about your clothes does appear to be very trivial, Cynthia, if you have no other reason to give."
"What's a real true reason to me?" said Cynthia, looking up at him as she spoke. "You must let me judge for myself. It would not do to go there in a state of shabbiness, for even in Doughty Street, I remember, my aunt was very particular about dress, and now that Margaret and Helen are grown up, and they visit so much, pray don't say anything more about it, for I know it would not do." "What have you done with all your money, I wonder?" said Mrs. Gibson. "You've £20 a year, thanks to Mr. Gibson and me, and I'm sure you haven't spent more than 10.
I had not many things when I came back from France, said Cynthia in a low voice, and evidently troubled by all this questioning. Pray, let it be decided at once. I can't go, and there's an end of it. She got up and left the room rather suddenly. I don't understand it at all, said Mrs. Gibson. Do you, Molly? No, I know she does not like spending money on her dress, and is very careful. Molly said this much, and then was afraid she had made mischief. But then she must have got the money somewhere. It always has struck me that if you have not extravagant habits and do not live up to your income, you must have a certain sum to lay by at the end of the year. Have I not often said so, Mr. Gibson? Probably. Well then, apply the same reasoning to Cynthia's case, and then I ask, what has become of the money? I cannot tell, said Molly, seeing that she was appealed to. She may have given it away to someone who wants it. Mr. Gibson put down his newspaper. It is very clear that she has neither got the dress nor the money necessary for this London visit, and that she does not want any more inquiries to be made on the subject. She likes mysteries. In fact, I detest them. Still, I think it is a desirable thing for her to keep up the acquaintance, or friendship, or whatever it is to be called, with her father's family. And I shall gladly give her £10. And if that's not enough, why, either you must help her out, or she must do without some superfluous article of dress or another. I'm sure there never was such a kind, dear, generous man as you are, Mr. Gibson, said his wife. To think of your being a stepfather, and so good to my poor fatherless girl. But, Molly, my dear, I think you'll acknowledge that you too are very fortunate in your stepmother. Are not you, love? And what happy tete-a-tetes we shall have together when Cynthia goes to London. I'm not sure if I don't get on better with you even than with her, though she is my own child, for, as dear papa says so truly, there is a love of mystery about her, and if I hate anything, it is the slightest concealment or reserve. £10! Why, it will quite set her up, buy her a couple of gowns and a new bonnet, and I don't know what all. Dear Mr. Gibson, how generous you are. Something very like, pshaw, was growled out from behind the newspaper. May I go and tell her? Said Molly, rising up. Yes, do, love. Tell her it would be so ungrateful to refuse. And tell her that your father wishes her to go, and tell her, too, that it would be quite wrong not to avail herself of an opening which may by and by be extended to the rest of the family. I am sure if they ask me, which certainly they ought to do, I won't say before they ask Cynthia, because I never think of myself, and really the most forgiving person in the world, in forgiving slights, but when they do ask me, which they are sure to do, I shall never be content till by putting in a little hint here and a little hint there, I've induced them to send you an invitation. A month or two in London would do you so much good, Molly. Molly had left the room before this speech was ended, and Mr. Gibson was occupied with his newspaper. But Mrs. Gibson finished it to herself very much to her own satisfaction, for after all, it was better to have someone of the family going on the visit, though she might not be the right person, than to refuse it altogether, and never to have the opportunity of saying anything about it. As Mr. Gibson was so kind to Cynthia, she, too, would be kind to Molly, and dress her becomingly, and invite young men to the house, do all the things, in fact, which Molly and her father did not want to have done, and throw the old stumbling blocks in the way of their unrestrained intercourse, which was the one thing they desired to have, free and open, and without the constant dread of her jealousy. End of chapter 38. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 39. Secret Thoughts Ooze Out. Molly found Cynthia in the drawing-room, standing in the bow window looking out on the garden. She started as Molly came up to her. "Oh, Molly," said she, putting her arms out towards her, "I'm always so glad to have you with me." It was outbursts of affection such as these that always called Molly back, if she had been ever so unconsciously wavering in her allegiance to Cynthia. She had been wishing downstairs that Cynthia would be less reserved, and not have so many secrets, but now it seemed almost like treason to have wanted her to be anything but what she was. Never had anyone more than Cynthia the power spoken of by Goldsmith when he wrote, "He threw off his friends like a huntsman his pack, for he knew, when he liked, he could whistle them back." "Do you know, I think you'll be glad to hear what I've got to tell you," said Molly. "I think you would really like to go to London. Should not you?" "Yes, but it is of no use the liking," said Cynthia. "Don't you begin about it, Molly, for the thing is settled, and I can't tell you why, but I can't go." "It is only the money, dear, and Papa has been so kind about it. He wants you to go. He thinks you ought to keep up relationships, and he is going to give you £10. "How kind he is," said Cynthia, "but I ought not to take it. I wish I had known you years ago. I should have been different to what I am." "Oh, never mind that. We like you as you are. We don't want you different. You'll really hurt Papa if you don't take it." "Why do you hesitate? Do you think Roger won't like it?" "Roger? No, I was not thinking about him. Why should he care? I shall be there and back again before he even hears about it." "Then you will go?" said Molly. Cynthia thought for a minute or two. "Yes, I will," said she, at length. "I dare say it's not wise, but it will be pleasant, and I'll go." "Where's Mr. Gibson? I want to thank him. Oh, how kind he is, Molly. You're a lucky girl." "I?" said Molly, quite startled at being told this, for she had been feeling as if so many things were going wrong, almost as if they would never go right again. "There he is," said Cynthia. "I hear him in the hall." And down she flew, laying her hands on Mr. Gibson's arm. She thanked him with such warm impulsiveness, and in so pretty and caressing a manner, that something of his old feeling of personal liking for her returned, and he forgot for a time the causes of disapproval he had against her. "There, there," said he, "that's enough, my dear. It is quite right you should keep up with your relations. There's nothing more to be said about it." "I do think your father is the most charming man I know," said Cynthia on her return to Molly, "and it's that which always makes me so afraid of losing his good opinion, and go when I think he is displeased with me. And now let us think all about this London visit. It will be delightful, won't it? I can make £10 go ever so far, and in some ways it will be such a comfort to get out of Hollingford." "Will it?" said Molly, rather wistfully. "Oh, yes. You know I don't mean that it will be a comfort to leave you. That will be anything but a comfort. But after all, a country town is a country town, and London is London. You need not smile at my truisms. I've always had a sympathy with Monsieur de la Palisse. Monsieur de la Palisse est mort, en perdant sa vie. Un quart d'heure avant sa mort, il était en vie," sang she in so gay a manner that she puzzled Molly, as she often did, by her change of mood from the gloomy decision with which she had refused to accept the invitation only half an hour ago. She suddenly took Molly round the waist, and began waltzing round the room with her, to the imminent danger of the various little tables loaded with objets d'art, as Mrs. Gibson delighted to call them, with which the drawing-room was crowded. She avoided them, however, with her usual skill, but they both stood still at last, surprised at Mrs. Gibson's surprise, as she stood at the door looking at the whirl going on before her. "Upon my word, I only hope you're not going crazy, both of you. What's all this about, pray?" "Only because I'm so glad I'm going to London, mamma," said Cynthia demurely. "Well, I'm not sure if it's quite the thing for an engaged young lady to be so much beside herself at the prospect of gaiety. In my time, our great pleasure in our lovers' absence was in thinking about them." "I should not have thought that it would give you pain, because you would have had to remember that they were away, which ought to have made you unhappy. Now, to tell you the truth, just at the moment I had forgotten all about Roger. I hope it was not very wrong." Osborne looks as if he did all my share as well as his own of the fretting after Roger. How ill he looked yesterday." "Yes," said Molly. "I did not know if anyone besides me had noticed it. I was quite shocked." "Ah," said Mrs. Gibson, "I'm afraid that young man won't live long. Very much afraid." And she shook her head ominously. "Oh, what will happen if he dies?" exclaimed Molly, suddenly sitting down and thinking of that strange, mysterious wife who never made her appearance, whose very existence was never spoken about. And Roger away, too. "Well, it would be very sad, of course, and we should all feel it very much, I've no doubt, for I've always been very fond of Osborne. In fact, before Roger became, as it were, my own flesh and blood, I liked Osborne better. But we must not forget the living, dear Molly," for Molly's eyes were filling with tears at the dismal thoughts presented to her. "Our dear good Roger would, I am sure, do all in his power to fill Osborne's place in every way, and his marriage need not be so long delayed." "Don't speak of that in the same breath as Osborne's life, mamma," said Cynthia hastily. "Why, my dear, it is a very natural thought. For poor Roger's sake, you know, one wishes it not to be so very, very long an engagement, and I was only answering Molly's question after all. One can't help following out one's thoughts. People must die, you know, young as well as old." "If I ever suspected Roger of following out his thoughts in a similar way," said Cynthia, "I'd never speak to him again." "As if he would," said Molly, warm in her turn. "You know he never would, and you should not suppose it of him, Cynthia. No, not even for a moment." "I can't see the great harm of it at all, for my part," said Mrs. Gibson plaintively. "A young man strikes us all as looking very ill, and I'm sure I'm sorry for it, but illness very often leads to death. Surely you agree with me there, and what's the harm of saying so? Then Molly asks what will happen if he dies, and I try to answer her question. I don't like talking or thinking of death any more than anyone else, but I should think myself wanting in strength of mind if I could not look forward to the consequences of death. I really think we're commanded to do so, somewhere in the Bible or the prayer book." "Do you look forward to the consequences of my death, mamma?" asked Cynthia. "You really are the most unfeeling girl I ever met with," said Mrs. Gibson, really hurt. "I wish I could give you a little of my own sensitiveness, for I have too much for my happiness. Don't let us speak of Osborne's looks again. 10 to 1 it was only some temporary over-fatigue, or some anxiety about Roger, or perhaps a little fit of indigestion. I was very foolish to attribute it to anything more serious, and dear papa might be displeased if he knew I had done so. Medical men don't like other people to be making conjectures about health. They consider it as trenching on their own particular province, and very proper, I'm sure. Now let us consider about your dress, Cynthia. I could not understand how you had spent your money and made so little show with it." "Mamma, it may sound very cross, but I must tell Molly and you and everybody, once and for all, that as I don't want and did not ask for more than my allowance, I'm not going to answer any questions about what I do with it." She did not say this with any want of respect, but she said it with quiet determination, which subdued her mother for the time, though often afterwards, when Mrs. Gibson and Molly were alone, the former would start the wonder as to what Cynthia could possibly have done with her money, and hunt each poor conjecture through the woods and valleys of doubt till she was wearied out, and the exciting sport was given up for the day. At present, however, she confined herself to the practical matter in hand, and the genius for millinery and dress inherent in both mother and daughter soon settled a great many knotty points of contrivance and taste, and then they all three set to work to gar auld claes look amaist as weels the new. Cynthia's relations with the Squire had been very stationary ever since the visit she had paid to the Hall the previous autumn. He had received them all at that time with hospitable politeness, and he had also been more charmed with Cynthia than he liked to acknowledge to himself when he thought about the visit all over afterwards. "She's a pretty lass, sure enough," thought he, "and has pretty ways about her too, and likes to learn from older people, which is a good sign. But somehow I don't like Madame her mother, but still she is her mother, and the girl is her daughter. Yet she spoke to her once or twice, as I should not ha' liked our little Fanny to have spoken, if it had pleased God for her to ha' lived. No, it's not the right way, and it may be a bit old-fashioned, but I like the right way. And then again, she took possession of me, as I may say, and little Molly had to run after us in the garden walks that are too narrow for three, just like a little four-legged doggy. And the other was so full of listening to me, she never turned around for to speak a word to Molly. I don't mean to say they're not fond of each other. And that's in Roger's sweetheart's favour. And it's very ungrateful in me to go and find fault with a lass who was so civil to me, and had such a pretty way with her of hanging on every word that fell from my lips. Well, a deal may come and go in 2 years, and the lad says nothing to me about it. I'll be as deep as him, and take no more notice of the affair till he comes home and tells me himself. So although the Squire was always delighted to receive the little notes which Cynthia sent to him every time she heard from Roger, and although this attention on her part was melting the heart he tried to harden, he controlled himself into writing her the briefest acknowledgments. His words were strong in meaning, but formal in expression. She herself did not think much about them, being satisfied to do the kind actions that called them forth. But her mother criticized them and pondered them. She thought she had hit on the truth when she had decided in her own mind that it was a very old-fashioned style, and that he and his house and his furniture all wanted some of the brightening up and polishing which they were sure to receive when... She never quite liked to finish the sentence definitely, although she kept repeating to herself that there was no harm in it. To return to the Squire. Occupied as he now was, he recovered his former health and something of his former cheerfulness. If Osborne had met him halfway, it is probable that the old bond between father and son might have been renewed. But Osborne either was really an invalid or had sunk into invalid habits, and made no effort to rally. If his father urged him to go out, nay, once or twice he gulped down his pride and asked Osborne to accompany him, Osborne would go to the window and find out some flaw or speck in the wind or weather, and make that an excuse for stopping in the house over his books. He would saunter out on the sunny side of the house in a manner that the Squire considered as both indolent and unmanly. Yet if there was a prospect of his leaving home, which he did pretty often about this time, he was seized with a hectic energy. The clouds in the sky, the easterly wind, the dampness of the air were nothing to him then. And as the Squire did not know the real secret cause of this anxiety to be gone, he took it into his head that it arose from Osborne's dislike to Hamley and to the monotony of his father's society. It was a mistake, thought the Squire. I see it now. I was never great at making friends myself. I always thought those Oxford and Cambridge men turned up their noses at me for a country booby, and I'd get the start and have none of them. But when the boys went to Rugby at Cambridge, I should have let them have had their own friends about 'em, even though they might have looked down on me. It was the worst they could have done to me, and now what few friends I had have fallen off from me, by death or somehow, and it is but dreary work for a young man, I grant it. But he might try not to show it so plain to me as he does. I'm getting case-hardened, but it does cut me to the quick sometimes. It does. And he's so fond of his dad as he was once. If I can but get the land drained, I'll make him an allowance and let him go to London or where he likes. Maybe he'll do better this time. Or maybe he'll go to the dogs altogether. But perhaps it will make him think a bit kindly of the old father at home. I should like him to do that. I should. It is possible that Osborne might have been induced to tell his father of his marriage during their long tete-a-tete intercourse, if the Squire, in an unlucky moment, had not given him his confidence about Roger's engagement with Cynthia. It was on one wet Sunday afternoon when the father and son were sitting together in the large empty drawing-room. Osborne had not been to church in the morning. The Squire had, and he was now trying hard to read one of Blair's sermons. They had dined early, they always did on Sundays, and either that or the sermon or the hopeless wetness of the day made the afternoon seem interminably long to the Squire. He had certain unwritten rules for the regulation of his conduct on Sundays: cold meat, sermon reading, no smoking till after evening prayers, as little thought as possible as to the state of the land and the condition of the crops, and as much respectable sitting indoors in his best clothes as was consistent with going to church twice a day, and saying the responses louder than the clerk. Today it had rained so unceasingly that he had remitted the afternoon church. But oh, even with the luxury of a nap, how long it seemed before he saw the hall servants trudging homewards, along the field path, a covey of umbrellas. He had been standing at the window for the last half-hour, his hands in his pockets, and his mouth often contracting itself into the traditional sin of a whistle, but as often checked into sudden gravity, ending, 9 times out of 10, in a yawn. He looked askance at Osborne, who was sitting near the fire, absorbed in a book. The poor Squire was something like the little boy in the child's story, who asks all sorts of birds and beasts to come and play with him, and in every case receives the sober answer that they are too busy to have leisure for trivial amusements. The father wanted the son to put down his book and talk to him. It was so wet, so dull, and a little conversation would so while away the time. But Osborne, with his back to the window where his father was standing, saw nothing of all this, and went on reading. He had assented to his father's remark that it was a very wet afternoon, but had not carried on the subject into all the varieties of truisms of which it was susceptible. Something more rousing must be started, and this the Squire felt. The recollection of the affair between Roger and Cynthia came into his head, and without giving it a moment's consideration, he began, "Osborne, do you know anything about this attachment of Roger's?" Quite successful. Osborne laid down his book in a moment, and turned round to his father. "Roger? An attachment? No, I never heard of it. I can hardly believe it. That is to say, I suppose it is to—" And then he stopped, for he thought he had no right to betray his own conjecture that the object was Cynthia Kirkpatrick. "Yes, he is, though. Can you guess who to? Nobody that I particularly like, not a connection to my mind, yet she's a very pretty girl, and I suppose I was to blame in the first instance." "Is it—" "It's no use beating about the bush. I've gone too far. I may as well tell you all. It's Miss Kirkpatrick, Gibson's stepdaughter. But it's not an engagement, mind you." "Oh, I'm very glad. I hope she likes Roger back again." "Like? It's only too good a connection for her not to like it. If Roger is of the same mind when he comes home, I'll be bound she'll be only too happy." "I wonder Roger never told me," said Osborne, a little hurt, now he began to consider himself. "Well, he never told me either," said the Squire. "It was Gibson who came here, and made a clean breast of it like a man of honour. I'd been saying to him I could not have either of you two lads taking up with his lasses. I'll own it was you I was afraid of. It's bad enough with Roger, and maybe it will come to nothing after all. But if it had been you, I'd have broken with Gibson and every mother's son of 'em sooner than have let it go on. And so I told Gibson." "I beg your pardon for interrupting you, but once and for all, I claim the right of choosing my wife for myself, subject to no man's interference," said Osborne hotly. "Then you'll keep your wife with no man's interference, that's all. For ne'er a penny will you get from me, my lad, unless you marry to please me a little, as well as yourself a great deal. That's all I ask of you. I'm not particular as to beauty, or as to cleverness, and piano playing, and that sort of thing. If Roger marries this girl, we shall have enough of that in the family. I should not much mind her being a bit older than you, but she must be well born, and the more money she brings, the better for the old place. I say again, father, I choose my wife for myself, and I don't admit any man's right of dictation." "Well, well," said the Squire, getting a little angry in his turn, "if I'm not to be father in this matter, thou shan't be son. Go against me in what I've set my heart on, and you'll find there's the devil to pay, that's all. But don't let us get angry. It's Sunday afternoon for one thing, and it's a sin, and besides that I've not finished my story." For Osborne had taken up his book again, and under pretence of reading was fuming to himself. He hardly put it away even at his father's request. As I was saying, Gibson said, when first we spoke about it, that there was nothing on foot between any of you four, and that if there was, he would let me know. So by and by he comes and tells me of this. Of what? I don't understand how far it has gone. There was a tone in Osborne's voice the Squire did not quite like, and he began answering rather angrily. Of this to be sure, of what I'm telling you, of Roger going and making love to this girl that day he left after he had gone away from here and was waiting for the umpire in Hollingford. One would think you quite stupid at times, Osborne. I can only say that these details are quite new to me. You never mentioned them before, I assure you. Well, never mind whether I did or not. I'm sure I said Roger was attached to Miss Kirkpatrick, and be hanged to her. And you might have understood all the rest as a matter of course. Possibly, said Osborne politely. May I ask if Miss Kirkpatrick, who appeared to me to be a very nice girl, responds to Roger's affection? Fast enough, I'll be bound, said the Squire sulkily. A Hamley of Hamley is not to be had every day. Now I'll tell you what, Osborne, you're the only marriageable one left in the market, and I want to hoist the old family up again. Don't go against me in this. It really will break my heart if you do. Father, don't talk so, said Osborne. I will do anything I can to oblige you, except the only thing I've set my heart on your doing. Well, let it alone for the present. There's no question of my marrying just at this moment. I'm out of health, and I'm not up to going into society and meeting young ladies and all that sort of thing, even if I had an opening into fitting society. You should have an opening fast enough. There'll be more money coming in a year or two, please God. And as for your health, why, what's to make you well if you cower over the fire all day and shudder away from a good honest tankard as if it were poison? So it is to me, said Osborne languidly, playing with his book as if he wanted to end the conversation and take it up again. The Squire saw the movements and understood them. Well, said he, I'll go and have a talk with Will about poor old Black Bess. It's Sunday work enough, asking after a dumb animal's aches and pains. But after his father had left the room, Osborne did not take up his book again. He laid it down on the table by him, leant back in his chair, and covered his eyes with his hand. He was in a state of health which made him despondent about many things, though least of all about what was most in danger. The long concealment of his marriage from his father made the disclosure of it far, far more difficult than it would have been at first. Unsupported by Roger, how could he explain it all to one so passionate as the Squire? How tell of the temptation, the stolen marriage, the consequent happiness, and, alas, the consequent suffering? For Osborne had suffered, and did suffer, greatly in the untoward circumstances in which he had placed himself. He saw no way out of it all, excepting by the one strong stroke of which he felt himself incapable. So, with a heavy heart, he addressed himself to his book again. Everything seemed to come in his way, and he was not strong enough in character to overcome obstacles. The only overt step he took in consequence of what he had heard from his father was to ride over to Hollingford the first fine day after he had received the news, and go see Cynthia and the Gibsons. He had not been there for a long time. Bad weather and languor combined had prevented him. He found them full of preparations and discussions about Cynthia's visit to London, and she herself not at all in the sentimental mood proper to respond to his delicate intimations of how glad he was in his brother's joy. Indeed, it was so long after the time that Cynthia scarcely perceived that to him the intelligence was recent, and that the first bloom of his emotions had not yet passed away. With her head a little on one side, she was contemplating the effect of a knot of ribbons, when he began in a low whisper, and leaning forward towards her as he spoke, "Cynthia, I may call you Cynthia now, mayn't I? I'm so glad of this news. I've only just heard of it, but I'm so glad." What news do you mean?" She had her suspicions, but she was annoyed to think that from one person her secret was passing to another, and another, till in fact it was becoming no secret at all. Still, Cynthia could always conceal her annoyance when she chose. "Why are you to begin calling me Cynthia now?" she went on, smiling. "The terrible word has slipped out from between your lips before, do you know?" This light way of taking his tender congratulations did not quite please Osborne, who was in a sentimental mood, and for a minute or so he remained silent. Then, having finished making her bow of ribbon, she turned to him and continued in a quick, low voice, anxious to take advantage of a tete-a-tete between her mother and Molly. "I think I can guess why you made me that pretty little speech just now. But do you know you ought not to have been told? And moreover, things are not quite arrived at the solemnity of an engagement. He would not have it so. Now, I shan't say any more, and you must not. Pray remember, you ought not to have known. It is my own secret, and I particularly wished it not to be spoken about, and I don't like its being so talked about. Oh, the leaking of water through one small hole!" And then she plunged into the tete-a-tete of the other two, making the conversation general. Osborne was rather discomfited at the non-success of his congratulations. He had pictured to himself the unbosoming of a love-sick girl, full of rapture and glad of a sympathizing confidant. He knew little of Cynthia's nature. The more she suspected that she was called upon for a display of emotion, the less would she show, and her emotions were generally under the control of her will. He had made an effort to come and see her, and now he leant back in his chair, weary and a little dispirited. "You poor dear young man," said Mrs. Gibson, coming up to him with her soft, soothing manner. "How tired you look! Do take some of that eau de Cologne and bathe your forehead. The spring weather overcomes me too. Primavera, I think the Italians call it. But it is very trying for delicate constitutions, as much from its associations as from its variableness of temperature. It makes me sigh perpetually, but then I am so sensitive. Dear Lady Cumnor always used to say I was like a thermometer. You've heard how ill she has been?" "No," said Osborne, not very much caring either. "Oh, yes, she is better now. But the anxiety about her has tried me so, detained here by what are, of course, my duties, but far away from all intelligence, and not knowing what the next post might bring." "Where was she, then?" asked Osborne, becoming a little more sympathetic. "At Spa. Such a distance off, 3 days post. Can't you conceive the trial? Living with her as I did for years, bound up in the family as I was." "But Lady Harriet said in her last letter that they hoped that she would be stronger than she had been for years," said Molly innocently. "Yes, Lady Harriet, of course. Everyone who knows Lady Harriet knows that she is of too sanguine a temperament for her statements to be perfectly relied on. Altogether, strangers are often deluded by Lady Harriet. She has an off-hand manner which takes them in, but she does not mean half she says." "We will hope she does in this instance," said Cynthia shortly. "They are in London now, and Lady Cumnor has not suffered from the journey." "Well, they say so," said Mrs. Gibson, shaking her head and laying an emphasis on the word say. "I'm perhaps over-anxious, but I wish I could see and judge for myself. It would be the only way of calming my anxiety. I almost think I shall go up with you, Cynthia, for a day or two, just to see her with my own eyes. I don't quite like your travelling alone, either. We will think about it, and you shall write to Mr. Kirkpatrick and propose it, if we determine upon it. You can tell him of my anxiety, and it will be only sharing your bed for a couple of nights." End of chapter 39. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell, Chapter 40. Molly Gibson breathes freely. That was the way in which Mrs. Gibson first broached her intention of accompanying Cynthia up to London for a few days' visit. She had a trick of producing the first sketch of any new plan before an outsider to the family circle, so that the first emotions of others, if they disapproved of her projects, had to be repressed until the idea had become familiar to them. To Molly, it seemed too charming a proposal ever to come to pass. She had never allowed herself to recognize the restraint she was under in her stepmother's presence. But all at once she found it out when her heart danced at the idea of 3 whole days, for that it would be at the least, of perfect freedom of intercourse with her father, of old times come back again, of meals without perpetual fidgetiness after details of ceremony and correctness of attendance. "We'll have bread and cheese for dinner, and eat it on our knees. We'll make up for having had to eat sloppy puddings with a fork instead of a spoon all this time, by putting our knives in our mouths till we cut ourselves. Papa shall pour his tea into his saucer if he's in a hurry, and if I'm thirsty, I'll take the slop basin, and oh, if I could but get by, borrow or steal any kind of an old horse. My grey skirt is not new, but it will do. That would be too delightful. After all, I think I can be happy again. For months and months it has seemed as if I had got too old ever to feel pleasure, much less happiness again." So thought Molly. Yet she blushed as if with guilt when Cynthia, reading her thoughts, said to her one day, "Molly, you are very glad to get rid of us, are you not?" "Not of you, Cynthia, and at least I don't think I am. Only if you only knew how I love Papa, and how I used to see a great deal more of him than I ever do now. Ah, I often think what interlopers we must seem, and are, in fact. I don't feel you as such. You, at any rate, have been a new delight to me, a sister, and I never knew how charming such a relationship could be." "But, mamma," said Cynthia, half suspiciously, half sorrowfully. "Well, she is Papa's wife," said Molly quietly. "I don't mean to say I am not often very sorry to feel I am no longer first with him, but it was—" The violent colour flushed into her face till even her eyes burnt, and she suddenly found herself on the point of crying. The weeping ash-tree, the misery, the slow-dropping comfort. And the comforters came all so vividly before her. "It was Roger," she went on, looking up at Cynthia as she overcame her slight hesitation at mentioning his name. "Roger, who told me how I ought to take Papa's marriage, when I was first startled and grieved at the news. Oh, Cynthia, what a great thing it is to be loved by him!" Cynthia blushed, and looked fluttered and pleased. "Well, yes, I suppose it is. At the same time, Molly, I'm afraid he'll expect me to be always as good as he fancies me now, and I shall have to walk on tiptoe all the rest of my life." "But you are good, Cynthia," put in Molly. "No, I'm not. You're just as much mistaken as he is. And some day I shall go down in your opinions with a run, just like the hall clock the other day when the spring broke." "I think he'll love you just as much," said Molly. "Could you, would you, be my friend if it turned out ever that I had done very wrong things? Would you remember how very difficult it has sometimes been to me to act rightly?" She took hold of Molly's hand as she spoke. "We won't speak of Mamma, for your sake as much as mine or hers. But you must see she is not one to help a girl with much good advice, or good— Oh, Molly, you don't know how I was neglected just at a time when I wanted friends most. Mamma does not know it. It is not in her to know what I might have been if I had only fallen into wise, good hands, but I know it. And what's more," continued she, suddenly ashamed of her unusual exhibition of feeling, "I try not to care, which I dare say is really the worst of all. But I could worry myself to death if I once took to serious thinking." "I wish I could help you, or even understand you," said Molly, after a moment or two of sad perplexity. "You can help me," said Cynthia, changing her manner abruptly. "I can trim bonnets and make headdresses, but somehow my hands can't fold up gowns and collars like your deft little fingers. Please, will you help me to pack? That's a real, tangible piece of kindness, and not sentimental consolation for sentimental distresses, which are perhaps imaginary after all. In general, it is the people who are left behind, stationary, who give way to low spirits at any parting. The travellers, however bitterly they may feel the separation, find something in the change of scene to soften regret in the very first hour of separation. But as Molly walked home with her father from seeing Mrs. Gibson and Cynthia off to London by the Umpire coach, she almost danced along the street. "Now, Papa," said she, "I'm going to have you all to myself for a whole week. You must be very obedient." "Don't be tyrannical, then. You are walking me out of breath, and we are cutting Mrs. Goodenough in our hurry." So they crossed over the street to speak to Mrs. Goodenough. "We've just been seeing my wife and her daughter off to London. Mrs. Gibson has gone up for a week." "Dearie, dearie, to London, and only for a week? Why, I can remember its being a 3 days' journey. It will be very lonesome for you, Miss Molly, without your young companion." "Yes," said Molly, suddenly feeling as if she ought to have taken this view of the case. "I shall miss Cynthia very much." "And you, Mr. Gibson, why, it will be like being a widower all over again. You must come and drink tea with me some evening. We must try and cheer you up a bit among us. Shall it be Tuesday?" In spite of the sharp pinch which Molly gave to his arm, Mr. Gibson accepted the invitation, much to the gratification of the old lady. "Papa, how could you go and waste one of our evenings? We have but 6 in all, and now but 5, and I had so reckoned on our doing all sorts of things together." "What sort of things?" "Oh, I don't know. Everything that is unrefined and ungenteel," added she, slyly looking up into her father's face. His eyes twinkled, but the rest of his face was perfectly grave. "I'm not going to be corrupted. With toil and labour I have reached a very fair height of refinement. I won't be pulled down again." "Yes, you will, Papa. We'll have bread and cheese for lunch this very day, and you shall wear your slippers in the drawing-room every evening. You'll stay quietly at home. And, oh, Papa, don't you think I could ride Nora Creina? I've been looking out the old grey skirt, and I think I could make myself tidy." "Where's the side saddle to come from?" "To be sure the old one won't fit the great Irish mare, but I'm not particular, Papa. I think I could manage somehow." "Thank you. But I'm not quite going to return into barbarism. It may be a depraved taste, but I should like to see my daughter properly mounted." "Think of riding together down the lanes. Why, the dog roses must be all out in flower, and the honeysuckles, and the hay. How I should like to see Merriman's farm again. Papa, do let me have one ride with you. Please do. I'm sure we can manage it somehow." And somehow it was managed. Somehow all Molly's wishes came to pass. There was only one little drawback to this week of holiday and happy intercourse with her father. Everybody would ask them out to tea. They were quite like a bride and bridegroom, for the fact was that the late dinners which Mrs. Gibson had introduced into her own house were a great inconvenience in the calculations of the small tea-drinkings at Hollingford. How ask people to tea at 6 who dined at that hour? How, when they refused cake and sandwiches at 8:30? How induce other people who were really hungry to commit a vulgarity before these calm and scornful eyes? So there had been a great lull of invitations for the Gibsons to Hollingford tea-parties. Mrs. Gibson, whose object was to squeeze herself into county society, had taken this being left out of the smaller festivities with great equanimity, but Molly missed the kind homeliness of the parties to which she had gone from time to time, as long as she could remember. And though, as each 3-cornered note was brought in, she grumbled a little over the loss of another charming tete-a-tete with her father, she really was glad to go again in the old way among old friends. Miss Browning and Miss Phoebe were especially compassionate towards her in her loneliness. If they had had their will, she would have dined there every day, and she had to call upon them very frequently in order to prevent their being hurt at her declining the dinners. Mrs. Gibson wrote twice during her week's absence to her husband. That piece of news was quite satisfactory to the Miss Brownings, who had of late months held themselves a great deal aloof from a house where they chose to suppose that their presence was not wanted. In their winter evenings they had often talked over Mr. Gibson's household, and having little besides conjectures to go upon, they found the subject interminable, as they could vary the possibilities every day. One of their wonders was how Mr. and Mrs. Gibson really got on together. Another was whether Mrs. Gibson was extravagant or not. Now 2 letters during the week of her absence showed what was in those days considered a very proper amount of conjugal affection, yet not too much, at 11 halfpenny postage. A 3rd letter would have been extravagant. Sister looked to sister with an approving nod as Molly named the 2nd letter, which arrived in Hollingford the very day before Mrs. Gibson was to return. They had settled between themselves that 2 letters would show the right amount of good feeling and proper understanding in the Gibson family. More would have been extravagant. Only 1 would have been a mere matter of duty. There had been rather a question between Miss Browning and Miss Phoebe as to which person the 2nd letter, supposing it came, was to be addressed. It would be very conjugal to write twice to Mr. Gibson, and yet it would be very pretty if Molly came in for her share. "You've had another letter, you say, my dear?" asked Miss Browning. "I daresay Mrs. Gibson has written to you this time?" "It is a large sheet, and Cynthia has written on 1/2 to me, and all the rest is to Papa." "A very nice arrangement, I'm sure. And what does Cynthia say? Is she enjoying herself?" "Oh, yes, I think so. They have had a dinner party, and one night when Mamma was at Lady Cumnor's, Cynthia went to the play with her cousins." "Upon my word, and all in 1 week? I do call that dissipation. Why, Thursday would be taken up with the journey, and Friday with resting, and Sunday is Sunday all the world over, and they must have written on Tuesday. Well, I hope Cynthia won't find Hollingford dull, that's all, when she comes back." "I don't think it's likely," said Miss Phoebe, with a little simper and a knowing look, which sat oddly on her kindly, innocent face. "You see a great deal of Mr. Preston, don't you, Molly?" "Mr. Preston?" said Molly, flushing up with surprise. "No, not much. He's been at Ashcombe all winter, you know. He has but just come back to settle here. What should make you think so?" "Oh, a little bird told us," said Miss Browning. Molly knew that little bird from her childhood, and had always hated it and longed to wring its neck. Why could not people speak out and say that they did not mean to give up the name of their informant? But it was a very favourite form of fiction with the Miss Brownings, and to Miss Phoebe it was the very acme of wit. "The little bird was flying around one day in Heath Lane, and it saw Mr. Preston and a young lady, we won't say who, walking together in a very friendly manner. That is to say, he was on horseback, but the path is raised above the road, just where there is a little wooden bridge over the brook." "Perhaps Molly is in the secret, and we ought not to ask her about it," said Miss Phoebe, seeing Molly's extreme discomfiture and annoyance. "It can be no great secret," said Miss Browning, dropping the little bird formula, and assuming an air of dignified reproval at Miss Phoebe's interruption. "It can be no great secret, for Miss Hornblower says Mr. Preston owns to become engaged." "At any rate, it is not to Cynthia, that I know positively," said Molly with some vehemence. "And pray, put a stop to any such reports. You don't know what mischief they may do. I do so hate that kind of chatter." It was not very respectful of Molly to speak in this way, to be sure, but she thought only of Roger, and the distress any such reports might cause should he ever hear of them in the centre of Africa, made her colour up scarlet with vexation. "Highty-tighty, Miss Molly, don't you remember that I am old enough to be your mother, and that it is not pretty behaviour to speak so to us, to me? Chatter, to be sure. Really, Molly—" "I beg your pardon," said Molly, only half penitent. "I daresay you did not mean to speak so to sister," said Miss Phoebe, trying to make peace. Molly did not answer all at once. She wanted to explain how much mischief might be done by such reports. "But don't you see," she went on, still flushed by vexation, How bad it is to talk of such things in such a way. Supposing one of them cared for someone else, and that might happen, you know. Mr. Preston, for instance, may be engaged to someone else." "Molly, I pity the woman. Indeed I do. I have a very poor opinion of Mr. Preston," said Miss Browning in a warning tone of voice, for a new idea had come into her head. "Well, but the woman or young lady would not like to hear such reports about Mr. Preston." "Perhaps not. But for all that, take my word for it, he's a great flirt, and young ladies had better not have much to do with him." "I dare say it was all accident, their meeting in Heath Lane," said Miss Phoebe. "I know nothing about it," said Molly, "and I dare say I have been impertinent. Only please don't talk about it any more. I have my reasons for asking you." She got up, for by the striking of the church clock she had just found out that it was later than she had thought, and she knew that her father would be at home by this time. She bent down and kissed Miss Browning's grave and passive face. "How you are growing, Molly," said Miss Phoebe, anxious to cover over her sister's displeasure. "As tall and as straight as a poplar tree, as the old song says." "Grow in grace, Molly, as well as in good looks," said Miss Browning, watching her out of the room. As soon as she was fairly gone, Miss Browning got up and shut the door quite securely, and then, sitting down near her sister, she said in a low voice, "Phoebe, it was Molly herself that was with Mr. Preston in Heath Lane that day when Mrs. Goodenough saw them together." "Gracious goodness me!" exclaimed Miss Phoebe, receiving it at once as gospel. "How do you know?" "By putting two and two together. Did you not notice how red Molly went, and then pale, and how she said she knew for a fact that Mr. Preston and Cynthia Kirkpatrick were not engaged?" "Well, perhaps not engaged, but Mrs. Goodenough saw them loitering together all by their own two selves." "Mrs. Goodenough only crossed Heath Lane at the Shire Oak, as she was riding in her phaeton," said Miss Browning sententiously. "We all know what a coward she is in a carriage, so that most likely she had only half her wits about her, and her eyes are none of the best when she is standing steady on the ground. Molly and Cynthia have got those new plaid shawls just alike, and they trim their bonnets alike, and Molly has grown as tall as Cynthia since Christmas. I was always afraid she'd be short and stumpy, but she's now as tall and slender as any one need be. I'll answer for it, Mrs. Goodenough saw Molly and took her for Cynthia." When Miss Browning answered for it, Miss Phoebe gave up doubting. She sat some time in silence, revolving her thoughts. Then she said, "It would not be such a very bad match after all, sister." She spoke very meekly, awaiting her sister's sanction to her opinion. "Phoebe, it would be a bad match for Mary Preston's daughter. If I had known what I know now, we'd never have had him to tea last September." "Why, what do you know?" asked Miss Phoebe. "Miss Hornblower told me many things, some that I don't think you ought to hear, Phoebe. He was engaged to a very pretty Miss Gregson at Henwick, where he comes from, and her father made inquiries and heard so much that was bad about him that he made his daughter break off the match, and she's dead since." "How shocking!" said Miss Phoebe, duly impressed. "Besides, he plays at billiards, and he bets at races, and some people do say he keeps race horses." "But is not it strange that the Earl keeps him on as his agent?" "No, perhaps not. He's very clever about land, and very sharp in all law affairs, and my lord is not bound to take notice, if indeed he knows, of the manner in which Mr. Preston talks when he has taken too much wine." "Taken too much wine? Oh, sister, is he a drunkard? And we have had him to tea." "I did not say a drunkard, Phoebe," said Miss Browning pettishly. "A man may take too much wine occasionally without being a drunkard. Don't let me hear you using such coarse words, Phoebe." Miss Phoebe was silent for a time after this rebuke. Presently she said, "I do hope it was not Molly Gibson." "You may hope as much as you like, but I'm pretty sure it was. However, we'd better say nothing about it to Mrs. Goodenough. She has got Cynthia into her head, and there let her rest. Time enough to set reports afloat about Molly when we know there's some truth in them. Mr. Preston might do for Cynthia, who's been brought up France, though she has such pretty manners. But it may have made her not particular. He must not, and he shall not, have Molly, if I go into church and forbid the banns myself. But I'm afraid there's something between her and him. We must keep on the lookout, Phoebe. I'll be her guardian angel in spite of herself. End of chapter 40. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 41, Gathering Clouds. Mrs. Gibson came back full of rose-coloured accounts of London. Lady Cumnor had been gracious and affectionate, so touched by my going up to see her so soon after her return to England. Lady Harriet, charming and devoted to her old governess. Lord Cumnor, just like his dear usual hearty self. And as for the Kirkpatricks, no Lord Chancellor's house was ever grander than theirs, and the silk gown of the Q.C. had floated over housemaids and footmen. Cynthia, too, was so much admired, and as for her dress, Mrs. Kirkpatrick had showered down ball dresses and wreaths and pretty bonnets and mantles, like a fairy godmother. Mr. Gibson's poor present of £10 shrank into very small dimensions compared with all this munificence. "And they're so fond of her. I don't know when we shall have her back," was Mrs. Gibson's winding-up sentence. "And now, Molly, what have you and Papa been doing? Very gay you sounded in your letter. I had not time to read it in London, so I put it in my pocket and read it in the coach coming home. But, my dear child, you do look so old-fashioned with your gown made all tight and your hair all tumbling about in curls. Curls are quite gone out. We must do your hair differently," she continued, trying to smooth Molly's black waves into straightness. "I sent Cynthia an African letter," said Molly timidly. "Did you hear anything of what was in it?" "Oh, yes, poor child. It made her very uneasy, I think. She said she did not feel inclined to go to Mr. Rawson's ball, which was on that night, and for which Mrs. Kirkpatrick had given her the ball dress. But there really was nothing for her to fidget herself about. Roger only said he had had another touch of fever, but was better when he wrote. He says every European has to be acclimatized by fever in that part of Abyssinia where he is." "And did she go?" asked Molly. "Well, yes, to be sure. It is not an engagement. And if it were, it is not acknowledged. Fancy her going and saying, 'A young man that I know has been ill for a few days in Africa 2 months ago, therefore I don't want to go to the ball tonight.' It would seem like affectation of sentiment. And if there's one thing I hate, it is that." "Well, she would hardly enjoy herself," said Molly. "Oh, yes, but she did. Her dress was white gauze, trimmed with lilacs, and she really did look— a mother may be allowed a little natural partiality— most lovely. And she danced every dance, although she was quite a stranger. I'm sure she enjoyed herself from her manner of talking about it the next morning." "I wonder if the Squire knows." "Knows what? Oh, yes, to be sure. You mean about Roger. I dare say he doesn't, and there's no need to tell him, for I've no doubt it is all right now." And she went out of the room to finish her unpacking. Molly let her work fall and sighed. "It will be a year, the day after tomorrow, since he came here to propose our going to Hurst Wood, and Mamma was so vexed at his calling before lunch. I wonder if Cynthia remembers it as well as I do. And now, perhaps— Oh, Roger, Roger, I wish, I pray that you were safe home again. How could we all bear it if—" She covered her face with her hands and tried to stop thinking. Suddenly she got up as if stung by a venomous fancy. "I don't believe she loves him as she ought, or she could not have gone and danced. What shall I do if she does not? What shall I do? I can bear anything but that." But she found the long suspense as to his health hard enough to endure. they were not likely to hear from him for a month at least, and before that time had elapsed Cynthia would be at home again. Molly learnt to long for her return before a fortnight of her absence was over. She had had no idea that perpetual tete-a-tetes with Mrs. Gibson could, by any possibility, be so tiresome as she found them. Perhaps Molly's state of delicate health, consequent upon her rapid growth during the last few months, made her irritable. But really often she had to get up and leave the room to calm herself down after listening to a long series of words, more frequently plaintive or discontented in tone than cheerful, and which at the end conveyed no distinct impression of either the speaker's thought or feeling. Whenever anything had gone wrong, whenever Mrs. Gibson had coolly persevered in anything to which she had objected, whenever the cook had made a mistake about the dinner, or the housemaid broke in any little frangible article, whenever Molly's hair was not done to her liking, or her dress did not become her, or the smell of dinner pervaded the house, or the wrong callers came, or the right callers did not come. In fact, whenever anything went wrong, poor Mr. Kirkpatrick was regretted and mourned over, nay, almost blamed, as if, had he only given himself the trouble of living, he could have helped it. When I look back to those happy days, it seems to me as if I had never valued them as I ought. To be sure, youth, love, what did we care for poverty? I remember dear Mr. Kirkpatrick walking 5 miles into Stratford to buy me a muffin, because I had such a fancy for one after Cynthia was born. I don't mean to complain of dear papa, but perhaps I ought not to say it to you. If Mr. Kirkpatrick had but taken care of that cough of his, but he was so obstinate, men always are, I think, and it really was selfish of him. Only I dare say he did not consider the forlorn state in which I should be left. It came harder upon me than upon most people, because I always was of such an affectionate, sensitive nature. I remember a little poem of Mr. Kirkpatrick's in which he compared my heart to a harp string, vibrating to the slightest breeze. I thought harp strings required a pretty strong finger to make them sound, said Molly. My dear child, you've no more poetry in you than your father. And as for your hair, it's worse than ever. Can't you drench it in water to take those untidy twists and twirls out of it? It only makes it curl more and more when it gets dry, said Molly, sudden tears coming into her eyes as a recollection came before her, like a picture seen long ago and forgotten for years. A young mother washing and dressing her little girl, placing the half-naked darling on her knee and twining the wet rings of dark hair fondly round her fingers, and then, in an ecstasy of fondness, kissing a little curly head. The receipt of Cynthia's letters made very agreeable events. She did not write often, but her letters were tolerably long when they did come, and very sprightly in tone. There was constant mention made of many new names, which conveyed no idea to Molly, though Mrs. Gibson would try and enlighten her by running commentaries like the following. Mrs. Green, that's Mr. Jones' pretty cousin, who lives in Russell Square with the fat husband. They keep their carriage, but I'm not sure if it is not Mr. Green who is Mrs. Jones' cousin. We can ask Cynthia when she comes home. Mr. Henderson, to be sure, a young man with black whiskers, a pupil of Mr. Kirkpatrick's formerly, or was he a pupil of Mr. Murray's? I know they said he had read law with somebody. Yes, they are the people who called the day after Mr. Rawson's ball, and who admired Cynthia so much, without knowing I was her mother. She was very handsomely dressed indeed, in black satin, and the son had a glass eye, but he was a young man of good property. Coleman, yes, that was the name. No more news of Roger until some time after Cynthia had returned from her London visit. She came back looking fresher and prettier than ever, beautifully dressed, thanks to her own good taste, and her cousin's generosity, full of amusing details of the gay life she had been enjoying, yet not at all out of spirits at having left it behind her. She brought home all sorts of pretty and dainty devices for Molly, a neck ribbon made up in the newest fashion, a pattern for a tippet, a delicate pair of light gloves embroidered as Molly had never seen gloves embroidered before, and many another little sign of remembrance during her absence. Yet somehow or other Molly felt that Cynthia was changed in her relation to her. Molly was aware that she had never had Cynthia's full confidence, for with all her apparent frankness and naivete of manner, Cynthia was extremely reserved and reticent. She knew this much of herself, and had often laughed about it to Molly, and the latter had found out the truth of her friend's assertion for herself. But Molly did not trouble herself much about this. She, too, knew that there were many thoughts and feelings that flitted through her mind that she should never think of telling to anyone, except, perhaps, if they were ever very much thrown together, to her father. She knew that Cynthia withheld from her more than thoughts and feelings, that she withheld facts. But then, as Molly reflected, these facts might involve details of struggle and suffering, might relate to her mother's neglect, and altogether be of so painful a character that it would be well if Cynthia could forget her childhood altogether, instead of fixing it in her mind by the relation of her grievances and troubles. So it was not now by any way of confidence that Molly felt distance, as it were. It was because Cynthia rather avoided than sought her companionship, because her eyes shunned the straight, serious, loving look of Molly's, because there were certain subjects on which she evidently disliked speaking, not particularly interesting things as far as Molly could perceive, but it almost seemed as if they lay on the road to points to be avoided. Molly felt a sort of sighing pleasure in noticing Cynthia's changed manner of talking about Roger. She spoke of him tenderly now, poor Roger, as she called him, and Molly thought that she must be referring to the illness which he had mentioned in his last letter. One morning in the first week after Cynthia's return home, just as she was going out, Mr. Gibson ran up into the drawing-room, hat on, booted and spurred, and hastily laid an open pamphlet down before her, pointing out a particular passage with his finger, but not speaking a word before he rapidly quitted the room. His eyes were sparkling, and had an amused as well as pleased expression. All this Molly noticed, as well as Cynthia's flush of colour as she read what was thus pointed out to her. Then she pushed it a little on one side, not closing the book, however, and went on with her work. "What is it? May I see it?" asked Molly, stretching out her hand for the pamphlet, which lay within her reach, but she did not take it until Cynthia had said, "Well, certainly. I don't suppose there are any great secrets in a scientific journal full of reports of meetings." And she gave the book a little push towards Molly. "Oh, Cynthia," said Molly, catching her breath as she read, "are you not proud?" For it was an account of an annual gathering of the Geographical Society, and Lord Hollingford had read a letter he had received from Roger Hamley, dated from Araquoba, a district in Africa hitherto unvisited by any intelligent European traveller, and about which Mr. Hamley sent many curious particulars. The reading of this letter had been received with the greatest interest, and several subsequent speakers had paid the writer very high compliments. But Molly might have known Cynthia better than to expect an answer responsive to the feelings that prompted her question. Let Cynthia be ever so proud, ever so glad, or so grateful, or even indignant, remorseful, grieved, or sorry, the very fact that she was expected by another to entertain any of these emotions would have been enough to prevent her expressing them. "I'm afraid I'm not as much struck by the wonder of the thing as you are, Molly. Besides, it is not news to me, at least not entirely. I heard about the meeting before I left London. It was a good deal talked about in my uncle's set. To be sure, I did not hear all the fine things they say of him there, but then, you know, that's a mere fashion of speaking, which means nothing. Somebody is bound to pay compliments when a lord takes the trouble to read one of his letters aloud." "Nonsense," said Molly. "You know you don't believe what you were saying, Cynthia." Cynthia gave that pretty little jerk of her shoulders which was her equivalent for a French shrug, but did not lift up her head from her sewing. Molly began to read the report over again. "Why, Cynthia," she said, "you might have been there. Ladies were there. It says many ladies were present. Oh, could you not have managed to go? If your uncle's set cared about these things, would not some of them have taken you?" "Perhaps, if I'd asked them. But I think they would have been rather astonished at my sudden turn for science. Well, you might have told your uncle how matters really stood. He would not have talked about it if you had wished him not, I am sure, and he could have helped you. Once for all, Molly, said Cynthia, now laying down her work and speaking with quick authority, do learn to understand that it is, and always has been, my wish not to have the relation which Roger and I bear to each other mentioned or talked about. When the right time comes, I will make it known to my uncle, and to everybody whom it may concern. But I am not going to make mischief and get myself into trouble, even for the sake of hearing compliments paid to him, by letting it out before the time. If I'm pushed to it, I'd sooner break it off altogether at once and have done with it. I can't be worse off than I am now. Her angry tone had changed into a kind of desponding complaint before she ended her sentence. Molly looked at her with dismay. I can't understand you, Cynthia, she said at length. No, I dare say you can't, said Cynthia, looking at her with tears in her eyes, and very tenderly, as if in atonement for her late vehemence. I'm afraid I hope you never will. In a moment Molly's arms were round her. Oh, Cynthia, she murmured, have I been plaguing you? Have I vexed you? Don't say you're afraid of my knowing you. Of course you've your faults. Everybody has. But I think I love you the better for them. Oh, I don't know that I'm so very bad, said Cynthia, smiling a little through the tears that Molly's words and caresses had forced to overflow from her eyes. But I have got into scrapes. I'm in a scrape now. I do sometimes believe I shall always be in scrapes, and if they ever come to light, I shall seem to be worse than I really am. And I know your father will throw me off, and No, I won't be afraid that you will, Molly. I'm sure I won't. Are they, do you think, how would Roger take it? Asked Molly, very timidly. I don't know. I hope he will never hear of it. I don't see why he should, for in a little while I shall be quite clear again, it all came about without my ever thinking I was doing wrong. I've a great mind to tell you all about it, Molly. Molly did not like to urge it, though she longed to know, and to see if she could not offer help. But while Cynthia was hesitating, and perhaps, to say the truth, rather regretting that she had even made this slight advance toward bestowing her confidence, Mrs. Gibson came in, full of some manner of altering a gown of hers so as to make it into the fashion of the day, as she had seen it during her visit to London. Cynthia seemed to forget her tears and her troubles, and to throw her whole soul into millinery. Cynthia's correspondence went on pretty briskly with her London cousins, according to the usual rate of correspondence in those days. Indeed, Mrs. Gibson was occasionally inclined to complain of the frequency of Helen Kirkpatrick's letters, for before the penny post came in, the recipient had to pay the postage of letters, and 11 pence halfpenny 3 times a week came, according to Mrs. Gibson's mode of reckoning, when annoyed, to a sum between 3 and 4 shillings. But these complaints were only for the family. They saw the wrong side of the tapestry. Hollingford in general, the Miss Brownings in particular, heard of dear Helen's enthusiastic friendship for Cynthia, and of the real pleasure it was to receive such constant news, relays of news indeed, from London. It was almost as good as living there. A great deal better, I should think, said Miss Browning with some severity, for she had got many of her notions of the metropolis from the British essayists, where town is so often represented as the centre of dissipation, corrupting country wives and squires' daughters, and unfitting them for all their duties by the constant whirl of its not always innocent pleasures. London was a sort of moral pitch, which few could touch and not be defiled. Miss Browning had been on the watch for the signs of deterioration in Cynthia's character ever since her return home. But, excepting in a greater number of pretty and becoming articles of dress, there was no great change for the worse to be perceived. Cynthia had been in the world, had beheld the glare and glitter and dazzling display of London, yet had come back to Hollingford as ready as ever to place a chair for Miss Browning, or to gather flowers for a nosegay for Miss Phoebe, or to mend her own clothes. But all this was set down to the merits of Cynthia, not to the credit of London town. "As far as I can judge of London," said Miss Browning, sententiously continuing her tirade against the place, "it's no better than a pickpocket and a robber dressed up in the spoils of honest folk. I should like to know where my Lord Hollingford was bred, and Mr. Roger Hamley. Your good husband lent me that report of the meeting, Mrs. Gibson, where so much was said about them both, and he was as proud of their praises as if he had been akin to them, and Phoebe read it aloud to me, for the print was too small for my eyes. She was a good deal perplexed with all the new names of places, but I said she had better skip them all, for we had never heard of them before, and probably should never hear of them again. But she read out the fine things they said of my lord and Mr. Roger, and I put it to you. Where were they born and bred? Why, within 8 miles of Hollingford. It might have been Molly there, or me. It's all a chance. And then they go and talk about the pleasures of intellectual society in London, and the distinguished people up there, that it is such an advantage to know. And all the time, I know it's only shops and the play that's the real attraction. But that's neither here nor there. We all put our best foot foremost, and if we have a reason to give that looks sensible, we speak it out like men, and never say anything about the silliness we are hugging to our hearts. But I ask you again, where does this fine society come from, and these wise men, and these distinguished travellers? Why, out of country parishes like this. London picks 'em all up, and decks herself with them, and then calls out loud to the folk she's robbed, and says, "Come and see how fine I am." Fine, indeed! I've no patience with London. Cynthia is much better out of it, and I'm not sure, if I were you, Mrs. Gibson, if I would not stop up those London letters. They'll only be unsettling her. But perhaps she may live in London some of these days, Miss Browning, simpered Mrs. Gibson. Time enough, then, to be thinking of London. I wish her an honest country husband with enough to live upon, and a little to lay by, and a good character to boot. Mind that, Molly, said she, firing round upon the startled Molly. I wish Cynthia a husband with a good character. But she's got a mother to look after her. You've none. And when your mother was alive, she was a dear friend of mine. So I'm not going to let you throw yourself away upon any one whose life is not clear and above board. You may depend upon it. This last speech fell like a bomb into the quiet little drawing-room. It was delivered with such vehemence. Miss Browning, in her secret heart, meant it as a warning against the intimacy she believed that Molly had formed with Mr. Preston. But as it happened that Molly had never dreamed of any such intimacy, the girl could not imagine why such severity of speech should be addressed to her. Mrs. Gibson, who always took up the points of every word or action where they touched her own self, and called it sensitiveness, broke the silence that followed Miss Browning's speech by saying plaintively, I'm sure, Miss Browning, you are very much mistaken if you think that any mother could take more care of Molly than I do. I can't think there is any need for anyone to interfere to protect her, and I have not an idea why you have been talking in this way, just as if we were all wrong and you were all right. It hurts my feelings, indeed it does, for Molly can tell you there is not a thing or a favour that Cynthia has that she has not, and as for not taking care of her, why, if she were to go up to London tomorrow, I should make a point of going with her to see after her. And I never did it for Cynthia when she was at school in France, and her bedroom is furnished just like Cynthia's, and I let her wear my red shawl whenever she likes. She might have it oftener if she would. I can't think what you mean, Miss Browning. I did not mean to offend you, but I meant just to give Molly a hint. She understands what I mean. I'm sure I do not, said Molly boldly. I have not a notion what you meant, if you were alluding to anything more than you said straight out. That you do not wish me to marry anyone who has not a good character, and that, as you were a friend of Mamma's, you would prevent my marrying a man with bad character by every means in your power. I'm not thinking of marrying. I don't want to marry anybody at all. But if I did, and he were not a good man, I should thank you for coming and warning me of it. I shall not stand on warning you, Molly. I shall forbid the banns in church, if need be, said Miss Browning, half convinced of the clear, transparent truth of what Molly had said, blushing all over, it is true, but with her steady eyes fixed on Miss Browning's face while she spoke. "Do," said Molly. "Well, well, I won't say any more. Perhaps I was mistaken. We won't say any more about it. But remember what I have said, Molly. There's no harm in that, at any rate. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, Mrs. Gibson. As stepmothers go, I think you try and do your duty. Good morning. Good-bye to you both, and God bless you." If Miss Browning thought that her final blessing would secure peace in the room she was leaving, she was very much mistaken. Mrs. Gibson burst out with, "Try and do my duty, indeed! I should be much obliged to you, Molly, if you would take care not to behave in such a manner as to bring down upon me such impertinence as I have just been receiving from Miss Browning." "But I don't know what made her talk as she did, mamma," said Molly. "Well, I'm sure I don't know, and I don't care either. But I know that I never was spoken to as if I was trying to do my duty before. Trying, indeed! Everybody always knew that I did it, without talking about it before my face in that rude manner. I've that deep feeling about duty that I think it ought to be only to be talked about in church and in such sacred places as that, not to have a common caller startling one with it, even though she was an early friend of your mother's, and as if I did not look after you quite as much as I look after Cynthia. Why, it was only yesterday I went into Cynthia's room and found her reading a letter that she put away in a hurry as soon as I came in, and I did not even ask her who it was from, and I am sure I should have made you tell me." Very likely. Mrs. Gibson shrank from any conflicts with Cynthia, pretty sure that she would be worsted in the end, while Molly generally submitted sooner than have any struggle for her own will. Just then Cynthia came in. "What's the matter?" she said quickly, seeing that something was wrong. "Why, Molly has been doing something which has set that impertinent Miss Browning off into lecturing me on trying to do my duty. If your poor father had but lived, Cynthia, I should never have been spoken to as I have been. A stepmother trying to do her duty, indeed. That was Miss Browning's expression." Any allusion to her father took from Cynthia all desire of irony. She came forwards, and again asked Molly what was the matter. Molly, herself ruffled, made answer. "Miss Browning seemed to think I was likely to marry someone whose character was objectionable." "You, Molly?" said Cynthia. "Yes. She once before spoke to me. I suspect she has got some notion about Mr. Preston in her head." Cynthia sat down quite suddenly. Molly went on. "And she spoke as if mamma did not look enough after me. I think she was rather provoking." "Not rather, but very, very impertinent," said Mrs. Gibson, a little soothed by Molly's recognition of her grievance. "What could have put it into her head?" said Cynthia very quietly, taking up her sewing as she spoke. "I don't know," said her mother, replying to the question after her own fashion. "I'm sure I don't always approve of Mr. Preston, but even if it was him she was thinking about, he's far more agreeable than she is, and I had much rather have him coming to call than an old maid like her any day." "I don't know that it was Mr. Preston she was thinking about," said Molly. "It was only a guess. When you were both in London she spoke about him. I thought she had heard something about you and him, Cynthia." Unseen by her mother, Cynthia looked up at Molly, her eyes full of prohibition, her cheeks full of angry colour. Molly stopped short suddenly. After that look she was surprised at the quietness with which Cynthia said almost immediately, "Well, after all, it is only your fancy that she was alluding to Mr. Preston, so perhaps we had better not say any more about him. And as for her advice to mamma to look after you better, Miss Molly, I'll stand bail for your good behaviour, for both mamma and I know you're the last person to do any foolish things in that way. And now don't let us talk any more about it. I was coming to tell you that Hannah Brand's little boy has been badly burnt, and his sister is downstairs asking for old linen." Mrs. Gibson was always kind to poor people, and she immediately got up and went to her stores to search for the article wanted. Cynthia turned quietly round to Molly. "Molly, pray don't ever allude to anything between me and Mr. Preston. Not to mamma, nor to anyone. Never do. I've a reason for it. Don't say anything more about it, ever." Mrs. Gibson came back at this moment, and Molly had to stop short again on the brink of Cynthia's confidence. uncertain indeed this time if she would have been told anything more, and only sure that she had annoyed Cynthia a good deal. But the time was approaching when she would know all. End of chapter 41. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 42. The Storm Bursts. The autumn drifted away through all its seasons. The golden corn harvest, the walks through the stubble fields, and rambles into hazel copses in search of nuts, the stripping of the apple orchards of their ruddy fruit, amid the joyous cries and shouts of watching children, and the gorgeous tulip-like colouring of the latter time had now come on with the shortening days. There was comparative silence in the land, excepting for the distant shots and the whir of the partridges as they rose up from the field. Ever since Miss Browning's unlucky conversation, things had been ajar in the Gibsons' house. Cynthia seemed to keep everyone out at mental arm's length, and particularly avoided any private talks with Molly. Mrs. Gibson, still cherishing a grudge against Miss Browning for her implied accusation of not looking enough after Molly, chose to exercise a most wearying supervision over the poor girl. It was, "Where have you been, child? Who did you see? Who is that letter from? Why were you so long out when you had only to go to so-and-so?" Just as if Molly had really been detected in carrying on some underhand intercourse. She answered every question asked of her with the simple truthfulness of perfect innocence. But the inquiries, although she read their motive, and knew that they arose from no especial suspicion of her conduct, but only that Mrs. Gibson might be able to say that she looked well after her stepdaughter, chafed her inexpressibly. Very often she did not go out at all, sooner than have to give a plan of her intended proceedings, when perhaps she had no plan at all, only thought of wandering out at her own sweet will, and of taking pleasure in the bright solemn fading of the year. It was a very heavy time for Molly. Zest and life had fled, and left so many of the old delights mere shells of seeming. She thought it was that her youth had fled, at 19. Cynthia was no longer the same, somehow, and perhaps Cynthia's change would injure her in the distant Roger's opinion. Her stepmother seemed almost kind in comparison with Cynthia's withdrawal of her heart. Mrs. Gibson worried her, to be sure, with all these forms of watching over her, but in all her other ways she, at any rate, was the same. Yet Cynthia herself seemed anxious and careworn, though she would not speak of her anxieties to Molly. And then the poor girl, in her goodness, would blame herself for feeling Cynthia's change of manner, for, as Molly said to herself, "If it is hard work for me to help, always fretting after Roger, and wondering where he is, and how he is, what must it be for her?" One day Mr. Gibson came in, bright and swift. "Molly," said he, "where's Cynthia?" "Gone out to do some errands." "Well, it's a pity, but never mind. Put on your bonnet and cloak as fast as you can. I've had to borrow old Simpson's dog-cart. There would have been room both for you and Cynthia, but as it is, you must walk back alone. I'll drive you as far on the Barford Road as I can, and there you must jump down. I can't take you on to Broadhurst's. I may be kept there for hours." Mrs. Gibson was out of the room, out of the house it might be, for all Molly cared, now she had her father's leave in command. Her bonnet and cloak were on in 2 minutes, and she was sitting by her father's side, the back scat shut up, and the light weight going swiftly and merrily bumping over the stone-paved lanes. "Oh, this is charming," said Molly, after a toss-up on her seat from a tremendous bump. "For youth, but not for crabbed age," said Mr. Gibson. "My bones are getting rheumatic, and would rather go smoothly over macadamized streets." "That's treason to this lovely view and this fine air, Papa. Only I don't believe you." "Well, thank you. As you are so complimentary, I think I shall put you down at the foot of this hill. We have passed the second milestone from Hollingford." "Oh, let me just go up to the top. I know we can see the blue range of the Malverns from it, and Dorrimer Hall among the woods. The horse will want a minute's rest, and then I will get down without a word." So she went up to the top of the hill, and there they sat, still a minute or two, enjoying the view without much speaking. The woods were golden. The old house of purple-red brick, with its twisted chimneys, rose up from among them, facing on to green lawns and a placid lake. Beyond again were the Malvern Hills. "Now jump down, lassie, and make the best of your way home before it gets dark. You'll find the cut over Croston Heath shorter than the road we've come by." To get to Croston Heath, Molly had to go down a narrow lane overshadowed by trees, with picturesque old cottages dotted here and there on the steep sandy banks. And then there came a small wood, and then there was a brook to be crossed on a plank bridge, and up the steeper fields on the opposite side were cut steps in the turfy path, which ended. She was on Croston Heath, a wide-stretching common skirted by labourers' dwellings, past which a near road to Hollingford lay. The loneliest part of the road was the first, the lane, the wood, the little bridge, and the clambering through the upland fields. But Molly cared little for loneliness. She went along the lane, under the overarching elm branches, from which here and there a yellow leaf came floating down upon her very dress, past the last cottage where a little child had tumbled down the sloping bank, and was publishing the accident with frightened cries. Molly stooped to pick it up, and taking it in her arms in a manner which caused intense surprise to take the place of alarm in its little breast, she carried it up the rough flagged steps toward the cottage, which she supposed to be its home. The mother came running in from the garden behind the house, still holding the late damsons she had been gathering in her apron. But on seeing her, the little creature held out its arms to go to her, and she dropped her damsons all about as she took it, and began to soothe it as it cried afresh, interspersing her lulling with thanks to Molly. She called her by her name, and on Molly asking the woman how she came to know it, she replied that she had been a servant at Mrs. Goodenow before her marriage, and so was bound to know Dr. Gibson's daughter by sight. After the exchange of 2 or 3 more words, Molly ran down into the lane, and pursued her way, stopping here and there to gather a nosegay of such leaves as struck her for their brilliant colouring. She entered the wood. As she turned a corner in the lonely path, she heard a passionate voice of distress, and in an instant she recognized Cynthia's tones. She stood still, and looked around. There were some holly bushes shining out dark green in the midst of the amber and scarlet foliage. If anyone was there, it must be behind these thick bushes. So Molly left the path and went straight, plunging through the brown tangled growth of ferns and underwood, and turned the holly bushes. There stood Mr. Preston and Cynthia, he holding her hands tight, each looking as if just silenced in some vehement talk by the rustle of Molly's footsteps. For an instant no one spoke. Then Cynthia said, "Oh, Molly, Molly, come and judge between us." Mr. Preston let go Cynthia's hands slowly, with a look that was more of a sneer than a smile, and yet he too had been strongly agitated, whatever was the subject in dispute. Molly came forwards, and took Cynthia's arm, her eyes steadily fixed on Mr. Preston's face. It was fine to see the fearlessness of her perfect innocence. He could not bear her look, and said to Cynthia, "The subject of our conversation does not well admit of a third person's presence. As Miss Gibson seems to wish for your company now, I must beg you to fix some other time and place where we can finish our discussion." "I will go, if Cynthia wishes me," said Molly. "No, no, stay. I want you to stay. I want you to hear it all. I wish I had told you sooner." "You mean that you regret that she has not been made aware of our engagement, that you promised long ago to be my wife. Pray remember that it was you who made me promise secrecy, not I you." "I don't believe him, Cynthia. Don't cry if you can help it. I don't believe him." "Cynthia," said he, suddenly changing his tone to fervid tenderness, pray do not go on so. You can't think how it distresses me." He stepped forwards to try and take her hand and soothe her, but she shrank away from him and sobbed the more irrepressibly. She felt Molly's presence so much to be a protection that now she dared to let herself go, and to weaken herself by giving way to her emotion. "Go away," said Molly. "Don't you see you make her worse?" But he did not stir. He was looking at Cynthia so intently that he did not seem even to hear her. "Go," said Molly vehemently. "If it really distresses you to see her cry, don't you see it's you who are the cause of it?" "I will go if Cynthia tells me," said he at length. "Oh, Molly, I do not know what to do," said Cynthia, taking down her hands from her tear-stained face and appealing to Molly, and sobbing worse than ever. In fact, she became hysterical, and though she tried to speak coherently, no intelligible words would come. "Run to that cottage in the trees, and fetch her a cup of water," said Molly. He hesitated a little. "Why don't you go?" said Molly impatiently. "I have not done speaking to her. You will not leave before I come back." "No. Don't you see she can't move in this state?" He went quickly, if reluctantly. Cynthia was some time before she could check her sobs enough to speak. At length she said, "Molly, I do hate him." "But what did he mean by saying you were engaged to him? Don't cry, dear, but tell me. If I can help you, I will, but I can't imagine what it all really is." "It's too long a story to tell now, and I'm not strong enough. Look, he's coming back. As soon as I can, let us get home." "With all my heart," said Molly. He brought the water, and Cynthia drank, and was restored to calmness. "Now," said Molly, "we had better get home as fast as you can manage it. It is getting dark quickly." If she hoped to carry Cynthia off so easily, she was mistaken. Mr. Preston was resolute on this point. He said, "I think since Miss Gibson has made herself acquainted with this much, we had better let her know the whole truth, that you are engaged to marry me as soon as you are 20. Otherwise, your being here with me, and by appointment too, may appear strange, even equivocal to her." "As I know that Cynthia is engaged to another man, you can hardly expect me to believe what you say, Mr. Preston." "Oh, Molly," said Cynthia, trembling all over, but trying to be calm, "I'm not engaged, neither to the person you mean, nor to Mr. Preston." Mr. Preston forced a smile. "I think I have some letters that would convince Miss Gibson of the truth of what I have said, and which will convince Mr. Osborne Hamley, if necessary. I conclude it is to him she is alluding." "I am quite puzzled by you both," said Molly. "The only thing I do know is that we ought not to be standing here at this time of evening, and that Cynthia and I shall go home directly. If you want to talk to Miss Kirkpatrick, Mr. Preston, why don't you come to my father's house, and ask to see her openly, and like a gentleman?" "I am perfectly willing," said he. "I shall be only too glad to explain to Mr. Gibson on what terms I stand in relation to her. If I have not done it sooner, it is because I have yielded to her wishes." "Pray don't. Molly, you don't know all. You don't know anything about it. You mean well and kindly, I know, but you are only making mischief. I am quite well enough to walk. Do let us go. I will tell you all about it when we are at home." She took Molly's arm and tried to hasten her away. But Mr. Preston followed, talking as he walked by their side. "I do not know what you will say at home, but can you deny that you are my promised wife? Can you deny that it has only been at your earnest request that I have kept the engagement secret so long?" He was unwise. Cynthia stopped and turned at bay. "Since you will have it out, since I must speak here, I own that what you say is literally true, that when I was a neglected girl of 16, you, whom I believe to be a friend, lent me money at my need, and made me give you a promise of marriage." "Made you?" said he, laying an emphasis on the first word. Cynthia turned scarlet. "Made is not the right word, I confess. I liked you then. You were almost my only friend. And if it had been a question of immediate marriage, I dare say I should never have objected. But I know you better now, and you have persecuted me so of late that I tell you once for all, as I have told you before, till I am sick of the very words, that nothing shall ever make me marry you. Nothing. I see there's no chance of escaping exposure, and I dare say losing my character, and I know losing all the few friends I have." "Never me," said Molly, touched by the wailing tone of despair that Cynthia was falling into. "It is hard," said Mr. Preston. "You may believe all the bad things you like about me, Cynthia, but I don't think you can doubt my real, passionate, disinterested love for you." "I do doubt it," said Cynthia, breaking out with fresh energy. "Ah, when I think of the self-denying affection I have seen, I have known, affection that thought of others before itself." Mr. Preston broke in at the pause she made. She was afraid of revealing too much to him. "You do not call it love which has been willing to wait for years, to be silent while silence was desired, to suffer jealousy and to bear neglect, relying on the solemn promise of a girl of 16, for solemn, say flimsy, when that girl grows older? Cynthia, I have loved you, and I do love you, and I won't give you up. If you will but keep your word and marry me, I swear I'll make you love me in return." "Oh, I wish I'd never borrowed that unlucky money. It was the beginning of it all. Oh, Molly, I have saved and scrimped to repay it, and he won't take it now. I thought if I could but repay it, it would set me free." "You seem to imply you sold yourself for £20, he said. They were nearly in the common now, close to the protection of the cottages, in very hearing of their inmates. If neither of the other two thought of this, Molly did, and resolved in her mind to call in at one of them and ask for the labourers' protection home. At any rate, his presence must put a stop to this miserable altercation. "I did not sell myself. I liked you then, but oh, how I do hate you now!" cried Cynthia, unable to contain her words. He bowed and turned back, vanishing rapidly down the field staircase. At any rate, that was a relief. Yet the two girls hastened on as if he were still pursuing them. Once, when Molly said something to Cynthia, the latter replied, "Molly, if you pity me, if you love me, don't say anything more just now. We shall have to look as if nothing had happened when we get home. Come to my room when we go upstairs to bed, and I will tell you all. I know you will blame me terribly, but I will tell you all." So Molly did not say another word till they reached home, and then, comparatively at ease, inasmuch as no one perceived how late was their return to the house, each of the girls went up into their separate rooms to rest and calm themselves before dressing for the necessary family gathering at dinner. Molly felt as if she were so miserably shaken that she could not have gone down at all if her own interests only were at stake. She sat by her dressing-table, holding her head in her hands, her candles unlighted, and the room in soft darkness, trying to still her beating heart and to recall all she had heard, and what would be its bearing on the lives of those whom she loved. Roger. Oh, Roger. Far away in mysterious darkness of distance, loving as he did. Ah, that was love. That was the love to which Cynthia had referred, as worthy of the name. And the object of his love claimed by another, false to one she must be. How could it be? What would he think and feel if ever he came to know it? It was of no use trying to imagine his pain. That could do no good. What lay before Molly was to try and extricate Cynthia, if she could help her by thought, or advice, or action, not to weaken herself by letting her fancy run into pictures of possible, probable suffering. When she went into the drawing-room before dinner, she found Cynthia and her mother tete-a-tete. There were candles in the room, but they were not lighted, for the wood fire blazed merrily if fitfully, and they were awaiting Mr. Gibson's return, which might be expected at any minute. Cynthia sat in the shade, so it was only by her sensitive ear that Molly could judge of her state of composure. Mrs. Gibson was telling some of her day's adventures, whom she had found at home in the calls she had been making, who had been out, and the small pieces of news she had heard. To Molly's quick sympathy, Cynthia's voice sounded languid and weary, but she made all the proper replies and expressed the proper interest at the right places, and Molly came to the rescue, chiming in with an effort, it is true. But Mrs. Gibson was not one to notice slight shades or differences in manner. When Mr. Gibson returned, the relative positions of the parties were altered. It was Cynthia now who raised herself into liveliness, partly from a consciousness that he would have noticed any depression, and partly because, from her cradle to her grave, Cynthia was one of those natural coquettes who instinctively bring out all their prettiest airs and graces in order to stand well with any man, young or old, who may happen to be present. She listened to his remarks and stories with all the sweet intentness of happier days, till Molly, silent and wondering, could hardly believe that the Cynthia before her was the same girl as she who was sobbing and crying as if her heart would break not 2 hours before. It is true she looked pale and heavy-eyed, but that was the only sign she gave of her past trouble, which yet must be a present care, thought Molly. After dinner, Mr. Gibson went out to his town patients. Mrs. Gibson subsided into her armchair, holding a sheet of The Times before her, behind which she took a quiet and ladylike doze. Cynthia had a book in one hand. With the other she shaded her eyes from the light. Molly alone could neither read, nor sleep, nor work. She sat in the seat in the bow window. The blind was not drawn down, for there was no danger of their being overlooked. She gazed into the soft, outer darkness, and found herself striving to discern the outlines of objects. The cottage at the end of the garden, the great beech tree with the seat round it, the wire arches up which the summer roses had clambered. Each came out faint and dim against the dusky velvet of the atmosphere. Presently tea came, and there was the usual nightly bustle. The table was cleared. Mrs. Gibson roused herself, and made the same remark about dear papa that she had done at the same hour for weeks past. Cynthia, too, did not look different to usual, and yet what a hidden mystery did her calmness hide, thought Molly. At length came bedtime, and the customary little speeches. Both Molly and Cynthia went to their own rooms without exchanging a word. When Molly was in hers, she had forgotten if she was to go to Cynthia, or Cynthia to come to her. She took off her gown and put on her dressing-gown, and stood and waited, and even sat down for a minute or two. But Cynthia did not come, so Molly went and knocked at the opposite door, which, to her surprise, she found shut. When she entered the room, Cynthia sat by her dressing-table, just as she came up from the drawing-room. She had been leaning her head on her arms, and seemed almost to have forgotten the tryst she had made with Molly, for she looked up as if startled, and her face did seem full of worry and distress. In her solitude she made no more exertion, but gave way to thoughts of care. End of chapter 42. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Mather. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 43. Cynthia's Confession. "You said I might come," said Molly, "and that you would tell me all." "You know all, I think," said Cynthia heavily. "Perhaps you don't know what excuses I have, but at any rate you know what a scrape I'm in." "I've been thinking a great deal," said Molly timidly and doubtfully, "and I can't help fancying if you told Papa—" Before she could go on, Cynthia had stood up. "No," said she, "that I won't, unless I'm to leave here at once, and you know I have not another place to go to. Without warning, I mean. I dare say my uncle would take me in. He's a relation, and would be bound to stand by me in whatever disgrace I might be. Or perhaps I might get a governess situation. A pretty governess I should be." "Pray, please, Cynthia, don't go off into such wild talking. I don't believe you've done so very wrong. You say you have not, and I believe you. That horrid man has managed to get you involved in some way. But I'm sure Papa could set it to rights if you would only make a friend of him, and tell him all." "No, Molly," said Cynthia, "I can't, and there's an end of it." You may, if you like, only let me leave the house first. Give me that much time. You know I would never tell anything you wished me not to tell, Cynthia, said Molly, deeply hurt. Would you not, darling? Said Cynthia, taking her hand. Will you promise me that? Quite a sacred promise, for it would be such a comfort to me to tell you all, now you know so much. Yes, I promise not to tell. You should not have doubted me, said Molly, still a little sorrowfully. Very well. I trust to you. I know I may. But do think of telling Papa and getting him to help you, persevered Molly. Never, said Cynthia resolutely, but more quietly than before. Do you think I forget what he said at the time of that wretched Mr. Cox? How severe he was, and how long I was in disgrace, if indeed I'm out of it now. I'm one of those people, as Mamma says sometimes, I cannot live with persons who don't think well of me. Maybe a weakness, or a sin, I'm sure I don't know, and I don't care, but I really cannot be happy in the same house with anyone who knows my faults and thinks that they are greater than my merits. Now, you know your father would do that. I have often told you that he, and you too, Molly, had a higher standard than I had ever known. Oh, I could not bear it. If he were to know, he would be so angry with me. He would never get over it, and I have so liked him. I do so like him. Well, never mind, dear. He shall not know, said Molly, for Cynthia was again becoming hysterical. At least we'll say no more about it now. And you'll never say any more? Never? Promise me, said Cynthia, taking her hand eagerly. Never, till you give me leave. Now do let me see if I cannot help you. Lie down on the bed, and I will sit by you, and let us talk it over. But Cynthia sat down again in the chair by the dressing-table. When did it all begin? Said Molly, after a long pause of silence. Long ago. 4 or 5 years. I was such a child to be left all to myself. It was the holidays, and Mamma was away visiting, and the Donaldsons asked me to go with them to the Worcester festival. You can't fancy how pleasant it all sounded, especially to me. I'd been shut up in that great dreary house at Ashcombe, where Mamma had her school. It belonged to Lord Cumnor, and Mr. Preston, as his agent, had to see it all painted and papered. But besides that, he was very intimate with us. I believe Mamma thought... No, I'm not sure about that, and I have enough blame to lay at her door to prevent my telling you anything that may be only fancy. Then she paused and sat still for a minute or two, recalling the past. Molly was struck by the aged and careworn expression which had taken temporarily hold of the brilliant and beautiful face. She could see from that how much Cynthia must have suffered from this hidden trouble of hers. Well, at any rate, we were intimate with him, and he came a great deal about the house, and knew as much as anyone of Mamma's affairs, and all the ins and outs of her life. I'm telling you that in order that you may understand how natural it was for me to answer his questions, when he came one day and found me, not crying, for you know I'm not much given to that, in spite of today's exposure of myself, but fretting and fuming, because... though Mamma had written word I might go with the Donaldsons, she had never said how I was to get any money for the journey, much less for anything of dress, and I'd outgrown all my last year's frocks, and as for gloves and boots... In short, I really had hardly any clothes decent enough for church. Why did you not write to her and tell her all this? Said Molly, half afraid of appearing to cast blame by her very natural question. I wish I had her letter to show you. You must have seen some of Mamma's letters, though. Don't you know how she always seems to leave out just the important point of every fact? In this case, she descanted largely on the enjoyment she was having, and the kindness she was receiving, and her wish that I could have been with her, and her gladness that I too was going to have some pleasure, but the only thing that would have been of real use to me she left out, and that was where she was going to next. She mentioned that she was leaving the house she was stopping at the day after she wrote, and that she should be at home by a certain date. But I got the letter on a Saturday, and the festival began on the next Tuesday. Poor Cynthia, said Molly. Still, if you had written, your letter might have been forwarded. I don't mean to be hard, only I do so dislike the thought of you ever having made a friend of that man." "Oh," said Cynthia, sighing, "how easy it is to judge rightly after one sees what evil comes from judging wrongly. I was only a young girl, hardly more than a child, and he was a friend to us then, excepting Mamma, the only friend I knew. The Donaldsons were only kind and good-natured acquaintances." "I am sorry," said Molly humbly. "I have been so happy with Papa, I hardly can understand how different it must have been with you." "Different? I should think so. The worry about money made me sick of my life. We might not say we were poor, it would have injured the school, but I would have stinted and starved if Mamma and I had got on as happily together as we might have done, as you and Mr. Gibson do. It was not the poverty. It was that she never seemed to care to have me with her. As soon as the holidays came round, she was off to some great house or another, and I daresay I was at a very awkward age to have me lounging about in her drawing-room when callers came. Girls at that age I was then are so terribly keen at scenting out motives and putting in their awkward questions as to the little twistings and twirlings and vanishings of conversation. They've no distinct notion of what are the truths and falsehoods of polite life. At any rate, I was very much in Mamma's way, and I felt it. Mr. Preston seemed to feel it too, for me, and I was very grateful to him for kind words and sympathetic looks, crumbs of kindness which would have dropped under your table unnoticed. So this day, when he came to see how the workmen were getting on, he found me in the deserted schoolroom, looking at my faded summer bonnet and some old ribbons I had been sponging out, and the half-worn-out gloves, a sort of rag fair spread out on the deal table. I was in a regular passion with only looking at that shabbiness. He said he was so glad to hear I was going to this festival with the Donaldsons. Old Betty, our servant, had told him the news, I believe. But I was so perplexed about money, and my vanity was so put out about my shabby dress that I was in a pet, and said I should not go. He sat down on the table, and little by little he made me tell him all my troubles. I do sometimes think he was very nice in those days. Somehow I never felt as if it was wrong or foolish or anything to accept his offer of money at the time. He had £20 in his pocket, he said, and really did not know what to do with it, should not want it for months. I could repay it, or rather Mamma could, when it suited her. She must have known I should want money, and most likely thought I should apply to him. £20 would not be too much, I must take it all, and so on. I knew, at least I thought I knew, that I should never spend £20, but I thought I could give him back what I did not want, and so, well, that was the beginning. It does not sound so very wrong, does it, Molly?" "No," said Molly hesitatingly. She did not wish to make herself into a hard judge, and yet she did so dislike Mr. Preston. Cynthia went on. "Well, what with boots and gloves and a bonnet and a mantle, and a white muslin gown which was made for me before I left on the Tuesday, and a silk gown that followed to the Donaldsons, and my journeys, and all, there was very little left of the £20, especially when I found I must get a ball dress in Worcester, for we were all to go to the ball. Mrs. Donaldson gave me my ticket, but she rather looked grave at my idea of going to the ball in my white muslin, which I had already worn 2 evenings at their house. Oh dear, how pleasant it must be to be rich! You know," continued Cynthia, smiling a very little, "I can't help being aware that I am pretty, and that people admire me very much. I found it out first at the Donaldsons. I began to think I did look pretty in my fine new clothes, and I saw that other people thought so too. I was certainly the belle of the house, and it was very pleasant to feel my power. The last day or two of that gay week, Mr. Preston joined our party. The last time he had seen me was when I was dressed in shabby clothes, too small for me, half crying in my solitude, neglected and penniless. At the Donaldsons I was a little queen, and as I said, fine feathers make fine birds. All the people were making much of me. And at that ball, which was the first night he came, I had more partners than I knew what to do with. I suppose he really did fall in love with me then. I don't think he had done so before. And then I began to feel how awkward it was to be in his debt. I could not give myself airs to him as I did to others. Oh, it was so awkward and uncomfortable. But I liked him, and felt him as a friend all the time. The last day I was walking in the garden, along with the others, and I thought I would tell him how much I had enjoyed myself, and how happy I had been, all thanks to his 20 pounds. I was beginning to feel like Cinderella when the clock was striking 12, and to tell him it should be repaid to him as soon as possible, though I turned sick at the thought of telling Mamma, and knew enough of our affairs to understand how very difficult it would be to muster up the money. The end of our talk came very soon, for almost to my terror he began to talk violent love to me, and to beg me to promise to marry him. I was so frightened that I ran away to the others. But that night I got a letter from him, apologizing for startling me, renewing his offer, his entreaties for a promise of marriage, to be fulfilled at any date I would please to name. In fact, a most urgent love letter, and in it a reference to my unlucky debt, which was to be a debt no longer, only in advance of the money to be hereafter mine, if only, you can fancy it all, Molly, better than I can remember it, to tell it to you. "And what did you say?" asked Molly, breathless. "I did not answer it at all, until another letter came, entreating for a reply. By that time Mamma had come home, and the old daily pressure and plaint of poverty had come on. Mary Donaldson wrote to me often, singing the praises of Mr. Preston as enthusiastically as if she had been bribed to do it. I had seen him a very popular man in their set, and I liked him well enough, and felt grateful to him. So I wrote, and gave him my promise to marry him when I was 20, but it was to be a secret till then. And I tried to forget I had ever borrowed money of him, but somehow, as soon as I felt pledged to him, I began to hate him. I could not endure his eagerness of greeting if ever he found me alone, and Mamma began to suspect, I think. I cannot tell you all the ins and outs. In fact, I did not understand them at the time, and I don't remember clearly how it all happened now. But I know that Lady Cuxhaven sent Mamma some money to be applied to my education, as she called it, and Mamma seemed very much put out and in very low spirits, and she and I did not get on at all together. So of course I never ventured to name the hateful 20 pounds to her, but went on trying to think that if I was to marry Mr. Preston, it need never be paid. Very mean and wicked, I dare say, but oh, Molly, I've been punished for it, for how I abhor that man. But why? When did you begin to dislike him? You seem to have taken it very passively all this time. I don't know. It was growing upon me before I went to that school at Boulogne. He made me feel as if I was in his power, and by too often reminding of my engagement to him, he made me critical of his words and ways. There was an insolence in his manner, to Mamma, too. You're thinking I'm not too respectful a daughter, and perhaps not, but I could not bear his covert sneers at her faults, and I hated his way of showing what he called his love for me. Then, after I had been a semester at Madame Lefebvre's, a new English girl came, a cousin of his, who knew but little of me. Now, Molly, you must forget as soon as I have told you what I'm going to say. And she used to talk much and perpetually about her cousin Robert. He was the great man of the family, evidently, and how he was so handsome, and every lady of the land in love with him, a lady of title into the bargain. Lady Harriet, I dare say, said Molly indignantly. I don't know, said Cynthia wearily. I didn't care at the time, and I don't care now. For she went on to say there was a very pretty widow, too, who made desperate love to him. He had often laughed with them at all her little advances, which she thought he did not see through. And this was the man I had promised to marry, and gone into debt to, and written love letters to. So now you understand it all, Molly. No, I don't yet. What did you do on hearing how he had spoken about your mother? Well, there was but one thing to do. I wrote, and told him I hated him, and would never, never marry him, and would pay him back his money and the interest of it as soon as ever I could. Well? And Madame Lefebvre brought me back my letter, unopened, I will say, and told me that she did not allow letters to gentlemen to be sent by the pupils of her establishment, unless she had previously seen their contents. I told her he was a family friend, the agent who managed Mamma's affairs. I really could not stick at the truth, but she would not let it go, and I had to see her burn it, and to give her my promise I would not write again before she would consent not to tell Mamma. So I had to calm down and wait till I came home. But you did not see him then, at least, not for some time. No, but I could write, and I began to try and save up my money to pay him. What did he say to your letter? Oh, at first he pretended not to believe I could be in earnest. He thought it was only pique, or a temporary offence to be apologized for and covered over with passionate protestations. And afterwards? He condescended to threats. And what is worse, then I turned coward. I could not bear to have it all known and talked about, and my silly letters shown. Oh, such letters! I cannot bear to think of them, beginning, "My dearest Robert," to that man. But, oh, Cynthia, how could you go and engage yourself to Roger? Asked Molly. Why not? Said Cynthia, sharply turning round upon her. I was free. I am free. And it seemed a way of assuring myself that I was quite free. And I did like Roger. It was such a comfort to be brought into contact with people who could be relied upon, and I was not a stock or a stone that I could fail to be touched with his tender, unselfish love, so different to Mr. Preston's. I know you don't think me good enough for him, and of course if all this comes out he won't think me good enough either. Falling into a plaintive tone, very touching to hear. And sometimes I think I will give him up, and go off to some fresh life amongst strangers. And once or twice I have thought I would marry Mr. Preston out of pure revenge, and have him forever in my power. Only I think I should have the worst of it, for he is cruel in his very soul, tigerish with his beautiful striped skin and relentless heart. I have so begged and begged him to let me go without exposure. Never mind the exposure, said Molly. It will recoil far more on him than harm you. Cynthia went a little paler. But I said things in those letters about Mamma. I was quick-eyed enough to all her faults, and hardly understood the force of her temptations. And he says he will show those letters to your father unless I consent to acknowledge our engagement. He shall not, said Molly, rising up in her indignation, and standing before Cynthia almost as resolutely fierce as if she were in the very presence of Mr. Preston himself. I am not afraid of him. He dare not insult me, or if he does, I do not care. I will ask him for those letters, and see if he will dare to refuse me. You don't know him, said Cynthia, shaking her head. He has made many an appointment with me, just as if he would take back the money, which has been sealed up ready for him this 4 months, or as if he would give me back my letters. Poor, poor Roger! How little he thinks of all this. When I want to write words of love to him, I pull myself up, for I have written words as affectionate to that other man. And if Mr. Preston ever guessed that Roger and I were engaged, he would manage to be revenged on both him and me by giving us as much pain as he could with those unlucky letters, written when I was not 16, Molly, only 7 of them. They are like a mine under my feet, which may blow up any day, and down will come father and mother and all. She ended bitterly enough, though her words were so light. How can I get them? Said Molly, thinking. For get them I will. With Papa to back me, he dare not refuse. Ah, but that's just the thing. He knows I'm afraid of your father's hearing it all, more than of anyone else. And yet he thinks he loves you? It is his way of loving. He says often enough he does not care what he does, so that he gets me to be his wife, and that after that he is sure he can make me love him." Cynthia began to cry, out of weariness of body and despair of mind. Molly's arms were round her in a minute, and she pressed the beautiful head to her bosom, and laid her own cheek upon it, and hushed her up with lulling words, just as if Cynthia were a little child. "Oh, it is such a comfort to have told you all," murmured she, and Molly made reply, "I'm sure we have right on our side, and that makes me certain he must and shall give up the letters." "And take the money?" added Cynthia, lifting her head and looking eagerly into Molly's face. "He must take the money. Oh, Molly, you can never manage it all without its coming out to your father, and I would far rather go out to Russia as a governess. I almost think I would rather— No, not that," said she, shuddering away from what she was going to say. "But he must not know. Please, Molly, he must not know. I could not bear it. I don't know what I might not do. You'll promise me never to tell him or Mamma?" "I never will. You do not think I would for anything short of saving—" She was going to have said, "saving you and Roger from pain." But Cynthia broke in. "For nothing! No reason whatever must make you tell your father. If you fail, you fail, and I will love you forever for trying. But I shall be no worse than before. Better indeed, for I shall have the comfort of your sympathy. But promise me not to tell Mr. Gibson." "I have promised once," said Molly, "but I promise again. So now do go to bed and try and rest. You're looking as white as a sheet. You'll be ill if you don't get some rest, and it's past 2:00, and you're shivering with cold." So they wished each other good night. But when Molly got into her room, all her spirit left her, and she threw herself down on her bed, dressed as she was, for she had no heart left for anything. If Roger ever heard of it all by any chance, she felt how it would disturb his love for Cynthia. And yet was it right to conceal it from him? She must try and persuade Cynthia to tell it all straight out to him as soon as she returned to England. A full confession on her part would wonderfully lessen any pain he might have on first hearing of it. She lost herself in thoughts of Roger, how he would feel, what he would say, how that meeting would come to pass, where he was at that very time, and so on, till she suddenly plucked herself up and recollected what she herself had offered and promised to do. Now that the first fervour was over, she saw the difficulties clearly, and the foremost of all was how she was to manage to have a tete-a-tete with Mr. Preston. How had Cynthia managed? And the letters that had passed between them, too. Unwillingly, Molly was compelled to perceive that there must have been a great deal of underhand work going on beneath Cynthia's apparent openness of behaviour. And still more unwillingly she began to be afraid that she herself would be led into the practice. But she would try and walk in a straight path, and if she did wander out of it, it should only be to save pain to those whom she loved. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of Wives and Daughters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 44. Molly Gibson to the Rescue. It seemed curious enough, after the storms of the night, to meet in smooth tranquillity at breakfast. Cynthia was pale, but she talked as quietly as usual about all manner of indifferent things, while Molly sat silent, watching and wondering, and becoming convinced that Cynthia must have gone through a long experience of concealing her real thoughts and secret troubles before she could have been able to put on such a semblance of composure. Among the letters that came in that morning was one from the London Kirkpatricks, but not from Helen, Cynthia's own particular correspondent. Her sister wrote to apologize for Helen, who was not well, she said, had had the influenza, which had left her very weak and poorly. "Let her come down here for change of air," said Mr. Gibson. "The country at this time of year is better than London, excepting when the place is surrounded by trees. Now our house is well drained, high up, gravel soil, and I'll undertake to doctor her for nothing." "It would be charming," said Mrs. Gibson, rapidly revolving in her mind the changes necessary in her household economy before receiving a young lady accustomed to such a household as Mr. Kirkpatrick's, and calculating the consequent inconveniences in her own mind, weighing them against the probable advantages even while she spoke. "Should you not like it, Cynthia? And Molly, too. You, too, dear, would become acquainted with one of the girls, and I have no doubt you would be asked back again, which would be so very nice." "And I should not let her go," said Mr. Gibson, who had acquired an unfortunate facility of reading his wife's thoughts. "Dear Helen," went on Mrs. Gibson, "I should so like to nurse her. We would make your consulting room into her own private sitting room, my dear. It is hardly necessary to say that the scales had been weighed down by the inconveniences of having a person behind the scenes for several weeks. For with an invalid so much depends on tranquillity. In the drawing-room, for instance, she might constantly be disturbed by callers, and the dining-room is so, what shall I call it? So dinnery. The smell of meals never seems to leave it. It would have been different if dear papa had allowed me to throw out that window." "Why can't she have the dressing-room for her own bedroom, and the little room opening out of the drawing-room for her sitting-room?" asked Mr. Gibson. The library, for by this name Mrs. Gibson chose to dignify what had formerly been called the book-closet. "Why, it would hardly hold a sofa, besides the books and the writing-table, and there are draughts everywhere. No, my dear, we had better not ask her at all. Her own home is comfortable at any rate." "Well, well," said Mr. Gibson, seeing that he was to be worsted, and not caring enough about the matter to show fight. "Perhaps you are right. It's a case of luxury versus fresh air. Some people suffer more from the want of one than from want of the other. You know I shall be glad to see her if she likes to come, and take us as we are. But I can't give up the consulting-room. It's a necessity, our daily bread." "I'll write and tell them how kind Mr. Gibson is," said his wife, in high contentment, as her husband left the room. "They'll be just as much obliged to him as if she had come." Whether it was Helen's illness, or from some other cause, after breakfast Cynthia became very flat and absent, and this lasted all day long. Molly understood now why her moods had been so changeable for many months, and was tender and forbearing with her accordingly. Towards evening, when the two girls were left alone, Cynthia came and stood over Molly so that her face could not be seen. "Molly," said she, "will you do it? Will you do what you said last night? I have been thinking of it all day, and sometimes I believe he would give you back the letters if you asked him. He might fancy, at any rate it's worth trying, if you don't very much dislike it." Now it so happened that with every thought she had given to it, Molly disliked the idea of the proposed interview with Mr. Preston more and more, and she neither could nor would draw back from it. It might do good. She did not see how it could possibly do harm. So she gave her consent and tried to conceal her distaste, which grew upon her more and more as Cynthia hastily arranged the details. "You shall meet him in the avenue leading from the park lodge up to the Towers. He can come in one way from the Towers, where he has often business. He has pass-keys everywhere. You can go in as we have often done by the lodge. You need not go far." It did strike Molly that Cynthia must have had some experience in making all these arrangements, and she did venture to ask how he was to be informed of all this. Cynthia only reddened and replied, "Oh, never mind. He will only be too glad to come. You heard him say he wished to discuss the affair more. It is the first time the appointment has come from my side. If I can but once be free, oh, Molly, I will love you and be grateful to you all my life." Molly thought of Roger, and that thought prompted her next speech. "It must be horrible. I think I'm very brave, but I don't think I could have accepted even Roger with a half-cancelled engagement hanging over me." She blushed as she spoke. "You forget how I detest Mr. Preston," said Cynthia. "It was that, more than any excess of love for Roger, that made me thankful to be at last as securely pledged to someone else. He did not want to call it an engagement, but I did, because it gave me the feeling of assurance that I was free from Mr. Preston. And so I am, all but these letters. Oh, if you can but make him take back his abominable money and get me my letters, then we would bury it all in oblivion, and he could marry somebody else, and I would marry Roger, and no one would be the wiser. After all, it was only what people call youthful folly, and you may tell Mr. Preston that as soon as he makes my letters public, shows them to your father or anything, I'll go away from Hollingford and never come back." Loaded with many such messages, which she felt that she should never deliver, not really knowing what she should say, hating the errand, not satisfied with Cynthia's manner of speaking about her relations to Roger, oppressed with shame and complicity in conduct which appeared to her deceitful, yet willing to bear all and brave all if she could once set Cynthia in a straight path, in a clear space, and almost more pitiful to her friend's great distress and possible disgrace than able to give her that love which involves perfect sympathy. Molly set out on her walk towards the appointed place. It was a cloudy, blustering day, and the noise of the blowing wind among the nearly leafless branches of the great trees filled her ears as she passed through the park gates and entered the avenue. She walked quickly, instinctively wishing to get her blood up and have no time for thought. But there was a bend in the avenue about 1/4 of a mile from the lodge. After that bend it was a straight line up to the great house, now emptied of its inhabitants. Molly did not like going quite out of sight of the lodge, and she stood facing it close by the trunk of one of the trees. Presently she heard a step coming over the grass. It was Mr. Preston. He saw a woman's figure half behind the trunk of a tree, and made no doubt that it was Cynthia. But when he came nearer, almost close, the figure turned round, and instead of the brilliantly colored face of Cynthia, he met the pale, resolved look of Molly. She did not speak to greet him, but though he felt sure from the general aspect of pallor and timidity that she was afraid of him, her steady grey eyes met his with courageous innocence. "Is Cynthia unable to come?" asked he, perceiving that she expected him. "I did not know you thought that you should meet her," said Molly, a little surprised. In her simplicity she had believed that Cynthia had named that it was she, Molly Gibson, who would meet Mr. Preston at a given time and place. But Cynthia had been too worldly wise for that, and had decoyed him thither by a vaguely worded note, which, while avoiding actual falsehood, had led him to believe that she herself would give him the meeting. "She said she should be here," said Mr. Preston, extremely annoyed at being entrapped, as he now felt that he had been, into an interview with Miss Gibson. Molly hesitated a little before she spoke. He was determined not to break the silence. As she had intruded herself into the affair, she should find her situation as awkward as possible. "At any rate, she sent me here to meet you," said Molly. "She has told me exactly how matters stand between you and her." "Has she?" sneered he. "She is not always the most open or reliable person in the world." Molly reddened. She perceived the impertinence of the tone, and her temper was none of the coolest, but she mastered herself and gained courage by doing so. You should not speak so of the person you profess to wish to have for your wife. But putting all that aside, you have some letters of hers that she wishes to have back again." "I dare say." "And that you have no right to keep." "No legal or no moral right? Which do you mean?" "I do not know. Simply you have no right at all, as a gentleman, to keep a girl's letters when she asks for them back again, much less to hold them over her as a threat." "I see you do know all, Miss Gibson," said he, changing his manner to one of more respect. "At least she has told you her story from her point of view, her side. Now you must hear mine. She promised me as solemnly as ever woman. She was not a woman, she was only a girl, barely 16. Old enough to know what she was doing. But I'll call her a girl if you like. She promised me solemnly to be my wife, making the one stipulation of secrecy, and a certain period of waiting. She wrote me letters repeating this promise, and confidential enough to prove that she considered herself bound to me by such an implied relation. I don't give in to humbug. I don't set myself up as a saint, and in most ways I can look up after my own interests pretty keenly. You know enough of her position as a penniless girl, and at that time with no influential connections to take the place of wealth and help me on in the world. It was as sincere and unworldly a passion as ever man felt. She must say so herself. I might have married 2 or 3 girls with plenty of money. One of them was handsome enough, and not at all reluctant." Molly interrupted him. She was chafed at the conceit of his manner. "I beg your pardon, but I do not want to hear accounts of young ladies whom you might have married. I came here simply on behalf of Cynthia, who does not like you, and who does not wish to marry you." "Well, then, I must make her like me, as you call it. She did like me once, and made promises which she will find it requires the consent of 2 people to break. I don't despair of making her love me as much as she ever did, according to her letters at least, when we are married." "She will never marry you," said Molly firmly. "Then if she ever honors anyone else with her preference, he shall be allowed the perusal of her letters to me." Molly almost could have laughed. She was so secure and certain that Roger would never read letters offered to him under these circumstances. But then she thought that he would feel such pain at the whole affair, and at the contact with Mr. Preston, especially if he had not heard of it from Cynthia first, and if she, Molly, could save him pain, she would. Before she could settle what to say, Mr. Preston spoke again. "You said the other day that Cynthia was engaged. May I ask whom to?" "No," said Molly, "you may not. You heard her say it was not an engagement. It is not exactly. And if it were a full engagement, do you think, after what you last said, I should tell you to whom? But you may be sure of this, he would never read a line of your letters. He is too— No, I won't speak of him before you. You could never understand him. Seems to me that this mysterious he is a very fortunate person to have such a warm defender in Miss Gibson, to whom he is not at all engaged," said Mr. Preston, with so disagreeable a look on his face that Molly suddenly found herself on the point of bursting into tears. But she rallied herself and worked on, for Cynthia first and for Roger as well. "No honourable man or woman will read your letters, and if any people do read them, they will be so much ashamed of it that they won't dare to speak of them. What use can they be of to you?" "They contain Cynthia's reiterated promises of marriage," replied he. "She says she would rather leave Hollingford for ever and go out to earn her bread than marry you." His face fell a little. He looked so bitterly mortified that Molly was almost sorry for him. "Does she say that to you in cold blood? Do you know you are telling me very hard truths, Miss Gibson, if they are truths. That is to say," he continued, recovering himself a little, "young ladies are very fond of the words hate and detest. I have known many who have applied them to men whom they were all the time hoping to marry." "I cannot tell about other people," said Molly. "I only know that Cynthia does. Here she hesitated for a moment. She fell for his pain, and so she hesitated, but then she brought it out. "Does as nearly hate you as anybody like her ever does hate." "Like her," said he, repeating the words almost unconsciously, seizing on anything to try and hide his mortification. "I mean I should hate worse," said Molly in a low voice. But he did not attend much to her answer. He was working the point of his stick into the turf, and his eyes were bent on it. "So now, would you mind sending her back the letters by me? I do assure you that you cannot make her marry you." "You are very simple, Miss Gibson," said he, suddenly lifting up his head. "I suppose that you don't know that there is any other feeling that can be gratified excepting love. Have you never heard of revenge? Cynthia had cajoled me with promises, and little as you or she may believe me, well, it's of no use speaking of that. I don't mean to let her go unpunished. You may tell her that. I shall keep the letters, and make use of them as I see fit when the occasion arises." Molly was miserably angry with herself for her mismanagement of the affair. She had hoped to succeed, and she had only made matters worse. What new argument could she use? Meanwhile he went on, lashing himself up as he thought how the two girls must have talked him over, bringing in wounded vanity to add to the rage of disappointed love. "Mr. Osborne Hamley may hear of their contents, though he may be too honourable to read them. Nay, even your father may hear whispers, and if I remember them rightly, Miss Cynthia Kirkpatrick does not always speak in the most respectful terms of the lady who is now Mrs. Gibson. There are—" "Stop," said Molly. "I won't hear anything out of these letters, written when she was almost without friends, to you whom she looked upon as a friend. But I have thought of what I will do next. I give you fair warning. If I had not been foolish, I should have told my father, but Cynthia made me promise that I would not. So I will tell it all, from beginning to end, to Lady Harriet, and ask her to speak to her father. I feel sure that she will do it, and I don't think you will dare to refuse Lord Cumnor." He felt at once that he should not dare, that, clever land agent as he was, and high up in the Earl's favour on that account, yet that the conduct of which he had been guilty about these letters, and the threats which he had held out about them, were just what no gentleman, no honourable man, no manly man, could put up with in any one about him. He knew that much, and he wondered how she, the girl standing before him, had been clever enough to find it out. He forgot himself for an instant in admiration of her. There she stood, frightened, yet brave, not letting go her hold on what she meant to do, even when things seemed most against her. And besides, there was something that struck him most of all, perhaps, and which shows the kind of man he was. He perceived that Molly was as unconscious that he was a young man, and she a young woman, as if she had been a pure angel of heaven. Though he felt that he would have to yield and give up the letters, he was not going to do it at once. And while he was thinking what to say, so as to evade making any concession till he had had time to think it over, he, with his quick senses all about him, heard the trotting of a horse cranching quickly along over the gravel of the drive. A moment afterwards, Molly's perception overtook his. He could see the startled look overspread her face, and in an instant she would have run away. But before the first rush was made, Mr. Preston laid his hand firmly on her arm. "Keep quiet. You must be seen. You, at any rate, have done nothing to be ashamed of." As he spoke, Mr. Sheepshanks came round the bend of the road and was close upon them. Mr. Preston saw, if Molly did not, the sudden look of intelligence that dawned upon the shrewd, ruddy face of the old gentleman, saw, but did not much heed. He went forwards and spoke to Mr. Sheepshanks, who made a halt right before them. "Miss Gibson, your servant. Rather a blustering day for a young lady to be out, and cold, I should say, for standing still too long. Eh, Preston?" poking his whip at the latter in a knowing manner. "Yes," said Mr. Preston, "and I'm afraid I have kept Miss Gibson too long standing." Molly did not know what to say or do, so she only bowed a silent farewell, and turned away to go home, feeling very heavy at heart at the non-success of her undertaking. For she did not know how she had conquered, in fact, although Mr. Preston might not as yet acknowledge it even to himself. Before she was out of hearing, she heard Mr. Sheepshanks say, "Sorry to have disturbed your tete-a-tete, Preston." But though she heard the words, their implied sense did not sink into her mind. She was only feeling how she had gone out glorious and confident, and was coming back to Cynthia defeated. Cynthia was on the watch for her return, and rushing downstairs, dragged Molly into the dining-room. "Well, Molly? Oh, I see you have not got them. After all, I never expected it." She sat down as if she could get over her disappointment better in that position, and Molly stood like a guilty person before her. "I am so sorry. I did all I could. We were interrupted at last. Mr. Sheepshanks rode up. Provoking old man. Do you think you should have persuaded him to give up the letters if you had had more time?" "I don't know. I wished Mr. Sheepshanks had not come just then. I did not like his finding me standing talking to Mr. Preston." "Oh, I dare say he would never think anything about it. What did Mr. Preston, say?" "He seemed to think you were fully engaged to him, and that these letters were the only proof he had. I think he loves you in his way." "His way, indeed," said Cynthia scornfully. "The more I think of it, the more I see it would be better for Papa to speak to him. I did say I would tell it all to Lady Harriet, and get Lord Cumnor to make him give up the letters, but it would be very awkward." "Very," said Cynthia gloomily, "but he would see it was only a threat." "But I will do it in a moment if you like. I meant what I said, only I feel that Papa would manage it best of all, and more privately." "I'll tell you what, Molly, you're bound by a promise, you know, and cannot tell Mr. Gibson without breaking your solemn word. But it's just this. I'll leave Hollingford and never come back again if ever your father hears of this affair. There!" Cynthia stood up now and began to fold up Molly's shawl in her nervous excitement. "Oh, Cynthia, Roger!" was all that Molly said. "Yes, I know. You need not remind me of him. But I'm not going to live in the house with anyone who may be always casting up in his mind the things he has heard against me, things, faults perhaps, which sound so much worse than they really are. I was so happy when I first came here. You all liked me, and admired me, and thought well of me. And now— Why, Molly, I can see the difference in you already. You carry your thoughts in your face. I have read them there these 2 days. You've been thinking, 'How Cynthia must have deceived me, keeping up a correspondence all this time, having half engagements to 2 men.' You've been more full of that than of pity for me as a girl who has always been obliged to manage for herself, without any friend to help her and protect her." Molly was silent. There was a great deal of truth in what Cynthia was saying, and yet a great deal of falsehood. For through all this long 48 hours, Molly had loved Cynthia dearly, and had been more weighed down by the position the latter was in than Cynthia herself. She also knew, but this was a second thought following on the other, that she had suffered much pain in trying to do her best in this interview with Mr. Preston. She had been tried beyond her strength, and the great tears welled up in her eyes and fell slowly down her cheeks. "Oh, what a brute I am!" said Cynthia, kissing them away. "I see. I know it is the truth, and I deserve it, but I need not reproach you." "You did not reproach me," said Molly, trying to smile. "I have thought some of what you said, but I do love you dearly, dearly, Cynthia. I should have done just the same as you did." "No, you would not. Your grain is different somehow." End of chapter 44.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 45. Confidences. All the rest of that day Molly was depressed and not well. Having anything to conceal was so unusual, almost so unprecedented a circumstance with her, that it preyed upon her in every way. It was a nightmare that she could not shake off. She did so wish to forget it all, and yet every little occurrence seemed to remind her of it. The next morning's post brought several letters, one from Roger for Cynthia, and Molly, letterless herself, looked at Cynthia as she read it, with wistful sadness. It appeared to Molly as though Cynthia should have no satisfaction in these letters until she had told him what was her exact position with Mr. Preston. Yet Cynthia was colouring and dimpling up as she always did at any pretty words of praise, or admiration, or love. But Molly's thoughts and Cynthia's reading were both interrupted by a little triumphant sound from Mrs. Gibson, as she pushed a letter she had just received to her husband with a "There! I must say I expected that." Then turning to Cynthia, she explained, "It is a letter from Uncle Kirkpatrick, love. So kind, wishing you to go and stay with them, and help them to cheer up Helen. Poor Helen! I am afraid she is far from well. But we could not have had her here without disturbing dear papa in his consulting room, and though I could have relinquished my dressing room, so I said in my letter how you were grieved, you above all of us, because you are such a friend of Helen's, you know, and how you long to be of use, as I am sure you do, and so now they want you to go up directly, for Helen has quite set her heart upon it." Cynthia's eyes sparkled. "I shall like going," said she. "All but leaving you, Molly," she added in a lower tone, as if suddenly smitten with some compunction. "Can you be ready to go up by the bang-up to-night?" said Mr. Gibson. "For curious enough, after more than 20 years of quiet practice at Hollingford, I am summoned up to-day for the first time to a consultation in London, to-morrow. I am afraid Mrs. Cumnor is worse, my dear." "You don't say so. Poor dear lady, what a shock it is to me. I'm so glad I've had some breakfast. I could not have eaten anything." "Nay, I only say she is worse. With her complaint, being worse may be only a preliminary to being better. Don't take my words for more than their literal meaning." "Thank you. How kind and reassuring dear papa always is. About your gowns, Cynthia?" "Oh, they are all right, mamma, thank you. I shall be quite ready by 4 o'clock. Molly, will you come with me and help me to pack? I wanted to speak to you, dear," said she, as soon as they had gone upstairs. "It is such a relief to get away from a place haunted by that man. But I'm afraid you thought I was glad to leave you, and indeed I am not." There was a little flavour of protesting too much about this, but Molly did not perceive it. She only said, "Indeed I did not. I know from my own feelings how you must dislike meeting a man in public in a different manner from what you have done in private. I shall try not to see Mr. Preston again for a long, long time, I'm sure. And Helen Kirkpatrick, but Cynthia, you have not told me one word out of Roger's letter. Please, how is he? Has he quite got over his attack of fever?" "Yes, quite. He writes in such very good spirits. A great deal about birds and beasts as usual, and habits of natives, and things of that kind. You may read from there," indicating a place in the letter, "to there, if you can, and I tell you what, I'll trust you with it, Molly, while I pack, and that shows my sense of your honour, but not what you might read at all, only you'll find the love-making dull. But make a little account of where he is, and what he is doing, date, and that sort of thing, and send it to his father." Molly took the letter down without a word, and began to copy it at the writing-table, often reading over what she was allowed to read, often pausing, her cheek on her hand, her eyes on the letter, and letting her imagination rove to the writer, and all the scenes in which she had either seen him herself, or in which her fancy had painted him. She was startled from her meditations by Cynthia's sudden entrance into the drawing-room, looking the picture of glowing delight. "No one here! What a blessing! Ah, Miss Molly, you are more eloquent than you believe yourself. Look here," holding up a large full envelope, and then quickly replacing it in her pocket, as if she was afraid of being seen. "What's the matter, sweet one?" coming up and caressing Molly. "Is it worrying itself over that letter? Why, don't you see that these are my very own horrible letters that I'm going to burn directly, that Mr. Preston has had the grace to send me, thanks to you, little Molly? Cuishe macri, pulse of my heart, the letters have been hanging over my head like somebody's sword for these 2 years." "Oh, I am so glad," said Molly, rousing up a little. "I never thought he would have sent them. He is better than I believed him. And now it is all over. I am so glad. You quite think he means to give up all claim over you by this, don't you, Cynthia? He may claim, but I won't be claimed. And he has no proofs now. It is the most charming relief, and I owe it all to you, you precious little lady. Now there is only one thing more to be done, and if you would but do it for me," coaxing and caressing while she asked the question. "Oh, Cynthia, don't ask me. I cannot do any more. You don't know how sick I go when I think of yesterday and Mr. Sheepshanks' look. It is only a very little thing. I won't burden your conscience with telling you how I get my letters, but it is not through a person I can trust with money, and I must force him to take back his 23 pounds odd shillings. I have put it together at the rate of 5%, and it's sealed up. Oh, Molly, I should go off with such a light heart if you would only try to get it safely to him. It's the last thing. There would be no immediate hurry, you know. You might meet him by chance in a shop, in the street, even at a party, and if you only had it with you in your pocket, there would be nothing so easy." Molly was silent. Papa would give it to him. There would be no harm in that. I would tell him he must ask no questions as to what it was. "Very well," said Cynthia. "Have it your own way. I think my way is the best, for if any of this affair comes out, but you've done a great deal for me already, and I won't blame you now for declining to do any more." "I do so dislike having these underhand dealings with him," pleaded Molly. "Underhand? Just simply giving him a letter from me? If I left a note for Miss Browning, should you dislike giving it to her?" "You know that's very different. I could do it openly." "And yet there might be writing in that, and there would not be a line with the money. It would only be the winding up, the honourable, honest winding up of an affair which has worried me for years. But do as you like." "Give it me," said Molly. "I will try." "There's a darling. You can but try, and if you can't give it to him in private without getting yourself into a scrape, why, keep it till I come back again. He shall have it then, whether he will or no." Molly looked forward to her tete-a-tete 2 days with Mrs. Gibson with very different anticipations to those with which she had welcomed the similar intercourse with her father. In the first place, there was no accompanying the travellers to the inn from which the coach started. Leave-taking in the market-place was quite out of the bounds of Mrs. Gibson's sense of propriety. Besides this, it was a gloomy, rainy evening, and candles had to be brought in at an unusually early hour. There would be no break for 6 hours, no music, no reading, but the 2 ladies would sit at their worsted work, pattering away at small talk, with not even the usual break of dinner, for, to suit the requirements of those who were leaving, they had already dined early. But Mrs. Gibson meant to make Molly happy, and tried to be an agreeable companion. Only Molly was not well, and uneasy about many apprehended cares and troubles, and at such hours of indisposition as she was then passing through, apprehensions take the shape of certainties, lying await in our paths. Molly would have given a good deal to have shaken off all these feelings, unusual enough to her, but the very house and furniture and rain-blurred outer landscape seemed steeped with unpleasant associations, most of them dating from the last few days. "You and I must go on the next journey, I think, my dear," said Mrs. Gibson, almost chiming in with Molly's wish that she could get away from Hollingford into some new air and life for a week or 2. "We have been stay-at-homes for a long time, and variety of scene is so desirable for the young. But I think the travellers will be wishing themselves at home by this nice bright fireside. There's no place like home, as the poet says. 'Mid pleasures and palaces, although I may roam,' it begins, and it's both very pretty and very true. It's a great blessing to have such a dear little home as this, is it not, Molly?" "Yes," said Molly, rather drearily, having something of the toujours perdrix feeling of the moment. If she could have gone away with her father just for 2 days, how pleasant it would have been. "To be sure, love, it would be very nice for you and me to go a little journey all by ourselves. You and I, no one else. If it were not such miserable weather, we would have gone off on a little impromptu tour. I've been longing for something of the kind for some weeks, but we live such a restricted kind of life here. I declare sometimes I get quite sick of the very sight of the chairs and tables that I know so well. And one misses the others, too. It seems so flat and deserted without them." "Yes, we are very forlorn tonight, but I think it's partly owing to the weather." "Nonsense, dear. I can't have you giving in to the silly fancy of being affected by the weather. Poor dear Mr. Kirkpatrick used to say, 'A cheerful heart makes its own sunshine.' He would say it to me in his pretty way whenever I was a little low, for I am a complete barometer. You may really judge the state of the weather by my spirits. I have always been such a sensitive creature. It is well for Cynthia that she does not inherit it. I don't think her easily affected in any way, do you? Molly thought for a moment or two, and then replied, No, she is certainly not easily affected. Not deeply affected, perhaps I should say. Many girls, for instance, would have been touched by the admiration she excited, I may say the attentions she received while she was at her uncle's last summer. At Mr. Kirkpatrick's? Yes, there was Mr. Henderson, that young lawyer. That's to say, he is studying law, but he has a good private fortune and is likely to have more, so he can only be what I call playing at law. Mr. Henderson was over head and ears in love with her. It is not my fancy, although I grant mothers are partial, and both Mr. and Mrs. Kirkpatrick noticed it, and in one of Mrs. Kirkpatrick's letters she said that poor Mr. Henderson was going into Switzerland for the long vacation, doubtless to try and forget Cynthia. But she really believed he would find it only dragging at each remove a lengthening chain. I thought it such a refined quotation, and altogether worded so prettily. You must know Aunt Kirkpatrick some day, Molly, my love. She is what I call a woman of a truly elegant mind. I can't help thinking it was a pity that Cynthia did not tell them of her engagement. It is not an engagement, my dear. How often must I tell you that? But what am I to call it? I don't see why you need to call it anything. Indeed, I don't understand what you mean by it. You should always try to express yourself intelligibly. It is really one of the first principles of the English language. In fact, philosophers might ask, what is language given us for at all, if it is not that we may make our meaning understood? But there is something between Cynthia and Roger. They are more to each other than I am to Osborne, for instance. What am I to call it? You should not couple your name with that of any unmarried young man. It is so difficult to teach you delicacy, child. Perhaps one may say there is a peculiar relation between dear Cynthia and Roger, but it is very difficult to characterize it. I have no doubt that is the reason she shrinks from speaking about it. For, between ourselves, Molly, I really sometimes think it will come to nothing. He is so long away, and, privately speaking, Cynthia is not very, very constant. I once knew her very much taken before. That little affair is quite gone by, and she was very civil to Mr. Henderson in her way. I fancy she inherits it, for when I was a girl I was beset by lovers, and could never find in my heart to shake them off. You have not heard dear papa say anything of the old Squire, or dear Osborne, have you? It seems so long since we have heard or seen anything of Osborne. But he must be quite well, I think, or we should have heard of it. I believe he is quite well. Someone said the other day that they had met him riding. It was Mrs. Goodenough, now I remember, and that he was looking stronger than he had done for years. Indeed, I am truly glad to hear it. I was always fond of Osborne, and, do you know, I never really took to Roger. I respected him and all that, of course, but to compare him with Mr. Henderson is so handsome and well-bred, and gets all his gloves from Houbigant. It was true that they had not seen anything of Osborne Hamley for a long time. But, as often happens, just after they had been speaking about him, he appeared. It was on the day following Mr. Gibson's departure that Mrs. Gibson had received one of the notes, not so common now as formerly, from the family in town, asking her to go over to the Towers and find a book or a manuscript or something or other that Lady Cumnor wanted, with all an invalid's impatience. It was just the kind of employment she required for an amusement on a gloomy day, and it put her into a good humour immediately. There was a certain confidential importance about it, and it was a variety, and it gave her the pleasant drive in a fly up the noble avenue, and the sense of being the temporary mistress of all the grand rooms once so familiar to her. She asked Molly to accompany her, out of an access of kindness, but was not at all sorry when Molly excused herself and preferred stopping at home. At 11 o'clock Mrs. Gibson was off, all in her Sunday best, to use the servant's expression, which she herself would so have contemned, well dressed, in order to impose on the servants at the Towers, for there was no one else to be seen, or to be seen by. I shall not be at home until the afternoon, my dear, but I hope you will not find it dull. I don't think you will, for you are something like me, my love, never less alone than when alone, as one of the great authors has justly expressed it. Molly enjoyed her house to herself to the full as much as Mrs. Gibson would enjoy having the Towers to herself. She ventured on having her lunch brought up on a tray into the drawing-room, so that she might eat her sandwiches while she went on with her book. In the middle, Mr. Osborne Hamley was announced. He came in looking wretchedly ill in spite of the purblind Mrs. Goodenough's report of his healthy appearance. "This call is not on you, Molly," said he, after the first greetings were over. "I was in hopes I might have found your father at home. I thought lunch-time was the best hour." He had sate down, as if thoroughly glad of the rest, and fallen into a languid stooping position, as if it had become so natural to him that no sense of what were considered good manners sufficed to restrain him now. "I hope you did not want to see him professionally," said Molly, wondering if she was wise in alluding to his health, yet urged to it by her real anxiety. "Yes, I did. I suppose I may help myself to a biscuit and a glass of wine? No, don't ring for more. I could not eat it if it was here. But I just want a mouthful. This is quite enough, thank you. When will your father be back?" "He was summoned to London. Lady Cumnor is worse. I fancy there is some operation going on, but I don't know. He will be back tomorrow night." "Very well, then I must wait. Perhaps I shall be better by that time. I think it's half fancy, but I should like your father to tell me so. He will laugh at me, I dare say, but I don't think I shall mind that. He always is severe on fanciful patients, is he not, Molly?" Molly thought that if he saw Osborne's looks just now, he would hardly think him fanciful, or be inclined to be severe. But she only said, "Papa enjoys a joke at everything, you know. It is a relief after all the sorrow he sees." "Very true. There's a great deal of sorrow in the world. I don't think it's a very happy place after all. So Cynthia has gone to London," he added after a pause. "I think I should like to have seen her again. Poor old Roger. He loves her very dearly, Molly," he said. Molly hardly knew how to answer him in all this. She was so struck by the change in both voice and manner. "Mamma has gone to the Towers," she began at length. "Lady Cumnor wanted several things that Mamma only can find. She will be sorry to miss you. We were speaking of you only yesterday, and she said how long it was since we had seen you." "I think I have grown careless. I have often felt so weary and ill that it was all I could do to keep up a brave face before my father." "Why did you not come and see Papa?" said Molly, "or write to him?" "I cannot tell. I drifted on sometimes better and sometimes worse, till to-day I mustered up pluck and came to hear what your father has got to tell me, and all for no use it seems." "I am very sorry, but it is only for 2 days. He shall go and see you as soon as ever he returns." "He must not alarm my father, remember, Molly," said Osborne, lifting himself by the arms of his chair into an upright position, and speaking eagerly for a moment. "I wish to God Roger was at home," said he, falling back into the old posture. "I can't help understanding you," said Molly. "You think yourself very ill, but is not it that you are tired just now?" She was not sure if she ought to have understood what was passing in his mind, but as she did, she could not help speaking a true reply. "Well, sometimes I do think I'm very ill, and then again I think it's only the moping life sets me fancying and exaggerating." He was silent for some time. Then, as if he had taken a sudden resolution, he spoke again. "You see, there are others depending upon me, upon my health. You have not forgotten what you heard that day in the library at home?" "No, I know you have not. I have seen the thought of it in your eyes often since then. I did not know you at that time. I think I do now." "Don't go on talking so fast," said Molly. "Rest. No one will interrupt us. I will go on with my sewing, and when you want to say anything more, I shall be listening." For she had been alarmed at the strange pallor that had come over his face. "Thank you." After a time he roused himself, and began to speak very quietly, as if on an indifferent matter of fact. "The name of my wife is Amy. Amy Hamley, of course. She lives at Bishopfield, a village near Winchester. Write it down, but keep it to yourself. She is a Frenchwoman, a Roman Catholic, and was a servant. She is a thoroughly good woman. I must not say how dear she is to me. I dare not. I meant once to have told Cynthia, but she did not seem quite to consider me as a brother. Perhaps she was shy of a new relation, but you'll give my love to her all the same. It is a relief to think that someone else has my secret, and that you are like one of us, Molly. I can trust you almost as I can trust Roger. I feel better already now I feel that someone else knows the whereabouts of my wife and child." "Child!" said Molly, surprised. but before he could reply, Maria had announced, "Miss Phoebe Browning." "Fold up that paper," said he quickly, putting something into her hands. "It is only for yourself." End of chapter 45. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 46. Hollingford Gossips. "My dear Molly, why didn't you come and dine with us? I said to sister I would come and scold you well. Oh, Mr. Osborne Hamley, is that you?" And a look of mistaken intelligence at the tete-a-tete she disturbed came so perceptibly into Miss Phoebe's face that Molly caught Osborne's sympathetic eye, and both smiled at the notion. "I'm sure one must sometimes. I see our dinner would have been—" Then she recovered herself into a connected sentence. "We only just heard of Mrs. Gibson's having a fly from the George, because sister sent our Nancy to pay for a couple of rabbits Tom Ostler had snared. I hope we shan't be taken for poachers, Mr. Osborne. Snaring doesn't require a license, I believe. And she heard he was gone off with the fly to the Towers with your dear mamma. For Cox, who drives the fly in general, has sprained his ankle. We had just finished dinner, but when Nancy and Tom Ostler would not be back till night, I said, 'Why, there's that poor dear girl left all alone by herself, and her mother, such a friend of ours, when she was alive, I mean. But I'm sure I'm glad I'm mistaken.' Osborne said, 'I came to speak to Mr. Gibson, not knowing he had gone to London, and Miss Gibson kindly gave me some of her lunch. I must go now.' 'Oh, dear, I'm so sorry,' fluttered out Miss Phoebe. 'I disturbed you, but it was with the best intentions. I always was mal à propos from a child.' But Osborne was gone before she had finished her apologies. Before he left, his eyes met Molly's with a strange look of yearning farewell that struck her at the time, and that she remembered strongly afterward. 'Such a nice, suitable thing, and I came in the midst and spoilt it all. I'm sure you're very kind, my dear, considering—' 'Considering what, my dear Miss Phoebe? If you are conjecturing a love affair between Mr. Osborne Hamley and me, you are never more mistaken in your life. I think I told you so once before. Please do believe me.' 'Oh, yes, I remember, and somehow sister got it into her head it was Mr. Preston, I recollect.' 'One thing is just as wrong as the other,' said Molly, smiling, and trying to look perfectly indifferent, but going extremely red from the annoyance at the mention of Mr. Preston's name. It was very difficult for her to keep up any conversation, for her heart was full of Osborne, his changed appearance, his melancholy words of foreboding, and his confidences about his wife, French, Catholic, servant. Molly could not help trying to piece these strange facts together by imaginations of her own, and found it very hard work to attend to kind Miss Phoebe's unceasing patter. She came up to the point, however, when the voice ceased, and could recall, in a mechanical manner, the echo of the last words, which, from both Miss Phoebe's look and the dying accent that lingered in Molly's ear, she perceived to be a question. Miss Phoebe was asking her if she would go out with her. She was going to Grinstead's, the bookseller of Hollingford, who, in addition to his regular business, was the agent for the Hollingford Book Society, received their subscriptions, kept their accounts, ordered their books from London, and, on payment of a small salary, allowed the society to keep their volumes on shelves in his shop. It was the centre of news and gossip, the club, as it were, of the little town. Everybody who pretended to gentility in the place belonged to it. It was a test of gentility, indeed, rather than of education or a love of literature. No shopkeeper would have thought of offering himself as a member, however great his general interest and love of reading, while it boasted upon the list of subscribers most of the county families in the neighbourhood, some of whom subscribed to the Hollingford Book Society as a sort of duty belonging to their stations, without often using their privilege of reading the books. While there were residents in the little town, such as Mrs. Goodenough, who privately thought reading a great waste of time that might be much better employed in sewing and knitting and pastry-making, but who nevertheless belonged to it as a mark of station, just as these good motherly women would have thought it a terrible come-down in the world if they had not had a pretty young servant-maid to fetch them home from the tea-parties at night. At any rate, Grinstead's was a very convenient place for a lounge. In that view of the book society, everyone agreed. Molly went upstairs to get ready to accompany Miss Phoebe, and on opening one of her drawers, she saw Cynthia's envelope containing the notes she owed Mr. Preston, carefully sealed up like a letter. This was what Molly had so unwillingly promised to deliver, the last final stroke to the affair. Molly took it up, hating it. For a time she had forgotten it, and now it was here facing her, and she must try and get rid of it. She put it in her pocket for the chances of the walk and the day, and fortune for once seemed to befriend her, for, on their entering Grinstead's shop, in which 2 or 3 people were now, as always, congregated, making play of examining the books, or business of writing down the titles of new works in the order book, there was Mr. Preston. He bowed as they came in. He could not help that. But at the sight of Molly, he looked as ill-tempered and out of humour as a man could do. She was connected in his mind with defeat and mortification, and besides, the sight of her called up what he desired now above all things to forget, namely, the deep conviction received through Molly's simple earnestness of Cynthia's dislike to him. If Miss Phoebe had seen the scowl upon his handsome face, she might have undeceived her sister in her suppositions about him and Molly. But Miss Phoebe, who did not consider it quite maidenly to go and stand close to Mr. Preston and survey the shelves of books in such close proximity to a gentleman, found herself an errand at the other end of the shop, and occupied herself in buying writing paper. Molly fingered her valuable letter as it lay in her pocket. Did she dare to cross over to Mr. Preston and give it to him, or not? While she was still undecided, shrinking always just at the moment when she thought she had got her courage up for action, Miss Phoebe, having finished her purchase, turned round, and after looking a little pathetically at Mr. Preston's back, said to Molly in a whisper, "I think we'll go to Johnson's now, and come back for the books in a little while." So across the street to Johnson's they went, but no sooner had they entered the draper's shop than Molly's conscience smote her for her cowardice and loss of a good opportunity. "I'll be back directly," said she, as soon as Miss Phoebe was engaged with her purchases, and Molly ran across to Grinstead's, without looking either to the right or the left. She had been watching the door, and she knew that no Mr. Preston had issued forth. She ran in. He was at the counter now, talking to Grinstead himself. Molly put the letter into his hand, to his surprise, and almost against his will, and turned round to go back to Miss Phoebe. At the door of the shop stood Mrs. Goodenough, arrested in the act of entering, staring with her round eyes, made still rounder and more owl-like by the spectacles, to see Molly Gibson giving Mr. Preston a letter, which he, conscious of being watched and favouring underhand practices habitually, put quickly into his pocket unopened. Perhaps, if he had had time for reflection, he would not have scrupled to put Molly to open shame by rejecting what she so eagerly forced upon him. There was another long evening to be got through with Mrs. Gibson, but on this occasion there was the pleasant occupation of dinner, which took up at least an hour, for it was one of Mrs. Gibson's fancies, one which Molly chafed against, to have every ceremonial gone through in the same stately manner for 2 as for 20. So, although Molly knew full well, and her stepmother knew full well, and Maria knew full well, that neither Mrs. Gibson nor Molly touched dessert, it was set on the table with as much form as if Cynthia had been at home, who delighted in almonds and raisins, or Mr. Gibson been there, who could never resist dates, although he protested against persons in their station of life having a formal dessert set out before them every day. And Mrs. Gibson herself apologized, as it were, to Molly to-day, in the same words she had often used to Mr. Gibson. "It's no extravagance, for we need not eat it, I never do, but it looks well and makes Maria understand what is required in the daily life of every family of position." All through the evening Molly's thoughts wandered far and wide, though she managed to keep up a show of attentions to what Mrs. Gibson was saying. She was thinking of Osborne, and his abrupt half-finished confidence, his ill looks. She was wondering when Roger would come home, and longing for his return, as much, she said to herself, for Osborne's sake as for her own. Then she checked herself. What had she to do with Roger? Why should she long for his return? It was Cynthia who was doing this, only somehow he was such a true friend to Molly that she could not help thinking of him as a staff and a stay in the troublous times which appeared to lie not far ahead this evening. Then Mr. Preston and her little adventure with him came uppermost. How angry he looked! How could Cynthia have liked him even enough to get into this abominable scrape, which was, however, all over now? And so she ran on in her fancies and imaginations, little dreaming that very night how much talk was going on not half a mile from where she sate sewing, which would prove that the scrape, as she called it in her girlish phraseology, was not all over. Scandal sleeps in the summer, comparatively speaking. Its nature is the reverse of that dormouse. Warm ambient air, loiterings abroad, gardenings, flowers to talk about, and preserves to make, soothed the wicked imp to slumber in the parish of Hollingford in the summer-time. But when evenings grew short, and people gathered round the fires and put their feet in a circle, not on the fenders, that was not allowed, then there was time for confidential conversation. Or, in the pauses allowed for the tea-trays to circulate among the card-tables, when those who were peaceably inclined tried to stop the warm discussions about the odd trick and the rather wearisome feminine way of shouldering the crutch and showing how the fields were won, small crumbs and scraps of the daily news came up to the surface, such as Martindale has raised the price of his best joints a halfpenny in the pound, or it's a shame of Sir Harry to order another book on farriery in the Book Society. Phoebe and I tried to read it, but really there is no general interest in it. Or, I wonder what Mr. Ashton will do now Nancy is going to be married. Why, she has been with him these 17 years. It's a very foolish thing for a woman of her age to be thinking of matrimony, and so I told her when I met her in the market-place this morning. So said Miss Browning on the night in question, her hand of cards lying by her on the green baize-covered table, when she munched the rich pound-cake of a certain Miss Dawes, lately come to inhabit Hollingford. "Matrimony is not so bad as you think for, Miss Browning," said Mrs. Goodenough, standing up for the holy estate into which she had twice entered. "If I had seen Nancy, I should have given her my mind very different. It's a great thing to be able to settle what you'll have for dinner, with never one interfering with you." "If that's all," said Miss Browning, drawing herself up, "I can do that, and perhaps better than a woman who has a husband to please." "No one can say as I didn't please my husbands, both on 'em, though Jeremy was tickler in his taste than poor Harry Beaver. But as I used to say to 'em, leave the victual to me. It's better for you than knowing what's to come beforehand. The stomach likes to be taken by surprise. And neither of 'em ever repented 'em of their confidence. You may take my word for it. Beans and bacon will taste better, and Mr. Ashton's Nancy in her own house, than all the sweetbreads and spring chickens she's been a-doing for him this 17 years. But if I chose I could tell you of something as would interest you all a deal more than old Nancy's marriage to a widower with 9 children, only as the young folks themselves is meeting in private, clandestine-like, it's perhaps not for me to tell their secrets." "I'm sure I don't want to hear of clandestine meetings between young men and young women," said Miss Browning, throwing up her head. "It's disgrace enough to people themselves, I consider, if they enter on a love affair without the proper sanction of parents. I know public opinion has changed on the subject, but when poor Gracia was married to Mr. Byerley, he wrote to my father without ever having so much as paid her a compliment, or said more than the trivial and commonplace things to her, and my father and mother sent for her into my father's study, and she said she never was so much frightened in her life, and they said it was a very good offer, and Mr. Byerley was a very worthy man, and they hoped that she would behave properly to him when he came to supper that night. And after that he was allowed to come twice a week till they were married. My mother and I sat at our work in the bow window of the rectory drawing-room, and Gracia and Mr. Byerley at the other end, and my mother always called my attention to some flower or plant in the garden when it struck 9, for that was his time for going. Without offence to the present company, I am rather inclined to look upon matrimony as a weakness to which some very worthy people are prone. But if they must be married, let them make the best of it, and go through the affair with dignity and propriety. Or, if there are misdoings and clandestine meetings, and such things at any rate, never let me hear about them. I think it's you to play, Miss Dawes. You'll excuse my frankness on the subject of matrimony. Mrs. Goodenough there can tell you I'm a very outspoken person." "It's not the outspeaking, it's what you say that goes against me, Miss Browning," said Mrs. Goodenough, affronted, yet ready to play her card as soon as needed. And as for Mrs. Dawes, she was too anxious to get into the genteelest of all Hollingford society to object to whatever Miss Browning, who, in right of being a deceased rector's daughter, rather represented the selectest circle of the little town, advocated celibacy, marriage, bigamy, or polygamy. So the remainder of the evening passed over without any farther reference to the secret Mrs. Goodenough was burning to disclose, unless the remark made, apropos de rien, by Miss Browning, during the silence of a deal, could be supposed to have connection with the previous conversation. She said suddenly and abruptly, "I don't know what I have done that any man should make me his slave." If she was referring to any prospect of matrimonial danger she saw opening before her fancy, she might have been comforted. But it was a remark of which no one took any notice, all being far too much engaged in the rubber. Only when Miss Browning took her early leave, for Miss Phoebe had a cold and was an invalid at home, Mrs. Goodenough burst out with, "Well, now I may speak out my mind, and say as how if there was a slave between us two, when Goodenough was alive, it wasn't me, and I don't think as it was pretty in Miss Browning to give herself such airs on her virginity, when there was 4 widows in the room, who'd had 6 honest men among 'em for husbands. No offence, Miss Airy," addressing an unfortunate little spinster, who found herself the sole representative of celibacy, now that Miss Browning was gone, "I could tell her of a girl as she's very fond on, who's on the high road to matrimony, and in as cunning a way as I ever heerd on, going out at dusk to meet her sweetheart, just as if she was my Sally or your Jenny. And her name is Molly, too, which, as I have often thought, shows a low taste in them as first called her so. She might as well be a scullery maid at once. Not that she's picked up anybody common. She's looked about her for a handsome fellow and a smart young man enough." Everyone around the table looked curious and intent on the disclosures being made, except the hostess, Mrs. Dawes, who smiled intelligence with her eyes, and knowingly pursed up her mouth until Mrs. Goodenough had finished her tale. And then she said demurely, "I suppose you mean Mr. Preston and Miss Gibson." "Why, who told you?" said Mrs. Goodenough, turning round upon her in surprise. "You can't say as I did. There's many a Molly in Hollingford, besides her, though none, perhaps, in such a genteel station of life. I never named her, I'm sure." "No, but I know. I could tell my tale, too," continued Mrs. Dawes. "No, could you really?" said Mrs. Goodenough, very curious and a little jealous. "Yes. My uncle Sheepshanks came upon them in the Park Avenue. He startled him a good deal, he said, and when he taxed Mr. Preston with being with his sweetheart, he didn't deny it. Well, now so much has come out, I'll tell you what I know. Only, ladies, I wouldn't wish to do the girl an unkind turn, so you must keep what I've got to tell you a secret." Of course they promised. That was easy. My Hannah, as married Tom Oakes and lives in Pearson Lane, was a gathering of damsons only about a week ago, and Molly Gibson was a walking fast down the lane, quite in a hurry like to meet someone, and Hannah's little Anna Maria fell down, and Molly, who's a kind-hearted lass enough, picked her up. So if Hannah had had her doubts before, she had none then. "But there was no one with her, was there?" asked one of the ladies anxiously, as Mrs. Goodenough stopped to finish her piece of cake just at this crisis. "No. I said she looked as if she was going to meet someone, and by comes Mr. Preston running out of the woods just beyond Hannah's, and says he, 'A cup of water, please, good woman, for a lady has fainted or is hysterical or something.' Now, though he didn't know Hannah, Hannah knew him. More folks know Tom Fool than Tom Fool knows, asking Mr. Preston's pardon, for he's no fool whatever he be. And I could tell you more, and what I seed with my own eyes, I seed her give him a letter in Grinstead's shop only yesterday, and he looked as black as thunder at her, for he seed me if she didn't." "It's a very suitable kind of thing," said Miss Airy. "Why do they make such a mystery of it?" "Some folks like it," said Mrs. Dawes. "It adds zest to it all, to do the courting underhand." "Aye, it's like salt to their victual," put in Miss Goodenough. "But I didn't think Molly Gibson was one of that sort, I didn't." "The Gibsons hold themselves very high?" cried Mrs. Dawes, more as an inquiry than an assertion. "Mrs. Gibson has called upon me." "Aye, you're like to be a patient of the doctor's," put in Mrs. Goodenough. "She seemed to me very affable, though she is so intimate with the Countess and the family at the Towers, and is quite the lady herself. Dines late, I've heard, and everything in style." "Style! Very different style to what Bob Gibson, her husband, was used to when he first came here. Glad of a mutton chop in his surgery, for I doubt if he'd a fire anywhere else. We called him Bob Gibson then, but none of us dare bob him now. I'd as soon think of calling him Sweep." "I think it looks very bad for Miss Gibson," said one lady, rather anxious to bring back the conversation to the more interesting present time. But as soon as Mrs. Goodenough heard this natural comment and the disclosure she had made, she fired round on the speaker. "Not at all bad, and I'll trouble you not to use such a word as that about Molly Gibson, as I've known all her life. It's odd, if you will. I was odd myself as a girl. I could never abide a plate of gathered gooseberries, but I must needs go sulk behind a bush and gather 'em for myself. It's some folks' taste, though it mayn't be Miss Brownie's, who'd have all the courting done under the nose of the family. All as I ever said was that I was surprised at it in Molly Gibson, and that I'd have thought it was liker the pretty minx of Cynthia, as they call her. Indeed, at one time I was ready to swear as it was her Mr. Preston was after. Now, ladies, I'll wish you a very good night. I cannot abide waste, and I'll venture for it Sally's letting the candle in the lantern run all to grease instead of putting it out as I've told her to do, if ever she's got to wait for me." So, with formal dipping curtsies, the ladies separated, but not without thanking Mrs. Dawes for the pleasant evening they had had, a piece of old-fashioned courtesy always gone through in those days. End of chapter 46. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 47. Scandal and its Victims. When Mr. Gibson returned to Hollingford, he found an accumulation of business waiting for him, and he was much inclined to complain of the consequences of the 2 days' comparative holiday, which had resulted in overwork for the week to come. He had hardly time to speak to his family. He had so immediately to rush off to pressing cases of illness. But Molly managed to arrest him in the hall, standing there with his great coat held out ready for him to put on, but whispering as she did so, "Papa, Mr. Osborne Hamley was here to see you yesterday. He looks very ill, and he's evidently frightened about himself." Mr. Gibson faced about, looked at her for a moment, but all he said was, "I'll go and see him. Don't tell your mother where I'm gone. You've not mentioned this to her, I hope?" "No," said Molly, for she had only told Mrs. Gibson of Osborne's call, not of the occasion for it. "Don't say anything about it. There's no need. Now I think of it, I can't possibly go today. But I will go." Something in her father's manner disheartened Molly, who had persuaded herself that Osborne's evident illness was partly nervous, by which she meant imaginary. She had dwelt upon his looks of enjoyment at Miss Phoebe's perplexity, and thought that no one, really believing himself to be in danger, could have given the merry glances which he had done. But after seeing the seriousness of her father's face, she recurred to the shock she had experienced on first seeing Osborne's changed appearance. All this time Mrs. Gibson was busy reading a letter from Cynthia, which Mr. Gibson had brought from London, for every opportunity of private conveyance was seized upon when postage was so high, and Cynthia had forgotten so many things in her hurried packing that she now sent a list of the clothes which she required. Molly almost wondered that it had not come to her, but she did not understand the sort of reserve that was springing up in Cynthia's mind towards her. Cynthia herself struggled with the feeling, and tried to fight against it by calling herself ungrateful, but the truth was that she believed that she no longer held her former high place in Molly's estimation, and she could not help turning away from one who knew things to her discredit. She was fully aware of Molly's prompt decision and willing action where action was especially disagreeable on her behalf, and she knew that Molly would never bring up the past errors and difficulties. But still the consciousness that the good, straightforward girl had learnt that Cynthia had been guilty of so much underhand work cooled her regard and restrained her willingness of intercourse. Reproach herself with ingratitude as she would, she could not help feeling glad to be away from Molly. It was awkward to speak to her as if nothing had happened. It was awkward to write to her about forgotten ribbons and laces when their last conversation had been on such different subjects and had called out such vehement expressions of feeling. So Mrs. Gibson held the list in her hand and read out the small fragments of news that were intermixed with notices of Cynthia's requirements. "Helen cannot be so very ill," said Molly at length, "or Cynthia would not want her pink muslin and daisy wreath." "I don't see how that follows, I'm sure," replied Mrs. Gibson rather sharply. "Helen would never be so selfish as to tie Cynthia to her side, however ill she was. Indeed, I should not have felt that it was my duty to let Cynthia go to London at all, if I had thought that she was to be perpetually exposed to the depressing atmosphere of a sick-room. Besides, it must be so good for Helen to have Cynthia coming in with bright, pleasant accounts of the parties she has been to. Even if Cynthia disliked gaiety, I should desire her to sacrifice herself and go out as much as she could for Helen's sake. My idea of nursing is that one should not always be thinking of one's own feelings and wishes, but doing those things which will most serve to beguile the weary hours of an invalid. But then, so few people have had to consider the subject as deeply as I have done." Mrs. Gibson here thought it fit to sigh before going on with Cynthia's letter. As far as Molly could make any sense out of this rather incoherent epistle, very incoherently read aloud to her, Cynthia was really pleased and glad to be of use and comfort to Helen, but at the same time very ready to be easily persuaded into the perpetual small gaieties which abounded in her uncle's house in London, even at this dead season of the year. Mrs. Gibson came upon Mr. Henderson's name once, and then went on with a running to herself, which sounded very mysterious, which might as well have been omitted, as all that Cynthia really said about him was, "Mr. Henderson's mother has advised my aunt to consult a certain Dr. Donaldson, who is said to be very clever in such cases as Helen's, but my uncle is not sufficiently sure of the professional etiquette, etc." Then there came a very affectionate, carefully worded message to Molly, implying a good deal more than was said of loving gratitude for the trouble she had taken on Cynthia's behalf. And that was all, and Molly went away a little depressed, she knew not why. The operation on Lady Cumnor had been successfully performed, and in a few days they hoped to bring her down to the Towers to recruit her strength in the fresh country air. The case was one which interested Mr. Gibson extremely, and in which his opinion had been proved to be right, in opposition to that of one or two great names in London. The consequence was that he was frequently consulted and referred to during the progress of her recovery, and, as he had much to do in the immediate circle of his Hollingford practice, as well as to write thoughtful letters to his medical brethren in London, he found it difficult to spare the 3 or 4 hours necessary to go over to Hamley to see Osborne. He wrote to him, however, begging him to reply immediately and detail his symptoms, and from the answer he received he did not imagine that the case was immediately pressing. Osborne, too, deprecated his coming over to Hamley for the express purpose of seeing him. So the visit was deferred to that more convenient season which is so often too late. All these days, the buzzing gossip about Molly's meeting with Mr. Preston, her clandestine correspondence, the tete-a-tete interviews in lonely places, had been gathering strength and assuming the positive form of scandal. The simple innocent girl, who walked through the quiet streets without a thought of being the object of mysterious implications, became for a time the unconscious black sheep of the town. Servants heard part of what was said in their mistresses' drawing-rooms, and exaggerated the sayings amongst themselves with the coarse strengthening of expression common amongst uneducated people. Mr. Preston himself became aware that her name was being coupled with his, though hardly to the extent to which the love of excitement and gossip had carried people's speeches. He chuckled over the mistake, but took no pains to correct it. "It serves her right," said he to himself, "for meddling with other folks' business," and he felt himself avenged for the discomfiture which her menace of appealing to Lady Harriet had caused him, and the mortification he had experienced in learning from her plain-speaking lips how he had been talked over by Cynthia and herself, with personal dislike on the one side and evident contempt on the other. Besides, if any denial of Mr. Preston stirred up an examination as to the real truth, more might come out of this baffled endeavours to compel Cynthia to keep her engagement to him than he cared to have known. He was angry with himself for still loving Cynthia, loving her in his own fashion, be it understood. He told himself that many a woman of more position and wealth would be glad enough to have him, some of them pretty women too, and he asked himself why he was such a confounded fool as to go on hankering after a penniless girl who was as fickle as the wind. The answer was silly enough, logically, but forcible in fact. Cynthia was Cynthia, and not Venus herself could have been her substitute. In this one thing Mr. Preston was more really true than many worthy men who, seeking to be married, turn with careless facility from the unattainable to the attainable, and keep their feelings and fancy tolerably loose till they find a woman who consents to be their wife. but no one would ever be to Mr. Preston what Cynthia had been, and was, and yet he could have stabbed her in certain of his moods. So Molly, who had come between him and the object of his desire, was not likely to find favour in his sight, or to obtain friendly actions from him. There came a time, not very distant from the evening at Mrs. Dawes, when Molly felt that people looked askance at her. Mrs. Goodenough openly pulled her granddaughter away when the young girl stopped to speak to Molly in the street, and an engagement which the two had for a long walk together was cut very short by a very trumpery excuse. Mrs. Goodenough explained her conduct in the following manner to some of her friends. You see, I don't think the worse of a girl for meeting her sweetheart here and there and everywhere till she gets talked about, but then when she does, and Molly Gibson's name is in everybody's mouth, I think it's only fair to Bessie, who has trusted me with Annabella, not to let her daughter be seen with the lass who has managed her matters so badly, as to set folks talking about her. My maxim is this, and it's a very good working one, you may depend on it. Women should mind what they're about and never be talked of, and if a woman's talked of, the less her friends have to do with her till the talk has died away, the better. So Annabella is not going to have anything to do with Molly Gibson, this visit at any rate. For a good while the Miss Brownings were kept in ignorance of the evil tongues that whispered hard words about Molly. Miss Browning was known to have a temper, and by instinct everyone who came in contact with her shrank from irritating that temper by uttering the slightest syllable against the smallest of those creatures over whom she spread the aegis of her love. She would, and did, reproach them herself. She used to boast that she never spared them, but no one else might touch them with the slightest slur of a passing word. But Miss Phoebe inspired no such terror. The great reason why she did not hear of the gossip against Molly as early as any one was that, although she was not the Rose, she lived near the Rose. Besides, she was of so tender a nature that even thick-skinned Mrs. Goodenough was unwilling to say what would give Miss Phoebe pain, and it was the newcomer, Mrs. Dawes, who in all ignorance alluded to the town's talk as to something of which Miss Phoebe must be aware. Then Miss Phoebe poured down her questions, although she protested, even with tears, her total disbelief in all the answers she received. It was a small act of heroism on her part to keep all that she there learnt a secret from her sister Sally, and she did for 4 or 5 days, till Miss Browning attacked her one evening with the following speech. Phoebe, either you've some reason for puffing yourself out with sighs, or you've not. If you have a reason, it's your duty to tell me directly, and if you've no reason, you must break yourself of a bad habit that is growing upon you. Oh, sister, do you really think it is my duty to tell you? It would be such a comfort, but then I thought I ought not. It will distress you so. Nonsense. I am so well prepared for misfortune by the frequent contemplation of its possibility that I believe I can receive any ill news with apparent equanimity and real resignation. Besides, when you said yesterday at breakfast time that you meant to give up the day to making your drawers tidy, I was aware that some misfortune was impending, though of course I could not judge of its magnitude. Is the Highchester Bank broken? Oh, no, sister, said Miss Phoebe, moving a seat closer to her sister's on the sofa. Have you really been thinking that? I wish I had told you what I had heard at the very first, if you've been fancying that. Take warning, Phoebe, and learn to have no concealments from me. I did think we must be ruined from your ways of going on, eating no meat at dinner and sighing continually. And now, what is it? I hardly know how to tell you, Sally. I really don't. Miss Phoebe began to cry. Miss Browning took hold of her arm and gave her a little sharp shake. Cry as much as you'd like when you've told me, but don't cry now, child, when you're keeping me on the tenterhooks. Molly Gibson has lost her character, sister. That's it. Molly Gibson has done no such thing, said Miss Browning indignantly. How dare you repeat such stories about poor Mary's child? Never let me hear you say such things again. I can't help it. Mrs. Dawes told me, and she said it's all over the town. I told her I did not believe a word of it, and I kept it from you, and I think I should have been really ill if I'd kept it to myself any longer. Oh, sister, what are you going to do? For Miss Browning had risen without speaking a word, and was leaving the room in a stately and determined fashion. I am going to put on my bonnet and things, and then I shall call upon Mrs. Dawes and confront her with her lies. Oh, don't call them lies, sister. It's such a strong, ugly word. Please call them tallydiddles, for I don't believe she meant any harm. Besides, if they should turn out to be truth, Really, sister, that's the weight on my mind. So many things sounded as if they might be true." "What things?" said Miss Browning, still standing with judicial erectness of position in the middle of the floor. "Why, one story was that Molly had given him a letter." "Who's him? How am I to understand a story told in that silly way?" Miss Browning sate down on the nearest chair and made up her mind to be patient if she could. "Him is Mr. Preston, and that must be true because I missed her from my side when I wanted to ask her if she thought the blue would look green by candlelight, as the young man said it would, and she had run across the street, and Mrs. Goodenough was just going into the shop, just as she said she was." Miss Browning's distress was overcoming her anger, so she only said, "Phoebe, I think you'll drive me mad. Do tell me what you've heard from Mrs. Dawes in a sensible and coherent manner for once in your life." "I'm sure I'm trying with all my might to tell you everything just as it happened." "What did you hear from Mrs. Dawes?" "Why, that Molly and Mr. Preston were keeping company just as if she was a maidservant and he was a gardener, meeting at all sorts of improper times and places, and fainting away in his arms, and out at night together, and writing to each other, and slipping their letters into each other's hands. And that was what I was talking about, sister, for I next door to saw that done once. I saw her with my own eyes run across the street to Grinstead's, where he was, for we had just left him there, with a letter in her hand, too, which was not there when she came back all fluttered and blushing. But I never thought anything of it at the time. But now all the town is talking about it, and crying shame, and saying they ought to be married." Miss Phoebe sank into sobbing again, but was suddenly roused by a good box on her ear. Miss Browning was standing over her, almost trembling with passion. "Phoebe, if I ever hear you say such things again, I'll turn you out of the house that minute." "I only said what Mrs. Dawes said, and you asked me what it was," replied Miss Phoebe, humbly and meekly. "Sally, you should not have done that." "Never mind whether I should or I shouldn't. That's not the matter in hand. What I've got to decide is how to put a stop to all these lies." "But, Sally, they are not all lies, if you will call them so. I'm afraid some of the things are true, though I stuck to their being false when Mrs. Dawes told me of them. If I go to Mrs. Dawes, and she repeats them to me, I shall slap her face or box her ears, I'm afraid, for I couldn't stand tales being told of poor Mary's daughter, as if they were just a stirring piece of news like James Horrocks' pig with 2 heads, said Miss Browning, meditating aloud. "That would do harm instead of good, Phoebe. I'm really sorry I boxed your ears, only I should do it again if you said the same things." Phoebe sate down by her sister and took one of her withered hands and began caressing it, which was her way of accepting her sister's expression of regret. "If I speak to Molly, the child will deny it if she's half as good for nothing as they say, and if she's not, she'll only worry herself to death. No, that won't do. Mrs. Goodenough, but she's a donkey, and if I convinced her, she could never convince anyone else. No, Mrs. Dawes, who told you, shall tell me, and I'll tie my hands together inside my muff, and bind myself over to keep the peace. And when I've heard what is to be heard, I'll put the matter into Mr. Gibson's hands. That's what I'll do. So it's no use your saying anything against it, Phoebe, for I shan't attend to you." Miss Browning went to Mrs. Dawes, and began civilly enough to make inquiries about the reports current in Hollingford about Molly and Mr. Preston. And Mrs. Dawes fell into the snare, and told all the real and fictitious circumstances of the story in circulation, quite unaware of the storm that was gathering, and ready to fall upon her as soon as she stopped speaking. But she had not the long habit of reverence for Miss Browning, which would have kept so many Hollingford ladies from justifying themselves if she found fault. Mrs. Dawes stood up for herself and her own veracity, bringing out fresh scandal, which she said she did not believe, but that many did, and adducing so much evidence as to the truth of what she had said and did believe, that Miss Browning was almost quelled, and sate silent and miserable at the end of Mrs. Dawes' justification of herself. "Well," she said at length, rising up from her chair as she spoke, "I'm very sorry I've lived till this day. It's a blow to me just as if I had heard of such goings-on in my own flesh and blood. I suppose I ought to apologize to you, Mrs. Dawes, for what I said, but I've no heart to do it today. I ought not to have spoken as I did, but that's nothing to this affair, you see." "I hope you do me the justice of perceiving that I only repeated what I had heard on good authority, Miss Browning," said Mrs. Dawes in reply. "My dear, don't repeat evil on any authority unless you can do some good by speaking about it," said Miss Browning, laying her hand on Mrs. Dawes' shoulder. "I'm not a good woman, but I know what is good, and that advice is. and now I think I can tell you that I beg your pardon for flying out upon you so, but God knows what pain you were putting me to. You'll forgive me, won't you, my dear?" Mrs. Dawes felt the hand trembling on her shoulder, and saw the real distress of Miss Browning's mind, so it was not difficult to grant her the requested forgiveness. Then Miss Browning went home, and said but a few words to Phoebe, who indeed saw well enough that her sister had heard the reports confirmed, and needed no further explanation of the cause of the scarcely tasted dinner, and short replies, and saddened looks. Presently Miss Browning sate down and wrote a short note. Then she rang the bell, and told the little maiden who answered it to take it to Mr. Gibson, and if he was out, to see that it was given to him as soon as ever he came home. And then she went and put on her Sunday cap, and Miss Phoebe knew that her sister had written to ask Mr. Gibson to come and be told of the rumours affecting his daughter. Miss Browning was sadly disturbed at the information she had received, and the task that lay before her. She was miserably uncomfortable to herself and irritable to Miss Phoebe, and the netting cotton she was using kept continually snapping and breaking from the jerks of her nervous hands. When the knock at the door was heard, the well-known doctor's knock, Miss Browning took off her spectacles and dropped them on the carpet, breaking them as she did so. And then she bade Miss Phoebe leave the room, as if her presence had cast the evil eye and caused the misfortune. She wanted to look natural, and was distressed at forgetting whether she usually received him sitting or standing. "Well," said he, coming in cheerfully and rubbing his cold hands as he went straight to the fire, "and what is the matter with us? It's Phoebe, I suppose. I hope none of those old spasms. But after all, a dose or two will set that to rights." "Oh, Mr. Gibson, I wish it was Phoebe or me either," said Miss Browning, trembling more and more. He sate down by her patiently when he saw her agitation, and took her hand in a kind, friendly manner. "Don't hurry yourself. Take your time. I dare say it's not so bad as you fancy, but we'll see about it. There's a great deal of help in the world, much as we abuse it." "Mr. Gibson," said she, "it's your Molly I'm so grieved about. It's out now, and God help us both and the poor child too, for I'm sure she's been led astray and not gone wrong by her own free will." "Molly," said he, fighting against her words. "What's my little Molly been doing or saying?" "Oh, Mr. Gibson, I don't know how to tell you. I never would have named it if I had not been convinced, sorely, sorely against my will." "At any rate, you can let me hear what you have heard," said he, putting his elbow on the table and screening his eyes with his hand. "Not that I am a bit afraid of anything you can hear about my girl," continued he. "Only in this little nest of gossip it's as well to know what people are talking about. They say... Oh, how shall I tell you?" "Go on, can't you?" said he, removing his hand from his blazing eyes. "I'm not going to believe it, so don't be afraid." "But I fear you must believe it. I would not if I could help it. She's been carrying on a clandestine correspondence with Mr. Preston." "Mr. Preston!" exclaimed he. "And meeting him in all sorts of unseemly places and hours out of doors, in the dark, fainting away in his arms, if I must speak out. All the town is talking of it." Mr. Gibson's hand was over his eyes again, and he made no sign, so Miss Browning went on, adding touch to touch. "Mr. Sheepshanks saw them together. They have exchanged notes in Grinstead's shop. She ran after him there." "Be quiet, can't you?" said Mr. Gibson, taking his hand away and showing his grim set face. "I have heard enough. Don't go on. I said I shouldn't believe it, and I don't. I suppose I must thank you for your telling me, but I can't." "I don't want your thanks," said Miss Browning, almost crying. "I thought you ought to know, for though you're married again, I can't forget that you were dear Mary's husband once upon a time, and Molly's her child." "I'd rather not speak any more about it just at present," said he, not at all replying to Miss Browning's last speech. "I may not control myself as I ought. I only wish I could meet Preston and horsewhip him within an inch of his life. I wish I'd the doctoring of these slanderous gossips. I'd make their tongues lie still for a while. My little girl! What harm has she done them all, that they should go and foul her fair name?" "Indeed, Mr. Gibson, I'm afraid it's all true. I would not have sent for you if I hadn't examined into it. Do ascertain the truth before you do anything violent, such as horsewhipping or poisoning." With all the inconsequence of a man in passion, Mr. Gibson laughed out. "What have I said about horsewhipping or poisoning? Do you think I'd have Molly's name dragged about the streets in connection with any act of violence on my part? Let the report die away as it arose. Time will prove its falsehood." "But I don't think it will, and that's the pity of it," said Miss Browning. "You must do something, but I don't know what." "I shall go home and ask Molly herself what's the meaning of it all. That's all I shall do. It's too ridiculous, knowing Molly as I do. It's perfectly ridiculous." He got up and walked about the room with hasty steps, laughing short, unnatural laughs from time to time. "Really, what will they say next? Satan finds some mischief still for idle tongues to do." "Don't talk of Satan, please, in this house. No one knows what may happen if he's lightly spoken about," pleaded Miss Browning. He went on without noticing her, talking to himself. "I've a great mind to leave the place. What food for scandal that piece of folly would give rise to." Then he was silent for a time, his hands in his pockets, his eyes on the ground, as he continued his quarter-deck march. Suddenly he stopped close to Miss Browning's chair. "I'm thoroughly ungrateful to you for as true a mark of friendship as you've ever shown to me. True or false, it was right that I should know the wretched scandal that was being circulated, and it could not have been pleasant for you to tell it me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart." "Indeed, Mr. Gibson, if it was false I would never have named it, but let it die away." "It's not true, though," he said doggedly, letting drop the hand he had taken in his effusion of gratitude. She shook her head. "I shall always love Molly for her mother's sake," she said. It was a great concession from the correct Miss Browning, but her father did not understand it as such. "You ought to love her for her own. She has done nothing to disgrace herself. I shall go straight home and probe into the truth." As if the poor girl who has been led away into deceit already would scruple much at going on in falsehood, was Miss Browning's remark on this last speech of Mr. Gibson's. But she had discretion enough not to make it until he was well out of hearing. End of chapter 47. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 48. An Innocent Culprit. With his head bent down as if he were facing some keen-blowing wind, and yet there was not a breath of air stirring, Mr. Gibson went swiftly to his own home. He rang at the doorbell, an unusual proceeding on his part. Maria opened the door. "Go and tell Miss Molly she is wanted in the dining-room. Don't say who it is that wants her." There was something in Mr. Gibson's manner that made Maria obey him to the letter, in spite of Molly's surprised question. "Wants me? Who is it, Maria?" Mr. Gibson went into the dining-room and shut the door for an instant's solitude. He went up to the chimney-piece, took hold of it, and laid his head on his hands and tried to still the beating of his heart. The door opened. He knew that Molly stood there before he heard her tone of astonishment. "Papa!" "Hush," said he, turning round sharply. "Shut the door. Come here." She came to him, wondering what was amiss. Her thoughts went to the Hamleys immediately. "Is it Osborne?" she asked, breathless. If Mr. Gibson had not been too much agitated to judge calmly, he might have deduced comfort from these 3 words. But instead of allowing himself to seek for comfort from collateral evidence, he said, "Molly, what is this I hear? That you have been keeping up a clandestine intercourse with Mr. Preston, meeting him in out-of-the-way places, exchanging letters with him in a stealthy way?" Though he had professed to disbelieve all this, and did disbelieve it at the bottom of his soul, his voice was hard and stern, his face was white and grim, and his eyes fixed Molly's with the terrible keenness of their research. Molly trembled all over, but she did not attempt to evade his penetration. If she was silent for a moment, it was because she was rapidly reviewing her relation with regard to Cynthia in this matter. It was but a moment's pause of silence, but it seemed long minutes to one who was craving for a burst of indignant denial. He had taken hold of her 2 arms just above her wrists, as she had first advanced towards him. He was unconscious of this action, but as his impatience for her words grew upon him, he grasped her more and more tightly in his vice-like hands, till she made a little involuntary sound of pain. And then he let go, and she looked at her soft bruised flesh, with tears gathering fast to her eyes to think that he, her father, should have hurt her so. At the instant it appeared to her stranger that he should inflict bodily pain upon his child than that he should have heard the truth, even in an exaggerated form. With a childish gesture she held out her arm to him, but if she expected pity, she received none. "Pooh!" said he, as he just glanced at the mark. "That is nothing, nothing. Answer my question. Have you met that man in private?" "Yes, Papa, I have, but I don't think it was wrong." He sate down now. "Wrong?" he echoed bitterly. "Not wrong? Well, I must bear it somehow. Your mother is dead, that's one comfort. It is true, then, is it? Why, I did not believe it, not I. I laughed in my sleeve at their credulity, and I was the dupe all the time." "Papa, I cannot tell you all. It is not my secret, or you should know it directly. Indeed, you will be sorry sometime. I have never deceived you yet, have I?" Trying to take one of his hands, but he kept them tightly in his pockets, his eyes fixed on the pattern of the carpet before him. "Papa," she said, pleading again, "have I ever deceived you?" "How can I tell? I hear this from the town's talk. I don't know what next may come out." "The town's talk!" said Molly in dismay. "What business is it of theirs?" "Everyone makes it their business to cast dirt on a girl's name who has disregarded the commonest rules of modesty and propriety." "Papa, you are very hard. Disregarded modesty? I will tell you exactly what I have done. I met Mr. Preston once, that evening when you put me down to walk over Croston Heath, and there was another person with him. I met him a second time, and that time by appointment, nobody but our two selves in the Towers Park. That is all, Papa. You must trust me. I cannot explain more. You must trust me indeed." He could not help relenting at her words. There was such truth in the tone in which they were spoken. But he neither spoke nor stirred for a minute or two. Then he raised his eyes to hers for the first time since she had acknowledged the external truth of what he charged her with. Her face was very white, but it bore the impress of the final sincerity of death, when the true expression prevails without the poor disguises of time. "The letters," he said, but almost as if he were ashamed to question that countenance any further. "I gave him one letter, of which I did not write a word, which, in fact, I believe to have been merely an envelope without any writing whatever inside. The giving that letter, the 2 interviews I have named, make all the private intercourse I have had with Mr. Preston. Oh, Papa, what have they been saying that has shocked you so much?" "Never mind. As the world goes, what you say you have done, Molly, is ground enough. You must tell me all. I must be able to refute these rumours point by point." "How are they to be refuted, when you say that the truth which I have acknowledged is ground enough for what people are saying?" "You say you were not acting for yourself, but for another. If you tell me who the other was, if you tell me everything out fully, I will do my utmost to screen her. For, of course, I guess it was Cynthia, while I am exonerating you." "No, Papa," said Molly, after some little consideration. "I have told you all I can, all that concerns myself, and I have promised not to say one word more." "Then your character will be impugned. It must be, unless the fullest explanation of these secret meetings is given. I have a great mind to force the whole truth out of Preston himself." "Papa, once again I beg you to trust me. If you ask Mr. Preston, you will very likely hear the whole truth, but that is just what I have been trying so hard to conceal, for it will only make several people very unhappy if it is known, and the whole affair is over and done with now." "Not your share in it. Miss Browning sent for me this evening to tell me how people were talking about you. She implied that it was a complete loss of your good name. You do not know, Molly, how slight a thing may blacken a girl's reputation for life. I had hard work to stand all she said, even though I did not believe a word of it at the time. And now you have told me that much of it is true." "But I think that you are a brave man, Papa, and you believe me, don't you? We shall outlive these rumours, never fear." "You don't know the power of ill-natured tongues, child," said he. "Oh, now you've called me child again. I don't care for anything. Dear, dear Papa, I'm sure it is best and wisest to take no notice of these speeches. After all, they may not mean them ill-naturedly. I am sure Miss Browning would not. By and by they'll quite forget how much they made out of so little, and even if they don't, you would not have me break my solemn word, would you?" "Perhaps not, but I cannot easily forgive the person who, by practising on your generosity, led you into this scrape. You are very young, and look on these things as merely temporary evils. I have more experience. Still, I don't see what I can do now, Papa. Perhaps I've been foolish, but what I did of my own self. It was not suggested to me, and I'm sure it was not wrong in morals, whatever it might be in judgment. As I said, it is all over now, and what I did ended the affair, I am thankful to say, and it was with that object I did it. If people choose to talk about me, I must submit, and so must you, dear Papa. Does Mrs. Gibson know anything about it? Asked he with sudden anxiety. No, not a bit, not a word. Pray don't name it to her. That might lead to more mischief than anything else. I have really told you everything I am at liberty to tell. It was a great relief to Mr. Gibson to find that his sudden fear that his wife might have been privy to it all was ill-founded. He had been seized by a sudden dread that she, whom he had chosen to marry in order to have a protectress and guide for his daughter, had been cognizant of this ill-advised adventure with Mr. Preston. Nay, more, that she might even have instigated it to save her own child, for that Cynthia was somehow or other at the bottom of it all, he had no doubt whatever. But now, at any rate, Mrs. Gibson had not been playing a treacherous part. That was all the comfort he could extract out of Molly's mysterious admission that much mischief might result from Mrs. Gibson's knowing anything about these meetings with Mr. Preston. "Then what is to be done?" said he. "These reports are abroad. Am I to do nothing to contradict them? Am I to go about smiling and content with all this talk about you passing from one idle gossip to another?" "I'm afraid so. I'm very sorry, for I never meant you to have known anything about it, and I can see now how much it must distress you. But surely, when nothing more happens, and nothing comes of what has happened, the wonder and the gossip must die away. I know you believe every word I have said, and that you trust me, Papa. Please, for my sake, be patient with all this gossip and cackle." "It will try me hard, Molly," said he. "For my sake, Papa." "I don't see what else I can do," replied he moodily, "unless I get hold of Preston." "That would be the worst of all. That would make a talk. And, after all, perhaps he was not so very much to blame." "Yes, he was. But he behaved well to me as far as that goes," said she, suddenly recollecting his speech when Mr. Sheepshanks came up in the Towers Park. "Don't stir. You have nothing to be ashamed of." "That is true. A quarrel between men which drags a woman's name into notice is to be avoided at any cost. But sooner or later I must have it out with Preston. He shall find it not so pleasant to have placed my daughter in equivocal circumstances." "He did not place me. He did not know I was coming, did not expect to meet me either time, and would far rather not have taken the letter I gave him if he could have helped himself." "It is all a mystery. I hate to have you mixed up in mysteries." "I hate to be mixed up, but what can I do? I know of another mystery which I am pledged not to speak about. I cannot help myself." "Well, all I can say is, never be the heroine of a mystery. That you can avoid if you can't help being an accessory. Then I suppose I must yield to your wishes and let this scandal wear itself out without any notice from me?" "What else can you do under the circumstances?" "Aye, what else indeed? How shall you bear it?" For an instant the quick hot tears sprang into her eyes. To have everybody, all her world, thinking evil of her, did seem hard to the girl who had never thought or said an unkind thing of them. But she smiled as she made answer. "It's like tooth-drawing. It will be over some time. It would be much worse if I had been really doing wrong." "Cynthia shall beware," he began, but Molly put her hand before his mouth. "Papa, Cynthia must not be accused or suspected. You will drive her out of your house if you do. She is so proud and so unprotected except by you. And Roger, for Roger's sake, you will never do or say anything to send Cynthia away, when he has trusted us all to take care of her and love her in his absence. Oh, I think if she were really wicked, and I did not love her at all, I should feel bound to watch over her, he loves her so dearly. And she is really good at heart, and I do love her dearly. You must not vex or hurt Cynthia, Papa. Remember, she is dependent upon you." "I think the world would get on tolerably well if there were no women in it. They plague the life out of one. You've made me forget, amongst you, poor old Job Houghton, that I ought to have gone to see an hour ago." Molly put up her mouth to be kissed. "You're not angry with me now, Papa, are you?" "Get out of my way," kissing her all the same. "If I'm not angry with you, I ought to be, for you've caused a great deal of worry, which won't be over yet a while, I can tell you." For all Molly's bravery at the time of this conversation, it was she that suffered more than her father. He kept out of the way of hearing gossip, but she was perpetually thrown into the small society of place. Mrs. Gibson herself had caught cold, and moreover was not tempted by the quiet old-fashioned visiting which was going on just about this time, provoked by the visit of two of Mrs. Dawes' pretty, unrefined nieces, who laughed and chattered and ate, and would fain have flirted with Mr. Ashton, the vicar, could he have been brought by any possibility to understand his share in the business. Mr. Preston did not accept the invitations to Hollingford tea drinkings with the same eager gratitude as he had done a year before, or else the shadow which hung over Molly would have extended to him, her co-partner in the clandestine meetings which gave such umbrage to the feminine virtue of the town. Molly herself was invited, because it would not do to pass any apparent slight on either Mr. or Mrs. Gibson, but there was a tacit and underhand protest against her being received on the old terms. Every one was civil to her, but no one was cordial. There was a very perceptible film of difference in their behaviour to her from what it was formerly. Nothing that had outlines could be defined, but Molly, for all her clear conscience and brave heart, felt acutely that she was only tolerated, not welcomed. She caught the buzzing whispers of the two Miss Oakses, who, when they first met the heroine of the prevailing scandal, looked at her askance and criticised her pretensions to good looks with hardly an attempt at undertones. Molly tried to be thankful that her father was not in the mood for visiting. She was even glad that her stepmother was too much of an invalid to come out, when she felt thus slighted, as it were, degraded from her place. Miss Browning herself, that true old friend, spoke to her with chilling dignity and much reserve, for she had never heard a word from Mr. Gibson since the evening when she had put herself to so much pain to tell him of the disagreeable rumours affecting his daughter. Only Miss Phoebe would seek out Molly with even more than her former tenderness, and this tried Molly's calmness more than all the slights put together. The soft hand pressing hers under the table, the continual appeals to her so as to bring her back into the conversation, touched Molly almost to shedding tears. Sometimes the poor girl wondered to herself whether this change in the behaviour of her acquaintances was not a mere fancy of hers, whether, if she had never had that conversation with her father, in which she had borne herself so bravely at the time, she should have discovered the difference in their treatment of her. She never told her father how she felt these perpetual small slights. She had chosen to bear the burden of her own free will. Nay, more, she had insisted on being allowed to do so, and it was not for her to grieve him now by showing that she shrank from the consequences of her own act. So she never made even an excuse for not going into the small gaieties or mingling with the society of Hollingford. Only she suddenly let go the stretch of restraint she was living in, when one evening her father told her that he was really anxious about Mrs. Gibson's cough, and should like Molly to give up a party at Miss Goodenough's, to which they were all three invited, but to which Molly alone was going. Molly's heart leaped up at the thought of stopping at home, even though the next moment she had to blame herself for rejoicing at a reprieve that was purchased by another's suffering. However, the remedies prescribed by her husband did Mrs. Gibson good, and she was particularly grateful and caressing to Molly. "Really, dear," said she, stroking Molly's head, "I think your hair is getting softer and losing that disagreeable crisp curly feeling." Then Molly knew that her stepmother was in high good humour. The smoothness or curliness of her hair was a sure test of the favour in which Mrs. Gibson held her at the moment. "I am so sorry to be the cause of detaining you from this little party, but dear papa is so over-anxious about me. I have always been a kind of pet with gentlemen, and poor Mr. Kirkpatrick never knew how to make enough of me. But I think Mr. Gibson is even more foolishly fond. His last words were, 'Take care of yourself, Hyacinth,' and then he came back again to say, 'If you don't attend to my directions, I won't answer for the consequences.' I shook my forefinger at him and said, 'Don't be so anxious, you silly man.'" "I hope we have done everything he told us to do," said Molly. "Oh, yes, I feel so much better. Do you know, late as it is, I think you might go to Miss Goodenough's yet. Maria could take you, and I should like to see you dressed. When one has been wearing dull warm gowns for a week or two, one gets quite a craving for bright colours and evening dress. So go and get ready, dear, and then perhaps you'll bring me back some news, for really, shut up as I have been with only papa and you for the last fortnight, I've got quite moped and dismal, and I can't bear to keep young people from the gaieties suitable to their age." "Oh, pray, mamma, I had so much rather not go." Very well, only I think it's rather selfish of you, when you see I am so willing to make the sacrifice for your sake." But you say it is a sacrifice to you, and I don't want to go. Very well. Did I not say you might stop at home? Only pray don't chop logic. Nothing is so fatiguing to a sick person. Then they were silent for some time. Mrs. Gibson broke the silence by saying in a languid voice, "Can't you think of anything amusing to say, Molly?" Molly pumped up from the depths of her mind a few little trivialities which she had nearly forgotten, but she felt that they were anything but amusing, and so Mrs. Gibson seemed to feel them, for presently she said, "I wish Cynthia was at home," and Molly felt it as a reproach to her own dullness. "Shall I write to her and ask her to come back?" "Well, I'm not sure. I wish I knew a great many things. You've not heard anything of poor dear Osborne Hamley lately, have you?" Remembering her father's charge not to speak of Osborne's health, Molly made no reply, nor was any needed, for Mrs. Gibson went on thinking aloud. "You see, if Mr. Henderson has been as attentive as he was in the spring, and the chances about Roger, I shall be really grieved if anything happens to that young man, uncouth as he is, but it must be owned that Africa is not merely an unhealthy, it is a savage, and even in some parts a cannibal country. I often think of all I've read of it in geography books as I lie awake at night, and if Mr. Henderson is really becoming attached, the future is hidden from us by infinite wisdom, Molly, or else I should like to know it. One would calculate one's behaviour at the present time so much better if one only knew what events were to come. But I think on the whole we had better not alarm Cynthia. If we had only known in time, we might have planned for her to come down with Lord Cumnor and my lady." "Are they coming? Is Lady Cumnor well enough to travel?" "Yes, to be sure, or else I should not have considered whether or no Cynthia should have come down with them. It would have sounded very well, more than respectable, and would have given her a position among that lawyer set in London." "Then Lady Cumnor is better?" "To be sure. I should have thought Papa would have mentioned it to you, but to be sure he is always so scrupulously careful not to speak about his patients. Quite right, too. Quite right and delicate. Why, he hardly ever tells me how they are going on. Yes, the Earl and the Countess and the Lady Harriet and Lord and Lady Cuxhaven and Lady Agnes, and I've ordered a new winter bonnet and black satin cloak." End of chapter 48. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 49. Molly Gibson Finds a Champion. Lady Cumnor had so far recovered from the violence of her attack and from the consequent operation as to be able to be removed to the Towers for a change of air, and accordingly she was brought thither by her whole family with all the pomp and state becoming an invalid peeress. There was every probability that the family would make a longer residence at the Towers than they had done for several years, during which time they had been wanderers hither and thither in search of health. However, after all, it was very pleasant and restful to come to the old ancestral home, and every member of the family enjoyed it in his or her own way. Lord Cumnor most especially. His talent for gossip and his love of small details had scarcely fair play in the hurry of a London life, and were much nipped in the bud during his continental sojournings, as he neither spoke French fluently, nor understood it easily when spoken. Besides, he was a great proprietor, and liked to know how his land was going on, how his tenants were faring in the world. He liked to hear of their births, marriages, and deaths, and had something of a royal memory for faces. In short, if ever a peer was an old woman, Lord Cumnor was that peer. But he was a very good-natured old woman, and rode about on his stout old cob, with his pockets full of halfpence for the children, and little packets of snuff for the old people. Like an old woman, too, he enjoyed an afternoon cup of tea in his wife's sitting-room, and over his gossip's beverage he would repeat all that he had learnt in the day. Lady Cumnor was exactly in that state of convalescence when such talk as her lord's was extremely agreeable to her, but she had contemned the habit of listening to gossip so severely all her life that she thought it due to consistency to listen first and enter a supercilious protest afterward. It had, however, come to be a family habit for all of them to gather together in Lady Cumnor's room on their return for their daily walks or drives or rides, and over the fire, sipping their tea at her early meal, to recount the morsels of local intelligence they had heard during the morning. When they had said all that they had to say, and not before, they always had to listen to a short homily from her ladyship on the well-worn text, the poorness of conversation about persons, the probable falsehood of all they had heard, and the degradation of character implied by its repetition. On one of these November evenings they were all assembled in Lady Cumnor's room. She was lying, all draped in white and covered up with an Indian shawl, on a sofa near the fire. Lady Harriet sate on the rug, close before the wood fire, picking up fallen embers with a pair of dwarf tongs, and piling them on the red and odorous heap in the centre of the hearth. Lady Cuxhaven, notable from girlhood, was using the blind man's holiday to net fruit nets for the walls at Cuxhaven Park. Lady Cumnor's woman was trying to see to pour out tea by the light of one small wax candle in the background, for Lady Cumnor could not bear much light to her weakened eyes, and the great leafless branches of the trees outside the house kept sweeping against the windows, moved by the wind that was gathering. It was always Lady Cumnor's habit to snub those she loved best. Her husband was perpetually snubbed by her, yet she missed him now that he was later than usual, and professed not to want her tea, but they all knew that it was only because he was not there to hand it to her, and be found fault with for his invariable stupidity in forgetting that she liked to put sugar in before she took any cream. At length he burst in. "I beg your pardon, my lady, I'm later than I should have been, I know. Why, haven't you had your tea yet?" he exclaimed, bustling about to get the cup for his wife. "You know I never take cream before I've sweetened it," said she, with even more emphasis on the never than usual. "To be sure, what a simpleton I am! I think I might have remembered it by this time. You see, I met old Sheepshanks, and that's the reason of it." "Of your handing me the cream before the sugar?" asked his wife. It was one of her grim jokes. "No, no, ha! You're better this evening, I think, my dear. But as I was saying, Sheepshanks is such an eternal talker. There's no getting away from him, and I had no idea it was so late." "Well, I think the least you can do is tell us something of Mr. Sheepshanks' conversation, now that you have torn yourself away from him." "Conversation? Did I call it conversation? I don't think I said much. I listened. He really has always a great deal to say, more than Preston, for instance. And, by the way, he was telling me something about Preston. Old Sheepshanks thinks he'll be getting married before long. He says there's a great deal of gossip going on about him and Gibson's daughter. They've been caught meeting in the park and corresponding, and all that kind of thing is likely to end in a marriage." "I shall be very sorry," said Lady Harriet. "I always liked that girl, and I can't bear Papa's model land agent." "I dare say it's not true," said Lady Cumnor, in a very audible aside to Lady Harriet. "Papa picks up stories one day to contradict them the next." "Ah, but this did sound like truth. Sheepshanks said all the old ladies in the town had got hold of it, and were making a great scandal out of it." "I don't think it sounds quite a nice story. I wonder what Clare could be doing to allow such goings-on," said Lady Cuxhaven. "I think it is much more likely that Clare's own daughter, that pretty, pocky Miss Kirkpatrick, is the real heroine of this story," said Lady Harriet. "She always looks like a heroine of genteel comedy, and those young ladies were capable of a good deal of innocent intriguing, if I remember rightly. Now, little Miss Molly Gibson has a certain gaucherie about her which would disqualify her at once from any clandestine proceedings. Besides, clandestine, why, the child is truth itself. Papa, are you sure Mr. Sheepshanks said it was Miss Gibson that was exciting Hollingford scandal? Wasn't it Miss Kirkpatrick? The notion of her and Mr. Preston making a match of it does not sound so incongruous. But if it's my little friend Molly, I'll go to church and forbid the banns. Really, Harriet, I can't think what always makes you take such an interest in all these petty Hollingford affairs." "Mamma, it's only tit for tat. They take the most lively interest in all our sayings and doings. If I were going to be married, they would want to know every possible particular. Where we first met, what we first said to each other, what I wore, and whether he offered by letter or in person. I'm sure those good Miss Brownings were wonderfully well informed as to Mary's methods of managing her nursery and educating her girls. So it's only a proper return of the compliment to want to know on our side how they are going on. I'm quite of Papa's faction. I like to hear all the local gossip." "Especially when it is flavoured with a spice of scandal and impropriety, as in this case," said Lady Cumnor, with the momentary bitterness of a convalescent invalid. Lady Harriet coloured with annoyance, but then she rallied her courage and said with more gravity than before, I am really interested in this story about Molly Gibson, I own. I both like and respect her, and I do not like to hear her name coupled with that of Mr. Preston. I can't help fancying Papa has made some mistake." "No, my dear, I'm sure I'm repeating what I heard. I'm sorry I said anything about it if it annoys you or my lady there. Sheepshanks did say Miss Gibson, though, and he went on to say it was a pity the girl had got herself so talked about, for it was the way they had carried on that gave rise to all the chatter. Preston himself was a very fair match for her, and nobody could have objected to it, but I'll try and find a more agreeable piece of news. Old Marjorie at the lodge is dead, and they don't know where to find someone to teach clear starching at your school, and Robert Hall made £40 last year by his apples." So they drifted away from Molly and her affairs. Only Lady Harriet kept turning what she heard over in her mind with interest and wonder. "I warned her against him on the day of her father's wedding, and what a straightforward, outspoken lassie it was then. I don't believe it. It's only one of old Sheepshanks' stories, half invention and half deafness." The next day Lady Harriet rolled over to Hollingford, and for the settling of her curiosity she called on the Miss Brownings and introduced the subject. She would not have spoken about the rumour she had heard to any one who were not warm friends of Molly's. If Mr. Sheepshanks had chosen to allude to it when she had been riding with her father, she would very soon have silenced him by one of the haughty looks she knew full well how to assume. But she felt as if she must know the truth, and accordingly she began thus abruptly to Miss Browning. "What is all this I hear about my little friend Molly Gibson and Mr. Preston?" "Oh, Lady Harriet, have you heard of it? We are so sorry." "Sorry for what?" "I think, begging your ladyship's pardon, we had better not say any more till we know how much you know," said Miss Browning. "Nay," replied Lady Harriet, laughing a little, "I shan't tell what I know till I am sure you know more. Then we'll make an exchange if you like." "I'm afraid it's no laughing matter for poor Molly," said Miss Browning, shaking her head. "People do say such things." "But I don't believe them, indeed I don't," burst in Miss Phoebe, half crying. "No more will I, then," said Lady Harriet, taking the good lady's hand. "It's all very fine, Phoebe, saying you don't believe them, but I should like to know who it was that convinced me, sadly against my will, I am sure." "I only told you the facts as Mrs. Goodenough told them me, sister, but I'm sure if you had seen poor patient Molly as I have done, sitting up in a corner of a room, looking at the beauties of England and Wales, till she must have been sick of them, and no one speaking to her, and she as gentle and sweet as ever in the end of the evening, though maybe a bit pale, facts or no facts, I won't believe anything against her." So there sate Miss Phoebe, in tearful defiance of facts. "And, as I said before, I'm quite of your opinion," said Lady Harriet. "But how does your ladyship explain away her meetings with Mr. Preston in all sorts of unlikely and open-air places?" asked Miss Browning, who, to do her justice, would have been only too glad to join Molly's partisans, if she could have preserved her character for logical deduction at the same time. "I went so far as to send for her father and tell him all about it. I thought at least he would have horsewhipped Mr. Preston, but he seems to have taken no notice of it." "Then we may be quite sure he knows some way of explaining matters that we don't," said Lady Harriet decisively. "After all, there may be 150 perfectly natural and justifiable explanations." "Mr. Gibson knew none when I thought it my duty to speak to him," said Miss Browning. "Why, suppose that Mr. Preston is engaged to Miss Kirkpatrick, and Molly is confidant and messenger?" "I don't see that your lady's supposition much alters the blame. Why, if he is honourably engaged to Cynthia Kirkpatrick, does he not visit her openly at her home in Mr. Gibson's house? Why does Molly lend herself to clandestine proceedings?" "One can't account for everything," said Lady Harriet, a little impatient, for reason was going hard against her. "But I choose to have faith in Molly Gibson. I'm sure she's not done anything very wrong. I've a great mind to go and call on her. Mrs. Gibson is confined to her room with this horrid influenza, and take her with me on a round of calls through this little gossiping town, on Mrs. Goodenough or Bad Enough, who seems to have been propagating all these stories. But I've not time to-day. I've to meet Papa at 3, and it's 3 now. Only remember, Miss Phoebe, it's you and I against the world, in defence of a distressed damsel." "Don Quixote and Sancho Panza," said she to herself as she ran lightly down Miss Browning's old-fashioned staircase. "Now, I don't think that's pretty of you, Phoebe," said Miss Browning in some displeasure as soon as she was alone with her sister. First, you convince me against my will and make me very unhappy, and I have to do unpleasant things, all because you've made me believe that certain statements are true. And then you turn round and cry and say you don't believe a word of it at all, and make me out a regular ogre and backbiter. No, it's of no use. I shan't listen to you." So she left Miss Phoebe in tears and locked herself up in her own room. Lady Harriet, meanwhile, was riding homewards by her father's side, apparently listening to all he chose to say, but in reality turning over the probabilities and possibilities that might account for these strange interviews between Molly and Mr. Preston. It was a case of parler de l'un et l'un et voir les oreilles. At a turn in the road they saw Mr. Preston a little way before them, coming towards them on his good horse, point device in his riding attire. The Earl, in his threadbare coat and on his old brown cob, called out cheerfully, "Aha! Here's Preston. Good day to you. I was just wanting to ask you about that slip of pasture land on the home farm. John Brickhill wants to plough it up and crop it. It's not 2 acres at the best." While they were talking over this bit of land, Lady Harriet came to her resolution. As soon as her father had finished, she said, "Mr. Preston, perhaps you will allow me to ask you 1 or 2 questions to relieve my mind, for I am in some little perplexity at present." "Certainly. I shall only be too happy to give you any information in my power." But at the moment he had made this polite speech, he recollected Molly's speech, that she would refer her case to Lady Harriet. But the letters had been returned, and the affair was now wound up. She had come off conqueror, and he the vanquished. Surely she would never have been so ungenerous as to appeal after that. "There are reports about Miss Gibson and you current among the gossips of Hollingford. Are we to congratulate you on your engagement to that young lady?" "Ah, by the way, Preston, we ought to have done it before," interrupted Lord Cumnor in hasty goodwill. But his daughter said quietly, "Mr. Preston has not yet told us if the reports are well founded, papa." She looked at him with the air of a person expecting an answer, and expecting a truthful answer. "I am not so fortunate," replied he, trying to make his horse appear fidgety without incurring observation. "Then I may contradict that report?" asked Lady Harriet quietly, "or is there any reason for believing that in time it may come true? I ask because such reports, if unfounded, do harm to young ladies." "Keep other sweethearts off," put in Lord Cumnor, looking a good deal pleased at his own discernment. Lady Harriet went on, "And I take a great interest in Miss Gibson." Mr. Preston saw from her manner that he was in for it, as he expressed it to himself. The question was, how much or how little did she know? "I have no expectation or hope of ever having nearer interest in Miss Gibson than I have at present. I shall be glad if this straightforward answer relieves your ladyship from your perplexity." He could not help the touch of insolence that accompanied these last words. It was not in the words themselves, nor in the tone in which they were spoken, nor in the look which accompanied them. It was in all. It implied a doubt of Lady Harriet's right to question him as she did, and there was something of defiance in it as well. But this touch of insolence put Lady Harriet's mettle up. She was not one to check herself, in any course, for the opinion of an inferior. "Then, sir, you are aware of the injury you may do to a young lady's reputation if you meet her and detain her in long conversations when she is walking by herself unaccompanied by any one. You have given rise to reports." "My dear Harriet, are you not going too far? You don't know. Mr. Preston may have unacknowledged intentions." "No, my lord, I have no intentions with regard to Miss Gibson. She may be a very worthy young lady. I have no doubt she is. Lady Harriet seems to push me into such a position that I cannot but acknowledge myself to be. It is not enviable, not pleasant to own, but I am in fact a jilted man, jilted by Miss Kirkpatrick after a tolerably long engagement. My interviews with Miss Gibson were not of the most agreeable kind, as you may conclude when I tell you she was, I believe, the instigator. Certainly, she was the agent in this last step of Miss Kirkpatrick's. Is your ladyship's curiosity," with an emphasis on this last word, "satisfied with this rather mortifying confession of mine?" "Harriet, my dear, you've gone too far. We had no right to pry into Mr. Preston's private affairs." "No more I had," said Lady Harriet, with a smile of winning frankness, the first smile she had accorded Mr. Preston for many a long day, ever since the first time years ago, when, presuming on his handsomeness, He had assumed a tone of gallant familiarity with Lady Harriet, and paid her personal compliments as he would have done to an equal. "But he will excuse me, I hope," continued she, still in that gracious manner which made him feel that he now held a much higher place in her esteem than he had had at the beginning of the interview, "when he learns that the busy tongues of the Hollingford ladies have been speaking of my friend, Miss Gibson, in the most unwarrantable manner, drawing unjustifiable inferences from the facts of that intercourse with Mr. Preston, the nature of which he has just conferred such a real obligation on me by explaining. I think I need hardly request Lady Harriet to consider this explanation of mine as confidential," said Mr. Preston. Of course," said the Earl. "Everyone will understand that." And he rode home and told his wife and Lady Cuxhaven the whole conversation between Lady Harriet and Mr. Preston, in the strictest confidence, of course. Lady Harriet had to stand a good many strictures on manners and proper dignity for a few days after this. However, she consoled herself by calling on the Gibsons, and finding that Mrs. Gibson, who was still an invalid, was asleep at the time, she experienced no difficulty in carrying off the unconscious Molly for a walk, which Lady Harriet so contrived that they twice passed through all the length of the principal street of the town, loitered at Grinstead's for half an hour, and wound up by Lady Harriet's calling on the Miss Brownings, who, to her regret, were not at home. "Perhaps it is as well," said she, after a minute's consideration. "I'll leave my card and put your name down underneath it, Molly." Molly was a little puzzled by the manner in which she had been taken possession of, like an inanimate chattel, for all the afternoon, and exclaimed, "Please, Lady Harriet, I never leave cards. I have not got any, and on the Miss Brownings, of all people, why, I run in and out whenever I like." "Never mind, little one. To-day you shall do everything properly, and according to full etiquette. And now we tell Mrs. Gibson to come to the Towers for a long day. We will send the carriage for her whenever she will let us know that she is strong enough to come. Indeed, she had better come for a few days. At this time of year it does not do for an invalid to be out in the evenings, even in a carriage." So spoke Lady Harriet, standing on the white doorsteps at Miss Brownings, and holding Molly's hand while she wished her good-bye. "You'll tell her, dear, that I came partly to see her, but that finding her asleep I ran off with you. And don't forget about her coming to stay with us for a change of air. Mamma will like it, I'm sure, and the carriage, and all that. And now good-bye. We've done a good day's work, and better than you're aware of," continued she, still addressing Molly, though the latter was quite out of hearing. "Hollingford is not the place I take it to be, if it doesn't veer round in Miss Gibson's favour after my to-day's trotting of that child about." End of chapter 49. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 50. Cynthia at Bay. Mrs. Gibson was slow in recovering her strength after the influenza, and before she was well enough to accept Lady Harriet's invitation to the Towers, Cynthia came home from London. If Molly had thought her manner of departure was scarcely as affectionate and considerate as it might have been, if such a thought had crossed Molly's fancy for an instant, she was repentant for it as soon as ever Cynthia returned, and the girls met face to face with all the old familiar affection, going upstairs to the drawing-room with their arms round each other's waists, and sitting there together hand in hand. Cynthia's whole manner was more quiet than it had been, when the weight of her unpleasant secret rested on her mind, and made her alternately despondent or flighty. "After all," said Cynthia, "there's a look of home about these rooms which is very pleasant. But I wish I could see you looking stronger, mamma. That's the only unpleasant thing. Molly, why didn't you send for me?" "I wanted to do," began Molly. "But I wouldn't let her," said Mrs. Gibson. "You are much better in London than here, for you could have done me no good, and your letters were very agreeable to read, and now Helen is better, and I'm nearly well, and you've come home just at the right time, for everybody is full of the charity ball." "But we are not going this year, mamma," said Cynthia decidedly. "It is on the 25th, isn't it? And I'm sure you'll never be well enough to take us." "You really seem determined to make me out worse than I am, child," said Mrs. Gibson, rather querulously, she being one of those who, when their malady is only trifling, exaggerate it, but when it really is of some consequence, are unwilling to sacrifice any pleasure by acknowledging it. It was well for her in this instance that her husband had wisdom and authority enough to forbid her going to this ball, on which she had set her heart. But the consequence of his prohibition was an increase of domestic plaintiveness and low spirits, which seemed to tell on Cynthia, the bright, gay Cynthia herself, and it was often hard work for Molly to keep up the spirits of the two other people as well as her own. Ill health might account for Mrs. Gibson's despondency, but why was Cynthia so silent, not to say so sighing? Molly was puzzled to account for it, and all the more perplexed because from time to time Cynthia kept calling her for praise for some unknown and mysterious virtue that she had practised, and Molly was young enough to believe that, after any exercise of virtue, the spirits rose, cheered up by an approving conscience. Such was not the case with Cynthia, however. She sometimes said such things as these when she had been particularly inert and desponding. "Ah, Molly, you must let my goodness lie fallow for a while. It has borne such a wonderful crop this year. I have been so pretty behaved, if you knew all." Or, "Really, Molly, my virtue must come down from the clouds. It was strained to the utmost in London, and I find it is like a kite. After soaring aloft for some time, it suddenly comes down and gets tangled in all sorts of briars and brambles, which things are an allegory, unless you can bring yourself to believe in my extraordinary goodness, while I was away, giving me a sort of right to fall foul of all mamma's briars and brambles now." But Molly had had some experience of Cynthia's whims of perpetually hinting at a mystery which she did not mean to reveal, in the Mr. Preston days, and, although she was occasionally piqued into curiosity, Cynthia's allusions at something more in the background fell in general on rather deaf ears. One day the mystery burst its shell and came out in the shape of an offer made to Cynthia by Mr. Henderson, and refused. Under all the circumstances, Molly could not appreciate the heroic goodness so often alluded to. The revelation of the secret at last took place in this way. Mrs. Gibson breakfasted in bed. She had done so ever since she had had the influenza, and consequently her own private letters always went up on the breakfast tray. One morning she came into the drawing-room earlier than usual, with an open letter in her hand. "I've had a letter from Aunt Kirkpatrick, Cynthia. She sends me my dividends, your uncle is so busy. But what does she mean by this, Cynthia?" holding out the letter to her with a certain paragraph indicated by her finger. Cynthia put her netting on one side and looked at the writing. Suddenly her face turned scarlet and then became of a deadly white. She looked at Molly as if to gain courage from the strong, serene countenance. "It means, mamma, I may as well tell you at once. Mr. Henderson offered to me while I was in London, and I refused him." "Refused him, and you never told me, but let me hear it by chance. Really, Cynthia, I think you're very unkind. And pray what made you refuse Mr. Henderson? Such a fine young man, and such a gentleman. Your uncle told me he had a very good private fortune besides." "Mamma, do you forget that I have promised to marry Roger Hamley?" said Cynthia quietly. "No, of course I don't. How can I, with Molly always dinning the word engagement into my ears? But really, when one considers all the uncertainties, and after all, it was not a distinct promise. He seemed almost as if he might have looked forward to something of this sort." "Of what sort, mamma?" said Cynthia sharply. "Why, of a more eligible offer. He must have known you might change your mind, and meet with someone you liked better. So little as you had seen of the world." Cynthia made an impatient movement as if to stop her mother. "I never said I liked him better. How can you talk so, mamma? I'm going to marry Roger, and there is an end of it. I will not be spoken to about it again." She got up and left the room. "Going to marry Roger? That's all very fine, but who is to guarantee his coming back alive? And if he does, what have they to marry upon, I should like to know? I don't wish her to have accepted Mr. Henderson, though I am sure she liked him, and true love ought to have its course, and not be thwarted. But she need not have quite finally refused him until we had seen how matters turn out. Such an invalid as I am, too. It has given me quite a palpitation at the heart. I do call it quite unfeeling of Cynthia." "Certainly," began Molly. But then she remembered that her stepmother was far from strong, and unable to bear a protest in favour of the right course without irritation. So she changed her speech into a suggestion of remedies for palpitation, and curbed her impatience to speak out her indignation at the contemplated falsehood to Roger. But when they were alone, and Cynthia began upon the subject, Molly was less merciful. Cynthia said, "Well, Molly, and now you know all. I've been longing to tell you, and yet somehow I could not." "I suppose it was a repetition of Mr. Cox," said Molly gravely. "You were agreeable, and he took it for something more." "I don't know," sighed Cynthia. I don't know if I was agreeable or not. He was very kind, very pleasant, but I did not expect it all to end as it did. However, it is no use thinking of it." "No," said Molly simply, for to her mind the pleasantest and kindest person in the world put in comparison with Roger was as nothing. He stood by himself. Cynthia's next words, and they did not come very soon, were on quite a different subject, and spoken in rather a pettish tone. Nor did she allude again in jesting sadness to her late efforts at virtue. In a little while Mrs. Gibson was able to accept the often repeated invitation from the Towers to go and stay there for a day or two. Lady Harriet told her that it would be a kindness to Lady Cumnor to come and bear her company in the life of seclusion the latter was still compelled to lead, and Mrs. Gibson was flattered and gratified with dim unconscious sense of being really wanted, not merely deluding herself into a pleasing fiction. Lady Cumnor was in that state of convalescence common to many invalids. The spring of life had begun again to flow, and with the flow returned the old desires and projects and plans, which had all but become mere matters of indifference during the worst parts of her illness. But as yet her bodily strength was not sufficient to be an agent to her energetic mind, and the difficulty of driving the ill-matched pair of body and will, one weak and languid, the other strong and stern, made her ladyship often very irritable. Mrs. Gibson herself was not quite strong enough for a souffre-douleur, and the visit to the Towers was not, on the whole, quite so happy a one as she had anticipated. Lady Cuxhaven and Lady Harriet, each aware of their mother's state of health and temper, but only alluding to it as slightly as was absolutely necessary in their conversations with each other, took care not to leave Clare too long with Lady Cumnor. But several times when one or the other went to relieve guard, they found Clare in tears, and Lady Cumnor holding forth on some point on which she had been meditating during the silent hours of her illness, and on which she seemed to consider herself born to set the world rights. Mrs. Gibson was always apt to consider these remarks as addressed with a personal direction at some error of her own, and defended the fault in question with a sense of propriety in it, whatever it might happen to be. The second and the last day of her stay at the Towers, Lady Harriet came in, and found her mother haranguing in an excited tone of voice, and Clare looking submissive and miserable and oppressed. "What's the matter, dear mamma? Are you not tiring yourself with talking?" "No, not at all. I was only speaking of the folly of people dressing above their station. I began by telling Clare of the fashions of my grandmother's days, when every class had a sort of costume of its own, and servants did not ape tradespeople, nor tradespeople professional men, and so on. And what must the foolish woman do but begin to justify her own dress, as if I had been accusing her, or even thinking about her at all. Such nonsense! Really, Clare, your husband has spoilt you sadly, if you can't listen to anyone without thinking they are alluding to you. People may flatter themselves just as much by thinking that their faults are always present to other people's minds, as if they believe that the world is always contemplating their individual charms and virtues." "I was told, Lady Cumnor, that this silk was reduced in price. I bought it at Waterloo House after the season was over," said Mrs. Gibson, touching the very handsome gown she wore in deprecation of Lady Cumnor's angry voice, and blundering on to the very source of irritation. "Again, Clare, how often must I tell you I had no thought of you or your gowns, or whether they cost much or little? Your husband has to pay for them, and it is his concern if you spend more on your dress than you ought to do." "It was only 5 guineas for the whole dress," pleaded Mrs. Gibson. "And very pretty it is," said Lady Harriet, stooping to examine it, and so hoping to soothe the poor aggrieved woman. But Lady Cumnor went on. "No, you ought to have known me better by this time. When I think a thing, I say it out. I don't beat about the bush. I use straightforward language. I will tell you where I think you have been at fault, Clare, if you'd like to know. Like it or not, the plain speaking was coming now. You have spoilt that girl of yours till she does not know her own mind. She has behaved abominably to Mr. Preston, and it is all in consequence of the faults in her education. You have much to answer for." "Mamma, mamma," said Lady Harriet, "Mr. Preston did not wish it spoken about." And at the same moment Mrs. Gibson exclaimed, "Cynthia! Mr. Preston!" in such a tone of surprise that if Lady Cumnor had been in the habit of observing the relations made by other people's tones and voices, she would have found out that Mrs. Gibson was ignorant of the affair to which she was alluding. As for Mr. Preston's wishes, I do not suppose I am bound to regard them when I feel it is my duty to reprove error, said Lady Cumnor loftily to Lady Harriet. And Clare, do you mean to say that you are not aware that your daughter has been engaged to Mr. Preston for some time, years I believe, and has at last chosen to break it off, and has used the Gibson girl, I forget her name, as a cat's paw, and made both her and herself the town's talk, the butt for all the gossip of Hollingford? I remember when I was young there was a girl called Jilting Jessie. You'll have to watch over your young lady, or she will get some such name. I speak to you like a friend, Clare, when I tell you it's my opinion that girl of yours will get herself into some more mischief yet before she's safely married. Not that I care one straw for Mr. Preston's feelings. I don't even know if he's got feelings or not, but I know what is becoming in young women, and jilting is not. And now you may both go away and send Bradley to me, for I am tired, and I want to have a little sleep. Indeed, Lady Cumnor, will you believe me? I do not think Cynthia was ever engaged to Mr. Preston. There was an old flirtation. I was afraid. Ring the bell for Bradley, said Lady Cumnor, wearily. Her eyes closed. Lady Harriet had too much experience of her mother's moods not to lead Mrs. Gibson away, almost by main force, she protesting all the while that she did not think there was any truth in the statement, though it was dear Lady Cumnor that said it. Once in her own room, Lady Harriet said, "Now, Clare, I'll tell you all about it, and I think you'll have to believe it, for it was Mr. Preston himself who told me. I heard of a great commotion in Hollingford about Mr. Preston, and I met him riding out and asked him what it was all about. He did not want to speak about it, evidently. No man does, I suppose, when he's been jilted, and he made both Papa and me promise not to tell. But Papa did, and that's what Mamma has for a foundation, you see, a really good one." "But Cynthia's engaged to another man. She really is. And another, a very good match indeed, has just been offering to her in London. Mr. Preston is always at the root of mischief." "Nay, I do think in this case it must be that pretty Miss Cynthia of yours who has drawn on one man to be engaged to her, not to say two, and another to make her an offer. I can't endure Mr. Preston, but I think it's rather hard to accuse him of having called up the rivals, who are, I suppose, the occasion of his being jilted." "I don't know. I always feel as if he owed me a grudge, and men have so many ways of being spiteful. You must acknowledge that if he had not met, you should not have dear Lady Cumnor so angry at me." "She only wanted to warn you about Cynthia. Mamma has always been very particular about her own daughters. She has been very severe on the least approach to flirting, and Mary will be like her." "But Cynthia will flirt, I can't help it. She is not noisy or giggly. She is always a lady, that everyone must own. But she has a way of attracting men. She must have inherited that from me, I think." And here she smiled faintly, and would not have rejected a confirmatory compliment, but none came. "However, I will speak to her. I will get to the bottom of the whole affair. Pray tell Lady Cumnor that it has so fluttered me the way she spoke about my dress and all, and it only cost 5 guineas after all, reduced from 8. "Well, never mind now. You are looking very much flushed, quite feverish. I left you too long in Mamma's hot room. But do you know she is so much pleased to have you here?" And so Lady Cumnor really was, in spite of the continual lectures which she gave Clare, and which poor Mrs. Gibson turned under as helplessly as the typical worm. Still, it was something to have a countess to scold her, and that pleasure would endure when the worry was past. And then Lady Harriet petted her more than usual to make up for what she had to go through in the convalescent's room. And Lady Cuxhaven talked sense to her, with dashes of science and deep thought intermixed, which was very flattering, although generally unintelligible. And Lord Cumnor, good-natured and good-tempered, kind and liberal, was full of gratitude for her kindness in coming to see Lady Cumnor, and his gratitude took the tangible shape of a haunch of venison, to say nothing of lesser game. When she looked back upon her visit as she drove home in the solitary grandeur of the Towers carriage, there had been but one great enduring rub, Lady Cumnor's crossness, and she chose to consider Cynthia as the cause of that, instead of seeing the truth, which had been so often set before her by the members of that ladyship's family, that it took its origin in her state of health. Mrs. Gibson did not exactly mean to visit this one discomfort upon Cynthia. nor did she quite mean to upbraid her daughter for conduct as yet unexplained, and which might have some justification. But, finding her quietly sitting in the drawing-room, she sate down despondingly in her own easy-chair, and in reply to Cynthia's quick, pleasant greeting of, "Well, mamma, how are you? We did not expect you so early. Let me take off your bonnet and shawl." She replied dolefully, "It has not been such a happy visit that I should wish to prolong it." Her eyes were fixed on the carpet, and her face was as irresponsive to the welcome offered as she could make it. "What has been the matter?" asked Cynthia, in all good faith. "You, Cynthia, you. I little thought when you were born how I should have to bear to hear you spoken about." Cynthia threw back her head, and angry light came into her eyes. "What business had they with me? How came they to talk about me in any way?" "Everybody is talking about you. It is no wonder they are. Lord Cumnor is sure to hear about everything always. You should take more care about what you do, Cynthia, if you don't like being talked about." "It rather depends upon what people say," said Cynthia, affecting a lightness which she did not feel, for she had a prevision of what was coming. "Well, I don't like it at any rate. It is not pleasant to me to hear first of my daughter's misdoings from Lady Cumnor, and then to be lectured about her, and her flirting, and her jilting, as if I had had anything to do with it. I can assure you it has quite spoilt my visit. No, don't touch my shawl. When I go to my room I can take it myself." Cynthia was brought to bay and sate down, remaining with her mother, who kept sighing ostentatiously from time to time. "Would you mind telling me what they said? If there are accusations abroad against me, it is well I should know what they are. Here's Molly," as the girl entered the room, fresh from a morning's walk. "Molly, mamma has come back from the Towers, and my lord and my lady have been doing me the honour to talk over my crimes and misdemeanours, and I am asking mamma what they have said. I don't set up for more virtue than other people, but I can't make out what an earl and a countess have to do with poor little me." "It was not for your sake," said Mrs. Gibson. "It was for mine. They felt for me. It is not pleasant to have one's child's name in everybody's mouth." "As I said before, that depends upon how it is in everybody's mouth. If I were going to marry Lord Hollingford, I make no doubt everyone would be talking about me, and neither you nor I should mind it in the least. But this is no marriage with Lord Hollingford, so it is nonsense to talk as if it was. They say you've gone and engaged yourself to Mr. Preston, and now refuse to marry him, and they call that jilting." "Do you wish me to marry him, mamma?" asked Cynthia, her face in flame, her eyes cast down. Molly stood by very hot, not fully understanding it, and only kept where she was by the hope of coming in as sweetener or peacemaker or helper of some kind. "No," said Mrs. Gibson, evidently discomfited by the question. "Of course I don't. You have gone and entangled yourself with Roger Hamley, a very worthy young man, but nobody knows where he is, and if he's dead or alive, and he has not a penny if he is alive." "I beg your pardon. I know that he has some fortune from his mother. It may not be much, but he is not penniless, and he is sure to earn fame and great reputation, and with it money will come. You've entangled yourself with him. You've done something of the kind with Mr. Preston, and got yourself into such an imbroglio." Mrs. Gibson could not have said mess for the world, although the word was present to her mind, "that when a really eligible person comes forward, handsome, agreeable, and quite the gentleman, and a good private fortune into the bargain, you have to refuse him. You'll end as an old maid, Cynthia, and it will break my heart." "I dare say I shall," said Cynthia quietly. "I sometimes think I am the kind of person of which old maids are made." She spoke seriously and a little sadly. Mrs. Gibson began again. "I don't want to know your secrets as long as they are secrets, but when all the town is talking about you, I think I ought to be told." "But, mamma, I did not know I was such a subject of conversation, and even now I can't make out how this has come about." "No more can I. I only know they say you've been engaged to Mr. Preston and ought to marry him, and that I can't help it if you did not choose, any more than I could have helped your refusing Mr. Henderson, and yet I am constantly blamed for your misconduct. I think it's very hard." Mrs. Gibson began to cry. Just then her husband came in. "You here, my dear? Welcome back," said he, coming up to her courteously and kissing her cheek. "Why, what's the matter? Tears?" And he heartily wished himself away again. "Yes," said she, raising herself up and clutching after sympathy of any kind at any price. "I'm come home again, and I'm telling Cynthia how Lady Cumnor has been cross to me, and all through her. Did you know she had gone and engaged herself to Mr. Preston, and then broken it off? Everybody is talking about it, and they know it up at the Towers." For one moment his eyes met Molly's, and he comprehended it all. He made his lips up into a whistle, but no sound came. Cynthia had quite lost her defiant manner since her mother had spoken to Mr. Gibson. Molly sat down beside her. "Cynthia," said he very seriously. "Yes," she answered softly. "Is this true? I have heard something of it before, not much, but there is scandal enough about to make it desirable that you should have some protector, a friend who knows the whole truth." No answer. At last she said, "Molly knows it all." Mrs. Gibson, too, had been awed into silence by her husband's grave manner, and she did not like to give vent to the jealous thought in her mind that Molly had known the secret of which she was ignorant. Mr. Gibson replied to Cynthia with some sternness. "Yes, I know that Molly knows it all, and that she has had to bear slander and ill words for your sake, Cynthia, but she refused to tell me more." "She told you that much, did she?" said Cynthia, aggrieved. "I could not help it," said Molly. "She did not name your name," said Mr. Gibson. "At the time, I believe she thought she had concealed it, but there was no mistaking who it was." "Why did she speak about it at all?" said Cynthia with some bitterness. Her tone, her question, stirred up Mr. Gibson's passion. "It was necessary for her to justify herself to me. I heard my daughter's reputation attacked for the private meetings she had given to Mr. Preston. I came to her for an explanation. There is no need to be ungenerous, Cynthia, because you have been a flirt and a jilt even to the degree of dragging Molly's name down into the same mire." Cynthia lifted her bowed-down head and looked at him. "You say that of me, Mr. Gibson, not knowing what the circumstances are. You say that." He had spoken too strongly. He knew it, but he could not bring himself to own it just at that moment. The thought of his sweet, innocent Molly, who had borne so much patiently, prevented any retraction of his words at the time. "Yes," he said, "I do say it. You cannot tell what evil constructions are put upon actions ever so slightly beyond the bounds of maidenly propriety. I do say that Molly has had a great deal to bear in consequence of this clandestine engagement of yours, Cynthia. There may be extenuating circumstances, I acknowledge, but you will need to remember them all to excuse your conduct to Roger Hamley when he comes home. I asked you to tell me the full truth, in order that, until he comes, and has a legal right to protect you, I may do so." No answer. "It certainly requires explanation," continued he. "Here you are, engaged to 2 men at once to all appearances." Still no answer. "To be sure, the gossips of the town have not yet picked out the fact of Roger Hamley's being your accepted lover, but scandal has been resting on Molly, and ought to have rested on you, Cynthia, for concealed engagement to Mr. Preston, necessitating meetings in all sorts of places unknown to your friends." "Papa," said Molly, "if you knew all, you would not speak so to Cynthia. I wish she would tell you herself all that she has told me." "I am ready to hear whatever she has to say," said he. But Cynthia said, "No, you have prejudged me. You have spoken to me as you had no right to speak. I refuse to give you my confidence or accept your help. People are very cruel to me." Her voice trembled for a moment. "I did not think you would have been, but I can bear it." Then, in spite of Molly, who would have detained her by force, she tore herself away and hastily left the room. "Oh, papa," said Molly, crying and clinging to him, "do let me tell you all." And then she suddenly recollected the awkwardness of telling some of the details of the story before Mrs. Gibson, and stopped short. "I think, Mr. Gibson, you have been very, very unkind to my poor fatherless child," said Mrs. Gibson, emerging from behind her pocket-handkerchief. "I only wish her poor father had been alive, and all this would never have happened." "Very probably. Still, I cannot see of what either she or you have to complain. Inasmuch as we could, I and mine have sheltered her. I have loved her. I do love her almost as if she were my own child, as well as Molly. I do not pretend to do." "That's it, Mr. Gibson. You do not treat her like your own child." But in the midst of this wrangle, Molly stole out and went in search of Cynthia. She thought she bore an olive branch of healing in the sound of her father's just-spoken words. I do love her almost as if she were my own child. But Cynthia was locked into her room and refused to open the door. "Open to me, please," pleaded Molly. "I have something to say to you. I want to see you. Do open." "No," said Cynthia, "not now. I am busy. Leave me alone. I don't want to hear what you have got to say. I do not want to see you. By and by we shall meet, and then—" Molly stood quite quietly, wondering what new words of more persuasion she could use. In a minute or two Cynthia called out, "Are you there still, Molly?" And when Molly answered yes, and hoped for a relenting, the same hard metallic voice, telling of resolution and repression, spoke out, "Go away. I cannot bear the feeling of your being there, waiting and listening. Go downstairs out of the house, anywhere away. It is the most you can do for me now." End of Chapter 50. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 51. Troubles Never Come Alone. Molly had her out-of-door things on, and she crept away as she was bidden. She lifted her heavy weight of heart and body along till she came to a field, not so very far off, where she had sought the comfort of loneliness ever since she was a child, and there, under the hedge-bank, she sate down, burying her face in her hands, and quivering all over as she thought of Cynthia's misery, that she might not try to touch or assuage. She never knew how long she sate there, but it was long past lunch-time when once again she stole up to her room. The door opposite was open wide. Cynthia had quitted the chamber. Molly arranged her dress and went down into the drawing-room. Cynthia and her mother sate there in the stern repose of an armed neutrality. Cynthia's face looked made of stone, for colour and rigidity, but she was netting away as if nothing unusual had occurred. Not so Mrs. Gibson. Her face bore evident mark of tears, and she looked up and greeted Molly's entrance with a faint, smiling notice. Cynthia went on, as though she had never heard the opening of the door, or felt the approaching sweep of Molly's dress. Molly took up a book, not to read, but to have the semblance of some employment which should not necessitate conversation. There was no measuring the duration of the silence that ensued. Molly grew to fancy it was some old enchantment that weighed upon their tongues and kept them still. At length Cynthia spoke, but she had to begin again before her words became clear. "I wish you both to know that henceforward all is at an end between me and Roger Hamley." Molly's book went down upon her knees. With open eyes and lips she strove to draw in Cynthia's meaning. Mrs. Gibson spoke querulously, as if injured. "I could have understood this if it had happened 3 months ago, when you were in London. But now it's just nonsense, Cynthia, and you know you don't mean it." Cynthia did not reply, nor did the resolute look on her face change when Molly spoke at last. "Cynthia, think of him. It will break his heart." "No," said Cynthia, "it will not. But even if it did, I cannot help it." "All this talk will soon pass away," said Molly, "and when he knows the truth from your own self—" "From my own self he shall never hear it. I do not love him well enough to go through the shame of having to excuse myself, to plead that he will reinstate me in his good opinion. Confession may be, well, I could never believe it pleasant, but it may be an ease of mind if one makes it to some people, and it may not be a mortification to sue for forgiveness. I cannot tell. All I know is, and I know it clearly and will act upon it inflexibly, that—" And there she stopped short. "I think you might finish your sentence," said her mother, after a silence of 5 seconds. "I cannot bear to exculpate myself to Roger Hamley. I will not submit to his thinking less of me than he has done, however foolish his judgment may have been. I would rather never see him again, for these 2 reasons, and the truth is I do not love him. I like him. I respect him, but I will not marry him. I have written to tell him so, That was merely as a relief to myself, for when or where the letter will reach him. And I have written to old Mr. Hamley. The relief is the one good thing come out of it all. It is such a comfort to feel free again. It wearied me so to think of straining up to his goodness. Extenuate my conduct, she concluded, quoting Mr. Gibson's words. Yet when Mr. Gibson came home, after a silent dinner, she asked to speak with him alone in his consulting room, and there laid bare the exculpation of herself which she had given to Molly many weeks before. And when she had ended, she said, "And now, Mr. Gibson, I still treat you like a friend. Help me to find some home far away, where all the evil talking and gossip Mamma tells me of cannot find me and follow me. It may be wrong to care for people's good opinion, but it is me, and I cannot alter myself. You, Molly, all the people in the town, I have not the patience to live through the 9 days' wonder. I want to go away and be a governess." "But, my dear Cynthia, how soon Roger will be back, a tower of strength." "Has not Mamma told you I have broken it all off with Roger? I wrote this morning. I wrote to his father. That letter will reach tomorrow. I wrote to Roger. If he ever receives that letter, I hope to be far away by that time, in Russia, maybe." "Nonsense! An engagement like yours cannot be broken off except by mutual consent. You have only given others a great deal of pain without freeing yourself. Nor will you wish it in a month's time. When you come to think calmly, you will be glad to think of the stay and support of such a husband as Roger. You have been in fault, and have acted foolishly at first, perhaps wrongly afterwards, but you don't want your husband to think you faultless." "Yes, I do," said Cynthia. "At any rate, my lover must think me so. And it is just because I do not love him even as so light a thing as I could love, that I feel I could not bear to have to tell him I'm sorry, and stand before him like a chidden child to be admonished and forgiven." "But here you are, just in such a position before me, Cynthia." "Yes, but I love you better than Roger. I have often told Molly so, and I would have told you, if I had not expected and hoped to leave you all before long. I could see if the recollection of it all came up before your mind. I could see it in your eyes. I should know it by instinct. I have a fine instinct for reading the thoughts of others when they refer to me. I almost hate the idea of Roger judging me by his own standard, which was not made for me, and graciously forgiving me at last." "Then I do believe it is right for you to break it off," said Mr. Gibson, almost as if he was thinking to himself. "That poor lad! But it will be best for him too, and he'll get over it. He has a good strong heart, poor old Roger." For a moment Cynthia's wilful fancy stretched after the object passing out of her grasp. Roger's love became for the instant a treasure. But again she knew that in its entirety of high undoubting esteem, as well of passionate regard, it would no longer be hers, and for the flaw which she herself had made, she cast it away and would none of it. Yet often in after years, when it was too late, she wondered and strove to penetrate the inscrutable mystery of what would have been. "Still, take till tomorrow before you act upon your decision," said Mr. Gibson slowly. "What faults you have fallen into have been mere girlish faults at first, leading you into much deceit, I grant." "Don't give yourself the trouble to define the shades of blackness," said Cynthia bitterly. "I am not so obtuse but what I know them all better than anyone can tell me. As for my decision, I acted upon it at once. It may be long before Roger gets my letter, but I hope he is sure to get it at last, and, as I said, I have let his father know. It won't hurt him. Oh, sir, I think if I had been differently brought up, I should not have had the sore angry heart I have. Now... No, don't. I don't want reasoning comfort. I can't stand it. I should always have wanted admiration and worship and men's good opinion. Those unkind gossips, to visit Molly with their hard words. Oh, dear, I think life is very dreary." She put her head down on her hands, tired out mentally as well as bodily. So Mr. Gibson thought. He felt as if much speech from him would only add to her excitement and make her worse. He left the room and called Molly from where she was sitting dolefully. "Go to Cynthia," he whispered, and Molly went. She took Cynthia into her arms with gentle power, and laid her head against her own breast, as if the one had been a mother, and the other a child. "Oh, my darling," she murmured, "I do so love you, dear, dear Cynthia." and she stroked her hair and kissed her eyelids, Cynthia passive all the while, till suddenly she started up stung with a new idea, and looking Molly straight in the face, she said, "Molly, Roger will marry you. See if it is not so. You too good—" But Molly pushed her away with a sudden violence of repulsion. "Don't," she said. She was crimson with shame and indignation. "Your husband this morning, mine to-night, what do you take him for?" "A man," smiled Cynthia, "and therefore, if you won't let me call him changeable, I'll coin a word and call him consolable." But Molly gave her back no answering smile. At this moment the servant Maria entered the consulting room where the two girls were. She had a scared look. "Is not the master here?" asked she, as if she distrusted her eyes. "No," said Cynthia. "I heard him go out. I heard him shut the front door not 5 minutes ago." "Oh dear," said Maria, "and there's a man come on horseback from Hamley Hall, and he says Mr. Osborne is dead, and that master must go off to the Squire straight away." "Osborne Hamley dead?" said Cynthia in awed surprise. Molly was out at the front door, seeking the messenger through the dusk, round into the stable-yard, where the groom sate motionless on his dark horse, flecked with foam, made visible by the lantern placed on the steps near, where it had been left by the servants, who were dismayed at this news of the handsome young man who had frequented their master's house, so full of sportive elegance and winsomeness. Molly went up to the man, whose thoughts were lost in recollection of the scene he had left at the place he had come from. She laid her hand on the hot, damp skin of the horse's shoulder. The man started. "Is the doctor coming, miss?" For he saw who it was by the dim light. "He is dead, is he not?" asked Molly in a low voice. "I'm afeard he is. Leastways, there is no doubt according to what they said. But I have ridden hard. There may be a chance. Is the doctor coming, miss?" "He is gone out. They are seeking him, I believe. I will go myself. Oh, the poor old Squire!" She went into the kitchen, went over to the house with swift rapidity to gain news of her father's whereabouts. The servants knew no more than she did. Neither she nor they had heard what Cynthia, ever quick of perception, had done. The shutting of the front door had fallen on deaf ears, as far as others were concerned. Upstairs sped Molly to the drawing-room, where Mrs. Gibson stood at the door, listening to the unusual stir in the house. "What is it, Molly? Why, how white you look, child!" "Where's papa?" "Gone out. What's the matter?" "Where?" "How should I know? I was asleep. Jenny came upstairs on our way to the bedrooms. She's a girl who never keeps to her work, and Maria takes advantage of her." "Jenny! Jenny!" cried Molly, frantic at the delay. "Don't shout, dear. Ring the bell. What can be the matter?" "Oh, Jenny!" said Molly, halfway up the stairs to meet her. "Who wanted papa?" Cynthia came to join the group. She too had been looking for traces or tidings of Mr. Gibson. "What is the matter?" said Mrs. Gibson. "Can nobody speak and answer a question?" "Osborne Hamley is dead," said Cynthia gravely. "Dead? Osborne? Poor fellow! I knew it would be so, though. I was sure of it. But Mr. Gibson can do nothing if he's dead. Poor young man! I wonder where Roger is now. He ought to come home." Jenny had been blamed for coming into the drawing-room instead of Maria, whose place it was, and so had lost the few wits she had. To Molly's hurried questions, her replies had been entirely unsatisfactory. A man had come to the back door. She could not see who it was. She had not asked his name. He wanted to speak to Master. Master had seemed in a hurry, and only stopped to get his hat. He will not be long away, thought Molly, or he would have left word where he was going. But, oh, the poor father all alone! And then a thought came into her head which she acted upon straight. "Go to James. Tell him to put the side saddle I had in November on Nora Creina. Don't cry, Jenny. There's no time for that. No one is angry with you. Run." So down into the cluster of collected women Molly came, equipped in her jacket and skirt, quick determination in her eyes, controlled quivering about the corners of her mouth. "Why, what in the world?" said Mrs. Gibson. "Molly, what are you thinking about?" But Cynthia had understood it at a glance, and was arranging Molly's hastily assumed dress as she passed along. "I am going. I must go. I cannot bear to think of him alone. When papa comes back he is sure to go to Hamley, and if I am not wanted, I can come back with him." She heard Mrs. Gibson's voice following her in remonstrance, but she did not stay for words. She had to wait in the stable-yard, and she wondered how the messenger could bear to eat and drink the food and beer brought out to him by the servants. Her coming out had evidently interrupted the eager talk, the questions and answers passing sharp to and fro. But she caught the words, all amongst the tangled grass, and the Squire would let none of us touch him. He took him up as if he was a baby. He had to rest many a time, and once he sate him on the ground, but still he kept him in his arms. But we thought we should ne'er gotten him up again, him and the body. The body? Molly had never felt that Osborne was really dead till she heard those words. They rode quick under the shadows of the budding hedgerow trees, but when they slackened speed to go up a brow or to give their horses breath, Molly heard those two little words again in her ears, and said them over again to herself, in hopes of forcing the sharp truth into her unwilling sense. But when they came in sight of the square stillness of the house, shining in the moonlight, the moon had risen by this time, Molly caught at her breath, and for an instant she thought she could never go in, and face the presence in that dwelling. One yellow light burnt steadily, spotting the silver shining with its earthly coarseness. The man pointed it out. It was almost the first word he had spoken since they had left Hollingford. "It's the old nursery. They carried him there. The Squire broke down at the stair-foot, and they took him to the readiest place. I'll be bound for it the Squire is there hisself, and old Robin too. They fetched him as a knowledgeable man among dumb beasts, till the regular doctor came." Molly dropped down from her seat before the man could dismount to help her. She gathered up her skirts, and did not stay again to think of what was before her. She ran along the once familiar turns, and swiftly up the stairs and through the doors, till she came to the last. Then she stopped and listened. It was a deathly silence. She opened the door. The Squire was sitting alone at the side of the bed, holding the dead man's hand, looking straight before him at vacancy. He did not stir or move, even so much as an eyelid, at Molly's entrance. The truth had entered his soul before this, and he knew that no doctor, be he ever so cunning, could, with all his striving, put the breath into that body again. Molly came up to him with the softest steps, the most hushed breath that ever she could. She did not speak, for she did not know what to say. She felt that he had no more hope from earthly skill, so what was the use of speaking of her father and the delay in his coming? After a moment's pause, standing by the old man's side, she slipped down to the floor and sat at his feet. Possibly her presence might have some balm in it, but uttering of words was as a vain thing. He must have been aware of her being there, but he took no apparent notice. There they sate, silent and still, he in his chair, she on the floor, the dead man beneath the sheet for a third. She fancied that she must have disturbed the father in his contemplation of the quiet face, now more than half, but not fully, covered up out of sight. Time had never seemed so without measure. Silence had never seemed so noiseless as it did to Molly, sitting there. In the acuteness of her senses, she heard a step mounting a distant staircase, coming slowly, coming nearer. She knew it not to be her father's, and that was all she cared about. Nearer and nearer, close to the outside of the door, a pause, and a soft hesitating tap. The great gaunt figure sitting by her side quivered at the sound. Molly rose and went to the door. It was Robinson, the old butler, holding in his hand a covered basin of soup. "God bless you, miss," said he. "Make him touch a drop of this. He's gone since breakfast without food, and it's past 1 in the morning now." He softly removed the cover, and Molly took the basin back with her to her place at the Squire's side. She did not speak, for she did not well know what to say, or how to present this homely want of nature before one so wrapped in grief. But she put a spoonful to his lips, and touched them with the savoury food, as if he had been a sick child, and she the nurse. Instinctively he took down the first spoonful of the soup. But in a minute he said, with a sort of cry, and almost overturning the basin Molly held by his passionate gesture as he pointed to the bed, "He will never eat again, never!" Then he threw himself across the corpse, and wept in such a terrible manner that Molly trembled lest he also should die, should break his heart there and then. He took no more notice of her words, of her tears, of her presence, than he did of that of the moon, looking through the unclosed window with passionless stare. Her father stood by them both before either of them was aware. "Go downstairs, Molly," said he gravely, but he stroked her head tenderly as she rose. "Go into the dining-room." Now she felt the reaction from all her self-control. She trembled with fear as she went along the moonlit passages. It seemed to her as if she should meet Osborne, and hear it all explained, how he came to die, what he now felt and thought and wished her to do. She did get down to the dining-room, the last few steps with a rush of terror, senseless terror of what might be behind her, and there she found supper laid out and candles lit, and Robinson bustling about decanting some wine. She wanted to cry, to get into some quiet place and weep away her over-excitement, but she could hardly do so there. She only felt very much tired, and to care for nothing in this world any more. But vividness of life came back when she found Robinson holding a glass to her lips as she sate in the great leather easy-chair, to which she had gone instinctively as to a place of rest. "Drink, miss. It's good old Madeira. Your papa said as how you was to eat a bit. Says he, 'My daughter may have to stay here, Mr. Robinson, and she's young for the work. Persuade her to eat something, or she'll break down utterly.' Those was his very words." Molly did not say anything. She had not energy enough for resistance. She drank and she ate at the old servant's bidding, and then she asked him to leave her alone, and went back to her easy-chair and let herself cry, and so ease her heart. End of chapter 51. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wives and Daughters by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 52. Squire Hamley's Sorrow. It seemed very long before Mr. Gibson came down. He went and stood with his back to the empty fireplace, and did not speak for a minute or two. "He's gone to bed," he said at length. "Robinson and I have got him there. But just as I was leaving him, he called me back and asked me to let you stop. I'm sure I don't know, but one doesn't like to refuse at such a time." "I wish to stay," said Molly. "Do you? There's a good girl, but how will you manage?" "Oh, never mind that. I can manage, papa." She paused. "What did Osborne die of?" She asked the question in a low, awe-stricken voice. "Something wrong about the heart. You wouldn't understand if I told you. I apprehended it for some time, but it is better not to talk of such things at home. When I saw him on Thursday week, he seemed better than I had seen him for a long time. I told Dr. Nichols so. But one can never calculate in these complaints." "You saw him on Thursday week? Why, you never mentioned it," said Molly. "No, I don't talk of my patients at home. Besides, I didn't want him to consider me as his doctor, but as a friend. Any alarm about his own health would only have hastened the catastrophe." "Then didn't he know that he was ill? Ill of a dangerous complaint, I mean, one that might end as it has done?" "No, certainly not. He would only have been watching his symptoms, accelerating matters, in fact." "Oh, papa!" said Molly, shocked. "I've no time to go into the question," Mr. Gibson continued, "and until you know what has to be said on both sides, and in every instance, you are not qualified to judge. We must keep our attention on the duties in hand now. You sleep here for the remainder of the night, which is more than half gone already." "Yes." "Promise me to go to bed just as usual. You may not think it, but most likely you'll go to sleep at once. People do at your age." "Papa, I think I ought to tell you something. I know a great secret of Osborne's, which I promised solemnly not to tell, but the last time I saw him I think he must have been afraid of something like this." A fit of sobbing came upon her, which her father was afraid would end in hysterics. But suddenly she mastered herself, and looked up into his anxious face, and smiled to reassure him. "I could not help it, papa." "No, I know. Go on with what you were saying. You ought to be in bed, but if you have a secret on your mind, you won't sleep." "Osborne was married," said she, fixing her eyes on her father. "That is the secret." "Married? Nonsense! What makes you think so?" "He told me. That's to say, I was in the library, was reading there some time ago, and Roger came and spoke to Osborne about his wife. Roger did not see me, but Osborne did. They made me promise secrecy. I don't think I did wrong." "Don't worry yourself about right or wrong just now. Tell me more about it at once." "I knew no more till 6 months ago, last November, when you went up to Lady Cumnor. Then he called and gave me his wife's address, but still under promise of secrecy, and, excepting those 2 times, I have never heard any one mention the subject. I think he would have told me more that last time, only Miss Phoebe came in." "Where is this wife of his?" "Down in the south, near Winchester, I think. He said she was a Frenchwoman and a Roman Catholic, and I think he said she was a servant," added Molly. "Phew!" Her father made a long whistle of dismay. "And," continued Molly, "he spoke of a child. Now you know as much as I do, Papa, except the address. I have it written down safe at home." Forgetting apparently what time of night it was, Mr. Gibson sate down, stretched out his legs before him, and put his hands in his pockets and began to think. Molly sate still without speaking, too tired to do more than wait. "Well," said he at last, jumping up, "nothing can be done tonight. By tomorrow morning, perhaps, I may find out. Poor little pale face," taking it between both his hands and kissing it. "Poor sweet little pale face." Then he rang the bell and told Robinson to send some maidservant to take Miss Gibson to her room. "He won't be up early," said he in parting. "The shock has lowered him too much to be energetic. Send breakfast up to him in his own room. I'll be here again before 10. Late as it was before he left, he kept his word. "Now, Molly," said he, "you and I must tell him the truth between us. I don't know how he will take it. It may comfort him, but I have very little hope. Either way, he ought to know it at once." "Robinson says he has gone into the room again, and he is afraid he has locked the door on the inside." "Never mind. I shall ring the bell and send up Robinson to say that I am here and wish to speak to him." The message returned was, "The Squire's kind love," and could not see Mr. Gibson just then. Robinson added, "It was a long time before he'd answer at all, sir." "Go up again, and tell him I can wait his convenience. Now that's a lie," Mr. Gibson said, turning round to Molly as soon as Robinson had left the room. "I ought to be far enough away at 12, but, if I'm not much mistaken, the innate habits of a gentleman will make him uneasy at the idea of keeping me waiting his pleasure, and will do more to bring him out of that room into this than any entreaties or reasoning." Mr. Gibson was growing impatient, though, before they heard the Squire's footstep on the stairs. He was evidently coming slowly and unwillingly. He came in almost like one blind, groping along and taking hold of chair or table for support or guidance till he reached Mr. Gibson. He did not speak when he held the doctor by the hand. He only hung down his head and kept on a feeble shaking of welcome. "I'm brought very low, sir. I suppose it's God's doing, but it comes hard upon me. He was my firstborn child." He said this almost as if speaking to a stranger, and informing him of facts of which he was ignorant. "Here's Molly," said Mr. Gibson, choking a little himself and pushing her forwards. "I beg your pardon. I did not see you at first. My mind is a good deal occupied just now." He sate heavily down, and then seemed almost to forget they were there. Molly wondered what was to come next. Suddenly her father spoke. "Where's Roger?" said he. "Is he not likely to be soon at the Cape?" He got up and looked at the directions of 1 or 2 unopened letters brought by that morning's post. Among them was one in Cynthia's handwriting. Both Molly and he saw it at the same time. How long it was since yesterday! But the Squire took no notice of their proceedings or their looks. "You will be glad to have Roger at home as soon as may be, I think, sir. Some months must elapse first, but I'm sure he will return as speedily as possible." The Squire said something in a very low voice. Both father and daughter strained their ears to hear what it was. They both believed it to be, "Roger is not Osborne." And Mr. Gibson spoke on that behalf. He spoke more quietly than Molly had ever heard him do before. "No, we know that. I wish that anything that Roger could do, or that I could do, or that any one could do, would comfort you, but it is past human comfort." "I do try to say God's will be done, sir," said the Squire, looking up at Mr. Gibson for the first time, and speaking with more life in his voice, "but it is harder to be resigned than happy people think." They were all silent for a while. The Squire himself was the first to speak again. "He was my first child, sir, my eldest son, and of late years we weren't—" His voice broke down, but he controlled himself. "We weren't quite as good friends as could be wished, and I'm not sure that he knew how I loved him." And now he cried aloud with an exceedingly bitter cry. "Better so," whispered Mr. Gibson to Molly. "When he is a little calmer, don't be afraid. Tell him all you know, exactly as it happened." Molly began. Her voice sounded high and unnatural to herself, as if someone else was speaking, but she made her words clear. The Squire did not attempt to listen, at first at any rate. "One day when I was here, at the time of Mrs. Hamley's last illness," the Squire here checked his convulsive breathing, "I was in the library, and Osborne came in. He said he had only come in for a book, and that I was not to mind him, so I went on reading. Presently Roger came along the flagged garden path just outside the window, which was open. He did not see me in the corner where I was sitting, and said to Osborne, 'Here's a letter from your wife.'" Now the Squire was all attention. For the first time his tear-swollen eyes met the eyes of another, and he looked at Molly with searching anxiety as he repeated, "His wife? Osborne married?" Molly went on. "Osborne was very angry with Roger for speaking out before me, and they made me promise never to mention it to anyone, or to allude to it to either of them again. I never named it to Papa till last night." "Go on," said Mr. Gibson. "Tell the Squire about Osborne's call, what you told me." Still the Squire hung on her lips, listening with open mouth and eyes. "Some months ago Osborne called. He was not well and wanted to see Papa. Papa was away and I was alone. I don't exactly remember how it came about, but he spoke to me of his wife for the first and only time since the affair in the library." She looked at her father as if questioning him as to the desirableness of telling the few further particulars that she knew. The Squire's mouth was dry and stiff, but he tried to say, "Tell me all, everything," and Molly understood the half-formed words. "He said his wife was a good woman, and that he loved her dearly, but she was a French Roman Catholic, and another glance at her father. "She had been a servant once. That was all, except that I have her address at home. He wrote it down and gave it me." "Well, well," moaned the Squire. "It's all over now, all over, all past and gone. We'll not blame him. No, but I wished he'd have told me. He and I to live together with such a secret in one of us. It's no wonder to me now. Nothing can be a wonder again, for one never can tell what's in a man's heart. Married so long, and we sitting together at meals and living together. Why, I told him everything. Too much, maybe, for I showed him all my passions and ill tempers. Married so long, oh, Osborne, Osborne, you should have told me." "Yes, he should," said Mr. Gibson, "but I dare say he knew how much you should dislike a choice as he had made, but he should have told you." "You know nothing about it, sir," said the Squire sharply. "You don't know the terms we were on. Not hearty or confidential. I was cross to him many a time, angry with him for being dull, poor lad, and he with all this weight on his mind. I won't have people interfering and judging between me and my sons. And Roger, too, he could know it all and keep it from me." "Osborne evidently had bound him down to secrecy, just as he had bound me," said Molly. "Roger could not help himself." "Osborne was such a fellow for persuading people and winning them over," said the Squire dreamily. "I remember— But what's the use of remembering? It's all over, and Osborne is dead without opening his heart to me. I could have been tender to him, I could, but he'll never know it now." "But we can guess what wish he had strongest in his mind at the last, from what we do know of his life," said Mr. Gibson. "What, sir?" said the Squire, with sharp suspicion of what was coming. "His wife must have been his last thought, must she not?" "How do I know she was his wife? Do you think he'd go and marry a French baggage of a servant? It may be all a tale trumped up." "Stop, Squire. I don't care to defend my daughter's truth or accuracy, but with the dead man's body lying upstairs, his soul with God, think twice before you say more hasty words impugning his character. If she was not his wife, what was she?" "I beg your pardon. I hardly know what I am saying. Did I accuse Osborne? Oh, my lad, thou might have trusted thy old dad. He used to call me his old dad when he was a little chap not bigger than this," indicating a certain height with his hand. "I never meant to say he was not what one would wish to think him now. His soul with God, as you say very justly, for I am sure it is there." "Well, but, Squire," said Mr. Gibson, trying to check the other's ramblings, "to return to his wife—" "And the child," whispered Molly to her father. Low as the whisper was, it struck on the Squire's ear. "What?" he said, turning round to her suddenly. "Child? You never named that. Is there a child? Husband and father? And I never knew. God bless Osborne's child. I say God bless it." He stood up reverently, and the other two instinctively rose. He closed his hands as if in momentary prayer. Then, exhausted, he sate down again and put out his hand to Molly. "You're a good girl. Thank you. Tell me what I ought to do, and I'll do it." This to Mr. Gibson. "I am almost as much puzzled as you are, Squire," replied he. "I fully believe the whole story, but I think there must be some written confirmation of it, which perhaps ought to be found at once, before we act. Most probably this is to be discovered among Osborne's papers. Will you look over them at once? Molly shall return with me and find the address that Osborne gave her while you are busy." "She'll come back again?" said the Squire eagerly. She won't leave me to myself?" "No, she shall come back this evening. I'll manage to send her somehow. But she has no clothes but the habit she came in, and I want my horse that she rode away upon." "Take the carriage," said the Squire. "Take anything. I'll give orders. You'll come back again too?" "No, I'm afraid not to-day. I'll come to-morrow early. Molly shall return this evening, whenever it suits you to send for her." "This afternoon. The carriage shall be at your house at 3. I dare not look at the papers without one of you with me, and yet I shall never rest till I know more." "I will send the desk in by Robinson before I leave, and can you give me some lunch before I go?" Little by little he led the Squire to eat a morsel or so of food, and so, strengthening him physically and encouraging him mentally, Mr. Gibson hoped that he would begin his researches during Molly's absence. There was something touching in the Squire's wistful looks after Molly as she moved about. A stranger might have imagined her to be his daughter instead of Mr. Gibson's. The meek, broken-down, considerate ways of the bereaved father never showed themselves more strongly than when he called them back to his chair, out of which he seemed too languid to rise, and said, as if by an afterthought, "Give my love to Miss Kirkpatrick. Tell her I look upon her as quite one of the family. I shall be glad to see her after the funeral. I don't think I can before." "He knows nothing of Cynthia's resolution to give up Roger," said Mr. Gibson as they rode away. "I had a long talk with her last night, but she was as resolute as ever. From what your mamma tells me, there is a third lover in London, whom she's already refused. I'm thankful you've no lover at all, Molly, unless that abortive attempt of Mr. Cox's at an offer long ago can be called a lover." "I never heard of it, papa," said Molly. "Oh, no, I forgot. What a fool I was. Why, don't you remember the hurry I was in to get you off to Hamley Hall, the very first time you ever went? It was all because I got hold of a desperate love letter from Cox addressed to you." But Molly was too tired to be amused or even interested. She could not get over the sight of the straight body covered with a sheet, which yet let the outlines be seen, all that remained of Osborne. Her father had trusted too much to the motion of the ride and the change of scene from Darken House. He saw his mistake. "Someone must write to Mrs. Osborne Hamley," said he. "I believe her to have a legal right to the name, but whether or no, she must be told that the father of her child is dead. Shall you do it, or I?" "Oh, you please, papa." "I will if you wish, but she may have heard of you as a friend of her dead husband's, while of me, a mere country doctor, it's very probable she has never heard the name." "If I ought, I will do it." Mr. Gibson did not like this ready acquiescence given in so few words, too. "There's Hollingford church spire," said she presently, as they drew near the town, and caught a glimpse of the church through the trees. "I think I never wish to go out of sight of it again." "Nonsense," said he. "Why, you've all your travelling to do yet, and if these new-fangled railways spread, as they say they will, we shall all be spinning about the world, sitting on tea-kettles, as Phoebe Browning calls it. Miss Browning wrote such a capital letter of advice to Miss Hornblower. I heard of it at the Millers'. Miss Hornblower was going to travel by railroad for the first time, and Sally was very anxious, and sent her directions for her conduct. One piece of advice was not to sit on the boiler." Molly laughed a little, as she was expected to do. "Here we are at home at last." Mrs. Gibson gave Molly a warm welcome. For one thing, Cynthia was in disgrace. For another, Molly came from the centre of news. For a third, Mrs. Gibson was really fond of the girl in her way, and sorry to see her pale, heavy looks. To think of it all being so sudden at last, but not what I always expected, and so provoking, just when Cynthia had given up Roger. If she had only waited a day! What does the Squire say to it all? "He is beaten down with grief," replied Molly. "Indeed! I should not have fancied he had liked the engagement so much." "What engagement?" "Why, Roger to Cynthia, to be sure. I asked you how the Squire took her letter announcing the breaking of it off." "Oh, I made a mistake. He has not opened his letters to-day. I saw Cynthia's among them." "Now that is what I call positive disrespect." "I don't know. He did not mean it for such. Where is Cynthia?" "Gone out into the meadow garden. She'll be in directly. I wanted her to do some errands for me, but she flatly refused to go into the town. I am afraid she mismanages her affairs sadly, but she won't allow me to interfere. I hate to look at such things in a mercenary spirit, but it is provoking to see her throw over two such good matches. First Mr. Henderson, and now Roger Hamley. When does the Squire expect Roger? Does he think he will come back sooner for poor dear Osborne's death?" "I don't know. He hardly seems to think of anything but Osborne. He seems to me to have almost forgotten everyone else. But perhaps the news of Osborne's being married and of the child may rouse him up." Molly had no doubt that Osborne was really and truly married, nor had she any idea that her father had never breathed the facts of which she had told him on the previous night to his wife or Cynthia. But Mr. Gibson had been slightly dubious of the full legality of the marriage, and had not felt inclined to speak of it to his wife until that had been ascertained one way or the other. So Mrs. Gibson exclaimed, "What do you mean, child? Married? Osborne married? Who says so?" "Oh dear, I suppose I ought not to have named it. I am very stupid to-day. Yes, Osborne has been married a long time, but the Squire did not know of it until this morning. I think it has done him good, but I don't know." "Who is the lady? Why, I call it a shame to go on about as a single man and be married all the time. If there is one thing that revolts me, it is duplicity. Who is the lady? Do tell me all you know about it, there's a dear." "She is French and a Roman Catholic," said Molly. "French! They are such beguiling women, and he was so much abroad. You said there was a child. Is it a boy or a girl?" "I did not hear. I did not ask." Molly did not think it necessary to do more than answer questions. Indeed, she was vexed enough to have told anything of what her father evidently considered it desirable to keep secret. Just then Cynthia came wandering into the room with a careless, hopeless look in her face, which Molly noticed at once. She had not heard of Molly's arrival, and had no idea that she was returned until she saw her sitting there. "Molly, darling, is that you? You're as welcome as the flowers in May, though you've not been gone 24 hours. But the house is not the same when you are away." "And she brings us such news, too," said Mrs. Gibson. "I'm really almost glad you wrote to the Squire yesterday, for if you had waited till to-day, I thought you were in too great a hurry at the time. He might have thought you had some interested reason for giving up your engagement. Osborne Hamley was married all this time unknown to everybody, and has got a child, too." "Osborne married?" exclaimed Cynthia. "If ever a man looked a bachelor, he did. Poor Osborne, with his fair, delicate elegance. He looked so young and boyish." "Yes, it was a great piece of deceit, and I can't easily forgive him for it. Only think, if he had paid either of you any particular attention, and you had fallen in love with him, why, he might have broken your heart, or Molly's either. I can't forgive him, even though he is dead, poor fellow." Well, as he never did pay either of us any particular attention, and as we neither of us did fall in love with him, I think I only feel sorry that he had all the trouble and worry of concealment. Cynthia spoke with a pretty keen recollection of how much trouble and worry her concealment had cost her. And now, of course, it is a son and will be the heir, and Roger will be just as poorly off as ever. I hope you'll take care and let the Squire know Cynthia was quite ignorant of these new facts that have come out when she wrote those letters, Molly. I should not like a suspicion of worldliness to rest upon anyone with whom I've had concern. He has not read Cynthia's letter yet. Oh, do let me bring it home unopened, said Molly. Send another letter to Roger, now, at once. It will reach him at the same time. He will get both when he arrives at the Cape, and make him understand which is the last, the real one. Think, he will hear of Osborne's death at the same time. Two such sad things. Do, Cynthia. No, my dear, said Mrs. Gibson, I could not allow that, even if Cynthia felt inclined for it. Asking to be re-engaged to him. At any rate, she must wait now until he proposes again, and we see how things turn out. But Molly kept her pleading eyes fixed on Cynthia. No, said Cynthia firmly, but not without consideration. It cannot be. I have felt more content this last night than I have done for weeks past. I am glad to be free. I dreaded Roger's goodness and learning and all that. It was not in my way, and I don't believe I should have ever married him, even without knowing of all these ill-natured stories that are circulating about me, and which he would hear of, and expect me to explain and be sorry for, and penitent and humble. I know he could not have made me happy, and I don't believe he would have been happy with me. It must stay as it is. I would rather be a governess than married to him. I should get weary of him every day of my life. Weary of Roger? Said Molly to herself. It is best as it is, I see, she answered aloud. Only I am very sorry for him, very. He did love you so. You will never get anyone to love you like him. Very well, I must take my chance. And too much love is rather oppressive to me, I believe. I like a great deal, widely spread about, but not all confined to one individual lover. I don't believe you, said Molly, but don't let us talk any more about it. It is best as it is. I almost felt sure you would be sorry this morning, but we will leave it alone now. She sate silently looking out the window, her heart sorely stirred, she scarcely knew how or why. But she could not have spoken. Most likely she would have begun to cry if she had spoken. Cynthia stole softly up to her after a while. You are vexed with me, Molly, she began in a low voice, but Molly turned sharply around. I have no business in the affair at all. It is for you to judge. Do what you think right. I believe you have done right, only I don't want to discuss it and paw it over with talk. I am very much tired, dear, gently now she spoke, and I hardly know what I say. If I speak crossly, don't mind it. Cynthia did not reply at once. Then she said, Do you think I might go with you and help you? I might have done yesterday, and you say he has not opened my letter, so he has not heard as yet, and I was always fond of poor Osborne in my way, you know. I cannot tell. I have no right to say, said Molly, scarcely understanding Cynthia's motives, which, after all, were only impulses in this case. Papa would be able to judge, I think. Perhaps you had better not. But don't go by my opinion. I can only tell you what I should wish to do in your place. It was as much for your sake as anyone's, Molly, said Cynthia. Oh, then don't. I am tired today with sitting up, but tomorrow I shall be all right, and I should not like it if, for my sake, you came into the house at so solemn a time. Very well, said Cynthia, half glad that her impulsive offer was declined, for, as she said, thinking to herself, it would have been awkward after all. So Molly went back in the carriage alone, wondering how she should find the Squire, wondering what discoveries he had made among Osborne's papers, and at what conviction he would have arrived. End of chapter 52. Read by Tora in Yellowstone National Park, December 2006.